Chapter 1. Back to 2011. August 31st, 2023, Manila. FIBA Basketball World Cup, 17th to 32nd place playoffs. The national basketball team of the Celestial Empire suffered a humiliating defeat, losing 75-96 to the Philippine team, marking the first time in history they lost to an Asian team by more than 20 points, thereby completely missing the opportunity to participate in the Olympics. Such disgrace. Truly an utter disgrace. In an office at Jinling Normal School, Jiang Hao, the physical education teacher who was sick and resting, stared in disbelief at the replay of Zhao Jiwei being effortlessly outmaneuvered by Clarkson, erupting in a fit of expletives as he sprang up from his office chair. "Mr. Jiang, are you really sick?" At the door, the chubby math class representative, carrying assignments, jumped at Jiang Hao's sudden movement, glancing at the computer screen before shakily placing the assignments on the adjacent desk. "Ah, the Celestial Empire team lost? No way. They're supposed to be strong. Ahem. Yes, I'm sick, but even being sick is better than their performance. Come on, Mr. Jiang, they're all CBA stars. What do you know, you elementary school student?" "I am. All right, Mr. Jiang, although you're the PE teacher." The beautiful music teacher at the front desk also turned a glance at Jiang Hao's protruding belly, teasingly commenting, "With such a loss, I could have played too. Ah, forget it." At 31, Jiang Hao sighed as he rubbed his beer belly, resigning to sit back down. Indeed, what's the point of getting worked up? Damn it. Zhang Zhengling, you coward. Why didn't you dunk that? Crap. What's this nonsense? How can you miss that shot? An evening 32 days later. Jiang Hao, also sick and watching the Asian games in the office with the music teacher, suddenly erupted in a tirade. In the semifinals of the men's basketball Asian Games held in Hangzhou, the Celestial Empire's main team faced the Philippine second team. After leading by 20 points, they were nearly defeated by Brownlee's three-pointer in the final 21 seconds. With Zhang Zhengling missing a wide-open mid-range jumper in the last second, the home team lost by a single point, failing to secure a gold or silver medal. At that moment, both the uninformed and the knowledgeable were utterly devastated. What the hell? Why are you holding your head with 4 seconds left? Go foul them. Seeing Zhang Zhengling's last-minute surrender, Jiang Hao felt an overwhelming urge to slap him through the screen. The chubby classmate who had just come in to fetch assignments was startled by Jiang Hao again. "Mr. Jiang, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just feeling a bit dizzy." After watching the match, Jiang Hao felt his blood pressure surge dramatically. "I honestly think if Mr. Jiang were 10 years younger, he could have played too." The music teacher at the front desk expressed her utter disappointment with the basketball team. "Teacher, you should go teach them. If that doesn't work, he'll play. After all, it's all about losing." Looking at the chubby, jovial boy before him, and then at Wang Zielin's flabby figure on screen, Jiang Hao felt a profound hopelessness. The efforts and dreams he had for basketball since retiring vanished like bubbles at that moment. "If only I could do it all over again, I would love to step onto the court. Do you worthless dogs deserve to wear that jersey?" As he watched Zhu Fengyu interview Zhang Zhengling, whose expression was one of complete innocence, Jiang Hao felt an eruption of rage, spitting out a mouthful of blood. In the next instant, he lost consciousness. "Mr. Jiang? What happened to you?" "Jiang Hao." "Jiang, we really appreciate your dedication and training attitude, and I personally admire your humility. However, I'm afraid we currently do not have an available spot on our team. You might want to reach out to other teams for a tryout. My apologies." "Hey, Jiang?" Jiang Hao vaguely heard a string of English before suddenly opening his eyes wide, finding a bald white man resembling Jim Carrey standing before him, looking puzzled. "Where am I?" Jiang Hao patted his head and shook it, realizing he was in a brightly lit arena. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the tall, bald man across from him. Goodness, isn't that NBA head coach Carlisle? No wonder he looks so familiar. "Hey, kid, you might have pushed yourself too hard during training and haven't recovered yet. Why don't you sit down and take a breather? He'll grab a phone book for you." Seeing Jiang Hao's dazed expression, Carlisle patted his shoulder and turned to walk into the tactical room. Still in a daze, Jiang Hao slowly took a seat on the bench, observing the white training shorts he wore and the toned muscles he possessed. What in the world? Is this still the same me who has gained weight? Have I time traveled? This doesn't seem likely. Jiang Hao instinctively reached for his phone, only to see American Airlines sent her written in the nearby player's tunnel, familiar memories flooding back. Everything feels eerily reminiscent. I was here over a decade ago. The sight of several tall players on the court suddenly transported Jiang Hao back to when he was brought to America for a joint tryout by Lao Hu. Casually grabbing an iPhone 4 from the bench, he lit up the screen to check the time. June 18th, 2011. Turning off the screen, he caught a glimpse of his youthful reflection, with sharp brows, bright eyes, and a head full of vibrant hair. This is the home arena of the Dallas Mavericks, the American Airlines Center, and the handsome figure in the reflection is none other than my 19-year-old self. Wow, is this for real? Have I traveled back to 2011? Jiang Hao took a deep breath, feeling a surge of energy he hadn't experienced in a long time. Thinking back to how he had just been filled with impotent rage at the Celestial Empire basketball team, an overwhelming sense of unreality brought tears to his eyes. In the prime of youth, brimming with potential, is the heavens granting me a chance to avenge the Celestial Empire basketball team? This year, I actually have a shot at the NBA. Then, is there a system? Yet there was merely a 0.01 chance of that, as he distinctly remembered this experience from his past life. After touring around Dallas and New York, he never returned to America after going undrafted. Thus, he instinctively waited for the familiar ding of a system often found in web novels, hoping for a starter pack featuring Jordan and Kobe to appear, after which he could easily dominate against the likes of Marion and Nowitzki, achieving the pinnacle of his life in the process. He was well aware of his limitations with his talent. Entering the NBA, he had tried that through sheer effort before. It was futile. He needed a boost. However, before Carlisle returned with the phone book, the anticipated ding never sounded in his mind. Hey kid, here are the phone numbers of the scouting managers from the other 29 teams. Keep this confidential, okay? The Huidong who recommended you is a good friend of ours, and Wang Zhizhi is an old friend of mine as well. I can only assist you this far. Best of luck going forward. Carlisle smiled, extending his hand for a handshake with Jiang Hao. In his previous life, 19-year-old Jiang Hao had left with the phone book in defeat. But now, Jiang Hao's mindset was no longer that of an impulsive youth. Instead, he possessed the cunning of a 31-year-old teacher with workplace experience. He knew this was an implicit dismissal, accepting it would mean he would never have another chance. Hence, he refrained from shaking Carlisle's hand and instead earnestly asked, Mr. Carlisle, I would also be interested in trying out for the Development League. Chapter 2. Striving to stay in Dallas? Carlisle looked up at Jiang Hao, surprised. He hadn't expected this taciturn Celestial Empire boy to suddenly ask him for a Development League contract. This was beyond his expectations. The kid had been so inconspicuous during the tryout, and now he was boldly stepping forward. However, Carlisle declined firmly. You're still a bit lacking. Our Development League is primarily for our main team, and your position is currently filled. As a newly crowned championship coach, Carlisle was known for his stern demeanor. He believed in being straightforward. If someone wasn't up to par, no amount of favoritism would change that. All right, I was hoping to stay in Dallas. Jiang Hao was no novice. He understood that playing in the Development League could still lead to an NBA opportunity. If a regular team player were to get injured, it would be quite easy to pull someone up from the Development League. Didn't Zhou Qi get called up from the Rockets Development League? But when he got there, he was told he wasn't ready. Pure foolishness. Lin Shihao was also playing in the Development League, and later he had his moment of fame. Who wouldn't want such miracles to happen? Yet applying this strategy to the Dallas team this year would be exceedingly difficult. Jiang Hao was acutely aware that Dallas, as the reigning champions, would strive to retain their championship court. A title-winning team simply lacks the time to cultivate newcomers. Furthermore, with Carlisle being a coach who places immense trust in seasoned veterans, even the Texas Legends, the Development League team consists of players who have been honing their skills in the league for 7 to 8 years. Indeed, upon hearing this, Carlisle slightly tilted his head, unable to deny the truth in the NBA. If hard work were sufficient, what purpose would talent serve? Jiang Hao stood at a height of 1.99 meters, with a wingspan of 2.06 meters, weighing 93 kilograms, possessing a hand length of 24 centimeters and a width of 13 centimeters. His standing reach was 2.62 meters, and his vertical leap allowed him to touch 3.35 meters from standing jump and 3.57 meters from running jump. According to the letter of recommendation from Huidong, this talent could indeed surpass 95 of domestic players from the Middle Kingdom. However, across the globe, there are countless black and white athletes whose innate gifts could easily overshadow his own, and only 500 players can compete in the NBA. Today, in a non-contact shooting drill, his shooting accuracy was 72, but in a competitive training match, it plummeted to 21. Coupled with the well-known fragility of Asian players, what reason would the Mavericks have to consider him? Jiang Hao was fully cognizant of his own abilities, yet in this life, he cherished the opportunity to gain experience in the NBA. In his previous life, he naively believed that the CBA was equivalent to the NBA, thinking it would suffice to hone his skills in the CBA for a few years before making the leap to the NBA. This led to a lost opportunity during his most precious years, and in a few years, he would find that even his age-related potential advantage had vanished. Having traversed time, he understood that this journey across the ocean to test the waters of the NBA represented his only chance in this lifetime. Jiang Hao hailed from Suzhou, Haidong, and was accepted into the sports department of Jinling Aviation University after high school. Upon entering the university, he caught the eye of the head coach of the Suzhou Nongguang team, the legendary Chinese star Hu Weidong, who was there for a youth training assessment, leading him to join the youth reserve team of Nongguang. That very year, he developed to a level that Hu deemed necessary for him to train abroad. What Carlisle viewed as mediocre talent, Hu Weidong regarded as exceptional. With a wingspan exceeding his height by 7 centimeters, he broke the norm of domestic players, where height and wingspan were often equal or where height exceeded wingspan. His reach and jumping metrics were the pinnacle for a small forward in China, far surpassing players like Zhou Peng and Zhai Xiaochuan. His hands were as large as Yi Jianlian's, and it is noteworthy that he stood 13 centimeters taller than Jiang Hao purely based on physical attributes. He was at the zenith among Asian small forwards. Most importantly, Jiang Hao was only 19 years old. Hu Weidong saw him as a raw gem. Such talent should be nurtured in the finest basketball environment. Fully aware of the domestic basketball landscape, Hu Weidong leveraged his connections to introduce Jiang Hao to an opportunity for a rookie trial with the Mavericks before the Chinese Basketball Association even took notice. He could not let the successors from Suzhou miss out on what he had missed. After all, Hu Weidong was the man who received a contract offer from the Mavericks in 1998, so he had some connections, albeit limited. In his previous life, Jiang Hao experienced a week in the United States, only to return home after going undrafted in the selection meeting. While the domestic media was oblivious to the fact that a Chinese player was anxiously waiting along the railings of Madison Square Garden on draft day. On the night he left New York, the hotel ashtray was filled with cigarette butts. Later, Jiang Hao had no choice but to follow the well-trodden path of domestic players, signing a 3-year contract with Suzhou Nongguang in the CBA, where the intensity of play, described as encouraging confrontation, left him with a multitude of injuries. With high aspirations, Jiang Hao saw no hope of entering the NBA. While the CBA championship was firmly held by Guangdong and the national team spots were all given to those with connections. Coming to terms with reality, he resolutely retired to become a physical education teacher in an elementary school. Why a teacher? Because when he retired, he made a rather bold statement to reporters. I cannot play in the NBA, so I no longer wish to play. Playing in the CBA feels akin to participating in elementary school competitions. Due to this remark, the once promising young talent who averaged 19 points, 7.1 rebounds, and 6.8 assists in Suzhou Nongguang was blacklisted by all CBA media outlets, and years later, he became virtually unknown, a once bright star in the CBA. Sigh. Jiang Hao reflected on his past. No, rather, his future, and shook his head. This might explain why he felt such frustration upon witnessing the dismal performance of the national basketball team. Even in retirement, he continued to watch the games, his passion undiminished, though he had become quite out of shape. Initially, he had intended to nurture promising talents as a teacher, only to realize he might as well have remained an active player himself. After all, even at his worst, he could outperform the likes of Zhang Zhongling and the so-called domestic forward luminaries, CJB. Regardless, thank you, Mr. Carlisle. Farewell. With that thought, Jiang Hao decided not to waste any more time at the American Airlines Center, grabbing his phone directory and turning to leave. Wait a moment. Seeing Jiang Hao's self-deprecating shake of the head, Carlisle felt a pang of sadness, recalling the difficulties Wang Zhizhi faced when he joined the Mavericks. Thus, Carlisle kindly offered a few more words of advice. To be frank, it is currently impossible for you to enter the NBA. Focus on returning home to secure a CBA championship, ideally as the finals MVP, and refine your shooting skills to their utmost. Only then might you have a chance to establish yourself in the league. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in the CBA, Jiang Hao replied with a smile, waving goodbye to Carlisle as he clutched his phone directory. Well, then I wish you the best of luck. Carlisle felt a strange sensation, yet he maintained a cheerful facade, waving goodbye to Jiang Hao. As Jiang Hao exited the arena, he encountered Mavericks owner Mark Cuban. Hey bro, where did the tryout go? Not well, Jiang Hao replied, glancing at the crowd around him, and then approached Cuban with a broad smile, embracing him warmly. This sudden enthusiasm caught Cuban off guard for a moment, but he quickly understood Jiang Hao's intent and whispered in his ear. Don't worry, little brother, players like you are coveted by struggling teams. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first NBA tryout. The opponent's CBA system has been activated. P.S. New book seeking to be added to shelves and for daily readership. Thank you all. Chapter 3. Opponent CBA System. I want to challenge LeBron James. In fact, as soon as Jiang Hao exited the arena, he noticed a scattered gathering of people at the entrance. In his previous life, he may not have paid much attention to it, but now, with his mature mindset, he could easily discern the situation. What could be the reason for so many people congregating at the American Airlines Center during the off-season? Buying popcorn, perhaps? That shouldn't be the case. Upon observing several impeccably dressed individuals wielding notebooks and briefcases casting glances in this direction, it became evident that numerous cameras were simultaneously raised to capture his presence. Were they basketball journalists, media personnel, or perhaps scouts and agents? Mark Cuban's expression confirmed his suspicions. The Mavericks' championship victory this year has drawn significant attention to this modest basketball town. With merely a week remaining until the draft, everyone is eager to discover whom the Mavericks have been scouting and to speculate on their off-season acquisitions. Undoubtedly, discussions surrounding the Mavericks are at an all-time high. Therefore, when Cuban called out to Jiang Hao, he adeptly feigned the appearance of a successful trial. Those who have taken on the role of educators possess a certain flair for theatrics in front of their students. Jiang Hao is performing for the media and scouts. Regardless of its utility, he could not afford to present himself as a loser, having been ousted by the Mavericks. Until the draft event, no one could ascertain which team would select whom. This was the wisdom that time had bestowed upon him. There was no harm in putting on a facade. Confidence was essential. However, he did not anticipate that after bidding farewell to Cuban with a grateful thank you, a long-awaited mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The system had arrived? The timing was truly remarkable. Wait, Mr. Cuban, could I possibly have another tryout? Regardless of the system's purpose, Jiang Hao immediately turned to seek out the owner, believing that with the system, another tryout would surely be feasible. Yet, Cuban had already vanished, leaving behind only an expressionless security guard signaling him not to obstruct the turnstile. Never mind, I'll grab a bite to eat. Since Cuban had departed, Jiang Hao had no intention of shamelessly re-entering the American Airlines Center. Furthermore, he was not yet familiar with the system. It would be wiser to comprehend it before making further plans. Thus, with his head held high, he entered a CAF under the watchful gaze of those around him. The reporters, of course, were snapping photos, intrigued by the sight of a 2-meter-tall Asian figure. Phew. It was fortunate he and T returned to the arena. While munching on a sandwich and sipping iced Americano, Jiang Hao stared blankly at the information from the system in his mind. The description was unexpectedly simple. So simple that Jiang Hao found it perplexing. Opponent CBA System. The skill level of the player matched against the host automatically becomes CBA level. What? Does that mean if I play basketball against a primary school student, they would possess CBA level skills? There were no rewards or beginner's gift packs. What is the use of this? Upon hearing the acronym CBA, Jiang Hao was immediately beset by a headache. The very notion of a system bearing that name felt like a torment, for to him, CBA epitomized a graveyard for talent, rife with mediocrity, nepotism, and match-fixing. Perhaps his disdain for CBA in a past life had manifested in this current existence, subjecting him to such an ordeal. Would it not have been preferable to start with a fully leveled 3-point card and a substantial physical enhancement of 20,000? Ding. Note, the host's opponents must be of NBA caliber. Upon achieving basketball milestones, the host will receive system rewards, the specifics of which will be revealed upon usage. In an apparent attempt to placate Jiang Hao, the system promptly provided this clarification. Fine, I somewhat grasp the situation. It implies that I am meant to compete in the NBA. It is no wonder the system only materialized after the trial period. It is designed for endeavors related to the NBA. Although it bears the name CBA, it unequivocally prevents Jiang Hao from returning to that league, which aligns perfectly with his own sentiments. In this light, the system could indeed prove to be quite entertaining. Jiang Hao himself has not enhanced his abilities, yet he possesses the capacity to elevate the NBA-level players he faces to his own standard. Is there a semblance of egalitarianism in this? If I am not strong, then neither shall you be. Can one expect NBA players to regress to the standards of the CBA without diminishing in prowess? The image of Kobe competing in the CBA may very well manifest within himself. It is quite plausible. Initially, he nearly mistook his teammates for CBA-level players, contemplating that he too operates at a CBA caliber. What can 5 CBA players accomplish in the NBA? Any team fortunate enough to have him would be doomed to misfortune, perhaps embarking on a journey of 82 consecutive losses. By the way, which year's CBA are you referring to in regard to your opponents? Jiang Hao took a sip of coffee and suddenly realized a crucial question, immediately inquiring within his mind. To speak candidly, the CBA in 2011 was quite formidable. But gradually the international scene began to widen the gap, leading to a state of self-entertainment. The system responded to the host, 2023. Before the time travel. 2023. I understand your meaning. Jiang Hao's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, realizing that everything was fine, quite comfortable indeed. This was the golden era when stars like Qi, Jin, Wang, and Tang graced the CBA, yet even they faltered on the international stage, struggling to score a single point. I am eagerly anticipating the opportunity to face off against O'Neill. Just as Jiang Hao was lost in reverie. Imagining what it would be like for Wang Zhi to channel the spirit of O'Neill, a figure suddenly took a seat across from him. The cheerful voice snapped Jiang Hao back to reality. Hey, my friend, are you core or Jap? China. Jiang Hao cast a discerning glance at the individual before him, offering a confident yet graceful smile. Standing approximately 6 feet 3 inches tall, the imposing figure was an African-American man clad in a tailored suit. Unmistakably a retired athlete transitioning into a new vocation. How intriguing it is to encounter a backcourt player from the Celestial Empire here in the United States. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jalen Williams, a scout for the Miami Heat. Here is my business card. Greetings, I am Jiang. Jiang Hao secretly chuckled to himself. Indeed, someone had taken the bait. Composing himself and activating the system, he politely picked up the business card and shook hands with the older gentleman. Williams was somewhat taken aback by Jiang Hao's calm demeanor. This young man, clearly not very old, seemed unfazed upon hearing that a scout from the Heat had come looking for him. Who among the youth in America wouldn't yearn to play alongside legends like LeBron James and Dwayne Wade? Had it been another Asian player, he would have likely jumped up in excitement, grasping Williams' hand with both of his. So, you've been trying out with the Mavericks? What was the outcome? Williams, clearly different from a typical scout or agent, spoke directly, his appearance not suggesting a cunning nature. Yet, such straightforwardness fostered a more amicable rapport with players. Well, it's all right. Cuban just asked me to await his news. Jiang Hao possesses a profound understanding of the essence of the Chinese language, effortlessly engaging in a game of Tai Chi, however. Williams was far from calm. What? They are all awaiting news? Does that not imply that this Jiang is one of the Mavericks' promising rookies? That simply cannot be allowed. The Mavericks' coveted prospects must not be comfortably acquired by the Heat. This year, the trio of stars from the Heat faced defeat in the finals, and they harbor a deep-seated resentment towards the aging Mavericks. Following their championship victory, the Mavericks have become the league's public enemy, and the runner-up Heat are undoubtedly the team most focused on them. In fact, Williams had already taken notice of Jiang Hao when he entered the American Airlines Center earlier that morning, as one of the rare players receiving individual workouts with the Mavericks. And given his complexion, which aligns with the Mavericks' preference for international talent, it was evident that there was intentionality behind this. Regardless of the circumstances, the Heat must insert themselves into the Mavericks' affairs. Thus, he hastily exclaimed, Hey, our Heat team is holding rookie tryouts tomorrow, and I invite you to participate. Who knows? You might catch Pat Riley's eye and earn the chance to play alongside LeBron, Wade, and Bosh. Can you arrange for me to face off against LeBron? Absolutely, it's arranged. Jalen Williams nodded in agreement without hesitation. Chapter 4. Heat Tryouts. Who is the true con artist? Jiang Hao is a man of striking words. The scouts are still proclaiming that his most perfect outcome would be to play alongside LeBron James. In response, Jiang Hao boldly declared his desire to face James one-on-one tomorrow. If Mark Cuban were to hear this, he would undoubtedly marvel at the depth of this performance. The most surprising twist is that Jalen Williams agreed to this challenge, something Jiang Hao had not anticipated. However, for him, it matters little which team he joins, as long as someone offers him an NBA contract. He's ready to go there. Moreover, the warm-hearted and genuine gentleman has even bought him a plane ticket. According to the current system, if he can demonstrate his abilities against formidable players during the tryout, it would showcase his true value. This is why he proposed to match up with LeBron, after all. The system has not altered his standing. There is little difference between the physical tests in Miami and those in Dallas. He remains the same unrefined player from the East. Yet, if he can stand against NBA players, it would indeed highlight his defensive prowess. Who knows? Perhaps he could even diminish an NBA superstar to the level of a mere CBA rookie? Why not give it a try? It's amusing to think that while the Mavericks have overlooked him, it is the Heat who have extended an invitation. If one door does not open, another will. Thus, he departed. That very evening, Jiang Hao and Jalen Williams boarded a red-eye flight from Dallas to Miami. Before boarding, Jalen Williams reported to the Heat's head honcho, Pat Riley, right in front of Jiang Hao, and also inquired about Jiang Hao's physical attributes. Hey, your talents are impressive. At just 19, you could become the next Yi Jianlian if selected. Jiang Hao replied, Come on, don't exaggerate, my friend. Jiang Hao donned a blindfold, oblivious to the commercial platitudes surrounding him. To be candid, were it not for the system, he would certainly not squander his time in such a fervent atmosphere. Compared to the Mavericks, the Heat had no need for a player of his caliber in the backcourt. His leaping ability and youthful vigor might still find purpose within the Mavericks, but in the Heat, he would find no room for survival, as their perimeter players were a cadre of exceptionally talented individuals at the peak of their prowess. Nonetheless, if the Heat truly recognized his potential, it would mark a flawless beginning to his career. Following that, in the ensuing 3 seasons, the Heat would come perilously close to a three-peat. The following dawn, Jiang Hao arrived at the Miami American Airlines Arena, which bears a name similar to that of the Mavericks' home venue, 1 hour ahead of the scheduled time to warm up. To his surprise, he discovered that the other rookie trialists had also arrived early to acclimatize to the court. Given that this year the Heat possessed only a single second-round draft pick, with all other selections belonging to the Cavaliers, it was evident that these newcomers were fiercely competing for that coveted position. Among them, 5 rather inexperienced faces, Reggie Jackson, Jimmy Butler, Bojan Bogdanovic, Kyle Singler, and Isaiah Thomas, were recognizable to Jiang Hao, indicating that the Heat's scouting system was indeed commendable. Seizing the opportunity, he invited a few of them to engage in shooting drills, only to find that their relaxed demeanor, perhaps due to their youth or his Asian appearance, rendered their performances lackluster, making it difficult for Jiang Hao to ascertain the effectiveness of the system. It appeared that he would need to seek out genuine NBA players currently active in the league. Unfortunately, the morning offered no such opportunity. Like the Mavericks, the initial phase of the trial included a queue for various physical assessments. Jiang Hao's results mirrored those he had achieved with the Mavericks, duly noted by an assistant coach in the Heat's scouting report. Jalen Williams, in fact, did not make an appearance until the afternoon scrimmage session, where he finally arrived, flanked by 2 prominent figures of the Heat. "Good day, General Manager Riley." "Good day, Coach SPO." The young trialist greeted the legendary general manager and the rookie head coach with palpable excitement. Coach Eric Spoelstra, the youngest in Heat history, smiled and waved at the crowd, while Riley, maintaining a stoic expression, took his seat at the sidelines. They would observe the performances of this year's prospects brought forth by the scouts, knowing that any player who caught their attention would be just a step away from becoming a first-round draft pick. Jiang Hao was observing whether LeBron James had arrived. If he did, he intended to directly challenge the Heat's strongest asset. His purpose in coming to the Heat was to validate the system's feasibility. If the king appeared to possess only CBA-level skills in his presence, then the system would undoubtedly be credible. He chuckled to himself, urging Jiang not to dawdle and to perform well. Meanwhile, all the rookies on the court were eagerly preparing as the assistant coaches called them to 4 separate courts for half-court scrimmages. Jiang Hao stood there, scanning his surroundings, when Jalen Williams hurried over to remind him, "Hey, what's up? I'm not participating in the scrimmage. Didn't I say I wanted to face LeBron?" Jiang Hao surveyed the surroundings, but found no trace of the young emperor, prompting him to inquire directly. "This little rascal is quite unruly." "What? You wish to challenge James to a duel?" "Oh, right. I nearly forgot. Allow me to summon him at once," Williams remarked, stroking his bald head. "My friend, you had better not be deceiving me." Jiang Hao maintained a proud demeanor in the presence of the scout, for it was this very attitude that led him to believe he had secured the assurance of the Mavericks. He played his role to perfection. Had he, like other rookies, adopted a subservient stance, he would have failed to capture the attention of the Heat's management. Indeed, Riley's sharp and penetrating gaze flickered in this direction, and he inquired about the situation with Jalen Williams. After a brief murmur in his ear, Riley nodded in acknowledgement. Once Jalen Williams handed him a document, he hastened toward the gym on the upper floor. Jiang Hao, lost in his own world, dribbled a ball along the sideline, seeking his rhythm. He was unfazed by Riley's patriarchal gaze, which paled in comparison to the intimidating presence of his former principal. This Jalen evidently had not discussed the matter with his superiors. The seemingly affable giant was surprisingly perceptive. Spoelstra naturally took note of this Maverick player. "What is the background of this rookie? Has he opted out of the scrimmage?" Riley replied, "They say he is a prospect favored by the Mavericks. Let's observe his one-on-one later." Regardless, Jiang Hao's moment of inspiration at the Mavericks arena truly bore fruit. 5 minutes later, a man with a cherubic face, named James Jones, stood before Jiang Hao. "Goodness, my friend, this." Jiang Hao discerned the mischievous smirk that flickered across Jalen Williams' face, realizing he had been outwitted. "Damn it, taking advantage of my mediocre English skills. Are you engaging in wordplay with me?" he thought. Hehehe, James Jones is also a James. After all, he serves as our backup forward. Do not underestimate James Jones as if he were merely a lesser James. If you can conquer him, then you might truly possess the capability to compete in the NBA. You bastard. A genuine fraud. Jiang Hao mused to himself, bitterly acknowledging that even he, Teacher Jiang, could find himself on the receiving end of a lesson. Nonetheless, he remained enthusiastic as he passed the ball to James Jones beyond the three-point line. After all, even if he wasn't LeBron, Jones was undeniably a renowned veteran in the NBA. As long as you're an NBA player, that's sufficient. Just shoot three-pointers. I'm pressed for time, so let us go. Jones, who had just been working out, clearly expressed his displeasure at being abruptly summoned for a rookie trial, speaking bluntly. All right. Jiang Hao nodded earnestly. To his surprise, this old fellow was quite unceremonious, completely disregarding his opponent. He received Jiang Hao's earlier pass and, without hesitation, prepared to launch a three-pointer. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Hao dashed forward. However, James Jones, taller than Jiang Hao, executed his shot with both height and speed, sending the basketball on a beautiful parabolic arc, effortlessly sinking the three-pointer. A splendid start with a three-point shot. Haha, excellent form, Jones, 1-0, applauded Jalen Williams. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao cursed inwardly, System, are you also a fraudster? Chapter 5, something feels off. If it weren't for the system, even with 10 times his courage, Jiang Hao would never dare to challenge the renowned high-flying shooter with a baby face in a one-on-one match, let alone boldly proclaim that he aimed to train against the league's GOAT, LeBron. Yet, the current situation was that even with Jiang Hao defending closely, James Jones still effortlessly drained the three-pointer. What on earth was this? I was right there defending. Is there truly no difference with or without the system? By the way, I'll start. Go fetch the ball, rookie. Only then did James Jones notice that the player he was testing was a slender young man with yellow skin. His disdain evident. He turned to Jalen Williams, shrugging his shoulders as if to say, do I really need to step in? He specifically requested to train with you. Perhaps he is one of your fans. Jalen wore his characteristic goofy grin, both amused and concerned at the same time. He had initially thought this kid was impressive. But what kind of nonsense was it to think he could call out James for a training match? His defensive footwork seemed utterly mediocre. When did players from the Celestial Empire start deceiving others? His ultimate aim was to ensure that the rookie he brought along would catch the team's attention. Otherwise, why would he shamelessly invite James Jones to personally conduct a trial for a rookie? At this moment, Jiang Hao was too preoccupied to consider such matters. He hurried to retrieve the ball, trying to ease the awkwardness while sweating profusely. Good grief, now he felt like a fraud himself. With so many executives watching from the stands, if he continued to embarrass himself, there would be no chance of an NBA trial again, let alone with the Heat. System. What happened to the CBA opponent? No. Host. CBA players also need to score. The CBA is not the same as the Chinese Super League. The system responded, implying that even CBA players were unlikely to miss every shot. Fine, I'll give you another chance. With the pressure mounting, Jiang Hao resolved to rely on himself rather than the system. He had to ensure that he defended the next shot. As he retrieved the ball, he took small, quick steps to close the distance and apply pressure. He needed to prevent the shot. Jiang Hao had a basic understanding of James Jones' playing style. He was a sharpshooter known for his precise three-point shooting, serving as a loyal guardian to the Little Emperor. Sure enough, having won a three-point contest, James Jones, after receiving the ball, was clearly intent on shooting again. He executed a triple threat move, faking a shot to create space. Jiang Hao remained steadfast, refusing to yield, determined not to allow a clean shot. Standing 4 centimeters taller than Jiang Hao, but possessing an identical wingspan of 2.06 meters, Jones found himself unable to execute a straightforward jump shot. Instead, he opted for a swift maneuver, dribbling the ball through his legs with his right hand. Subsequently, he pulled the ball back with his left hand before swiftly transitioning back to his right, executing a series of between-the-legs dribbles culminating in a right-handed floater. Retreating a step to create space from Jiang Hao, he raised his hand and launched a three-pointer. The sequence of between-the-legs dribbles followed by a step-back three-pointer was exhilarating. Jalen Williams, observing from the sidelines, was thoroughly entertained. This was not a typical display from James Jones, who had not showcased such flair during the game. Jiang Hao had never witnessed it himself. He only knew that NBA's Paul George and CBA's Guadaluan favored such maneuvers. This seamless motion, where one swiftly retreats after a dribble between the legs, compelled him to make a token leap to contest the shot, gauging the opponent's touch. However, the attempt was evidently feeble, failing to even graze the rim, an utter airball. Jiang Hao exhaled deeply, momentarily attributing the credit to himself. He had not faltered, while his opponent had displayed an air of arrogance, failing to perform adequately. Although he possessed charm, it was regrettable that he had not succeeded. Now, it was his turn. Jiang Hao sprinted to retrieve the ball and passed it to Jones. His touch was off, but he urged himself on. Jones, in truth, had a pleasant disposition. With his cherubic face, he smiled effortlessly. After missing his shot, he instinctively struck a shooting pose before passing the ball back to Jiang Hao, promptly positioning himself for defense. If you enjoy playing, then it is indeed my time to shine. At the moment Jiang Hao received the ball, he made a swift step and accelerated towards the basket. By the time Jones reacted, Jiang Hao had already created a gap, leaving Jones to watch helplessly from behind as Jiang Hao executed a powerful one-handed dunk. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forward. Jiang Hao's virtues lie in his youth and vigor. He embodies the graceful agility characteristic of Asian players. Coupled with his innate physical gifts, long limbs and explosive strength, he is capable of outpacing defenders like James Jones, who possesses a less robust defensive prowess and average build. Undoubtedly, his most significant asset is the wealth of basketball experience he has amassed over the years. Having previously faced formidable opponents such as Tracy McGrady and J.R. Smith in the CBA, he is hardly intimidated, which allows him to present himself so effortlessly before the scouts of the Miami Heat. Jalen Williams glanced at Riley and Spoelstra seated in the upper stands, realizing that their attention was entirely captivated by the exhilarating 5-on-5 game unfolding on the other side. "You just stole one from me," Jones huffed, clearly perturbed by his failure to keep pace. "Is it possible that your defense simply isn't up to par?" Adapting to the environment, Jiang Hao is no longer the timid youth he once was. His confidence now shines through his words. "Care to try again?" Provoked by Jiang Hao's competitive spirit, James Jones lowered his center of gravity to defend against the impending drive. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao seized the ball, unleashing a powerful right-handed dunk as he charged toward the paint, anticipating Jones's quick lateral movement to keep up. Jiang Hao exerted himself in an attempt to break through. Yet his current weight was evidently insufficient. The initial clash felt akin to colliding with a wall, rendering any further attempts to penetrate the defense utterly futile. He managed to force a few centimeters of space in the paint, and with a right-handed high toss, the ball struck the backboard but failed to find its mark. "What caliber are you to dare challenge me?" James Jones chuckled in disbelief after securing the rebound. "Is this kid out of his mind? Though I'm slender in the NBA, I am not someone you can simply brush aside. He outweighed you by 6 kilograms, making it impossible for you to move him." Jalen Williams expressed his dissatisfaction with Jiang Hao's offensive choice, remarking on the young man's lack of basketball acumen. "No worries, I shall give it a try. The focus is primarily on my defense." Jiang Hao maintained a facade of bravado, while internally lamenting that he had narrowly escaped demise. The level of competition akin to that of an NBA rotation player was indeed beyond his current capabilities. Presently, he found himself at the lightest weight of his career. In 2 years, he would gain an additional 10 pounds, at which point he would easily dominate CBA's small guards. Not to mention, during his later, heftier days as a physical education teacher, he would overpower every elementary student. This behavior was merely an instinctual reliance on his accustomed style of play. Upon reflection, he was fortunate not to be facing LeBron James. Instead, he was confronted with Jones, who lacked defensive prowess. Had it been the king himself, with his current skill set, Jiang would have been unable to score even a single point. Engaging in a battle of speed and explosiveness with James would be utterly futile. Yet he seemed to overlook his own crude offensive abilities, subconsciously assuming he was still the peak version of himself from his previous life. Averaging 20 points per game in the CBA, stubborn as a dead duck. As James Jones received the ball, he immediately dribbled with his right hand, poised to conclude the match. Bang! The unmistakable sound of muscle colliding echoed. James Jones was relentless in his assault. "Damn it, don't emulate LeBron." Jiang Hao, undaunted by the confrontation, advanced and closely guarded his opponent. James Jones, with the ball, braced himself against Jiang Hao at the free throw line, opting not to bulldoze forward, but instead pivoting to switch the ball from his right hand to his left, attempting to drive in from the left side for a layup. However, in the next moment, the ball inadvertently found its way to the tip of his shoe at the instant he turned, and it careened out of bounds. A turnover ensued. "Jones, what on earth are you doing?" Jalen Williams could hardly bear to witness this clash of incompetence, questioning the absurdity of it all. Even if Jones is a shooter, such a fundamental blunder would be inconceivable on the practice court. The system is truly astonishing. Jiang Hao is acutely aware that no NBA player could possibly commit such a fundamental and absurd dribbling error. This dribbling is reminiscent of the CBA. Every NBA player, including the hefty centers, is a master of ball handling off the court. In the absence of interference, executing a back-to-the-basket dribble is undoubtedly a display of systemic failure. Jiang Hao has witnessed this very scene multiple times with the same individual in the CBA. Klay Thompson, the eternal legend, could dribble the ball out of bounds even while crossing half court. Observing his dribbling is less stable than watching a grandmother attempt it. Fuck. Is there too much sweat on my hands? Jones exclaimed, vigorously wiping his shorts, his expression puzzled as he passed the ball to Jiang Hao. I've managed to contain you. Jiang Hao chuckled lightly. What nonsense. Come on, defend me. The seemingly effective system invigorated Jiang Hao. This time, he approached the offense with greater intelligence, avoiding blind confrontations. He created space to maneuver the ball, skillfully shifting James Jones' center of gravity, and, after a dramatic change of direction, seized the moment to exploit his speed and explosiveness, driving left-handed straight to the basket. Jones, determined to regain his earlier pride, lunged with full force to defend. However, his opponent was a seasoned player with over a decade of experience. Anticipating Jones' attempt to block, Jiang Hao halted beneath the basket, lifting the ball with his right hand to feign a layup. Tempted by such a delectable bait, Jones leapt, only to find himself soaring beyond the baseline, while Jiang Hao, standing before an open hoop, effortlessly completed the layup. 2-1. Something feels off. The situation is undeniably amiss. Chapter 6. Unleashing the trump card. Has Jones greased his hands? This young man seems rather peculiar. Is he gaining momentum? If he is on track, I'm not. If he is on track, I'm certainly not. F.A. Jones cursed in frustration, catching the attention of several resting rookies nearby. Surely, James Jones' one-on-one prowess is not faltering? This basketball IQ is commendable. Jalen Williams retracted his earlier assertion regarding Jiang Hao's intelligence on the court. The play was executed with great cunning, resembling the kind of move typically made by a young talent like Jones against an opponent like Jiang Hao. Veterans generally rely on technique when facing younger players, while the youth tend to play more straightforwardly. Don't get too excited. It was merely luck. Jiang Hao chuckled as he patted Jones on the arm. This was indeed his ultimate offensive technique. In his previous life, he had successfully deceived numerous CBA foreign players with this move, executing it with pinpoint precision. If he truly had confidence in his offensive abilities, he should have taken the shot immediately when Jones granted him a step during the serve. However, his shooting had proven to be rather inconsistent, especially against the caliber of an NBA forward, prompting him to opt for the safest option under the basket for both of his previous attempts. Yet, the time had come to take the shot. For this time, Jones had permitted Jiang Hao 2 steps, clearly favoring a jump shot over a drive. This concession provided a graceful exit for Jones should Jiang Hao score. It would not reflect poorly on Jones, but if Jiang Hao managed to execute another deceptive move to score, it would certainly be an embarrassment for the seasoned veteran. Jiang Hao, undeterred, raised his hand and launched a three-point shot. Hesitation could lead to defeat, and an open opportunity must be seized. The ball, predictably, clanked off the rim. At this stage, his shooting technique was rather crude. Throughout his previous career, he was not known as a marksman, and without a few attempts to find his rhythm, it was unlikely he would score immediately. Meanwhile, Jalen Williams was already taunting Jiang Hao with a GG. Well, it was indeed time to put an end to this. With a cherubic face, Jones no longer wore a jovial expression. As the ball returned to his possession, it was imperative to conclude this contest. He had never engaged in such an extended three-point shootout since entering the NBA. Previous opponents either swept him away with a decisive 3-0 victory or fell to him in the same manner. There was no precedent for such a convoluted battle. Unleash your shooting prowess. Jiang Hao felt quite distressed. He couldn't help but think that he was rather inept. The sensation of two inexperienced players clashing was akin to striking a fist against cotton, lacking any real force. He yearned for a swift conclusion to the ordeal. He could only motivate himself through words. James Jones, however, was not one to dawdle, and he indeed showcased his signature skills. After receiving the ball, he presented a three-pronged threat. Yet, instead of opting for a between-the-legs maneuver this time, he executed a simple change of direction to the left the moment Jiang Hao shifted his weight to the right, preparing for a step-back jump shot, a hallmark of his prowess during his time with the Heat. This was serious business. When Jalen Williams observed Jones's fluid and decisive motion, he recognized that Jones was fully committed. It was a fundamental move that every role player in the NBA possessed. Jones executed a lateral step and unleashed a high-arcing shot. However, the change of direction proved to be unstable. The ball, seemingly greased, stumbled beneath Jones's feet with little interference from Jiang Hao. This misstep threw Jones completely off rhythm. He awkwardly gathered himself and attempted a forward-leaning jump shot. Jiang Hao leaped high, failing to block the shot, but sufficiently disrupting it. The basketball clanged against the front of the rim, bouncing off with a resounding thud. "Come on, don't force it." Jiang Hao could no longer contain his laughter. Jones had firmly convinced him that the system was up to some mischief. The erratic dribbling combined with the forward-leaning, awkward jump shot was something he had witnessed just yesterday, albeit in a different context. This shooting form was not the standard three-point shot of James Jones, but rather reminiscent of the illustrious CBA star, FMVP, and all-star, Zhang Zhongling. Just yesterday, Zhang had executed a game-winning shot against the Philippines with the very same form, perfectly aligned with the front of the basket. What on earth? As Jiang Hao chuckled to himself, James Jones, in a fit of frustration, sent the basketball flying with a powerful kick. The state of the game was intolerable. What utter nonsense was this? His defender was neither Kobe nor Durant. How could he continue to falter? Jalen Williams was utterly dumbfounded, hesitant to voice any critiques, but internally, he pondered how Jones had fallen so short. Had he regressed during the off-season to alter his shooting form against an unknown young player? This was the man with the most standard shooting form on the Heat, ranking third in the team for three-point and mid-range shooting accuracy. Previous mistakes could be excused. A lack of rhythm was understandable, but this was Jones's signature move, one he had executed flawlessly in the finals against Nowitzki. "Come on, Jones, are you in a rush?" Jalen Williams could only cough to encourage him to tighten up. This one-on-one was the lowest level of competition he had witnessed on this court. "Quiet. Jones, do you have butter on your hands?" Jones's continuous exclamations drew Riley's attention to the one-on-one battle unfolding on the side court. While contemplating why it was taking so long, he saw Jiang Hao successfully defend a shot and jokingly turned to Jones. "Boss, I truly didn't." Jones was at a loss for words. He genuinely had no intention of playing poorly. He wanted to teach this young man a lesson on both offense and defense. The previous shots might have been unconventional, but now he was bringing out the real deal, and he never expected to perform so poorly. Spoelstra and his crew could clearly see the difference in the competitive spirit between those seeking opportunities and those already employed. Jiang Hao was far more eager to win, which justified his earlier two successful shots. However, it was unexpected that Jiang Hao could defend against a shooter of Jones's caliber. While Jones had floundered with his erratic behind-the-back step-back three-pointer, the absurdity of his lateral three-point attempt was simply unacceptable. Thus, Spoelstra remained vigilant, eager to see if this Chinese talent, favored by Carlisle, could conclude this one-on-one match. "Come on, I'll lock you down." Yet, what awaited Jiang Hao was the intense, close-quarters defense from James Jones, who vigorously wiped his jersey before approaching with both hands raised, attempting to steal the ball. In a game without referees, he felt free to escalate his actions. The management was observing from above, and he was desperate to reclaim his reputation. This was no longer merely a matter of pride. His opponent was a rookie forward in the same position, and while the likelihood of being noticed by the Heat was slim, should he actually join the team, he would be vying for the same playing time. Jiang Hao, with a simple sidestep to shield the ball, rendered Jones incapable of stealing it, while simultaneously formulating a clear strategy to initiate the offensive play. He knew he had to seek opportunities just as he did in the previous round. Perhaps the opponent's defensive prowess would mirror that of the CBA during his attack. Indeed, it seemed to be the case. Jiang Hao, drawing upon his years of basketball expertise, executed a low sweeping dribble to accelerate towards the right. Even as James Jones swiftly kept pace without losing his position, Jiang suddenly transitioned into a behind-the-back dribble to his left hand without losing speed. As Jones adjusted his defensive stance, Jiang feigned a shot, momentarily testing the waters. To everyone's astonishment, at that precise moment, Jones stumbled, losing his balance and allowing Jiang to exploit the opportunity. My goodness, was he nearly taken aback? Jalen Williams, who was standing behind and observing the play, was left utterly astonished. Was that truly possible? Jiang Hao had naturally seized the opportunity to exploit his opponent's momentary imbalance, effortlessly executing a right-handed leap and swiftly advancing towards the basket, where he scored with a single-handed layup. 3-1. Victorious at last. Chapter 7. Giba is truly formidable. The elusive Jiang Hao leaves me utterly astonished. The way he maneuvered left even Jones, with hands on his hips, bemusedly observing Jiang Hao's successful shot, bewildered. What on earth just transpired? The conclusion came both slowly and swiftly. This match, at times stagnant and at others frantic, finally reached its end, leaving Jalen Williams at a loss for words as he penned the game report. Is Jiang Hao truly impressive? The evidence remains elusive. His opponent, James Jones, is hardly the GOAT. The scouting reports from recent years have elucidated his capabilities: average physical attributes and athleticism, decent shooting skills, respectable three-point shooting percentage, and a primary focus on mid-range and long-range shots on offense. While he exhibits a proactive defense, his overall defensive prowess is hindered by his own athletic limitations. Thus, winning a one-on-one against this 31-year-old veteran, who lacks defensive finesse, seems hardly commendable. Jalen Williams contemplated calling the real James to test Jiang Hao. If he could best the young emperor with a similar score of 3-1, then there would be no need for persuasion. The emperor would advocate for this young talent to the management, as his influence within the Heat remains substantial. But for now, he had to feign confidence in Jiang Hao's one-on-one skills while harboring an inkling of doubt. Just then, Riley's voice rang out from above. Jalen Williams, let everyone take a break. Other coaches, join me in my office. Understood. All tryouts were paused, and after his victory, Jiang Hao refrained from further conversation with Jones. Engaging in small talk with the veteran seemed ill-advised. Instead, he sat aside, inquiring of Jalen Williams what the next steps would be. Nevertheless, observing Jalen's expression, it was evident that while he had won, it was not the triumph he had envisioned. But there was little to be done, Jiang Hao mused. Such is the nature of this peculiar system. In a 5v5 setting, the awkwardness may have been less pronounced, but in a 1v1 context, it was undeniably a social faux pas. Yet, the amused Jones approached him, asking, "What is your name?" "Jiang Hao, just call me Jiang, hailing from the Celestial Empire." "Ah, I shall remember you. There are not many who can defeat me in a one-on-one. Today, fortune favored you. May luck accompany you always." "Thank you, my friend. I trust one shall continue to be fortunate." Jiang Hao rose and exchanged a high-five with him, reflecting on the fact that one's appearance indeed mirrors one's character. This young man with a cherubic face and a rather dark disposition possessed a surprisingly amiable nature. Had he encountered the foreign players he once knew in the CBA, they would have undoubtedly worn scowls upon their faces by now. He is genuinely a good person, and to be frank, I can only call upon him, hoping he can speak favorably for you later. After sharing this sentiment with Jalen Williams, Jiang Hao stood up to suggest that the rookies take a moment to hydrate and rest. Instantly, the other rookies in the gym began to engage in animated conversation. Some discussed a diminutive player who had scored 12 points in a 5-on-5 half-court game, while others recounted tales of an Asian player who had triumphed in a one-on-one against the Miami forward, James Jones. Upon hearing this, Jimmy Butler was visibly perplexed, wearing a face of incredulity. "What? This kid defeated James Jones in a one-on-one? He was utterly inept when he faced me this morning. How has he become such a formidable defender now?" Bo Yang approached Jiang Hao to confirm the astonishing news. "Is it true? Can a player from the Celestial Empire possess such prowess?" As an international player, Bo Yang's perception of Chinese basketball was that it excelled in the interior, while the perimeter players all seemed alike in his eyes. "Come here, you. Let us have a match." Jones, who was initially prepared to leave, felt a surge of irritation upon overhearing the rookie's disparaging remarks about Jiang Hao and immediately lost his composure. Jimmy Butler, ever the competitor, was spurred into action by Jones's challenge, eager to assert himself against an NBA rotation player. In a mere 30 seconds, Jones decisively defeated Butler 3-0, concluding the encounter with a brutal dunk that involved shoving his arms aside. Still unsatisfied, Jones called upon Bo Yang, designating him as the next target for his frustrations, and effortlessly scored 3 consecutive three-pointers, leaving the initially hesitant Thomas to slip away unnoticed. Jiang Hao observed the spectacle with great amusement, relishing the sight of your tribulations. "For the more you suffer, the more my prowess shines. I have indeed triumphed over Jones with a decisive 3-1. Did you truly believe that you could deceive the formidable Jones with your childish antics? Do not underestimate James Jones, for he is not merely James in your eyes. I am not the mere Asian rookie you presume me to be. What are you even worth? Engaging with you casually in the morning was merely a game. And you took it to heart?" Jiang Hao's statement left the slender, spirited Jimmy Butler momentarily speechless as he averted his gaze from Jiang Hao. He was solely intent on reviewing the footage to uncover how this audacious youth managed to outmaneuver the formidable offensive player, James Jones. Boying harbored similar thoughts, with Jones starting. They hadn't even had a chance to touch the ball. Judging by the score, it appeared Jiang Hao was matching wits with the explosive Jones. This suggested that Jiang not only possessed offensive prowess but also demonstrated commendable defensive skills. Or perhaps this individual had offered something to James Jones? 10 minutes later, Heat President Pat Riley posed the same question to James Jones in his office. For someone like Riley, a seasoned veteran of the NBA since the last century, nearly 10 minutes of observing a rookie tryout sufficed to discern the caliber of all players involved. The Heat's military-style management was decisive and efficient, never wasting time. Within 10 minutes of a meeting, they could ascertain which players were necessary from the group. Today had essentially been a pre-draft workout for the Heat, as these players had already been scrutinized by scouts for quite some time. Some were targets for the draft, while others would receive contracts for the development league if they went undrafted. This year, the Heat needed to fill 5 roster spots, with 2 players needed for the NBA and 3 to bolster weak positions in the development league. However, the only uncertainty lay with the veteran scout Jalen Williams, who had recently recommended the Chinese player, Jiang. Coach Spoelstra also expressed his inability to make a judgment on this player, not due to Jiang's enigmatic nature, but rather because his skills on both offense and defense seemed unconventional. The Mavericks' verbal agreements were insubstantial. The NBA was a realm of both authenticity and deception, and Riley was indifferent to such superficialities. At this juncture, Jiang's nationality inadvertently worked to his advantage. Typically, a player of his stature would not warrant a second glance from Riley if there were any doubts. Truly gifted players seldom evoke uncertainty. Yet, the NBA was also a business, and Riley had stakeholders to consider. Although the Heat had profited immensely last year, they were eager to share in the lucrative market of the Chinese basketball scene. If there was uncertainty, they would consult Jiang's opponent, as they were well acquainted with James Jones' capabilities. Thus, at the meeting's conclusion, they summoned Jones. Spoelstra seized the opportunity to meticulously examine the scouting reports compiled by the assistants regarding Jiang. Jones, having just arrived at the gym and abruptly called into the meeting, felt somewhat annoyed as he plopped down in a chair opposite Riley. "Has this Jiang's agent been in touch with you beforehand?" Riley asked bluntly, implying whether Jones had received any favors. The assistants turned their attention to Jones, though they all internally deemed it improbable. However, such backdoor dealings were commonplace in the NBA, and even Coach Spoelstra had ascended through the ranks thanks to his father's influence. "Boss, I swear on my career that I didn't even know this guy half an hour ago," Jones exclaimed, startled, jumping to his feet. "Well, after your one-on-one with him, what are your thoughts? Do you believe he can play in the NBA?" Jones smirked, feeling somewhat awkward as he earnestly replied, "Playing against him made me feel like I was underperforming. Damn, his skill level isn't too high. He might manage NCAA, but I'm certain of that." Chapter 8. Riley's decision. "Your certainty is of no consequence," Riley remarked, a faint smile creasing the lines of his face as he nodded, signaling for Jones to leave. He placed his trust solely in himself, having called Jones and merely for reference. "Boss, I just dominated several projected first-round picks." He has probably never faced a Chinese forward before. It felt a bit bizarre. Jones, having collaborated with Riley for several years, offered this parting remark as he departed, indicating that he was not lacking in skill. "No one has claimed you lack ability. Rest easy," Riley reassured him. "Aha, Jones, what are you worried about? You look rather timid." Spoelstra and the assistants chuckled as they dismissed Jones. After all, who would question the capabilities of a veteran who had navigated nearly a decade in the league based on a single one-on-one encounter? Following Jones' departure, Chief Assistant and former player Juwan Howard suggested, "Mr. Riley, this fellow resembles a male model. He should possess considerable marketability. If all else fails, we can always develop him in the G League." The analysts concurred. Indeed, if my memory serves correctly, he is the first Chinese forward to come to America. Should he succeed in the NBA, his presence would undoubtedly generate considerable interest. Jalen Williams chimed in enthusiastically, "Absolutely, yes. Jiang Hao truly intends to remain in Miami. His year-end bonus would undoubtedly double." After Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, who could ignore the fervor of Chinese basketball fans, if not for the relative lack of talent among Chinese players, the league would likely be eager to assign one to each team. Let us arrange for Jalen Williams to allow them an additional 10 minutes in a scrimmage, pitting Jiang against several projected late first-round rookies. Riley hardly glanced at the report written by Jalen. After listening to the discussions, he simply stated, "Okay, leave it to me." In Jalen's eyes, this indicated potential. It is rare for someone to capture Riley's interest so thoroughly. 10 minutes. For an ordinary rookie, even 1 minute of Riley's attention would be considered a lot. This was essentially a special opportunity crafted for Jiang Hao. Indeed, the Chinese forwards are a novel concept for us. Spoelstra closed the scouting report with a slight smile. As Riley's favored protege, he understood his mentor's character well. At this moment, it was not nationality, marketability, or appearance that would sway him. It appeared that he was influenced by the Mavericks, or more precisely, by an intense desire to win a championship. Everything Riley does each year is aimed at securing a title, strengthening his team, and undermining others. He is not the saintly figure that fans perceive him to be. Rather, he is quite pragmatic. Otherwise, why would rival fans characterize the Heat as the villains? Ever since the Mavericks reversed the Heat's championship hopes, Riley's maneuvers have been relentless. Inflating the value of Mavericks' impending free agents and even advising other teams, such as the Knicks, with their financial excess, to pursue championship center Tyson Chandler. Chandler was the defensive powerhouse the Heat feared most this year, and after he was traded to the Knicks, the Heat players collectively celebrated with champagne. Presently, this Jiang, emerging from the Mavericks arena, would not escape Riley's keen eye, especially since he would seize any opportunity to weaken the Mavericks. If Jiang possesses genuine talent, it could not only diminish the Mavericks but also enhance the Heat's capabilities, achieving a dual advantage. Therefore, Spoelstra attentively observed the ensuing 10 minutes of the scrimmage. He found himself somewhat perplexed. Jiang exhibited a standard level of play. His offense was at a second-round caliber, while his defense appeared formidable. In those 10 minutes, Jiang Hao showcased numerous skills, prompting many assistant coaches to ponder why such a young and promising Chinese rookie had only now come to light. Was he perhaps already reserved by the Mavericks, waiting for a bargain? Jones remarked that this kid had potential to be a second-round pick. Indeed, based solely on his innate talent, he could easily secure a second-round selection. His playing style was mature for his age, and at just 19. With a few years of development in a non-championship team, he might evolve into a rotation player. Admittedly, he displayed a certain mediocrity. He lacked explosiveness. "You have all been spoiled by the big three," laughed Howard after watching the 10 minutes. He now understood why Riley remained uncertain. His opponents were quicker and stronger. Yet he managed to defend against them. Not just in a superficial manner, he comprehensively thwarted them. It should be noted that Jiang was matched against players identified by Jalen Williams as prospects for the Heat. Reggie Jackson, having already bumped into Jiang, spun around for a jumper that missed entirely, while Boyong, after a drive, was thrown off balance by Jiang's positioning and had his shot blocked by the rim. Yet why did Spoelstra find him somewhat impressive? He observed that there were moments when Jiang forced his opponents into errors, and the shots he expected to defend were sometimes beyond his reach. As when Jiang was easily beaten by NCAA prodigy Singler or failed to withstand the physicality of Reggie Jackson. Nevertheless, in these matchups, Jiang's opponents struggled to score against him. Some projected undrafted players found it easier to score against him. This is hardly surprising to Jiang. If he could make them look like CBA players, it indicated that they were already of NBA caliber. Nonetheless, Jiang still managed to score a fair amount against them. His array of simple yet effective fundamental moves, coupled with the feints he enjoyed employing in one-on-one situations, led to a high success rate at the basket. Aside from a slight inconsistency in his shooting, this demonstrated a solid foundation in his skills. This is why the assistant coaches regarded him with newfound respect. After all, he was up against players ranked within the top 30 by ESPN's projections. In the presence of these formidable 2011 draft prospects, Jiang's offensive choices were remarkably mature for someone his age, and his defense seemed to possess an almost magnetic quality, causing his opponents to hesitate. Are you certain he's just 19 and not 29? Such offensive decision-making is exceptional. Spoelstra's admiration was evident after witnessing the final play. As Jiang's teammate Butler struggled to overpower the switching Reggie during a pick-and-roll, forcing him to pass the ball to Jiang. At this moment, Jiang Hao found himself matched against the diminutive Isaiah Thomas, who stood a mere 175 centimeters tall. Without an ounce of compassion, he ruthlessly backed the shorter player into the paint, elevating his shot with precision, executing a close-range bank shot with finesse. Such a masterful display of overpowering the smaller opponent. Still backing down, he eliminated any possibility of a steal. Despite Thomas's remarkable leaping ability, it proved futile in such close quarters. It is worth noting that other rookies attempting to face Thomas often resorted to flashy jump shots or dribbling maneuvers, only to be thwarted by steals or turnovers. Furthermore, it is common knowledge that players from the homeland often alter their ages. Riley recalled Yi's circumstances from a few years prior, mentioning it casually. All right, heh. Jalen Williams chuckled awkwardly, musing that no matter how one might adjust their age, it was impossible to subtract a decade. Moreover, Riley had not seen Jiang Hao up close. The youthful exuberance radiating from him could not be deceived by his playing style. The next moment, Riley calmly asserted, if it turns out he hasn't altered his age, we can offer him a contract guarantee. Huh? What? The staff members in the stands were momentarily taken aback. Was it really that straightforward? Chapter 9. Unexpected. Receiving an offer from the Heat. Everyone knew that Riley was efficient in his dealings, but this was remarkably swift. Even faster was Jalen, the scout responsible for Jiang Hao, who hurriedly declared, "All right, leave it to me." At the American Airlines Arena cafeteria, the rookies participating in the Heat's tryout anxiously awaited the results while having dinner, their minds clearly elsewhere. With only 4 days until the draft, many older players faced the grim reality of returning to their homes to pursue other careers if they did not secure an NBA offer. How could they not feel anxious? "Hey, do you think you have a chance?" Sitting next to Jiang Hao was the soon-to-be senior, Isaiah Thomas, who had barely touched his food but wore an excited expression. He was, after all, the standout guard of the day, with no one able to contain his scoring prowess. Only Jiang Hao had managed to force a few turnovers, which he attributed to his own overconfidence. "I don't know. It really depends on the management's preferences. I believe I have a shot, but you know, my height. It seems the Heat aren't fond of shorter players. Don't worry, you will definitely get picked." Jiang Hao extended his thumb towards him, remarking that little Thomas was expected to be selected at the 60th position in the second round by the Kings, thus commencing his legendary career as the mightiest 175 centimeters player on Earth. "Well, I shall take your good wishes to heart. It is indeed quite challenging in the Heat. Everyone aspires to accompany LeBron in pursuit of that coveted first championship. You face an even steeper challenge, my friend, as your position overlaps with LeBron's. However, it is evident that your basketball intelligence is quite high, making you rather suited for a veteran team like the Mavericks." Little Thomas, finding Jiang Hao's words rather pleasant, decided to share his candid thoughts. The current crop of rookies has reached a consensus. The defense of this Chinese player, Jiang, is likely as cerebral as his offense, which has led to numerous unnecessary mistakes on their part. Haha, a candid truth indeed. Let us raise a glass. Jiang Hao raised his juice in a toast with Little Thomas, a scene meticulously observed by the Miami Heat's camera crew and analysts in the background. When a team considers selecting a player, the individual's character and integrity are of paramount importance, scrutinized from the moment they step into the arena. They were astonished that this player from the enigmatic Eastern land could engage in conversation with local American players. An analyst, who had experience with both the Rockets and the Bucks, noted in Jiang Hao's profile, "Having witnessed the rookie years of Yao and Yi, I am confident that Jiang will foster excellent camaraderie with his teammates." Unaware of the discussions taking place in the Miami conference room, Jiang Hao resonated with Thomas's sentiments. Feeling that hope was fleeting, he had no inkling that the recent scrimmage was, in fact, a test for him. He merely sensed a lack of flavor in his performance. His defensive plays were not the result of his own prowess, but rather attributed to the opponent's shortcomings. Essentially, he felt little connection to the outcome. As for his offense, he considered it a routine display. It was a jest to compare his physical metrics to those of the later renowned player, Cui Yangshi, who was lauded in the future. In the present, especially with the underdeveloped state of domestic basketball media, Cui would eventually be heralded by mainstream outlets as the premier forward in Asia, boasting an unparalleled athleticism. Jiang Hao, possessing a fraction of Cui's professional basketball acumen, pondered how he could possibly compete. However, upon engaging in the game, Jiang Hao came to recognize the essence of true talent. His basketball skills were somewhat lacking. Reggie Jackson operated like a spring, executing aerial maneuvers and dazzling plays effortlessly. The most stylish player on the court, the Golden Bomber Singler, known for his muscular physique, would charge in for powerful dunks. In contrast, Jiang's playing style resembled that of a seasoned veteran, focusing more on rhythm and scoring. He believed that with a few years of training alongside Reggie and others, he could attain a similar level, yet he found it challenging to replicate their explosive plays. His style was more suited for a playoff fringe team, instantaneous yet unremarkable. Unexpectedly, the Heat expressed genuine interest in him. After most had finished their meals, the Heat's chief assistant coach, Juwan Howard, called out the names of 5 players to stay behind, indicating that the others could return home. Among those 5 was Jiang Hao. To his astonishment, Juwan Howard declared that Jiang was one of the 2 players eligible for a verbal agreement to join the main Miami Heat roster. Not a development league contract, nor a 10-day short-term contract, but a full season's rookie 2-way guaranteed contract. He received an offer after just 1 day of tryouts, leaving the other 4 players in utter disbelief. Yes, the exuberant shout did not come from Jiang Hao. The most elated was Bojan Bogdanovic, who had exhibited the most accurate shooting that day. The Heat assured him a second-round pick, contingent on not being unexpectedly snatched up by another team in the first round. However, it was not merely a verbal agreement. He signed a guarantee, pledging not to engage with any other teams, decline any workout invitations, or showcase his skills publicly before the draft. Jiang Hao comprehended his joy. He was the first pick in the second round. The Miami Heat, possessing the sole draft pick this year, aimed to select a player of significant prominence. Accompanying him was immense exposure and various endorsement deals, making all of Croatia proud. To put it in contemporary terms, one could say there exists a James effect, the rookie chosen by the team that LeBron James graces, even if they do not step onto the court, will invariably attract the unwavering attention of his devoted fans. Jiang Hao harbored no envy to him. The draft was merely a facade. The true accomplishment lay in securing a position within the NBA. Should he be selected as the first pick in the second round? Irrespective of the current state of media in the Middle Kingdom, he would undoubtedly be glorified. The Middle Kingdom was not Croatia. Before he even had the chance to showcase his skills, he might be inundated with advertising opportunities. Furthermore, Jiang Hao had a personal preference for the narrative of undrafted players achieving remarkable comebacks. The thrill of playing the underdog was ever so exhilarating. Boya was overwhelmed with emotion, having encountered Zhu Wan Howard for the third time. The first meeting occurred a fortnight prior during the New York joint workout, the second during a private workout with the Heat, and now the third at today's multiplayer trial with the Heat. Given that the Heat had only interacted with Jiang Hao for a single day, it was evident they would reserve their invaluable draft pick for the more familiar Boya. The Heat's roster desperately needed a sharpshooter, regardless of position. In the presence of the elite penetrators LeBron and Dwayne, if one could shoot accurately, opportunities would abound. Boya's selection was practically assured. No other team would squander a draft pick on an unknown entity with minimal assessments. Conversely, Reggie was far too illustrious. A star player from the Atlantic Coast Conference, his talent starkly evident when compared to Boya's. The Heat were acutely aware they would not secure this highly sought-after rookie, often dubbed the mini Westbrook, and thus had no reason to retain him. Reggie had come to the Heat of his own volition, yet the draft was an uncontrollable fate. He could not possibly fall to the second round. The remaining three individuals were awarded 3-year contracts in the Development League, indicating the Heat's intent to nurture them over the long term. Jiang Hao was unfamiliar with these three, and it was apparent that Riley and Spoelstra held little regard for shorter players like Isaiah Thomas. In fact, given Thomas's age and the immediate needs of the team, his offensive capabilities were deemed unnecessary. Thus, Jiang Hao pondered, what did the Heat see in him today? Following his elation, he contemplated a pressing question. Everyone understood that the primary team selected players who could contribute. What role would he assume in the upcoming season with the Heat? Chapter 10. The System of Reward Mechanisms. I shall not settle for this. 15 minutes prior, in the office of the Heat's president, Jalen Williams anxiously knocked on the door. Upon entering, he found Riley seated in a grand chair, his feet crossed, puffing on a cigar amidst a cloud of smoke. To Jalen's surprise, another slender black man clad in a jacket and sunglasses occupied the guest sofa, none other than Rich Paul, a figure Jalen had frequently encountered of late. Upon seeing him, Jalen instinctively frowned. Should Jiang Hao be present, he would recognize Paul as a globally renowned sports agent, a figure prominent enough to be featured in agent textbooks. Earlier that afternoon, Rich had attended the rookie scrimmage alongside the Heat staff. He was LeBron James's agent and a trusted confidant. Jalen Williams remained perplexed by this agent's frequent involvement in the internal affairs of the Heat. Prior to LeBron's arrival, no agent had engaged so consistently with the team staff. Even Wade's agent had not held such a prestigious position. Yet, Riley appeared unconcerned by Rich Paul's presence, taking a puff from his cigar before inquiring. Jalen reported directly. No age alterations were found. Data was retrieved from the NBA's New York rookie database, along with relevant information from the Middle Kingdom's database. Jalen confirmed that the NBA officially maintained annual registration information for rookies, and through the Middle Kingdom's database, he had located Jiang Hao's elementary school graduation certificate, which indicated his birth year as 1992, thus confirming no age manipulation. No player knows in elementary school that they will pursue a professional basketball career. Very well. Then these 5 individuals are confirmed. Rich, what are your thoughts? Riley gestured towards Rich Paul with the glowing end of his cigar. Agreed. Let's proceed this way. Jalen, inform Zhu Wan to relay the message that today's trials have concluded. Everyone has worked hard. Not at all. I shall take my leave. President Riley, Mr. Rich. Jalen exited, buoyed by excitement after learning about Jiang Hao's contract, hurrying to find Zhu Wan Howard. It seemed Rich Paul had indeed played a role. Jalen's gratitude towards Paul stemmed from the unexpected trust the team had placed in this newcomer, who had only joined the Heat a year prior. Upon sharing this development with Zhu Wan Howard, the latter burst into laughter. Do you think Riley trusts him? Riley's trust lies with the players behind him. If you were Durant's agent, you'd stand tall. Rich Paul equals LeBron James. Indeed, the stature of superstars now eclipsed that of presidents and coaches. Have you not seen the Cavaliers? The owner became a puppet for LeBron's team. We merely hope that Mr. Riley does not follow suit. That seems unlikely. As long as we maintain good performance, there should be no issues. We shall focus on our duties. The tall Ju-1 Howard patted Jalen's shoulder. A smile in his eyes. Agents typically did not appear at internal trials, but Rich, as LeBron's agent, was an exception. His insights represented LeBron's perspectives. Who could afford to ignore the thoughts of the league's future face? Pat Riley had little choice. If LeBron James were to become displeased and initiate a Plan B, the Heat would find themselves in a futile endeavor. In his view, Wade was no longer paramount. The current foundation of the Heat rested upon James. Today, Rich Paul indeed intervened, aligning the Heat's rookie selections with what would benefit LeBron during his contract tenure. He was suited to serve as a buffer, while simultaneously giving the Mavericks a lesser bench forward. Why not? This sentiment echoed Jeong Hao's performance after the afternoon scrimmage, where Rich Paul conveyed to Riley that with LeBron's endorsement, decisions in the conference room could be made swiftly. A one-year two-way contract was a mere drop in the ocean for the team. Such players typically had little chance of stepping onto the court and would soon fade into oblivion, replaced by new faces. Riley had grown indifferent to the abundance of Frog Prince tales. After all, there was only one John Starks. Note: John Starks was an undrafted player in 1988 who became the first undrafted All-Star in NBA history under the coaching of Pat Riley during his time with the Knicks. Granting a contract to a player like Jeong Hao, who has faced repeated setbacks, is akin to turning a blind eye for him. It serves as a means to procure the trust of LeBron's entourage in the management of the team, which is indeed a worthwhile exchange. However, the presence of Bojan Bogdanovic raises some doubts for him. As a seasoned player from the past century, he has always favored those who exhibit defensive prowess. His years of experience have led him to prefer the robust playing style of Jimmy Butler, a gritty player on the perimeter. Yet, in terms of offensive capability, Jimmy pales in comparison to Bojan Bogdanovic, lacking any notable advantages such as wingspan. Thus, despite the collective awareness within the Heat that Bojan's defensive skills are lacking, it was LeBron and Wade who, at the end of last season, emphasized the need to bolster the team's perimeter shooting. Furthermore, Rich Paul has shown considerable enthusiasm for Bojan's sharpshooting, solidifying the decision. According to Rich Paul, he believes in the team's rigorous training capabilities, suggesting that defensive skills can be cultivated over time. Perhaps they might even develop him into a marksman akin to Reggie Miller. In this context, one must ponder the utility of Jeong. In stark contrast to Bojan, Pat Riley is indifferent to the maturity of Jeong Hao's offensive game. In Riley's eyes, Jeong represents merely a player with a modicum of defensive aptitude, potentially showcasing a unique defensive technique characteristic of Chinese basketball. This aligns with Rich Paul's earlier remarks. Jeong is suited to serve as a physical barrier in practice, thereby leaving the Mavericks with one less bench forward. Riley and Spoelstra share this perspective. When Rich Paul refers to a physical barrier, he does not imply a traditional center. Rather, he envisions a player who can simulate opponents for the team, much like how the Spurs employed Botter to emulate Shaquille O'Neal in practice, never stepping onto the court, yet proving invaluable during training. Following the finals, the Heat are in urgent need of a player who may not be physically imposing, but possesses commendable athletic metrics to serve as a practice counterpart, preferably not of African descent. Bojan fits this description to a degree, but Jeong, with his seemingly adequate defensive skills, fits even better. Essentially, he is meant to mimic an opponent for the Mavericks. Currently, discussions on forums highlight how LeBron James was stymied by a mountain from Puerto Rico, with mentions of Dirk Nowitzki, Jason Kidd, J.J. Barea, Peja Stojakovic, and Brian Cardinal. The Mavericks have an abundance of players who may seem defensively challenged yet surprisingly manage to thwart the Heat's offensive onslaught. These players, both soft and tough, have posed significant challenges for the Heat, and with this year's draft class lacking such types, Jeong's emergence is quite timely. The next steps for these 5 players will be entrusted to the coaching staff led by Coach Spoelstra. The management's role is to select the right individuals, while the development of these players falls squarely within the purview of the coaching team. Spoelstra will engage in one-on-one discussions with each player, inviting them into his office for an in-depth conversation, touching upon personal matters and future aspirations. Jeong Hao had the opportunity to engage closely with the prodigious young coach of the Miami Heat. The 5 individuals present were, of course, oblivious to the reasons behind the management's decision, led by Riley, to choose them. Spoelstra naturally refrained from disclosing the true rationale. When Jiang Hao posed this inquiry, he merely chuckled and replied, "Your performance in the training camp will determine your role, and it will also depend on how well you fit with the team, young man. Take your time, there's no need to rush." He could hardly begin by stating that players on two-way contracts and those from the G League would only sit on the bench, as that would severely dampen their enthusiasm. The conversation then shifted to more familiar topics, such as Jiang Hao's family and hometown, a standard approach to foster rapport between leaders and employees, universal across the globe. However, compared to Riley, Spoelstra exuded a gentler demeanor, radiating a refined warmth that made it easier for players to open up to him. The crucial part of their discussion was as follows. "Let me reiterate our verbal agreement. We have only one draft pick, and as you know, it is not reserved for you. However, if you go undrafted, we will undoubtedly sign you to a one-year two-way contract, placing you on the 15-man roster for the season. Of course, we will not restrict your opportunities to seek other teams. If you secure a draft guarantee from another team, I will be the first to congratulate you." This statement served as an informal accord, providing both parties with a fallback plan. If another team selected Jiang Hao during the draft, that would be perfectly acceptable. Conversely, if he went undrafted, he could only sign with the Heat. There exists a significant distinction between undrafted players and second-round picks. The latter are, at the very least, among the top 60 young talents globally and will be recorded in the annals of NBA history, whereas undrafted players enter the league from a grassroots level. Spoelstra understood that every rookie yearns for the assurance of being drafted. Who wouldn't desire to hear their name announced by the NBA president and vice president on television? Such vanity and sense of ceremony are universally coveted. Although he did not explicitly state that Jiang Hao would serve as a makeshift shield for the Big Three, he did clarify that two-way contract players typically oscillate between the G League and the main team, necessitating a constant readiness to travel. In essence, he advised against harboring expectations regarding playing time. All right, a few days remain. Perhaps another team will swoop in unexpectedly. To Spoelstra's surprise, Jiang Hao remained remarkably composed, even jesting. "Haha, you're quite the humorist. If that were to happen, I would certainly applaud you. The playing time in other teams would undoubtedly surpass ours." Spoelstra, confident that every rookie would relish the opportunity to play for the Eastern Conference champions, had not anticipated that Jiang Hao would seek employment the very next day. For after vanquishing James Jones, a reward from the system had been bestowed upon him. His capabilities were not merely confined to the current level. Prior to entering Spoelstra's office, he had activated this reward. With the introduction of this reward mechanism, Jiang Hao's aspirations soared, eager to rival Kyrie Irving. Chapter 11. Reward, Three-Point Shooting Technique. Journey to Orlando. In fact, the moment he triumphed in his one-on-one against James Jones, a notification resonated in his mind. At that time, however, he was engrossed in watching James obliterate Butler, delaying his inspection. Only when Juwan Howard instructed them to await the head coach's guidance did he take a moment to glance. Upon opening the unread message, he was astonished to find a system reward from the CBA for defeating an opponent. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved the milestone. First victory in one-on-one against an NBA player. You have been awarded enhancement to three-point shooting ability akin to James Jones. The host will permanently acquire James Jones's three-point shooting technique. Wow, an enhancement in three-point shooting skills. The system truly has a heart. This reward brought him greater joy than securing a contract with the Heat, as it affirmed that the system genuinely provides returns. Moreover, it was a benefit he could never cultivate on his own. Compared to the decade of arduous practice that might yield James Jones's three-point ability, or perhaps a lifetime of effort without success, this initial reward would significantly ease his impending professional journey, ensuring he would not face the same awkwardness he experienced today. Today, he had barely dared to attempt mid-range shots, let alone three-pointers, due to his instability. From the system's reward, it appeared he would gain the basketball skills of the player he faced. With that thought, Jiang Hao felt an urge to challenge Boyan nearby, perhaps to obtain Boyan's combination of shooting and driving skills. After all, Boyan had once made Jordan seethe with frustration. Might I also gain skill sets from engaging in one-on-one matches with other NBA players? The system will generate rewards based on the basketball accomplishments attained by the host. Well, it seems I must rely on my own abilities after all. If only I had known, I would have sought out LeBron for a one-on-one duel first. Jiang Hao's dreams have crumbled. It seems that only a victory in his first NBA game, perhaps a performance exceeding 20 points, could earn him a reward. Nevertheless, LeBron James Jones proves to be quite commendable, representing the optimal solution that Jiang Hao currently requires. The prowess of LeBron James is predominantly attributed to his formidable physique, rather than his technical skills. It is uncertain whether he could triumph in a one-on-one matchup, should he succeed. What if he were to inadvertently acquire a three-point shooting package from LeBron? That would be a waste indeed. He certainly does not wish to emulate the unsightly shooting form of the young emperor. Following this reward, he realizes that achieving success is merely a matter of winning more games. For substantial rewards, it is essential to compete against the elite, as the most significant benefits are likely to stem from the basketball finesse of these seasoned players. Unless one encounters an extraordinarily unique talent like LeBron, it is improbable that the skills of these veterans would be lacking. Although Jiang Hao has yet to assess the efficacy of James Jones's three-point shooting technique, his trust remains unwavering. This year's three-point contest champion, the cold-blooded assassin, and sharpshooter Reggie Miller has been endorsed by ESPN experts as one of the NBA players with the most impeccable shooting form, second only to Allen Houston, Ray Allen, and Mike Miller, who was hailed by LeBron as the best shooter in the world prior to joining the Heat, with a career three-point shooting percentage averaging an impressive 42.3. The mere mention of James Jones's prowess is enough to instill awe in Jiang Hao. However, what truly convinced him was the first-hand experience he just witnessed. Seeing is believing. He had just gone head-to-head with Jones, experiencing his shooting finesse and the fluidity with which he scored consecutively against Boyan. Steady, precise, and ruthless. Although James Jones may not be the league's most elite marksman, he undoubtedly represents a reliable source for three-point shooting. While the system did not provide statistics, Jiang Hao later consulted ESPN's NBA data website and discovered that Jones's open three-point shooting accuracy ranks among the top 5 in the league, which suffices. He is certainly superior to Jiang Hao's previous CBA three-point shooting percentage of only 35.6. This reward has inspired Jiang Hao to contemplate exploring the outside world. It is not that he dislikes the Heat. Who wouldn't he cherish the opportunity to don a championship ring? However, while the two-way contract offered by the Heat does provide security, the compensation is modest, and it raises concerns about the likelihood of participating in the playoffs. What is the point of that? Now endowed with newfound confidence in his three-point shooting, Jiang Hao believes that securing a guaranteed rookie contract would be far more advantageous. Spoelstra and the others may assume that Jiang Hao, lacking an agent, is oblivious to the nuances, but he is acutely aware. The two-way contract is not necessarily a guarantee of a spot on the 15-man roster. According to the league's updated regulations from last year, each team is permitted to sign one player on a two-way contract in addition to the 15-player roster, effectively allowing a maximum of 16 players per team. Though most teams typically maintain a roster of 15, the financial terms of such contracts amount to 50 of the rookie minimum salary, approximately $249,000, and players under two-way contracts can participate in a maximum of 82 regular season games. However, one must consider that even players on standard contracts with mediocre performances are unlikely to see playoff action. And first-round draft picks on strong teams often find themselves sidelined in the early years of the postseason. Yet, if one excels, the management will likely convert the two-way contract into a standard NBA contract before the trade deadline, allowing the player to participate in the playoffs. Jiang Hao is determined to prove himself within a single season. However, he is not one to be forced into waiting. He prefers to have his destiny firmly in his own hands. Thus, after his conversation with SPO, he resolutely continues to take action. If you suggest that he might seek further opportunities, then he must indeed pursue them. He is no longer the obedient lamb just emerging from school. Old whose instructions to him were that merely entering the NBA constitutes success, regardless of the team. But now, things have changed. Jiang Hao aspires not only to enter the NBA but also to make his mark on the court. With such confidence, he is truly unstoppable. Let us proceed. Jiang Hao did not even spend a single night in Miami. After leaving the American Airlines arena and making a few calls with the phone book provided by Carlisle, he boarded a red-eye flight to Orlando. However, the harsh reality soon set in, as Jiang Hao encountered numerous obstacles during his phone calls and learned a valuable lesson. The first lesson involved Jalen Williams engaging in a verbal game reminiscent of LeBron James, while the second taught him the cryptic language employed by various teams. To summarize, the message was clear: there is no time left. You missed the boat. It is not that the teams looked down upon Jiang Hao, rather, they possessed varying degrees of intelligence regarding him. Just like the Mavericks, the Miami Heat's tryout was also under the watchful eyes of scouts from numerous other teams. Being the subject of interest from both the Mavericks and the Heat naturally elevated his profile within the scouting community. Yet, at this moment. It was challenging for scouts to present Jiang Hao to their higher-ups, as everyone was either in New Jersey or en route there. Jiang Hao's first call was to the Mavericks. After all, it was the birthplace of his dreams. Moreover, following the dismantling of the championship roster this year, they had not grazed the finals floor again. His visit could facilitate a transition between the old and the new. However, the Mavericks operations officer revealed that Cuban and Carlisle had already departed for New Jersey to engage with prospective rookies, leaving no room for tryouts or further evaluations of players. The situation was similar across other teams, with the draft rapidly approaching, who would still arrange individual tryouts. Even cramming for exams would prove futile, let alone for the front office, where the draft holds paramount importance each year. At this stage, every team had already identified their favored rookies. The only glimmer of hope lay with the recent developments concerning the Magic, as Orlando is merely a stone's throw from Miami. This year, they had not paid much attention to the draft, with only a second-round pick at the 23rd position, which hardly promised any valuable finds. Will you be able to arrive by tomorrow morning? Our management team has no scheduled commitments then. I am in Miami and will come tonight. Chapter 12, The Magic's Insight at the Draft Conference. The following morning, Orlando. When Jiang Hao arrived at the Amway Center, the atmosphere was rather desolate, with only a handful of individuals engaged in practice. Upon reaching the appointed hour, he was met by merely two individuals, the vice president and an assistant coach. The renowned president, Jeff Weltman, famed for his astute talent scouting, as well as the esteemed Stan Van Gundy, were conspicuously absent. Furthermore, there were no players from the Magic present. The season had just concluded, rendering such rigorous training unnecessary. Despite both teams being formidable contenders in the Eastern Conference, the Magic appeared far less organized compared to their neighboring Heat. Strangely, the Magic's management had not arranged for Jiang Hao to undergo the standard rookie physical evaluations, as the vice president had somehow acquired Jiang Hao's scouting report from either the Mavericks or the Heat, even being privy to the fact that Jiang Hao had secured a two-way contract agreement. Indeed, in the realm of the NBA, secrets seemed to be a rarity. Jiang Hao's expression remained unchanged, as he had encountered such situations frequently during his previous life while engaging with the Hoop community. Just like WOJ and his numerous informants, anyone he met within the team could potentially sell his information to reporters or rival teams. The vice president of the Magic initially exchanged thoughts with Jiang Hao, expressing, "I have heard that you have already secured a verbal agreement with the Heat. Why are you still considering us?" Jiang Hao understood that at this moment, it sufficed to speak the truth. The Heat were formidable, and there were too many players occupying his position. As you may know, LeBron is a man who averages 40 minutes on the court, while your Magic are a team renowned for their dominance in the paint. I believe Howard lacks a formidable defender on the perimeter. It is not that Jiang Hao harbored no affection for the Heat. Colleagues like James, Cheon, and Spoelstra were indeed commendable, and Riley's militaristic training regimen for rookies was widely acknowledged. Although he would not mind securing a few championships, he yearned for a sense of personal involvement, desiring at least 10 minutes of playtime per game in his inaugural season. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's candid yet somewhat pretentious response, the Magic's assistant coach appeared momentarily taken aback before turning to arrange a training game for Jiang Hao. "Who do you think you are? Coming in here claiming to want to partner with Howard and calling yourself a defensive stalwart? With your physique, you are even less robust than Tuck Drew. Who exactly can you defend? Excuse me for my impertinence, but might there be any NBA players present in the arena today?" Jiang Hao had anticipated that the Magic Arena would host promising rookies akin to Jimmy Butler or Isaiah Thomas, yet as he surveyed the surroundings, he was met with unfamiliar faces, most of whom were slightly shorter than him. NBA players? The team members were off on vacation, leaving only analysts and practice players in the gym today. Upon hearing this, the assistant coach cast a surprised glance at Jiang Hao. The assistant was quite displeased with Jiang Hao's self-assured demeanor. Being selected by the Heat did not necessarily imply that he possessed the prowess to challenge our main team players. Did it? How pretentious. They were eager to see what Jiang Hao truly had to offer. It is well known that while NBA practice players and analysts may lack in height and weight, their basketball skills are undeniably exceptional. Very well then. Jiang Hao aimed to showcase his defensive prowess in the presence of NBA-caliber players. In the absence of NBA competitors, he decided to test the enhanced three-point shooting ability provided by the system. The results were truly remarkable. Known for his steady play, Jiang Hao began the training match by sinking several open three-pointers right from the start. As the trainers shifted to a tight defensive strategy, he adeptly utilized his height and weight to create shooting space. Several of his shots mirrored the moves employed by Jones during their one-on-one yesterday. He noticed that his release point had subconsciously risen, with his shooting form achieving a remarkably standard 90-degree angle. His shooting speed had also accelerated by approximately 20, rendering him nearly unguardable. A staggering three-point shooting accuracy of 90 in this training match? Indeed, and he demonstrated an exceptional ability to leverage his physicality. Later, the assistant coach encouraged the team to focus entirely on defending against his shots. Jiang Hao continued to exploit his height and weight, driving towards the basket, executing high shots. As has been noted, mismatching against smaller guards is his lethal tactic in the CBA. The coaching staff, constrained by the diminutive stature of the analysts, ultimately resorted to double-teaming him. Jiang Hao, undeterred, displayed unselfishness in his passing. Upon realizing the significant height disadvantage of his training partners, who stood around 1.7 to 1.8 meters, he confidently took several shots, achieving a commendable shooting percentage. What an extraordinary sharpshooter! His defensive capabilities were also commendable. However, since Jiang Hao was not defending against NBA-level athletes today, the remarkable defensive highlights from yesterday did not manifest. Nevertheless, his innate defensive talent proved more than adequate against this group, resulting in a balanced performance. Consequently, unlike yesterday, when his defense caught the attention of the Miami Heat's management, today it was his offensive prowess, particularly his three-point shooting, that astonished the Magic. With Dwight Howard by his side, the need for sharpshooters to create space is undeniable. Although his position somewhat overlaps with our starting small forward, Tuck Drew, I believe he could effectively play the shooting guard position. The Magic's management displayed discernment. After over half an hour of the half-court training match, the vice president promptly made a call to New Jersey's head coach, Stan Van Gundy, and president, Jeff Weltman. There was no need to fax Jiang Hao's scouting report. A verbal description sufficed to convey the exceptional talent that had graced their practice today. Jiang Hao waited for an extended period at the arena, only to receive a singular outcome. Our team, the Magic, can only extend to you an offer of an undrafted rookie contract. However, as you are aware, you have already made a verbal agreement with the Heat. This contract is quite generous, essentially ensuring that Jiang Hao would secure a formal contract post-draft. Yet, due to his prior commitment to the Heat, Jiang Hao would have to consider whether he is willing to offend them and risk presenting himself as untrustworthy to the league from the outset. You do have the 23rd pick in the second round, don't you? The assistant coach remarked. I must candidly inform you that we have allocated that pick to Lickens, as we are in greater need of a point guard. Furthermore, you are aware that Coach Van Gundy has a penchant for defensive stalwarts and Mr. Jeff Weltman cannot personally evaluate you prior to the draft. Jiang Hao contemplated voicing his capability to excel as a point guard, yet he ultimately refrained, reasoning that if this was not the place for him, there would surely be another. He would not stoop to beseeching them for acceptance. His arrival at the Magic was not born out of a profound affection for the team. If it did not work out, so be it. The management of the Magic indeed possesses an unwavering discernment, as they swiftly recognized within an hour that Jiang Hao was more than capable of competing in the NBA. However, they lacked the audacity. Just as they had previously let go of talents like McGrady, O'Neal, Howard, and Gordon. Thus, I say, farewell. You shall come to regret this decision, haha. Upon learning the outcome, Jiang Hao turned away with unhesitating grace. Well, if fate allows, we shall meet again. The vice president and the assistant coach exchanged glances, and reflecting on Jiang Hao's steady offensive performance moments earlier, an inexplicable sense of regret welled up within them. To Jiang Hao, being the 23rd pick in the second round was merely a trivial matter if they were reluctant to part with him. They would undoubtedly fail to capture this wolf hailing from the east. 2 days later, on the day of the 2011 draft, New Jersey, teams prepared themselves with utmost vigilance in the reception room. Spoelstra was attentively listening to the report from Jalen Williams. In recent days, Jiang Hao has surprisingly not been in Miami searching for rental accommodations, nor has he sent any news to New Jersey, leaving Spoelstra astounded. This fellow truly seems oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, one can understand the perspective of young individuals abroad. An additional opportunity might appear insignificant in the eyes of foreigners, as they perceive the Heat and other teams as equivalent. The speaker's words, though unintentional, resonated with Rich Paul, who overheard them and felt a twinge of irritation. From his viewpoint, it was his goodwill in advocating for Jiang Hao that afforded him a chance at employment. Yet, Jiang was unwilling to join LeBron and instead sought a position with LeBron's adversary, Howard. LeBron, remember to impart some wisdom to this novice next season. Chapter 13. Signing with the Heat, Miami, your king has arrived. So where is this young man now? Has he arrived in New Jersey? Spoelstra casually conversed with Jalen Williams. No. According to Juwan, he is already in Miami. It seems the Mavericks can no longer select him. Upon hearing this, Spoelstra ceased his inquiries, understanding that his absence indicated no team was willing to offer Jiang Hao a draft promise. Consequently, he would not have to concern himself further. The Heat's plans for Jiang would proceed as scheduled under assistant coach Juwan Howard. Miami Beach Center. The crystal-clear waves lapped gently, producing a melodious sound. Dressed in a white t-shirt and shorts, Jiang Hao sat on the white sand, observing the bouncing, frolicking girls in bikinis, comfortably donning sunglasses and allowing himself to unwind. Primarily, he was waiting for the conclusion of the draft conference. As Spoelstra had surmised, upon realizing he had no chance, Jiang did not foolishly await a miracle as he had in a previous life. Instead of enduring the arduous journey, he preferred to return to Miami and enjoy the sea breeze while admiring the scenery. This year's draft was particularly abundant in talent, especially at his position. After this year, no team in the league would lack promising wing and guard rookies. From his perspective as an experienced individual, this draft class was the strongest since the illustrious 2003 cohort. Kawhi Leonard, Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson, Jimmy Butler, Kemba Walker, Nikola Vucevic, and even late second-round pick Isaiah Thomas, all of whom have blossomed into all-star players, with several having achieved championship glory. There were also numerous impressive role players, such as Chandler Parsons, Reggie Jackson, Tobias Harris, the Morris brothers, Singler, and Boyan, who was selected by the Heat, all of whom excelled on the wing. This year, aside from Irving, the Cavaliers also selected 2 additional players to bolster LeBron's championship aspirations, Tristan Thompson and Shumpert. Ultimately, there appeared to be a wealth of players who had made their mark even in the second round. Jiang Hao lamented his unfortunate fate in his previous life, participating in the draft during this era where the frontlines engage in numerous rounds of mahjong. He hoped that years later, when reflecting back, the most remarkable rookie of this year would not be the illustrious Euro god or the illustrious Kawhi, but rather himself. Jiang Hao observed the graceful, youthful figures swaying before him. His return to Miami after his unsuccessful endeavor in Orlando was motivated by this. No. It was truly a desire to seize the moment and enhance his abilities. Everyone harbors dreams. What does it matter if he was an undrafted player? If he were to pursue his lofty aspirations, who could mock him for not being as formidable as Huang Chao? From the scant news reports circulating about him, it appeared that Jiang Hao had a favorable connection with the Rockets, which could potentially lead to his selection. Even Hu Weidong had urged him to consider trying out for the Rockets, suggesting that with Yu Ming's ties to the team, he might garner some consideration. In his previous life, Jiang Hao had visited Houston, naively believing that the Rockets might offer him a better opportunity. Indeed, it was somewhat better. Owner Alexander and President Maury had welcomed him with smiles, treating him to sumptuous meals and fine Lafite wine. Thus, he had harbored hopes that the draft pick, which ultimately chose the affluent and handsome Parsons, would select him instead. However, as time progressed, he received no news from the Rockets, and after the draft concluded, all attempts to reach them were in vain. Even if his circumstances were not directly responsible for this outcome in this life, Jiang Hao would swiftly dismiss that option. He found Maury, in his incompetence, utterly distasteful. Consequently, he informed Hu Weidong that he had caught the attention of the Heat. Hu Weidong was taken aback and cautioned Jiang Hao to be wary of being misled, emphasizing that only upon receiving the contract would the reality be confirmed. How did you suddenly end up with the Heat? Did their scouts reach out to me? Indeed, I await good news regarding your signing. At that moment, while enjoying the seaside breeze, Jiang Hao received a message from Zhu Wanhua, informing him that the Heat had selected Croatian forward Bojan Bogdanovic with the first pick in the second round, and that there would be no further trades. This signified the conclusion of the Heat's activities during this year's draft. Subsequently, with the Kings selecting Isaiah Thomas at the 30th position in the second round, the draft came to an end, leaving Jiang Hao with the disappointment of being undrafted in the class of 2011. The verbal agreement between Jiang Hao and the Miami Heat has come into effect. The message concluded with a reminder for Jiang Hao to arrive at the arena before the end of the day for the signing. Acknowledged. Upon responding to the message, Jiang Hao sprang up from the beach with a joyful leap, arms wide open as he shouted with exuberance. It's happening. It's finally happening. To claim he was not exhilarated would be a falsehood. This is a genuine opportunity to play in the NBA. And even though Jiang Hao possesses a heart of courage from another realm, he cannot conceal his delight. He swiftly turned to put on his shoes, ready to rush to the arena. A few blonde beauties, drawn by his exuberant shout, noticed his tall, handsome, and youthful figure and began to sway towards him. Eager to strike up a conversation, Jiang Hao nimbly maneuvered through the crowd, turning to remove his sunglasses and winking at them, proclaiming, "Miami, your king has arrived." A few artistic young women clad in silk camisoles promptly raised their cameras to capture this sun-drenched, hormone-infused moment. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Hao arrived early at the American Airlines arena, only to be informed by security that Zhu Wan Howard had just finished work and would return in the afternoon. What was a fervent concern for the rookies was merely a monotonous routine for the management. "All right then, my friend, do you have any recommendations for nearby rentals?" Jiang Hao is not particularly anxious. However, the inherent nature of people from the Celestial Empire is to swiftly resolve immediate matters. After engaging in a brief conversation with the security personnel, he proceeded to rent a minimalist 15-square-meter apartment located near the arena. For a professional athlete who frequently travels, a bed and a bathroom sufficed. Well, primarily due to financial constraints. To this day, he had yet to earn any income, and his family belonged to the ordinary working class, lacking the means to support his pursuit of the NBA. The deposit and the previously exorbitant airfare had been lent to him by Hu Weidong before his departure to America, with the understanding that it would be repaid as training fees for the Sujiangnan Steel Youth Training Program, once Jiang Hao made it to the NBA or returned to play in the CBA. Regardless, he was certain he would first toil for a while with the Miami Heat. After signing a 6-month rental agreement, Jiang Hao visited a supermarket to purchase a bed and toiletries, thus establishing his first small abode in America. In the afternoon, having tidied up the rental apartment, Jiang Hao took a refreshing shower and donned a blue suit that had been languishing in his suitcase for quite some time. With a spirited demeanor, he made his way to the American Airlines arena. There was no elaborate ceremony. It was a straightforward affair where he first reviewed the entire contract in a conference room before affixing his signature. A 1-year, $249,000 two-way contract. No issues there. The coaching staff, led by Zhu Wanho, signed off on it, and shortly thereafter, Pat Riley from the adjacent president's office breezed and flamboyantly signed his name, posed for a photo, and went through the motions before departing, without exchanging a single word with Jiang Hao. Goodness, what a cold demeanor. This personality made it difficult for Jiang Hao to associate Spoelstra with being his mentor. Their temperaments were entirely dissimilar. He resembled a pretentious leader from a limited company. "Just wait until you witness the enhanced three-point shooting prowess I possess. Once I prove myself, I will insist you treat me to some cigars." After taking the contract, Jiang Hao disdainfully waved away the cigar scent lingering on the document. Meanwhile, Zhu Wan Howard stood up to retrieve the other 2 copies of the retained contracts and shook hands with Jiang Hao, awkwardly expressing in broken Chinese, "Congratulations. We will be colleagues from now on. Becoming a member of the Miami Heat is just the first step. Keep it up, young man." Thank you. Chapter 14, Jalen Treats. You are already the Jordan of your story. The first person to call and congratulate Jiang Hao after he signed the contract was Coach SPO, who had just disembarked from his flight. "Congratulations on becoming a part of the Miami Heat. Let's strive together in the new season." "Absolutely, Coach SPO. Speaking of which, now that we are on familiar terms, may I ask you a question?" The term familiar carried weight. Jiang Hao had never been so familiar before he secured the contract, but now he could speak freely. After all, SPO is the first Filipino head coach in NBA history, and Jiang Hao also hails from Asia, sharing a similar complexion. Upon seeing Jiang Hao for the first time, SPO felt a kinship that was more pronounced than with other rookies. "Please, ask away. Did the Mavericks show any interest in you?" "No," Jiang Hao candidly replied over the phone. I had a feeling. However, they will soon regret it." Haha. Every rookie says that. But no worries, just follow the coach's arrangements. Even if you can't shine in the NBA, you can still undergo a personal transformation. Jiang Hao naturally comprehends, and indeed, he possesses a deeper understanding of the significance of his choice to join the Heat than Coach Spoelstra himself. Setting aside the utilitarian disdain for LeBron and the inappropriate demeanor of Riley, it is noteworthy that while Riley's rigorous training regimen is often lauded, it has also led to the deterioration of numerous players, exacerbating injuries for many stars and indirectly shortening their professional careers. Jiang Hao yearns to experience the transformative guidance akin to that of Coach Spoelstra, akin to turning stone into gold. He wishes to savor the exhilaration of victory and perhaps even the thrill of championship glory, should he step onto the court alongside the formidable trio of teammates. The joy of basking in their prowess would be indescribable. This remarkable ability is one that Coach Spoelstra himself, newly appointed as the head coach of the Miami Heat, may not fully comprehend. However, Jiang Hao is acutely aware of Spoelstra's talent for nurturing potential from the seemingly mundane. This young coach is perfectly suited for an eager rookie like Jiang, who is fervently seeking improvement. One might assume that Jiang's immediate acceptance of Jalen Williams was solely due to the Heat's strength or Pat Riley's esteemed reputation. However, a significant factor was indeed Coach Spoelstra. The role of a coach is paramount to a team, much like a general to an army. A good coach can adeptly assess talents and devise the most suitable lineup and intricate strategies, thus unlocking the team's full potential. Conversely, a poor coach can squander a talented roster, leading to frequent defeats even with a strong lineup. The workplace parallels this. Having a commendable leader is crucial. Throughout Spoelstra's extensive tenure with the Heat, he has cultivated numerous undrafted players and late-round picks. Consequently, many undrafted athletes aspire to be recognized by the Heat, largely due to Spoelstra's exceptional coaching staff that excels in talent development, making the Heat a veritable paradise for undrafted players. Any aspiring athlete, regardless of humble beginnings or modest talent, who can endure the Heat's exceptionally rigorous training regimen and stringent physical standards will be afforded an opportunity to prove themselves. Notable examples include Hassan Whiteside, Duncan Robinson, Max Struss, and Gabe Vincent. Particularly remarkable was a subsequent year when the Heat's playoff team was predominantly composed of undrafted players: Udonis Haslem, Garrett, Yurtseven, Silva, Dedmon, Vincent, Martin, and Struss, with 9 undrafted players in the rotation. Despite their perceived lack of talent, they managed to thrive, a testament to Spoelstra's extraordinary prowess. Jiang Hao yearned to personally experience the thrill. Thus, upon signing the contract, he promptly headed to the training facility to engage in his fitness regimen. These experiences imparted to Jiang Hao the notion that opportunities do not simply materialize before him. He must be perpetually prepared. He had meticulously crafted his training plan, which encompassed 2 focal points: ankle strength and overall power. By enhancing the flexibility and endurance of his ankles, as well as bolstering his resilience in confrontations, he aimed to diminish the likelihood of developing fragile attributes in the future and to address the inadequacies he faced in the competitive arena of the NBA. Jiang Hao is acutely aware that the era of the 4 great forwards is upon him. His height precludes him from engaging in the rapid, shooting-centric style exemplified by players like Curry. Currently, his strength is insufficient to withstand the formidable presence of this year's draft prospects, such as Leonard, who are the very adversaries he will encounter in the NBA. Not to mention the already established prowess of peak LeBron, if he does not increase his weight. He fears he may be overwhelmed by the young king during practice matches. Weighted high-knee lifts, deep squats, bench presses, pull-ups. Alone, Jiang Hao diligently engaged in his rigorous training, sweat cascading down as he poured his heart into every rep, viewing effort as a form of devotion. He believed that life would indeed flourish. Years of experience had taught him that if he could render his opponents merely at the CBA level, then by continuously honing his skills, he could ascend to the NBA, or perhaps even reach the caliber of an NBA star. Who could withstand him then? Hard work was all that mattered. That evening, after dinner, James Jones stumbled upon Jiang Hao, who was fervently lifting weights, his torso bare and glistening with sweat. He was taken aback. Never had he witnessed an Asian player so formidable. Was this merely for show? Unlikely, as typically. Rookies showcase their skills on the court rather than in the gym, a place where management seldom visits. However, upon discovering that Jiang Hao had secured a valuable 2-way contract, Jones viewed him with newfound respect, especially after realizing that Jiang had relinquished any hopes of being drafted and instead awaited a signing in Miami. Within 10 minutes of signing, Jiang was immersed in training, earning Jones' admiration. If it were him, he would have called every friend and family member to boast and thrown a grand celebration that very night. "Hey, Jiang, you've shown me a ravenous beast. Congratulations. You'll be facing one-on-one challenges more often now," said Jones, clearly still harboring a grudge over their previous encounter. Now that Jiang was a part of the Heat, Jones could easily seek retribution in a friendly match. "You won't be able to defeat me next time. Just wait. Let me warm up a bit, and then we'll have our showdown." However, that anticipated duel never materialized. Upon returning from a business trip to New Jersey, Jalen Williams sought out Jiang in the gym, eager to treat him to dinner. Spotting Jones there as well, he pulled both of them along to a nearby shrimp grill for drinks and late-night snacks. The shrimp was exceptionally fresh, and tonight served as a welcoming ceremony for their newcomer from the homeland, a warm embrace into Miami. "Isn't there a rule against drinking?" Jiang inquired. The training camp hasn't commenced yet. Feel free," Jones affirmed, raising a glass to validate Jalen's words. although Jiang was a marquee lottery pick and the welcome gathering included only the three of them. The camaraderie shared over grilled shrimp and drinks enveloped Jiang in a comforting warmth from his new team. "I've been selected. This round is on me." Jiang toasted with a smile. "You haven't even received your weekly salary yet. It's on me." Jalen replied, having earned a commission of around 7,000 after Jiang signed his contract. Given the modest nature of Jiang's deal, if he were to secure a standard contract with the Heat later, Jalen could earn a commission based on that as well. All right. Just keep striving, brother. It doesn't matter whether you get playing time, just persist. And opportunities will arise. This is the Heat, Jalen encouraged, giving Jiang a hearty pat on the shoulder. Enough of that. You're just looking forward to earning commissions next year. Jones teased before opening up to the young rookie. You're already the Jordan of your own narrative. I see the star quality within you. Trust the process and progress subtly. Jiang Hao filled his glass with beer and captured a photo of a cluster of beer bottles. After indulging in a hearty feast, his face flushed with merriment, he exuberantly opened his QQ space to share a glimpse of his joy. The legend begins. Almost instantly, several comments appeared below. His fellow player, Xiao Wang, remarked, "Is it Jiang's drinking legend?" Li Data chimed in with, "The legend of the rubber stomach?" Brother Jiang has quite the capacity. The class beauty from the adjacent class exclaimed, "Wow, so much beer. Amazing, Brother Jiang." Their homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, added disapprovingly, "Drinking right after graduating from high school? Not setting a good example." At that moment, a user with a dazzling montage-style profile picture featuring a girl with shimmering bangs left a comment beneath Jiang Hao's post. I believe in you. You will become a legend." Jiang Hao cast a glance at the ID name. Dudu? What a pretense of cuteness. He casually set his phone aside, resuming his indulgence in meat and drink. Chapter 15, just a bunch of rubbish. If he has the capability, let him roll off to the NBA and never return. ESPN headline news. The draft has concluded. Did the team selections meet the fans' expectations? TNT evening news. The Cavaliers emerge as the biggest victors of the 2011 draft, with both an external and internal strategy aimed at usurping the throne. The Cavaliers, armed with 2 lottery picks, selected Kyrie Irving with the first overall pick and Tristan Thompson with the 4th pick in the first round. Cleveland Honest Man's Journal. They have secured Kyrie Irving. The future premier point guard of the league is already in their ranks. Sports Illustrated. The most significant trade of the draft came from the San Antonio Spurs, who exchanged George Hill with the Pacers for the 15th pick, subsequently selecting Kawhi Leonard. The much-anticipated defending champions, the Mavericks, selected swingman Jordan Hamilton with the 26th pick. They must continue to bolster their perimeter defense. The Morris brothers were both selected in the lottery, becoming the first pair of biological siblings to be drafted in the same year. Why is it all basketball news? Late at night, after getting out of bed and relieving himself, Jiang Hao felt much of the drunkenness dissipate. He unlocked his phone and scrolled through YouTube, where the news was predominantly focused on today's draft event. Whether in his past life or the present, he remained the same man deeply passionate about basketball. Jiang Hao scrolled for an extended period without encountering his name. However, in reality, after signing the contract yesterday afternoon, his news had already graced the Miami Heat's official website. It appears that his signing with the Heat holds little significance for fans abroad, rendering the news unworthy of attention. The comments beneath the article reveal a collective anticipation for the newly crowned number 1 pick, Kyrie Irving, to lead the Cavaliers in a triumph over LeBron James. The turmoil surrounding James's betrayal of the Cavaliers to join the Heat has lingered for over a year, and it is evident that many Cleveland fans harbor lingering resentment. Jiang Hao felt reluctant to dishearten them. Yet, under Irving's solitary leadership, the Cavaliers still found themselves languishing at the bottom of the standings. After all, how else could they secure several advantageous draft picks over the years? It is truly commendable when one's own compatriots excel. However, the narrative shifts dramatically within domestic basketball forums. Regardless of one's humble beginnings, the monumental achievement of entering the NBA merits considerable discussion. A popular post on Li Yi's forum reads, "Emerging talent Jiang Hao from our homeland has signed a 1-year 2-way contract with the Miami Heat. He is the fastest undrafted player to secure a contract in this year's NBA." The news of Jiang Hao being signed by the Miami Heat was uncovered by the omnipotent netizens of the Empire Bar on the official websites of the Heat and the NBA's free agency section. With the Empire Bar's emergence and the current afternoon in the Celestial Empire, the news spread rapidly. NBA Forum. For those unaware, who is this Jiang Hao? How did he secure a contract with the Heat? UC News reported in a flurry. Shocking. An unknown individual from Sujiang was unexpectedly selected by the Heat during the draft. LeBron welcomes a formidable ally. What? His nationality is Chinese. The fourth powerhouse of the Heat. A new Chinese rookie realizes the American dream. Poo Sports headlined, breaking. On draft day, a player from the Celestial Empire, an undrafted prospect, has been signed by the Heat. In contrast, CBA Sports, which holds official broadcasting rights, was the slowest to report, merely translating the NBA's announcement. Undrafted player. 19-year-old basketball athlete Jiang Hao from the Celestial Empire has signed a one-year two-way contract with the Miami Heat. Where are the images? What does he look like? Who is Jiang Hao? Is there a rising star with the surname Jiang in the CBA? Surely not Wang Zhilin or Guailuan. Guo was just playing street ball with me last night. How could he possibly teleport to the United States? I would much prefer it to be the dazzling Xiao Wang from the U19 World Championship. If only Shou Qi were a bit older. I would have thought the next to enter the NBA would be Wang Zhilin or Zhou Qi. With a jolt of realization upon seeing those familiar names, Jiang Hao quickly scrolled away, not wanting to be overwhelmed by the ensuing chaos. Indeed, the NBA has a tradition of centers from the Celestial Empire, and the name Jiang Hao sounds akin to a powerful inside presence. Buddy, wipe your eyes. It's not a celestial being, but rather a small forward. So, who exactly is this individual? A center? Or a power forward? 10 minutes later. It was only after CBA users collectively scoured various channels that images of Jiang Hao were added. With the efforts of netizens, a user on Jihu compiled all available information about this enigmatic player named Jiang Hao, currently at UCLA, just landed from a flight. I encountered him during a joint trial in New York. He plays as a small forward. To my astonishment, he is indeed a small forward. Given the high click-through rate, I will consolidate all the information gathered by netizens about him. Thank you, original poster. May you have a lifetime of peace. Wishing you also the opportunity to secure an undrafted contract. Jiang Hao scratched his head, unable to recall encountering such a person during the joint trials. Moreover, the joint trials held in New York occurred before his transmigration, rendering his memory even more nebulous. It seemed this individual was also a college player from the United States participating in this year's draft, with a hint of grape aroma emanating from the article. Nonetheless, it was beneficial for fans from the Celestial Empire to gain insight into him, sparing some overly zealous fans from uncovering his private affairs. The post exhibited a certain level of skill, being well-structured and somewhat rhythmic. It began with an introduction to Jiang Hao's age, weight, and wingspan, followed by a recounting of his life experiences. Several images accompanied the text, including Jiang Hao's high school graduation photo and a picture of him at the university's freshman orientation on stage, as well as a snapshot with Dwayne Wade and Pat Riley shared by the Miami Heat's official account. There was even a photo from his past that Jiang Hao had forgotten, showcasing him during the National High School Basketball Tournament, his face remarkably youthful. Wow, so handsome. Haiyang High School? A fellow townsman. This is indeed a prestigious school. Yes, as an athlete from Haiyang High, he was among the top basketball talents in Haiyang City. Indeed. He was my senior, leading Haiyang High to its first victory over Jinling 9th Middle School, dominating the southern region. Although they ultimately lost in the finals to Tsinghua-affiliated school, I recalled that during my first year of high school, I was one of his admirers. Though he seemed solely focused on basketball, outside of classes, it was difficult to catch a glimpse of him. And I now regretted not persistently pursuing him for his contact information. In high school, he was a basketball fanatic, and many girls had crushes on him. If I possessed his looks, I wouldn't even bother with basketball. Thus, it is indeed challenging for Asians to break into the NBA. They must exert double the effort compared to their Western counterparts. Well, defeating the Southern powerhouse, Jinling 9th Middle School, indicates his remarkable talent. Certainly. Have you not observed his jumping ability, height, and wingspan? There are hardly any domestic players in the CBA with his level of talent, right? That is why he was selected for CBA youth training. He excelled in the college entrance examination and enrolled in Jinling Aviation University. And due to his outstanding performance in Cuba, he joined the Sujiang Steel Youth Training Reserve Team in his first year, temporarily putting his university studies on hold. Now, he would need to suspend his studies even more for the NBA. Graduation can wait. Surely, if a student from our school is going to the NBA, as the principal, I would personally hand him his diploma. Such students are coveted by schools eager to present them with outstanding graduation certificates. What do you mean by delayed graduation or dropping out? It's clear that those commenting are just naive kids who do not understand society. South Airlines has plenty of beautiful girls. Bro, you've wandered into the wrong scene. No wonder we hadn't heard of him. He was personally trained by Hu Weidong, a potential new star in the CBA being kept under wraps by Sujiang. Perhaps this time he will be allowed to try for the NBA? The Celestial Empire's Jordan has a keen eye. Who recommended him could not be inferior. Trying would mean failure. Who would have thought he actually succeeded? Sujiang Steel will be in tears. They will truly remain the eternal second place now. Sujiang Steel's captain, Li, replied on Weibo to a comment on Jihu. It's garbage. It's only been a year. If he has the ability, let him go to the NBA and never come back. P.S. Please follow and read more. Thank you. Another chapter will come this afternoon. We are currently testing the waters for recommendations. Following and reading are crucial for my younger brother and this book's future. Thank you all. Chapter 16. The traffic brought by the NBA, the king of overexposure, ha ha ha. Upon seeing Yi's remarks, Jiang Hao chuckled. When he wanted to reply, he realized he had not registered for Weibo, so he decided to send a message via WeChat. Received. I will roll further and further away in the NBA. Still not asleep? Go rest. All right, Captain. In his past life, Li was Jiang Hao's senior in the Sujiang men's basketball team. Although they had not yet played together in this life, Jiang Hao was so accustomed to calling him captain from his previous life. The final part of the post concerning the NBA consisted of text gathered from netizens who had bypassed restrictions, being the most detailed section. There were photos taken by a janitor from the Mavericks, as well as accounts from a Magic team ball boy. The Heat likely kept a tight lid on Jiang Hao's information due to strict team regulations. So he went to the Mavericks first? Surprisingly, he didn't land with a weaker team. You don't understand. Weaker teams have higher draft positions, resulting in fewer opportunities. The Mavericks have always appreciated players from the Celestial Empire. Wang Zhizhi was with them, and previously, they even offered Hu Weidong a 10-day contract. During the off-season, there were rumors of negotiations with the unemployed Yi Jianlian. They, like the Texas Rockets, are eager to seize a piece of the Celestial Empire's basketball market. So, Jiang Hao never went to the Rockets. The Rockets would have been the perfect fit for him, without overlapping positions with Yao Ming. Since Yao has been injured for a season, the Rockets probably think one player from the Celestial Empire is sufficient. It's precisely because of the injuries that they need a replacement, right? Didn't they select a swingman in the second round? What does that imply? If the Rockets had chosen Jiang Hao, I would have been a lifelong fan of the Rockets' Chinese website. I am already a lifelong fan of the Rockets. Why not choose Jiang Hao to succeed Yao Ming? A bunch of fair-weather fans. Not to mention whether Yao Ming knows Jiang Hao. But does this Jiang Hao possess such capability? Daryl Morey isn't foolish. He must have conducted thorough evaluations. Indeed, there is only one Yao. If anyone could become the next Yao, Yi Jianlian wouldn't have returned to the CBA in disgrace. Jiang Hao should be capable. Didn't the external networks report that the Magic also offered him a guaranteed contract? It was merely because he went to the Heat first that he could only sign with them. Yes. Staff from the Magic revealed that Jiang Hao performed exceptionally well during trials, particularly with his accuracy from three-point range. So why didn't the Magic select him? He could very well be like a diamond in the rough, akin to Rashard Lewis. The evaluations from the joint trials were not very high. Didn't the poster mention that Jiang Hao's performance was quite ordinary during the joint trials? Even Jordan has his off days. Well, he meets my expectations for a backcourt player from the Celestial Empire, exceptional talent and accurate shooting. Let us wait for the Summer League. I feel the same. His resume is impressive. I'm a fan now. No wonder we hadn't heard of him. He emerged from the collegiate system and never participated in the national youth team. Otherwise, there would have been a plethora of news about him. Isn't it just right? If he had participated in the national youth team, he would already be playing in the CBA by now. Haha, understood. Is Hu Weidong so impressive? Will the owner of Sujiang team dismiss Hu for letting such a young player slip through the youth training? Jiang Hao's success might lead to that, but by then, he would have been able to protect his mentor. No need to say more. I will be Jiang Hao's first fan. Me too. After seeing the photos, I just adore this kid. How about mommy loves you? Little brother, sister loves you too. Brother, sister misses you. If you feel wronged in Miami, come back home early. I will always welcome you with open arms. After reading these comments, Jiang Hao felt nauseated and closed the post. Sensing the shifting sentiment as the comments progressed, his phone had begun to buzz incessantly. QQ, WeChat, calls, notifications popping up like crazy. Jiang Hao received a call from his father, seeking to clarify the situation. It turned out that he had made headlines, with the veracity of the news being affirmed by Central Television's Channel 5 and various news outlets. A photograph of him disembarking from an airplane in Miami went viral among his friends and family. Late-night discussions online, confined to the basketball community, ensued, but even his relatives, upon seeing it, assumed it was merely a case of sharing a common name. However, this time, it was the central television that directly referenced him, accompanied by a 3-second clip, leading to a sudden explosion of attention. A post on QQ Space was swiftly shared on Weibo. The legend begins. So this is what it means. Weibo's trending topic number 21 read, Jiang Hao claims to be an NBA legend. The tone was laced with irony, as netizens instantly took on the role of online judges, mocking him for indulging in drinks and barbecues instead of making a mark on the court. His father called Jiang Hao for this reason, urging him to delete the post, as it was too ostentatious and the public was criticizing him. Oh well, whatever. I never claimed to be an NBA legend, he retorted. My aunt says you called yourself a legend. Jiang Hao has truly experienced the sensation of an ordinary individual suddenly transformed into an NBA player. The allure of the NBA is undeniably immense, particularly in recent years when it has reached unprecedented heights globally. It is no wonder that even the most peripheral players on the bench feel compelled to hire agents, for the demands are indeed numerous. Furthermore, the media in our homeland appears to have no limits. Without even having played a game or released any footage of him on the court, they are adept at the art of elevating and simultaneously undermining. Just after his father concluded his match, his mother called, not to urge Jiang Hao to delete any posts, as she had yet to navigate this phase herself, but rather to request signed jerseys for her colleague's daughter and signed posters for the son of a neighboring family. However, before he could respond, Zhu Fengyu, a star player of the Dongguan team and also a national team member, took to Weibo to lend Jiang Hao some unexpected support. He posted a photograph of himself from the previous evening, enjoying beer and barbecue with the team doctor, shirtless and sporting a flushed face. Lacking defined abs and instead possessing a slight belly, a little drink, and it feels delightful. Surprisingly, no fans criticized Zhu Fengyu in the comments for indulging in such a quantity of alcohol, nor did anyone reprimand him for not possessing a chiseled physique as a professional athlete. This is because Zhu Fengyu is a cornerstone of domestic basketball, with undeniable prowess on the court, rendering any criticism futile. The top comments read, he has the skill to live freely as he pleases. Why don't you try making it to the NBA? Zhu, who has yet to even touch the fringes of the NBA, is merely a 19-year-old. So what's the harm in a little bravado? The Weibo judges were instantly silenced. It seems quite reasonable. Wang Shipeng directly chastised his teammate. Zhu, do you really have the audacity to claim you've consumed more than Jiang Hao? Have you ever seen an NBA contract in your career? The captain of the Magic City team, Lu Wei, chimed in. I have. Does a 10-day contract count? Jiang Hao chose not to delete this post, as it serves as a testament to his journey. Youth should not be synonymous with recklessness. After all, one might unexpectedly become a legend in the future. Furthermore, this is merely a minor episode. The fifth trending topic is, Jiang Hao has entered the NBA. The general public may not comprehend the nuances of a two-way contract, nor do they realize that it is akin to a mere role akin to that of a water cooler. They are simply aware that news reports herald Jiang Hao as the seventh player from the Celestial Empire to join the NBA, following in the illustrious footsteps of Song Tao, Wang Zhizhi, Bader, Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, and Sun Yu. He is the first athlete from the Celestial Empire to assume the small forward position in the NBA. He is also the first Asian player to enter the NBA at the tender age of 19. Furthermore, he is the inaugural athlete from Sujiang province to play in the NBA, as noted by Sujiang Television. He is a rookie coveted by the likes of LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh. In the village where Jiang Hao hails from, rumors have spread like wildfire. There is someone among us capable of playing basketball with Kobe. The tales have grown increasingly exaggerated. What? That lad from the Jiang family can actually compete with Kobe? Such grandiose claims are enough to astonish anyone. Our homeroom teacher, Mr. Lee, chimed in under Jiang Hao's post. One must celebrate. It is imperative to raise a toast during such joyous moments. Chapter 17, Media Day. The sole hope of the Celestial Empire. Jiang Hao no longer indulged in the virtual realm. After freshening up, he descended to purchase 2 sandwiches before heading to the training facility. In recent days, he had partaken in Western cuisine. Yet he was certain that once he grew weary of it, he would venture to the Chinese community on South 8th Street in downtown Miami. Although Miami lacked a Chinatown as extensive as those in San Francisco or New York, it did possess a gathering of the Chinese populace, where Jiang Hao would undoubtedly seek out the comforting taste of home, such as youtiao, baozi, and soy milk, whenever nostalgia struck. The training center remained devoid of athletes. save for a few staff members who trickled in for work. According to the insights shared by Jalen Williams the previous night, the rigorous training sessions for the Heat's rookies would commence a week prior to the Summer League, with the preceding training being loosely structured. Following the Summer League, athletes would engage in supplementary practices to address any shortcomings revealed during their performances, as this constituted the rookies' first round of NBA-level warm-up games, allowing the coaching staff to tailor their guidance based on real game displays. The most intense period would arrive in the fortnight leading up to the preseason, coinciding with the commencement of training camps across various teams. During this time, intra-squad scrimmages would mirror the intensity of playoff contests, with rotational players exerting themselves tirelessly to earn the trust of the coaching staff. Conversely, once the regular season commenced, role players would not experience excessive fatigue, as the starters would engage in numerous games, while they themselves would often enjoy the spectacle from VIP seats. In the far right corner of the locker room, a locker bearing Jiang Hao's name awaited him. He changed into the training attire hanging within, donned a Bluetooth headset, and proceeded to warm up on the treadmill. At that moment, he received a call from Lao Hu, aware that it was the middle of the night in the capital, suggesting he had timed his call precisely for when Jiang Hao would be awake. The older gentleman was not one for excessive words. Upon witnessing the news of Jiang Hao's signing with the Heat, he simply extended his congratulations, his voice tinged with emotion. "You rascal. You've managed to find a job on your own, impressive." Though Lao Hu had trained Jiang Hao for merely 3 months, those months solidified his belief that Jiang Hao is capable of thriving in the NBA's environment. "Now that you've established your roots, the next steps lie with you. Remember, no matter what, do not come back." Of course, he could return to school during the off-season summer break. Hu Weidong unexpectedly echoed sentiments similar to those expressed by Yi Li on Weibo the day before. "Indeed, Coach Hu, thank you." Jiang Hao sincerely expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that regardless of past lives or this one, Hu Weidong's influence on him was immeasurable. In their previous existence, upon his return to the CBA, Hu had swiftly elevated Jiang Hao to his starting position, replacing Meng Da after merely half a season. Moreover, Hu's vision surpassed that of many domestic basketball practitioners. Had it been any other coach, they would have undoubtedly offered Jiang Hao a patronizing dose of comfort typical of the Celestial Empire, assuring him that should his NBA aspirations falter, the CBA would always welcome him back, thus providing a safety net for their players. Yet, beneath such reassurances lay a fundamental opportunism. When an NBA player returns to the CBA, the team invariably gains a veneer of prestige, enhancing not only its performance but also significantly boosting ticket sales. Therefore, Hu's candidness as a head coach in expressing such sentiments was indeed admirable. The phone call concluded swiftly, and Jiang Hao refrained from elaborating, thinking instead that the next time he returned home, he would indulge this old wine enthusiast until they were both inebriated. As evening approached, Jiang Hao found himself alone, with no newcomers arriving for practice. Was this truly the Miami Heat? Jiang Hao pondered whether he had set his expectations for the Heat too high, as it seemed that the 4 new recruits signed this year lacked discipline. After querying Jalen Williams, who was leaving work, he learned that the other 3 players were attending a press conference for the Development League today. And second-round pick Boyan was also present at the media event. Undrafted players, it seemed, had little leverage. Jalen Williams offered an awkward smile. The situation was rather intricate. To put it simply, 2 of the 3 players in the Development League hailed from local Miami universities. Moreover, Asian players have historically been underrepresented in the United States, much like Jeremy Lin, whose impressive statistics in the Development League went largely unnoticed by the media. In China, the focus remained predominantly on the NBA. Jiang Hao recalled that Lin's NBDL statistics were confined to his small section in the Basketball Pioneer newspaper. Nevertheless, Jiang Hao was set to attend the media day over the weekend. Upon encountering a multitude of Asian journalists, Jiang Hao realized that the Heat were eager to capitalize on the lucrative Chinese market. The media day, occurring monthly, was not akin to a conventional press conference, which typically addresses events that transpire the previous day or night, such as games, draft happenings, or responses to scandals involving domestic issues. Instead, Media Day was more multifaceted, with a diverse array of reporters in attendance. Inquiries would not only pertain to the NBA but also extend to personal matters, life aspirations, ideal romantic partners, and even political topics, reflecting a fan-oriented atmosphere. Many players harbor a dislike for this monthly media event, and Jiang Hao was no exception. Unlike others, he had not undergone agent training and was averse to addressing unfamiliar faces who posed questions more suited for intimate conversations with acquaintances. Yet, This was the nature of a commercial league, an essential facet of cultivating a fan base. A player must not only possess athletic prowess but also embody a well-rounded, relatable persona, whether authentic or one contrived for media consumption, akin to an idealized basketball idol. For instance, LeBron James often invites reporters to his immaculate villa during media day, reclining on a lawn chair while perusing a profound yet trendy book in anticipation of their arrival. Conversely, the future star Morant, despite his fondness for firearms, must disingenuously declare his disinterest in them before the media. Thus, Jiang Hao was compelled to engage. Surrounded by an assemblage of journalists captivated by his striking appearance as a handsome young man from China. As it was the off-season media day, no major stars were present. Instead, reporters sought out the likes of James and Wade, who were spotted in New York enjoying a banana boat ride with Paul and Anthony, while Bosch was off fishing in Australian waters with Paul George. Only those remaining in Miami, such as Chien Moss, James Jones, Turieff, and Joel Anthony, were obliged to attend, with Jiang Hao, as a newcomer, introducing himself to them. The subsequent phase involved answering a series of questions, covering topics such as his contract, his connection with the Heat, future expectations, knowledge of Miami, personal ambitions, and even inquiries about how he learned English. This was all aimed at enriching the narrative surrounding Jiang Hao as a player. Should he one day achieve prominence, the NBA would possess a wealth of video material to entice fans, rather than leaving them with a mere barren introduction upon discovering him. This mirrors the principle of entertainment stars participating in reality shows. This media day also served to ensure Jiang Hao's name resonated across major media outlets, igniting anticipation among domestic fans, not just for a brief 10-day contract, but for a full season. This opened the door for students contemplating studying in the United States to consider Miami, inspired by the rise of this burgeoning star. Even if Jiang Hao did not make it to the main roster, the G League would still provide ample opportunity for fans to witness his journey, potentially accompanying the emergence of another Chinese player. However, talent remains the foundation. Jiang Hao currently lacked even a highlight reel and had few ardent supporters. Although the publicity department of Haitong City released news about him, it was evident that his hometown folks merely recognized his name, with some mistaking the NBA for the NBA. The domestic basketball media did not indulge in the rampant exaggeration found online. This year's draft was undeniably exceptional, and contemporary Chinese basketball fans were notably discerning. While publications such as Basketball Pioneer, Sports Weekly, and Dunk Magazine dedicated segments to introduce Jiang Hao, the content largely comprised of his media day and excerpts from a Jihu article, which garnered fewer views than features on the Morris brothers. Many fans simply acknowledged that a domestic player had secured a two-way contract with the NBA, opting to wait and see how he performed on the court. A certain tall player, recuperating in Shanghai, shared similar sentiments, but unlike the fans, he chose not to remain silent in anticipation. As the current face of Asian basketball, Yiming felt compelled to mentor the promising young player, thus directly addressing the Heat in Jiang Hao's newly established account, Hao Jiang. On Twitter, "You are the sole hope for our Chinese national basketball team next season." The elder brother had issued a challenge. Chapter 18, the Summer League commences. This was Yao's way of encouraging the newcomer, with numerous global fans following him on Twitter. His mention of Jiang Hao instantly elevated the latter's profile within the international basketball community, revealing that a Chinese undrafted player had been signed by the Heat. Some even ventured to leave messages on LeBron James' Twitter, urging him to take good care of our young Jiang. Such attention translates into pressure, a sentiment Jiang Hao fully grasped. Although Yao could not provide direct guidance, his action was indeed a form of support. The spotlight had been cast upon Jiang Hao, and every moment he spent on the court with the Heat would be magnified. Rather than merely being dubbed the sole hope, Yao's tweet was a bombshell. Within an hour, Jiang Hao amassed 30,000 new followers, despite his absence from the national team. Whether he represented the hopes of the Chinese national men's basketball team or the aspirations of Chinese players in the NBA, hope was indeed present. The most fervent discussions in the comments section were in Chinese, with some asserting that since Yao's retirement, the national team had entered a dark era, while others proclaimed Yu was in search of a successor for the Chinese men's basketball team. Jiang Hao immediately recognized that Dayo referred to him as the hope of the Celestial Empire in the NBA, the darkest era of men's basketball. This is merely the beginning. Players like Yi Jianlian and Wang Zhilin are still on the court. He has truly witnessed the desolate times when even naturalization could not uplift the men's basketball team. If the national team were in urgent need of him, the officials from the Basketball Association would have approached him long ago. "You just tweeted at you, haha. Feeling the pressure?" After attending the media day, Jiang Hao encountered Sean Battier in the locker room, who had come specifically to greet him. As a former teammate of Yao and a star signed with Peak, Battier, having reaped considerable benefits from the Celestial Empire, naturally extended a bit of care to this newcomer from his homeland. Fortunately, your pressure isn't greater than mine. Haha, what's this? Are you planning to take my position? Many fans have been messaging me, and just now, a media outlet from the Celestial Empire asked me to teach you a thing or two. Aren't you afraid of being outshone, my friend? Just play your best and lead us to victory. Jiang Hao's humorous remarks brought a smile to Battier's face as he assumed Jiang Hao was merely jesting. However, the truth of Jiang Hao's words resonated with sincerity. The position Battier occupied was indeed closely aligned with Jiang Hao's aspirations, should he wish to secure a spot in the Miami Heat's rotation. He would find himself competing against the likes of James Jones and Battier. Naturally, only someone as audacious as Jiang Hao would entertain such thoughts. For Battier would hardly perceive a two-way contract player as a threat, even relaying a message from Yi Jianlian intended for Jiang Hao. Yi Jianlian, lacking your contact information, instructed me to convey a particular sentiment directly to you. Indeed, Yi Jianlian is a person of substance, markedly contrasting with Yao's approach of applying pressure via Twitter. He cautioned you not to presume that signing a contract guarantees stability, urging you to reflect deeply on whether the upcoming season represents a singular opportunity that you must seize. I understand, which is precisely why Yao referred to me as the sole hope of our nation. Jiang Hao was acutely aware that this was the singular opportunity of his lifetime. He had foreseen it in his previous existence. Such a chance to visit the United States would not present itself again. Failure would mean the end of all prospects. While the fans and the present Battier might remain oblivious, both Jiang Hao and Yao were fully cognizant of their circumstances. Jiang Hao is fully aware of the circumstances surrounding the three individuals. In the upcoming NBA season, he stands as the sole Chinese player capable of competing at that level. Sonny was released by the Knicks a year ago and has since lost his opportunity to return to the NBA. Yao Ming's knee injury has sidelined him for the entire season, and it remains uncertain whether he will be able to play for the Rockets next season. Yi Jianlian was cut by the Wizards last year and is yet to decide whether to seek employment in the NBA or return to the CBA. Fans firmly believe that Yao's immense talent guarantees him a spot in the NBA, and he possesses the capability to do so. However, Jiang Hao understands that Yi Jianlian has spent several years in Dongguan, accumulating a plethora of accolades. He recalls vividly that in his previous life, he was the primary victim. Upon returning to the CBA, he was briefly signed back by the Mavericks, yet he never quite adapted to the NBA. Ultimately, he chose to dominate the CBA, consistently contending for championships alongside Wang Qizhu and Ba. Whenever Su Jiang faced Dongguan, Jiang Hao would find himself overshadowed by Yi's prowess, akin to a dominant foreign player in any CBA team. In this light, he truly embodies the hope of an entire village. Regardless, congratulations are in order for the young star. I shall attend the upcoming Summer League in a few days, and I hope your performance matches your lofty words. After Battier delivered his message to Yi Jianlian, he took his leave. With the commencement of Media Day, Jiang Hao has officially stepped into the global basketball spotlight. Whether he receives praise or criticism will be revealed on the court. Jiang, the first window period has arrived. Prepare yourself. A day later, Jalen Williams handed Jiang Hao a form. The NBA announced the specific schedule for the 2011 to 2012 Summer League, which serves as a stage for teams to evaluate new talent. The event will take place from July 8th to July 18th in Las Vegas, spanning a total of 11 days, with all 30 teams participating in at least 5 games. Naturally, Jiang Hao, as a two-way contract player for the Heat, is included in the Summer League roster alongside Boyong, last year's undrafted prospect, European center Mikal Gladnys, several rookies from the Development League, and a few seasoned veterans temporarily signed for evaluation. The head coach will be assistant coach Juwan Howard. Starting tomorrow, Jiang Hao and his teammates will begin training in Las Vegas in preparation for the Summer League. By the way, have you considered finding an agent? I imagine there are numerous Chinese agents eager to represent you, Jalen Williams remarked, somewhat exasperated at having to relay team arrangements personally to Jiang Hao. Typically, NBA players have agents who manage such matters, proactively contacting teams to organize player schedules. Unlike Jiang Hao, who must be informed directly each time, which can be quite cumbersome, especially since players are often occupied with extensive training and may miss calls or messages. Well, I have no other commitments at the moment, so I don't need an agent, he replied. Interestingly, several businesses run by Chinese individuals have inquired about your contact information. Jalen, how about this? Jiang Hao pulled Jalen aside and discreetly slipped 1,000 into his pocket. a gesture intended to enlist his temporary assistance. All he required was for Jalen to promptly inform him of any team matters, ensuring that he would not find himself at home slumbering while the team engaged in training. Jiang Hao had not taken on any responsibilities beyond playing, rendering the necessity of an agent quite minimal at this juncture. Just the previous day, Lao had called to inform him of a doctoral student from Nanfang Finance University seeking to apply for the role of his agent. But Jiang Hao had firmly declined all such overtures. Once he established a foothold in the NBA, financial concerns would become trivial. At present, such matters held little weight. Even with an agent, securing a favorable deal seemed improbable and unnecessary. Rejecting all commercial endorsements, he believed that diligent improvement and advancement were the rightful paths to pursue. Very well. However, my involvement will be short-lived. Once the season commences, I will be abroad scouting players. Okay. Jalen Williams ceased his nonsensical chatter, casting an incredulous glance at Jiang Hao before surveying his surroundings. He then patted Jiang Hao on the shoulder and departed with evident satisfaction. He had not anticipated that Jiang Hao, at such a youthful age, would exhibit such acumen in navigating interpersonal relations. Was the iron fist of socialism truly this formidable? The following day, Las Vegas. Jiang Hao embarked on his inaugural journey with the Miami Heat, participating in the team's first window period of the 2011 to 2012 season, the Summer League. This marked his first experience in the Heat's training camp. The initial matchup was against the San Antonio Spurs, with Boyan starting as the small forward, while Jiang assumed the role of a backup at the small forward position, likely to face off against their newly drafted lottery pick, Kawhi Leonard. Chapter 19. A first-hand encounter with the grueling training of the Heat, matched up against the formidable Kawhi. Buddy, I'm about to throw up. How about you? Same here. FXXK, I can't take it anymore. A man cannot admit defeat. Push through. Within the confines of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas Gymnasium, the Heat Summer League team commenced an intense training session, ignited by Juwan Howard's fervent shouts. They briefly convened in a meeting room for 10 minutes to discuss personnel arrangements and their upcoming adversaries before diving straight into the rigors of training. Jiang Hao was aware that during the first match, he would substitute for Boyan. Although the exact duration remained unspecified, it was likely to exceed 10 minutes. As a two-way contract player, he would certainly be afforded some developmental time. His previous experience of watching games had taught him that the more prominent a two-way contract player appeared during the Summer League, the greater the likelihood of their participation in the early regular season games. Thus, he approached both lectures and subsequent training with utmost seriousness. However, he soon realized that diligence alone could not sustain him through the rigors of training. His stamina was utterly depleted. The player he had just mentioned is feeling nauseous. The European center Mikkel Gladnys was presently being subjected to a foam roller treatment by Juan, who was applying pressure to his posterior. Jiang Hao experienced for the first time the renowned and formidable training regimen of the Miami Heat. The nature of the training is not shrouded in mystery. It is simply rigorous, exceedingly rigorous, in fact. It is no wonder that Jalen cautioned Jiang Hao a few days ago against overexerting himself, as the Heat's training can leave one disinclined to engage in personal workouts for months on end. In the Heat's environment, one cannot entertain the notion of secretly slacking off, for the president ensures that all members are equally committed. Today's training session, however, was ostensibly straightforward, consisting solely of running laps around the court. Yet, the assistant coach of the Heat imposed stringent time constraints, demanding that participants complete 10 laps within 2 minutes. Does this not sound deceptively simple? At first, Jiang Hao shared a similar sentiment. When he taught physical education to elementary school students, he often had them warm up by running 5 laps around the basketball court. However, considering the dimensions of a standard basketball court, 28 meters in length and 15 meters in width, the perimeter amounts to 86 meters. Thus, completing 10 laps would total 860 meters, which implies running this distance within a mere 2 minutes. This constituted only one set of training, followed by a 2-minute rest before commencing the second set, and so forth until the 5th set. Such interval running demands a significant level of cardiovascular endurance. The fact that the entire Miami Heat team could meet this standard speaks volumes about the rigor of their training regimen. The notion that every player could pass this test seemed implausible to Boyan, especially regarding Eddie Curry, the hefty center. Upon hearing the assistant coach's assertion, Boyan immediately expressed his disbelief. Consequently, he found himself relegated to the bench. Moreover, due to exceeding his body fat percentage, he faced monthly fines. One remark from the assistant coach silenced all the players, for indeed, if Eddie Curry, accustomed to the lax training environment with the Knicks, were able to meet such stringent training criteria. He certainly would not have become a peripheral figure on the current team. Only one diminutive 185 centimeters African-American guard managed to pass the first round, while Jiang Hao could only secure 5th place. Furthermore, the training requirements set forth by Ju and Howard were unequivocal. On that day, everyone was expected to meet the standards. If even one person failed, they would not proceed to the next training segment. This meant that the grueling running drills could potentially consume an entire day of monotonous practice without touching a basketball. It was a true test of limits. Hey, you big O from Europe, don't stare at me like that. As long as you don't drop dead, push yourself to the utmost. By lunchtime, only 2 players had passed the test. Pat Riley, having just returned from the casino, savored the sight of the players, drenched in sweat, and reiterated that to play for the Heat, passing this training was mandatory each time. Truly, he was a psychological tormentor. Jiang Hao gazed at Riley, who wore a beaming smile, and couldn't help but feel that he resembled a suave, menacing figure straight out of a twisted film. How could anyone be so impeccably groomed? Yet, he was reminded of a news story in his previous life, when Jimmy Butler had just been traded to the Miami Heat. He had participated in a grueling 5th group training session that extended well into the night. By 4 o'clock the following morning, Butler had boldly risen to the challenge. Likely referring to the infamous running test, Butler indeed epitomized the indomitable spirit of the Heat. Reflecting on this, it struck him that back then, even the slender, pale newcomers like Tyler Herro and Duncan Robinson had managed to meet the standards. Thus, he resolved to excel in the afternoon session. It was still Spoelstra's soothing words that resonated. He observed the fresh-faced recruits, all in their early 20s, being pushed to their limits, their legs trembling as they dined. In the cafeteria, he demonstrated warm-up exercises aimed at muscle relaxation, all the while delivering an inspiring message that invigorated the group. Have you all seen the news about LeBron James gaining weight? Let me tell you, despite his added mass, his speed remains undiminished. This is the result of high-intensity training. Upon mentioning James, the energy in the room surged. Everyone aspired to emulate his commanding presence on the court. If such rigorous training could lead them to achieve a similar stature as LeBron, they were more than willing to embrace it. As Jiang Hao clapped along with the others, he still found it difficult to agree wholeheartedly. Perhaps it was this rigorous training that led to the 3 stars of the Heat suffering from cramps during their 2014 matchup against the Spurs. He recalled that the air conditioning had malfunctioned at the Spurs' home arena, while the trio of seasoned veterans appeared unaffected, whereas the prime-aged Heat trio constantly battled cramps. It is worth noting that during the Cavaliers' 2-0 era, Tyronn Lue's intense training regimen had not caused LeBron to cramp. Nevertheless, Jiang Hao would not reject such training. He was still far from the team's demand for him to gain 10 kilograms without sacrificing speed. For him, the mantra remained, if Duncan Robinson and Tyler Herro could achieve it, so could he. Indeed, after a hearty meal, Jiang Hao excelled in his first training session of the afternoon, achieving an impressive average of 1 minute and 53 seconds per set, surpassing Bogdan Bogdanovic. Ultimately, after the European center was pushed through by Zhu Wan, the entire team only touched the basketball for the first time at 5:50 p.m. However, it was merely to handle the ball. Shooting was strictly prohibited. The first and second units of the Summer League, consisting of 10 players, began their tactical positioning training. The analysts assigned positions on the court based on the characteristics outlined in their respective scouting reports. They practiced half-court offensive positioning, fast break setups, rolls and initiating fast breaks, ball handling, inbounding, and receiving the ball from the sidelines. These seemingly basic and straightforward exercises proved invaluable for Jiang Hao, a complete novice. They not only prevented players from running out of position, a mistake sure to provoke the coach's ire, but also facilitated a better understanding among teammates. As these individuals were playing and training together for the first time, they had yet to grasp who excelled in post-play, who was left-handed, who could penetrate, and who was a sharpshooter. This positioning practice also enabled everyone to become familiar with each other's playing styles. When Zhu Wan referred to Jiang Hao, he noted that Jiang Hao was a defensively adept forward. While his offensive role was minimal, his participation in offensive positioning was merely to occupy the corner and create space for his teammates. Ahem. Jiang Hao stood awkwardly in the corner, listening to Zhu Wan outline the offensive strategies for the Development League's 185-pound player, Xiao He. It was evident from this brief statement that the team intended to mold him into a defensive player. In defensive situations, he was tasked with guarding the opposing small forwards or tall shooting guards, and he was also responsible for pursuing fast breaks. Perhaps his scouting report highlighted his lateral quickness and relatively swift pace as a defensive forward. Indeed, it seemed that the coaches had overlooked his offensive potential during the tryouts. Now, it was time to demonstrate his skills on the court. The CBA system was finally set to showcase its prowess in an official 5v5 match. While many players in the Summer League lacked NBA caliber, Leonard undoubtedly possessed it. Meanwhile, he was likely to face off against a rugged forward from San Diego State University. In a nearby high school gym, the Miami Heat's upcoming opponent, the Spurs, was engaged in focused training. Kawhi, a coach, advised, "The opposing team has an Asian forward whose defense is likely to be weak. If he takes the court tomorrow, exploit that weakness and attack him relentlessly. Are you prepared?" Chapter 20. Jong Hao vs. Kawhi Leonard. The Spurs Summer League head coach, alongside lead assistant Messina, addressed the rookie acquired in a trade for George Hill, saying, "When you encounter him, be decisive in your approach." Kawhi replied succinctly, glancing at the opponent's roster where Jong's name stood out prominently. "Make sure to finish watching Michael Jordan's tapes and study them thoroughly," he added. Leonard returned to practice, as Messina conversed with a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, expressing hope that Kawhi would gradually undergo an offensive transformation. Messina reassured him, "Mr. RC, let us take it step by step. First, aim for an average of 20 points in the Summer League." Although the rookie's shooting percentage was low during training, indicating a lack of stable offensive skills, he differed from Jong in that he was a lottery pick and a vital prospect for the team's future. His defensive ranking, however, was among the top 3 in his draft class. If his offense was raw, the solution was practice. The Summer League presented an excellent opportunity to hone his one-on-one capabilities. The first day of the Summer League commenced with the Spurs facing the Heat. The match took place in a modest training facility, broadcasted only by a local Las Vegas television station, with a sparse audience comprised mainly of team staff and personnel from other teams. Given the absence of star players, the most prominent participant for the Spurs was last year's undrafted player, Gariniel, the only one in the rotation. The Heat's roster was filled with rookies, none of whom had played in an NBA regular season game. Jong Hao reflected that the gym resembled his high school's sports hall. Times had indeed changed. Future Summer League games would be commercialized, filled with various spectacles, while the 2023 Summer League would have extensive media coverage. Currently, Las Vegas was not the home court for any team, resulting in a lack of fans and broadcast outlets, rendering the event more akin to a friendly match between the two teams. The NBA relied on star players to promote the Summer League in Las Vegas, as teams were required to send their top stars to attend games as the event progressed. For instance, Coach Popovich and Tony Parker were already seated in the second row for today's game, while the Heat's Spoelstra, Joel Anthony, Turieff, and Battier were present on the sidelines. More star players would surely come to observe the rookies' performances, as the Summer League served as both a fashion showcase and an interview opportunity. The match commenced, although it was merely a friendly game without bearing on the standings. For the players, the next 5 games would be pivotal in determining their professional destinies. The intensity was palpable from the outset. Bojan initiated the offensive, but was intercepted by Leonard, leading to a swift counterattack that saw the Heat's power forward decisively thwarted. The effects of the Heat's rigorous training were evident, as they displayed superior speed and enthusiasm. However, the Spurs boasted a roster filled with exceptional talent. Gariniel, though seemingly ordinary, received the ball, dribbled once, and launched a jump shot from beyond the arc, sinking it effortlessly. This exemplified the stark contrast between an NBA rotational player and the current crop of inexperienced rookies. The Spurs excelled at cultivating such singularly skilled players. Indeed, Danny Green was absent, leaving only those proficient in one specific role. Jong Hao overheard Jalen Williams and several scouts engaged in discussion in the second row. As the first quarter concluded, the Spurs held a slender lead of 4 points, 20-16. The contrasting styles of play between the two teams were evident. Aside from Bojan, the Heat relied heavily on a cadre of muscular, tenacious players who relentlessly attacked the basket, resulting in an intensely competitive atmosphere. The fouls had already accumulated to 10 in just one quarter, and thankfully, the Summer League operates under a 10-foul graduation rule. Otherwise, it was unlikely that any players would remain on the court by the fourth quarter. Conversely, the Spurs employed fewer isolation plays and leaned more towards a structured approach. Even when they managed to halt the Heat's advances, they still needed to execute tactical movements as directed by Messina from the sidelines. However, due to a lack of synergy and individual skill among the players, many plays devolved into mistakes or missed shots. Had it not been for Gariniel, the elite sharpshooter who sank 3 3-pointers, the Spurs would likely have found themselves trailing. The atmosphere was devoid of commentary or the exuberant announcements of a DJ. Instead, the court echoed with the players' fervent shouts, contributing to a swift pace of play. Jung Hao, diligently waving his towel on the sidelines, remained intensely focused. He noted that the Heat, having undergone rigorous training, were indeed more formidable, with their players exhibiting a fervent desire to perform. It was widely recognized that the Spurs favored a more gradual approach, meticulously assessing and nurturing talent, whereas the Heat operated under the understanding that if a player faltered in one game, they might not see the court in the next. Given the Summer League's propensity for daily roster changes, if opportunities were not seized during the Summer League, the forthcoming window of the preseason would offer far fewer chances for playing time. As for when he might finally take the court himself, Jung Hao was not overly anxious. As long as he could participate, he would take the opportunity to observe his opponents, particularly the future All-Star, Kawhi Leonard. The main concern was that the Heat had not played a single intra-squad game, leaving no one aware of his enhanced three-point shooting ability. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be on the court by now. As the second quarter commenced, Gariniel donned his training attire and took a seat on the bench, indicating that the spotlight would likely shift to the rookies of both teams. Indeed, once he exited the game, Leonard, who had primarily been a defensive specialist, found himself with increased opportunities to handle the ball. In the first quarter, Leonard did not actively seek the ball, focusing instead on tight defense and support, achieving 2 steals and 2 blocks, showcasing the defensive potential of this rookie. After observing the first quarter, Coach Spoelstra recognized the significance of Leonard's selection by the Spurs. They had finally secured a robust wing defender to complement their core trio of Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker. His offensive game appeared equally straightforward during the Summer League. In the second quarter, he faced Bojan Bogdanovic, creating space for 2 isolation plays. The first play saw him drive from the free throw line into the paint for a layup. The second involved him backing down his defender, skillfully pivoting and powering through Bogdanovic for a high-flying finish, earning a foul in the process. 2-1. The Spurs coaching staff rose in applause, clearly highlighting the disparity between a lottery pick and a second-round selection. With his long arms and large hands, it is no wonder he was named the best defensive player. As Jung Hao marveled at the prodigious talent of the young player, he was promptly substituted onto the court by Juwan Howard. Jung, it's your turn. Give him an inch, and his shooting becomes erratic. Maintain your position. Even if it costs you dearly, ensure he does not penetrate the paint. Understood? Bojan, who had just been replaced, exchanged a fist bump with Jung Hao, his expression a mixture of frustration and determination. This Kawhi relies heavily on brute strength, so be cautious not to be knocked over. Rest assured. Jung Hao adjusted his sneakers, tucked in his jersey, and trotted onto the court. There were no cheers. No one paid him any heed, and the atmosphere was devoid of fans or media from the homeland. In a decade, it would require a separate news segment for players from his country to step onto the stage. However, for Jung Hao, an exhilarating wave of passion surged within him as he felt rejuvenated, as if he were 19 once more, ready to seize the opportunity on the Summer League battlefield this time. He vowed not to leave any regrets. Leonard stepped up for free throws, and Jung Hao charged in from the perimeter to grab the rebound. But the ball found its way through the net. Mikal Gladness passed the ball to the agile player, and Jung Hao positioned himself at the right corner as per their pregame strategy. The agile player crossed half-court and executed a screen, attempting a three-pointer that fell short, resulting in a rebound for the Spurs. Jung Hao swiftly returned to defense, closely marking the player he was assigned to, Kawhi Leonard. The Summer League lacked any intricate defensive strategies. It was merely a matter of man-to-man coverage and navigating through screens. Therefore, Jung Hao needed to focus solely on his assigned opponent. Leonard, with his somewhat unkempt braids, upon recognizing the yellow-skinned player he had mentioned prior to the game, eagerly called for the ball. He then proceeded to dribble for an astonishing 22 seconds, leaving the entire arena in a state of bewilderment. What was this small forward attempting to accomplish? Jung Hao refrained from recklessly attempting a steal. Instead, he patiently awaited his opponent's misstep. The longer you dribble before me, the more the system is inclined to act. Ultimately, he observed as his adversary stubbornly held onto the ball for a staggering 22 seconds without passing. It was only in the final 2 seconds that he forcefully broke through on the right side. Jung Hao raised his hands in surrender, only to be called for a defensive foul, resulting in 2 free throws. What on earth is this? It seemed that the system remained dormant this time. Yet this style of play hardly resembled Leonard's. Having watched numerous games featuring him, Jiang knew that Leonard rarely dribbled for more than 10 seconds. It was astonishing that he dragged it out to the very end to draw a foul. Furthermore, did Kawhi really resort to such tactics to draw a foul? He made 1 out of 2 free throws, while the Heat's diminutive player continued his solo efforts. His attempt to break through was thwarted by Leonard's timely help defense, inciting gasps from the crowd. Nevertheless, after securing the ball, Leonard continued to advance despite Jiang Hao's immediate half-court pressure. Even Tony Parker in the stands could no longer bear it. Hey, pass to the point guard. Meanwhile, the Spurs rookie point guard, Joseph, awaited the opportunity to receive the ball. Yet, Kawhi stubbornly dribbled past half-court, tightly guarded by Jiang Hao, provoking Jiang's ire. Did he really disregard my presence? Just as Leonard approached the 8-second mark to cross half-court, Jiang Hao cleverly took a step back, causing Leonard to lose his balance and mishandle the ball. In an instant, Jiang accelerated forward, stealing the ball and propelling it towards the front court. Joseph quickly retreated to defend the paint, aiming to thwart Jiang's fast break layup. To everyone's astonishment, however, Jiang positioned himself just beyond the three-point line and raised his hand to shoot. Chapter 21. Dominating Defense Against the FMVP. You cannot even best an undrafted player? Could this be real? Is this kid insane? Leonard's mishandling of the ball stemmed from the fact that it was not his intended play. The steal was anticipated by those on the sidelines, especially considering Jiang's physique was decidedly slimmer than Leonard's, granting him a speed and agility advantage that made the interception quite reasonable. Yet, it was Jiang Hao's subsequent choice that left everyone in utter disbelief. After intercepting the ball, Jiang Hao found himself facing the shorter point guard, Joseph. Instead of charging into the paint with full force in a one-on-one situation, he opted to decelerate, momentarily pausing just beyond the three-point line. As Leonard rushed in for a defensive play, he smoothly completed his shooting motion without glancing at his teammates and decisively released a three-pointer. Amidst the astonished gazes of the Heat players, the basketball arched gracefully and swished through the net. 3 points scored. What a remarkable debut. Juwan Howard, who had been ready to unleash a tirade just moments before, now offered a subtle applause as encouragement. Did he just come in and score? Is this kid a microwave? Chuckled Battier from the stands, well aware of the challenge of making a three-pointer upon entering the game, especially since Jiang Hao had barely touched the ball. Impressive. Quite intriguing. I would have driven straight to the basket, he mused. Ronnie Turieff was equally astonished, noting that while Boyan had needed 3 attempts to sink one, this young talent from the East managed to do it in a single effort. His rhythm is commendable. You wouldn't believe he plays like a seasoned 29-year-old during tryouts, Spoelstra remarked. Indeed, any other player would have charged in, or at the very least, drawn a foul. Could it be that he possesses great confidence in his shooting? Battier interjected. Spoelstra remained unfazed. Having observed Jiang Hao during tryouts, he rarely made aggressive drives, favoring a rhythm-based game instead. Ultimately, this shot was an open opportunity, and whether it went in was a matter of luck. Sometimes, a feel for the game leads to immediate success. Taking a three-pointer with the right timing is not a bad move. Charging into the paint can often squander an open look. There are pros and cons to this style of play. In the NBA, one must master both speed and tempo, knowing when to drive and when to take it slow. Otherwise, one risks being thoroughly analyzed and outmatched by more seasoned players. Coaches generally hope that rookies can exhibit some aggression to boost morale, as most teams are rife with veteran players who excel at the game. However, Jiang Hao's defense during this possession was commendable, reminiscent of isolating against James Jones. No worries, Joseph, your defensive choices were sound, Messina reassured, patting Joseph on the back. Your position in the fast break was spot on, while a three-pointer might miss. A layup is a guaranteed score. Kawhi, pass the ball, he exclaimed, needing to reprimand Leonard, who, despite his usually stoic demeanor, had squandered his opportunity to pass when given the ball. Parker and head coach Popovich shared a laugh. If it were the regular season, would you bench him immediately? Popovich rolled his eyes. Not a chance. In the ensuing plays, Leonard hardly attempted to score, yet Jiang Hao found another opportunity for a three-pointer from the corner, sinking it effortlessly. With 2 successful shots and 6 points to his name, Jiang Hao's confidence surged, and he became more active offensively and defensively. Instead of clinging to Leonard, he chose to assist Joseph during his drive, momentarily leaving Leonard open, relying on his experience since Leonard had struggled with three-point shooting early in his career. To Jiang Hao's surprise, Joseph indeed passed to the wide-open Leonard. The Spurs' tactical discipline demanded that open shots be taken. Leonard's large hands, measuring 28.5 centimeters, launched a three-pointer that ricocheted off the back of the rim, producing a resounding clang. Hey, You can't even hit that shot when left open? Is this what a lottery pick looks like? Having been on the court for 5 minutes and finding his rhythm, Jiang Hao even toyed with the idea of trash talking. After all, he was up against the future finals MVP, Leonard, and felt compelled to test the waters. While the other Spurs players might not have made it to the NBA, Jiang Hao aimed to engage with a future star and experience the NBA atmosphere. To his surprise, Leonard seemed to take the bait. Although he remained silent and his skin showed no visible flush, his defensive posture tightened. With his long arms now draped around Jiang Hao's waist, closely tracking his movements. This time, Jiang Hao opted to slip along the baseline. And upon noticing that he had gained a step on Leonard, the European big man delivered a pass. However, this was a deliberate maneuver by Kawhi. How could Jiang Hao demonstrate his defensive prowess if he didn't receive the ball? Jiang Hao received a high pass from Mikkel Gladnys. With a simple one-handed reverse layup fake, he left Kawhi Leonard momentarily stunned. As the opposing center rushed to assist, Jiang executed a pocket pass directly to Gladnys, who seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful two-handed dunk, an assist leading to a thunderous dunk. The Spurs called for a timeout. This undrafted player showcased remarkable agility. It feels, I can only sense it, Mr. Spoelstra, that his basketball IQ on the court surpasses that of his peers. Scout Jalen Williams whispered in Spoelstra's ear. Spoelstra remained silent, stroking his chin while continuing to observe. During the timeout, Messina angrily instructed Leonard to retaliate, exploit him single-handedly. Do you understand? You're a lottery pick. He is merely undrafted. His command, reminiscent of Coach Popovich, lacked the necessary fervor. As the game resumed, Jiang Hao continued to closely guard Leonard, who received the ball directly. Following the coaching staff's directives, Leonard targeted the slender Asian forward for a one-on-one. Leonard initiated contact by lowering his shoulder, intending to teach the undrafted player a lesson. However, Jiang surprisingly withstood the initial impact, refusing to yield. Come on, bring it on. Jiang relished the challenge, maintaining his ground, even as the collision left him feeling battered. One must acknowledge that Leonard's broad shoulders and muscular build make him a natural force. Fortunately, he had yet to transform into the heavy-set power forward he would become 3 years later. Otherwise, Jiang might have been sent flying. Yet, upon realizing he could not overpower Jiang, Leonard unexpectedly abandoned his physical approach. Pulling the ball back to face the basket and starting a series of dribbles between his legs to find his rhythm. His long arms allowed for this awkward maneuver, but Jiang consistently disrupted his attempts. He understood Leonard's intention to break through, but thought to himself, what do you think you're doing? Can you outpace me? I may be 2 centimeters shorter, but I'm also a good 10 kilograms lighter. The two Spurs guards watched in disbelief. Wait a moment, you're a power forward. What are you doing with those fancy dribbles? The most audacious moment came when, with the shot clock winding down, Leonard retreated a step inside the three-point line to attempt a shot. Jiang leaped high to contest it, but Leonard, unlike James Jones, executed the move too slowly, resulting in a complete airball. What a flurry of action, only to see the shot miss entirely. This reminded Jiang of a familiar figure from the CBA. Chapter 22, A Familiar Sensation. The moment was strikingly reminiscent. He finally recalled who it resembled. It was strikingly similar to a CBA dribbling prodigy, the one and only Yai Control. At first, Jiang Hao believed that the playing style of Kawhi in his inaugural professional year was characterized by a preference for ball dominance. After all, he was not an avid fan of Leonard and was only aware of his rough beginnings, lacking insight into his collegiate playing style. In the initial rounds, it seemed that he had not yet adapted to the standards of the CBA. However, it now appears that he may have been influenced by Guadalupe. Does not Gore revel in orchestrating frenetic ball movement at the top of the arc before attempting unreliable shots? He is notoriously known in the CBA for his refusal to pass. As long as he is not allowed to penetrate the paint, his shooting poses little threat. How amusing. As Jiang Hao engaged in the offensive play, a smile crept upon his lips. It was no wonder that in the previous rounds, his prowess had gone unnoticed. To be candid, Little K's performance lacked the fluidity exhibited by Allen. Guo ball handling skills were undoubtedly at an NBA level. Yet his shooting had not been honed before his transition, let alone Little K, who had yet to refine his own technique. In his past life, Guo had a significant connection with him. During Jiang Hao's brief CBA career, there was a saying that referred to the Northern Iloan and Southern Jiang. These two prodigies symbolized the future of men's basketball in the guard and forward positions, yet one succumbed to injuries while the other faltered due to shooting deficiencies. In his previous life, Jiang Hao maintained a rather amicable relationship with the easygoing Guo. During the 2012 Asian Games, They had exchanged heated words on the court due to Guashao's reluctance to pass the ball. Now, witnessing someone play in a manner reminiscent of his own stirred deep sentiments within him. However, to little K, this nostalgia was perceived as provocation, a blatant affront. What was so amusing? Did he find it humorous that he had missed a shot? During a straightforward play on the offensive end, a long arm, akin to a vice, suddenly struck Jiang Hao's hand, prompting the referee to call a foul. Jiang Hao yelped in pain, exclaiming, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he grasped Kawhi's jersey, ready to escalate the situation, only to be swiftly restrained by his teammates, including the nearby Juwan Howard. Leonard, upon having his jersey tugged, showed no inclination to retaliate. Instead, he retreated until his teammates escorted him to the bench, swiftly bringing the minor altercation to a close. The game continued, though Jiang Hao was temporarily substituted for rest due to the redness on his arm. Should this retaliatory act by Leonard be replayed during the regular season, he would undoubtedly receive a technical foul. He was rattled. "Don't be angry, Jiang. Well done." Juwan Howard relished such tenacious displays from players. Successfully defending while provoking the opponent was something the Heat always encouraged. After all, basketball was a battle. "I know. Thankfully, I've recovered." Jiang Hao moved his bruised arm and exclaimed in frustration, "Mad, that nearly broke my bones. Can't we just go straight at it?" The psychological endurance of Leonard, later lauded as the immovable mountain of a robot, seemed rather lacking. Was this really it? Could it be that he has succumbed to the emotional quirks and pressures akin to Guashao? The Heat players and management in the audience wore smiles as they witnessed Jiang Hao boldly confronting Leonard. Truth be told, they feared that Asian players might be too soft, especially recalling the likes of Ha Xingjian from previous years. It wasn't discrimination, it was a genuine concern that aside from Yao, Asian players often exhibited a gentler demeanor on the court. They were apprehensive that Jiang might also embody such a playing style. Little did they expect, however, that alongside his formidable defense, his character was equally resilient. His mental fortitude appeared commendable. Jalen Williams promptly noted this observation in the scouting report. Meanwhile, the Spurs coaching staff was seething with frustration. What was this 15th overall pick doing? A common thought emerged among them. George Hill was traded for this? Popovich threw up his hands in exasperation. If not for the absence of Spurs president R.C. Buford, the latter would have been left utterly embarrassed. Popovich had a fondness for George Hill, envisioning him as the successor to Parker at point guard, yet Buford insisted on acquiring a wing defender, leading to this trade. Judging by the current performance, Kawhi seemed somewhat lackluster. Despite his robust appearance, he struggled to score, and defensively, he faltered mentally before he even began. "Kawhi, take a seat on the bench and reflect," Messina declared, opting to sideline Leonard for the second quarter. Leonard, seemingly expressionless, gasped for breath, his eyes wide as he grappled with confusion, replaying his previous gameplay in a cycle of deep self-doubt. Why did I play like that? It wasn't until the mid-third quarter that Jiang Hao faced Leonard again. Prior to this, he had made brief appearances, performing adequately. However, with Leonard on the court, Jiang's motivation surged. Previously matched against a slew of players unfit for the NBA was simply unexciting. As he entered the game, Leonard executed a pick and roll, delivering a low-post fadeaway shot reminiscent of a frame-stalled Jordan. All right, so we're employing Garnier for a screen. The Spurs sent Garnier to support Leonard, ensuring he was shielded. Garnier, having spent 2 years as a rotation player for the Spurs, excelled at timing his screens. Though he appeared slender, he nonetheless provided Leonard with a solid wall. As long as Jiang Hao wasn't involved, Leonard's performance remained commendable. Yet when faced with Jiang, he didn't seem to play at the level expected of a lottery pick. In defensive sequences, it was Leonard's responsibility to guard Jiang Hao, a task he was proficient at. However, the Heat had their own strategies. During halftime, Juwan suggested that the center could set screens without the ball along the baseline. Observing the first half, it appeared the Spurs were weak against corner defense. Although the outcome of the Summer League was inconsequential, the newly appointed head assistant coach still aspired to secure a victory. Thus, as Mikal Gladness noted Leonard's persistent defense on Jiang, he executed a swift turn to block Leonard in the paint. Jiang dashed to the corner, receiving a pass from a development league guard from Africa under Neil's pressure. African brother. Jiang Hao swiftly released a three-point shot, and the ball swished through the net. What? Am I not being fouled? After scoring, Jiang Hao raised his shooting hand triumphantly, playfully taunting Leonard. It seems that playing alongside the legendary talents of his past life invigorates him, rendering him impervious to fatigue. Leonard, having only just managed to rein in his emotions, found himself disheartened once again as Jiang Hao effortlessly sank another three-pointer. Why? Why can this fellow score with such ease while I, under his defense, can only manage to hit the rim? In the next play, he attempted a pick-and-roll three-pointer. Although Jiang Hao did not exert much pressure, Leonard lacked the capability to capitalize. The rim echoed with a resounding clang. Is this kid out of his mind? Wasn't he supposed to follow instructions? Messina, on the sidelines, was pulling his hair out. He had just advised Leonard during halftime to limit his shots and focus on honing his interior scoring skills. Yet, upon seeing Jiang Hao, he lost his composure. Leonard's 3-4-11 shooting was simply unacceptable, even in the Summer League. In stark contrast, Jiang Hao effortlessly outmaneuvered Leonard beyond the three-point line, taking a single dribble to the free throw line for a smooth jump shot, now 4 for 5 overall, with 3-4-3 from downtown, amassing 11 points. This rising star from the Celestial Empire seldom shoots, but when he does, he scores. After witnessing the shot, Spoelstra rose from his seat and patted a blonde assistant coach named Eric Glass on the shoulder, saying, "This young man is quite impressive. Did you give him special training?" Note: Eric Glass, who has assisted Coach Spoelstra for 5 years, specializes in refining players' shooting techniques and helping them discover their optimal shooting styles, significantly improving their shooting percentages. Nonsense. I barely have time to coach James. Eric Glass shrugged, claiming he had not known this young man before tonight. Furthermore, his shooting form appeared flawless, requiring no guidance from me. Chapter 23. The Great Bird's Bravado. Would 2 first-round picks be enough for Hill? Oh, I almost forgot. Asian guards generally have excellent shooting skills. Spoelstra recalled his scouting days while treasure hunting in the Philippines and South Korea. Their players, though lacking in natural talent, exhibited remarkable shooting accuracy under no pressure. Particularly in South Korea, basketball coaches from kindergarten through university teach students to emulate Kobe Bryant's shooting form, making it both standard and precise. As the king of Asian basketball, the Celestial Empire should also possess such precision, especially considering the likes of Liu Yudong and Hu Weidong, who dazzled at the Olympics with their shooting prowess. Yet, in reality, the shooting accuracy of guards from the Celestial Empire has declined over the years, with no sharpshooters emerging since Wang Qizhu and Zhu Ba. Jiang Hao had just diminished Leonard's shooting percentage. If CBA players were truly proficient from beyond the arc, Leonard would not be doubting himself to such an extent. He may be rough around the edges, but he is far from inept on the court. His relentless training regimen was a key reason the Spurs selected him. Practicing 300 three-pointers daily is no mere endeavor. However, in his Summer League debut today, it seemed all that effort was in vain. As the third quarter drew to a close, Leonard, undeterred, attempted another three-pointer, only to miss again, and he did not shoot again for the remainder of the game. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao, after playing for half of the fourth quarter, was substituted out. For some reason, he appeared somewhat fatigued against opponents lacking NBA experience, not making as significant an impact as Leonard. Throughout the game, he ran back and forth, playing quite ordinarily, taking opportunities to shoot or pass, adhering to the fundamentals without any standout moments. He felt somewhat exposed, realizing that in his past life, he could not perform in such a competitive game. It was akin to how Ding Yuhang, the strongest small forward from the Celestial Empire, couldn't average 10 points in the Summer League. The pace was too swift, the physicality too intense, and the actions too exaggerated. Were it not for his newfound shooting prowess, Jiang Hao might have struggled to reach double digits. His CBA playing style would not have shown in the Summer League without the support of his shooting ability, who would be intimidated by him. Even if his opponents were faked out, they would not hesitate to foul him to prevent scoring. Given the frequent fouls in the Summer League and the absence of explosive athleticism among players from the Celestial Empire, during his break, Jiang Hao reflected on his performance in the game. His ball handling and breakthrough ability were virtually non-existent under such intense pressure. The defensive players were perhaps 5 to 6 times more formidable than those in the previous CBA. When Leonard defended against his dribbling, it felt nearly impossible to focus on the basket, as he constantly had to be vigilant to prevent the ball from being stolen. At just 19 years old, Jiang Hao still has a long journey ahead in terms of explosiveness, ball control, and physical confrontation. Nevertheless, his debut in the Summer League was already quite remarkable. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the score stood at 97-85 in favor of the Heat. After exchanging brief greetings from a distance, everyone received the statistics sheet before departing. Jiang Hao played for 19 minutes, successfully landing 7 out of 11 attempts, accumulating 18 points, 3 assists, 1 rebound, 2 steals, and 1 turnover. including an impressive 4 out of 5 from beyond the arc. The highest scorer for the Heat was Bojan, who made 10 out of 25 attempts, securing 24 points, 4 assists, and 4 rebounds. However, in their post-game analysis, the Heat scarcely mentioned Jiang Hao, merely noting that his ability to capitalize on open shots was commendable and that he displayed commendable defensive zeal. In this match, Jiang Hao's sample was rather limited, unlike Bojan, who consistently faced heavy defensive pressure during his individual efforts. Jiang Hao's performance felt more akin to that of a pure role player. Jiang Hao attempted 11 shots, with 9 of them taken from wide-open positions, particularly from beyond the arc, as he refrained from shooting unless he was unguarded. The rationale behind the victory was quite straightforward. The Miami Heat's bench, including Jiang Hao, exhibited a clear superiority over that of the Spurs, showcasing a greater determination to compete. At that moment, Jalen Williams leaned in and whispered to Jiang Hao, "You might consider showcasing your individual skills a bit more. Observe how players in the G League take 20 shots." Jiang Hao shook his head in denial, contemplating the formidable defensive Leonard. Aside from the three-pointer he managed to make, he knew that unless he was wide open, attempting a pull-up or a drive in front of Leonard was simply out of the question. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Without the capability to create opportunities, it was unwise to force the issue. His performance had already met the expectations set by the Heat for his debut. Simply making open shots and avoiding mistakes on both ends of the court sufficed. There was no need for Jiang Hao to assume a primary offensive role. Hence his tally of 18 points drew no criticism, while Bojan faced rebuke for his excessive and unreasonable shot attempts. Asian players tended to be more composed, perhaps out of fear of making errors. The assistant coaches briefly discussed this, while Jalen Williams, sitting at the back, pondered whether being so composed at the age of 19 wasn't a good thing. He thought it unfair that they wouldn't commend him simply because he wasn't a local player, especially since they didn't allow Jiang Hao to handle the ball more. In the Heat's locker room, Jiang Hao was still lamenting Leonard's defensive pressure with Bojan. Meanwhile, Leonard was enduring a torrent of criticism from the Spurs for his performance. 6 out of 19 shots, 15 points, 6 rebounds, 0 assists, 3 turnovers, and 3 steals. His statistics paled in comparison to those of a second-round pick, and even fell short of an undrafted player. Leonard remained silent, his mind muddled by the surrounding noise. His uncle, who also served as his agent, had been summoned by Popovich to discuss his several ill-advised shot attempts. "You're his uncle, you tell me. Isn't he a bit rebellious?" The scout report on Leonard described him as a taciturn, unassuming warrior, diligent and capable of handling tough tasks, traits that aligned perfectly with Spurs culture and the coaching staff's preference for obedient, blue-collar players. Yet, he had shown a marked disregard for assistant Messina's directives in this first summer league game. To everyone's surprise, Leonard's uncle was quite articulate. "He never behaves this way. Don't worry, I'll guide him when we get home. Rest assured. He is a potential star worthy of a max contract." Popovich retorted, "I would prefer to hear him say that himself." Leonard, however, continued to stare blankly at the stat sheet, feeling inadequate as he struggled to compete even against undrafted players, leading him to doubt himself. Popovich, observing Leonard's demeanor, left in frustration, reflecting on R.C. Buford's questionable judgment in selecting such a wooden player. Meanwhile, Larry Bird, the Pacers president, couldn't contain his laughter upon hearing the scout recount the previous game's events. "Popovich, one day you will fall into my hands," he chuckled, considering the Spurs' decision to trade last season's George Hill, who averaged 12 points, 3 assists, and 3 rebounds, for a rookie. "Thank you for the starting point guard." Looking at Leonard's numbers, Bird felt he had struck gold with this trade. Other teams in the league shared in his amusement. Many general managers who had been duped by the Spurs chuckling to themselves in the comfort of their homes. Could the Spurs, once renowned for their draft acumen, become the subject of ridicule in the upcoming draft? Bird, in a moment of bravado, sent a message to R.C. Buford. "No returns, my friend. Or how about 2 first-round picks if you want George Hill back?" Chapter 24. Achievements flourish, system rewards abound. The Pacers are thriving. The Spurs lottery pick underperformed compared to the Heat's second-round selection. The Heat's undrafted player even outscored the lottery pick, trading George Hill to elevate Joseph, the 30th pick performing better than the 15th. By the time Jiang Hao finished his grooming and arrived in the locker room, Reddit's basketball forum was already buzzing with discussions about the game. The summer league and preseason for the Spurs drew considerable attention, as fans eagerly anticipated whether the newly drafted rookies would be gems, recalling the remarkable finds like Ginobili, Parker, and Danny Green that had left the league in awe. Thus, the spotlight on the Spurs rookie Leonard was far brighter than that on the Heat. And what was the outcome? Moreover, Joseph, the Spurs' own 30th pick, had outperformed Leonard, shooting 9 out of 14, demonstrating excellent rhythm. Consider this. If we had taken Joseph at 15 and Leonard at 30, wouldn't that ease your minds? But no. The 15th pick was acquired in exchange for my beloved George Hill. I heard Leonard clashed with this player from the East, who even had the audacity to confront him. Pathetic coward. I always said he was worth the 15th pick. Reading these comments made Jiang Hao feel somewhat embarrassed. The situation had escalated from a mere contest to a spectacle of ridicule. The most amusing part was that when the two exited to take the bus back to the hotel, they locked eyes and both paused awkwardly, momentarily caught off guard. Jiang Hao took the initiative to greet him with a nod, harboring a sense of reconciliation. Being new to the NBA, he certainly wished to avoid making enemies. And he felt indifferent towards Leonard, not having any intent to provoke him, while other fans might have their own favorite players to criticize. Jiang Hao maintained a rather neutral stance, focusing predominantly on the essence of the game. One could say that encountering me in the first match of the Summer League was an unfortunate stroke of luck for him, as he became the inaugural victim of Jiang Hao's professional journey. Kawhi, perceiving Jiang Hao's cheerful nod as a renewed humiliation for being an undrafted player, finally uttered a remark, "I do not wish to see you." Though the words were harsh, his demeanor bore a hint of vulnerability. "All right, see you in the regular season." Haha. With a playful grin, Jiang Hao boarded the fiery team bus, reflecting on the necessity of showing leniency towards the victims. In such a stern environment as the Spurs, he surely had not been enjoying himself these past few days. The team's ranking stood at a dismal minus 10,086. After this match, the gears of Leonard's destiny had shifted, diverging from his former life, which added a delightful twist to the narrative. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall squarely upon the shoulders of those possessing NBA-caliber skills. Regardless, I now revel in the rewards I have garnered from you. As the game concluded, a flurry of system notifications erupted in Jiang Hao's mind. Now seated on the bus, he could afford a moment of respite amidst the rhythmic sounds of his teammates' snores. Simultaneously, he mentally cataloged the system rewards he had acquired from this encounter. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. First appearance representing an NBA team. Reward: Gary Neal's ball handling shooting technique experience package. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. First score in an NBA event. Reward: Kawhi Leonard's healthy eating experience package. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. First double-digit score in an NBA event. Reward: Permanent enhancement of Kawhi Leonard's ankle strength. Truly, the system seems to possess an abundance of treasures. As Jiang Hao reveled in the transformations occurring within his body and mind, he couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary rewards of his professional debut. The first skill enhancement package for Garinial, as delineated by the system, pertained to Garinial's remarkably fluid technique of evading defenders followed by a sudden stop and jump shot. This signature move of the Spurs sharpshooter, in simpler terms, would significantly augment Jiang Hao's experience in shooting while in possession of the ball, particularly when compared to the catch-and-shoot prowess of James Jones. Jiang Hao harbors a profound admiration for the player, especially considering that he is a sharpshooter meticulously nurtured by the Spurs from the developmental league. This evening's choices in shooting and his acute awareness of the opponent's defensive strategies have truly left Jiang Hao in awe on several occasions. He, too, experienced a moment when Neal effortlessly maneuvered past him, executing a shot with remarkable ease, reminiscent of Jiang Hao's own style, never taking a shot unless he is wide open. The second reward, however, possesses a touch of humor. It appears to be aimed at maintaining one's physique. It is well known that Leonard boasts the most impressive body fat-to-muscle ratio among this year's rookies. His explosive yet defined biceps and the robust musculature enveloping his scapula form an exemplary shield of shoulder muscles, an essential area for small forwards to develop. A forward lacking a formidable shoulder to impose upon smaller guards certainly cannot ascend to stardom. Remarkably, Kawhi has even cultivated 2 muscle protrusions on his shoulders, reminiscent of mechanical components, later dubbed mechanical bones by future commentators. According to the system, this is all attributable to Kawhi's disciplined diet. Indeed, regardless of whether Kawhi is sidelined due to rest or injury, his physique remains impeccably sculpted. Consequently, Jiang Hao's mind is brimming with an array of healthy dietary plans. This notion of health transcends mere consumption of broccoli, tuna, and chicken breast. It encompasses the timing of such meals, alongside indulgences like hamburgers, fried chicken, and barbecues. Striking a balance in one's diet is a challenging endeavor. In his previous life, Jiang Hao encountered few trainers capable of achieving this equilibrium. Thus, the system's provision of this reward proves quite practical for him, as he is not yet a superstar, lacking a dietary team or personal trainers. Now, the third reward is even more pragmatic. The permanent enhancement of Kawhi Leonard's ankle strength is undoubtedly a treasure trove of benefits. Jiang Hao instinctively touched his ankle, which had evidently become more resilient and robust. Although it did not possess the extraordinary durability of players like Westbrook, Muggsy, or Stockton, it was nonetheless a product of Leonard's rigorous training at his weight class. Maneuvering a 93 kilograms frame with such agility was no trivial feat. Leonard's weight training undoubtedly surpassed Jiang's own, and the added pressure on his ankles cultivated an unyielding stability that served him well during matches. Consequently, there were numerous instances during the tryouts where Leonard appeared to struggle with his jumps, only to suddenly execute a surprising dunk, relying on his powerful lower body to displace his opponents. The essence of dominance on an NBA court lies in the strength of one's ankles. In a previous life, Jiang Hao had retired due to ankle issues, making him acutely aware of their significance. Unlike in his former existence, where Kawhi rarely exited games due to ankle injuries, more often succumbing to knee ailments, Jiang recognized that persistent foot fouls could be detrimental. Only players like Zaza Pachulia, notorious for their foot fouls, could manage to incapacitate someone like Kawhi. This illustrated the exceptional strength of his ankles, as most individuals would struggle to walk after a similar incident. This third reward alleviated much of Jiang's psychological burden concerning injury risks. His limited breakthroughs in the game were partly due to a fear of injury, as his mental age of 31 differed vastly from that of a 19-year-old. He subconsciously aimed to prolong his career. However, now that his ankle strength had improved, he felt emboldened to attempt more aggressive drives and full-speed defensive plays. The rewards had been distributed, and the host now possessed the following system enhancements: James Jones' three-point shooting skills, Gary Neal's ball-handling shooting experience, Kawhi Leonard's healthy diet knowledge, and a permanent boost to Kawhi Leonard's ankle strength. These may seem like minor rewards, yet they were invaluable to Jiang. He had not anticipated such benefits from the Summer League, especially the enhancement of his ankle strength, which significantly reduced his risk of injury. His greatest concern over the past few days was that the heat might overexert him. At only 19 years old, with his skeletal structure still developing, he could not afford to jeopardize his health with premature injuries. In the second game against the Nuggets, Jiang was eager to capitalize on his three new small rewards. As he entered the game as a substitute in the first quarter, his initial drive was thwarted by the Nuggets' first-round draft pick, Farid, who decisively blocked his shot. This incident rendered all of the Heat's players' drives ineffective that day. Farid, with his wild hair and beastly physique, was truly formidable. The Summer League was populated with young, unrefined players, and backcourt players typically preferred charging into the paint, while Farid thrived in dismantling the interior defense, evoking an uncanny resemblance to a Summer League version of Shaquille O'Neal. This experience marked Jiang's first encounter with the sheer absurdity of talent. An enhancement to his ankle strength and a healthier diet could not bridge the vast gap in innate ability. During his second attempt to penetrate the defense, he managed to evade Farid momentarily. However, relying on his explosive vertical leap, Farid soared again just as Jiang was about to shoot, leaving him in darkness. He had no choice but to pass, resulting in a forced turnover. Was this the essence of a half-beast? Truly, it was overwhelming. Jiang Hao was utterly astonished. In terms of dynamic talent, it seemed that Farid surpassed Leonard by a considerable margin. No wonder he is hailed by fans as the half-beast man. He truly is explosive. The concept of talent is indeed remarkable. In his previous life, Farid had a notable period during his rookie season with the Nuggets. Standing at 2.03 meters, he resembled Rodman, famously grabbing rebounds over Howard and snatching 5 consecutive boards from Gasol, a true jumping prodigy. It was imperative to score over him. This was Jiang Hao's objective for the evening. In the last game against the Spurs, he had relied solely on shooting, devoid of passion. This time, he had to break through and score, particularly against this beast of a player. If he didn't attempt it in the Summer League, he certainly wouldn't dare to try in the regular season. Years of playing experience taught him that when facing such leapers, one must either deceive them with feints or use one's body to shield and finish at the rim. After failing to deceive with a feint in the first half, he boldly charged into the paint in the second half when he had a screen and a switch. Yes, that's it. Go solo, just go for the one-on-one. He also wanted to see Jiang Hao's one-on-one capabilities as Jalen stood nearby, shouting in encouragement. With a fierce sound of muscle colliding, Farid stood his ground. And Jiang Hao was sent flying back a step, ultimately transforming his approach into a fading jump shot. The ball went in. Jiang Hao and Farid simultaneously let out a roar. This ball belonged to the space created by the deflection, which indeed constituted space. Jiang Hao seized this fleeting opportunity to break through and executed a turnaround jumper. Farid, unable to defend effectively, revealed his defensive shortcomings. His static physical attributes were lacking. And after engaging physically, he could not leap with full force. Merely judging by height and wingspan, he lacked the coverage of a towering forward. Thus, in frustration, Farid shouted. For Jiang Hao's release point was exceedingly high, leaving him to watch the ball leave Jiang Hao's hands. This point did not count. Although he had scored, Jiang Hao refused to regard it as a legitimate breakthrough. Once more. This time, Jiang Hao opted against a muscular confrontation, instead employing a feint to test his opponent. Colliding with this muscular figure felt akin to striking a steel plate. A direct confrontation was inadvisable, as he feared that such an encounter might cause him to regurgitate his breakfast. On this attempt, he once again cut to the basket. Receiving a pass from the European center, Jiang Hao dribbled forward, taking a large step past the white defender, turning to face the help defense from Farid. He could choose to pass to Mikhail Gladny's, yet given Farid's speed, he was certain he could still recover in time. Thus, Jiang Hao decisively dribbled swiftly toward Farid and opted for a forceful drive. In the confined space, he unexpectedly executed a floating shot feint that effortlessly sent Farid flying. However, this time, Jiang Hao did not pause. Instead, he completed the floating shot halfway, then took a significant stride to the other side of Farid, culminating in a one-handed dunk. Knowing the risks, he boldly challenged Farid, and to his astonishment, he succeeded. Down below, Dwayne Wade, who had come to watch the game, conversed with Anthony, who sat beside him. One was there to support the home team, while the other sought to engage in conversation about his former team. During a lackluster first half, they had wagered on who could successfully challenge Farid head-on. Ultimately, Jiang Hao, with his adept maneuvering in the paint, deftly evaded Farid's defense and executed a stunning dunk. The seasoned approach and stylish basketball moves of this player from the Celestial Empire left both of them in awe. Well, even Ju and Howard couldn't help but applaud. This was a rare highlight of the match. Surely, Farid would not recover from this. During the first half, Jiang Hao, after a notable breakthrough, recognized his rapid bounce. This time, when his opponent was momentarily caught off guard, he refrained from executing a straightforward layup. Instead, he leveraged his superior agility compared to Farid to maneuver the ball from the left side of the basket to the right, launching an attack. In this scenario, no matter how impressive Farid's vertical leap, he would still need to match Jiang Hao's footwork to contest the shot. Otherwise, a stationary jump would prove futile, as his wingspan would not suffice to establish a no-fly zone. Ultimately, opting for a dunk not only showcased his confidence but also mitigated the risk of Farid's swift response. Even if the dunk did not succeed, the contact would likely draw a foul, whereas a layup could easily be swatted away. Everything fell into place. It seems I am indeed capable. Once the ball swished through the net, Jiang Hao felt an immediate sense of relief. This was the kind of play he needed to bolster his confidence. In his previous life, having spent considerable time observing CBA matches, he often felt daunted by the prospect of challenging NBA-caliber big men. However, he realized that even among male basketball players, as long as one dares to make bold moves and fully exploit their advantages, success is attainable. Reflecting on this, it becomes evident that the collapse of certain privileged players in men's basketball stemmed in part from psychological frailties, trembling at the sight of black opponents and surrendering to white ones, only willing to compete against their own kind. In a similar vein, after Farid shot Jiang Hao a fierce glare, Jiang Hao retorted with bravado reminiscent of the bravado exhibited by a certain Mr. Zhang in the CBA. You dare to stare at me? In your face dunk. You nearly managed to stop me. You better learn how to properly regard me. Farid merely snorted, taken aback by the tenacity of this yellow-skinned adversary. A torrent of taunts lodged in his throat, left unspoken. But what was it to him? He wouldn't bite. Jiang Hao truly wished for the director of the Basketball Association, Xiaofang's son, to witness this scene repeatedly. This was what one might call authentic trash talk. This was the spirit that a forward from the Celestial Empire ought to embody. Alas, one can only lament that Xiaofang is neither the director of FIBA nor the president of the NBA. Note, when Zhang Junling uttered this remark, it was in response to his own malicious push leading to a foul, while he threatened the opposing local prodigy. Indeed, A few Chinese basketball fans in attendance were thoroughly exhilarated. Had this occurred during the regular season, it would have undoubtedly been a shining moment for the Chinese community. Never before had a backcourt player from the Celestial Empire showcased such a high degree of difficulty in scoring within the NBA. Sun Yu's few successful shots had all been mid-range efforts. This play also allowed the Heat players to exhale. As Boyan and the 185 centimeters player with a towel had thrown their towels in frustration, today, they were completely silenced by this number 22 rookie. This young man brings surprises in every game. Yes, but not excessively. Nonetheless, it is undeniably entertaining. His ability to trash talk is impressive, and he is truly formidable. What has he experienced in his 19 years of life? If he were to perform like this in the regular season, I would directly call him my father. Chapter 26. Fitness Training Techniques. Encountering the GOAT for the first time. The game has concluded. The Nuggets' first-round draft pick, Farid, achieved 16 points, 13 rebounds, and 8 blocks, nearly a triple-double, dominating the court. The Denver Nuggets triumphed over the Miami Heat with a score of 97-89, thanks to Farid's outstanding performance. Jiang Hao played for 22 minutes, accumulating a rather unremarkable stat line of 13 points and 3 assists. The statistics were indeed somewhat mundane, largely attributable to the tactical positioning established by the Heat prior to the game. Jiang Hao's ball possession is significantly less than that of Boyan and the seasoned players from 2 European leagues. An unavoidable circumstance that cannot contravene the directives of the coaching staff. Primarily, he plays as a forward, not a point guard, when the ball does not reach him. Opportunities for ball-dominant plays become exceedingly rare. His shooting statistics of 5 out of 10, reflecting a 50% success rate, are commendable, with 2 of those baskets being contested shots against Farid, while the remaining 3 were three-pointers. His open three-point shot remains his sharpest weapon, however. He noted with frustration that he had at least 10 opportunities for open three-pointers during the match, yet no one passed him the ball, resulting in a frustrating isolation experience. On the defensive end, the players in the Summer League for the Nuggets lack NBA-caliber talent, which fails to activate Jiang Hao's remarkable passive abilities. The Summer League hovers between CBA and NBA levels, creating a rather awkward situation for him. Thus, his defensive performance was unremarkable, lacking blocks or steals. Unlike the previous game scenario where Leonard was continuously troubled by his defense, had it not been for that spectacular dunk, Jiang Hao might have left the court without any standout moments. What astonished him was his assumption that after effectively defending Leonard in the previous match, he would garner some level of trust from the management. To his dismay, after the second round of games concluded, he discovered that Leonard had once again been sidelined. What is happening? You can't be injured. If you falter, how will my value be showcased? That evening, after the second match day, Jiang Hao lay on his hotel bed, perusing the news. The headlines concerning the Heat predominantly highlighted Farid's dominance over their interior defense, depicting him as a genius shot blocker and a future ace in team defense. Notably, former Nuggets star Carmelo Anthony commented on Farid, stating, "I have witnessed him rise from the ground multiple times. Such talent is enviable to anyone who witnesses it." This statement sparked considerable speculation among media and insiders alike, raising questions about a potential reconciliation with his former team. Dwayne Wade fanned the flames, quipping, "Indeed. If a player like Farid were there to support Carmelo, you wouldn't he have gone to New York? Ahaha." Such comments seemed insincere. News surrounding superstars during the Summer League is predominantly fabricated, with only a fraction stemming from the player's own exaggerations. Understanding this performative nature, Jiang Hao shifted his focus to the Texas region's news. The Rockets had triumphed over the Mavericks, and second-round pick Parsons had dazzled with a remarkable 38-point performance. One headline even featured Farid, the true first-rounder Kenneth Farid versus the misleading lottery pick Kawhi Leonard. Upon delving into the content, he found that the Spurs faced the Bulls, and lottery pick Kawhi Leonard had once again underperformed, shooting 4 for 18, accumulating only 11 points and 5 rebounds. Upon seeing his opponent, Jiang Hao smiled. Leonard was somewhat unfortunate, having just faced a tough adversary and now encountering the Bulls, known for their resilience. While Jiang Hao was uncertain about the Summer League Bulls' toughness, he was well aware of Butler's undeniable strength. Barely having emerged from Jiang Hao's defensive shadow, he now faced the most formidable opponent yet, Jimmy Butler. Thibodeau's team inherently emphasized defense, and with Butler tasked with guarding Kawhi, Leonard found himself overwhelmed. Hard against hard, he simply could not withstand it. Butler's own performance was rather average, as he too struggled against Leonard's defense. However, in contrast, his mental fortitude was evidently superior, and having not endured Jiang Hao's relentless pressure, he clearly held the upper hand, finishing the game with 19 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 assists on 8 of 18 shooting. Indeed, as a 30th pick in the first round, he appeared far more competent than Leonard, who was selected 15th. One had to wonder if Kawhi would find himself relegated to the Austin Spurs after the Summer League. The Austin Spurs serve as the developmental affiliate of the San Antonio Spurs, and it is customary for rookie players to hone their skills there, often with a bus pass in hand. Yet, a high draft pick like Leonard would unlikely be sent down. In his previous life, he was already part of the rotation, and one could only hope he wouldn't be handed a bus pass right away, as the Spurs still greatly needed such a defensive stalwart. As for the discussions on the forum, while they praised Farid, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel overlooked for having scored 2 difficult shots against him. Even the formidable Farid had never managed to score on him. If they were to face off, perhaps Farid would transform into a mere shadow of his former self. Joking aside, Jiang Hao pondered Farid's tumultuous career in his previous life, realizing that his rookie contract had likely marked his peak. Relying solely on talent is not a sustainable path. Without shooting skills or low-post techniques, a player can quickly fade once injuries impede their athleticism, much like Westbrook, who struggled in the latter stages of his career. An NBA player's longevity often hinges on possessing a solid skill set to carve out a niche. Carter's exceptional three-point shooting ensured that even after his aerial prowess diminished, he remained in demand across teams, while Farid found himself without offers even in the CBA. Nevertheless, Jiang Hao was genuinely curious about the source of Farid's impressive musculature. To satiate his curiosity, he sought to ask. Since all the Summer League players were in Las Vegas, communication was relatively easy. The day after practice, Jiang Hao ventured into a local gym and indeed found Farid there. Alongside Farid was his workout partner, the towering Bimak Biyombo, a first-round pick from Africa this year. In the gym, these 2 muscular titans were the only ones capable of collaborating on workouts. After expressing his desire to learn from their fitness techniques, Jiang Hao was met with enthusiastic agreement. They welcomed him as a brother in training, and Farid had long forgotten the previous day's court events. Biyombo, having received support from China, wholeheartedly guided Jiang Hao through various exercises, imparting knowledge on how to train every muscle effectively, which significantly broadened Jiang Hao's understanding. Following the game against the Nuggets, the system did not provide any rewards. However, Jiang Hao had successfully acquired a reward of his own, the fitness training techniques of Farid, which could be regarded as the expertise of elite athletes. In his previous life, China virtually lacked talent in sports science and rehabilitation, forcing Jiang Hao to rely solely on himself for fitness training in the CBA, often with the assistance of ordinary trainers. There was no comparison to the scientific guidance Farid received from specialized sports medicine coaches since he began playing basketball. The limits of an Iron Man combined with a Spring Man may indeed rely on innate talent, but maintaining peak performance without injury is entirely dependent on the expertise gained from rigorous training techniques in the gym. Jiang Hao seized the opportunity to visit the gym over the next 2 days, eager to glean wisdom from the masters. He came to a profound realization. He is the sole beacon of hope for the Chinese men's basketball team, perhaps the only light for its future over the next decade. If he is to become the driving force behind this endeavor, it is imperative that he masters these elite training techniques, not solely for his own sake, but for the future of basketball in China as a whole. The System's rewards are merely an unforeseen embellishment to his journey. Jiang Hao is not one to passively await fortuitous opportunities. To truly undergo a transformation, he must diligently immerse himself in the intricacies of the NBA, striving to evolve into a player of elite caliber. 3 days later, the Miami Heat faced the formidable challenge posed by the New York Knicks. This time, the much-anticipated trio of Heat superstars was present at the sidelines, marking Jiang Hao's inaugural experience witnessing the leader of his team, the player heralded as the future GOAT, LeBron James. Chapter 27, Pranking the Rookies. Keep your head held high. The crown may fall. The New York Knicks have always been a magnet for attention, and the Summer League was no exception, attracting an abundance of media coverage. Dressed in a sleek black Nike ensemble, James, donning a cap, sat in the stands alongside Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, and Knicks star players Carmelo Anthony, Amare Stoudemire, and J.R. Smith, sharing laughter and camaraderie as they enjoyed the entire game. Jiang Hao and his group of novices had neither the time nor the opportunity to greet the seasoned veterans on the sidelines. However, aware that the team's star player was watching, they exerted every ounce of effort to showcase their skills. The Heat triumphed over the Knicks with a score of 112-105. It became evident that the Knicks had exercised a modicum of discernment in selecting their rookies this year. First-round pick Ivan Shumpert delivered several thunderous dunks, prompting nods of approval from the young emperor. Yet, he remained the sole player of NBA caliber on the court. Initially, Jiang Hao had anticipated a showdown featuring Asian players. But he had miscalculated. He had assumed that Jeremy Lin was currently playing for the Knicks in the Summer League, only to discover that Lin was still representing the Warriors, who would not face the Heat in the Summer League. Lin must have been signed by the Knicks mid-season, igniting the global phenomenon known as Linsanity in 2012. It was somewhat regretful that he could not meet Lin during his Little Rocket days, which also meant that Jiang Hao was deprived of an NBA-level opponent, indirectly diminishing his own prowess. The presence of more NBA players would invariably bolster Jiang Hao's strength. Despite the Heat's victory, Jiang Hao did not perform well in this match, playing 19 minutes and shooting 3 for 7, accumulating 8 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists. This was not due to the absence of Lin or the formidable defense of the opposing team. Rather, it stemmed from Jiang Hao's own fatigue. This could be seen as a natural fluctuation that accompanies the body's adaptation to rigorous training. It is normal for one's shooting touch to vary over these days. Even we have experienced inconsistency in our performance. Prior to the game, Farid had advised Jiang Hao against forcing shots if his rhythm was off, as his body was adjusting to the muscle training of the past few days. Jiang Hao pondered that he and Bai Youngbo had never been particularly adept at shooting. However, the contrast in his performance compared to the first game of the Summer League was undeniably striking. Over the course of the past week, he had engaged in grueling training sessions during the day, followed by additional workouts in the gym at night, coupled with a significantly altered diet. Although the changes in his muscle dimensions were not overtly visible, Jiang Hao could distinctly feel the tautness in his physique. The American-style training was beginning to yield results. His body had reached a threshold, necessitating time to assimilate these physical transformations. Moreover, the intensity of his workouts, augmented by Farid's formidable assistance, had bolstered his physical strength, compelling him to practice shooting and other skills to adapt to his newfound power. In simpler terms, his body required a period of adjustment to the game of basketball, ball handling, shooting force, and points of contact during physical engagements all needed refinement. While a few days of practice could ameliorate this situation, the Summer League unfortunately afforded little time for such adjustments. Don't overexert yourself. You signed on for a season, not just 10 days. Why the rush? Jalen Williams, observing from the sidelines, could discern Jiang Hao's enhanced strength. His defense had noticeably become more robust, capable of withstanding the initial moves of opposing players despite his lean physique. In stark contrast to the video from the Combine, where he was easily pushed aside by rookies, his rapid evolution was commendable. Yet, the Summer League demanded results. Today's game was particularly significant, with the likes of Rich Paul and the trio of stars keenly observing. Defense, while crucial, often went unnoticed unless it involved notable blocks or steals. Typical defensive maneuvers and help defense were seldom acknowledged. Consequently, Jiang Hao felt a sense of urgency after witnessing a decline in his earlier spectacular performances. Among the Heat, he was the only one who genuinely hoped for Jiang Hao's success, envisioning a lucrative contract renewal for the following year, thus securing his own commission bonuses. I can't help it. I am rather impatient. A person of great virtue acts for the nation and its people, perhaps due to his mature mindset. Jiang Hao now cherished every opportunity to learn and improve himself. Had he been the 19-year-old version of himself, he would have been less contemplative, likely indulging in the nightlife of Las Vegas like many other rookies. With his current physical gifts, if he continued to grow normally and trained with the Heat, he would undoubtedly reach the fundamental standards of the NBA. However, as one approaches 30, life becomes less malleable and the weight of thought increases. He understood that since Yao Ming's era, basketball in China had significantly declined, which motivated him to avoid complacency and the notion that progress would come effortlessly. For the sake of his future and the fans who appreciated fitness, he needed to absorb the training techniques of physical marvels like Farid. In the locker room, LeBron, Wade, Bosch, and Boyan were engaged in jovial conversation, accompanied by their rookie point guard, Mario, who was calling for a newcomer to tie his shoelaces. Jiang Hao's data naturally failed to capture the attention of the veterans. Observing the scene of rookie bullying, he distanced himself even further. Though he recognized this as a customary practice within the NBA, he remained indifferent. Just yesterday, news circulated about Kyrie exiting the arena with a pink backpack slung over his shoulder. As for bowing and scraping to gain familiarity with the team's veterans, it seemed utterly unnecessary. Only those lacking in talent required such social niceties. The essence of the NBA still lies in the ascendancy of the capable. The foremost advantage of befriending superstars might be the guarantee of continuous employment, yet one could never truly become one of them. Moreover, having endured enough of this back in his homeland, he now solely wished to focus on honing his skills and achieving progress. In his previous life, he had far more experience in this regard. He had even managed to elevate the principal to MVP status in the faculty basketball tournament and outperformed others in a running competition to secure first place for the sports minister. With thoughts of heading to the training court to regain his shooting touch swirling in his mind, Jiang Hao opened his locker, only to be met with a cacophony. A cascade of yellow and white granules burst forth, showering him and the floor while filling the air with a rich aroma of buttery popcorn. Simultaneously, a team reporter entered and captured Jiang Hao's helpless expression with a click of the camera. Laughter erupted in the locker room. Who did this? So much popcorn. Jiang Hao turned with a faint smile, hands on his hips, internally cursing, "Damn it, I've been pranked." The sight of the popcorn made it evident that the veterans had pulled a fast one on him, just as new recruits in the military face bullying from seasoned soldiers. NBA rookies endure similar treatment in their inaugural year. Popcorn is a common prank, and Jiang Hao found it easy to manage. He seized a handful from his locker and took a bite, declaring, "Not bad, quite tasty." While he had no clue who orchestrated the prank, its perpetrator was of little consequence. This was merely a rite of passage for rookies. "Welcome to the NBA," Chris Bosh exclaimed, rising to enthusiastically applaud, clearly relishing the moment, as it spared him from any cleanup duties. A few other rookies, who had formed a rapport with Jiang Hao, joined in the laughter, helping clear the popcorn from his locker. The pile of popcorn soon settled at the feet of LeBron James and Dwayne Wade. LeBron furrowed his brow, preparing to remove the popcorn from his shoes when Mario swiftly dashed over, forcefully swiping the popcorn away from LeBron's vicinity. "Hey, big guy, don't look down. Your crown might fall." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao felt a sudden churn in his stomach. "Could you all be a bit more careful? Clean this up quickly. Don't let it touch us." "Dwayne, I'm out." Mario shot a glare in Jiang Hao's direction, while LeBron, scrunching his nose at the smell, stood up, adjusting his tie, and called out to Wade. He stepped around the popcorn pile, leaving the locker room without a backward glance. Chapter 28, The Kobe and Curry Prank Incident. Jiang Hao is not particularly a critic of LeBron James, although by the time he traversed into this realm, such criticism had already become a trend. Having never encountered the figure of James in either his past or present life, he refrains from making extensive judgments. However, upon witnessing him today, one cannot help but feel a sense of disdain. It is rather pretentious, especially with sycophants like Mario around. The phrase "don't bow your head, lest the crown fall" is quite nauseating. Jiang Hao mused that if Zhang He were present, he would undoubtedly post on his social media, "What is there to lose when I haven't even put it on yet?" Meanwhile, Wade and Bosch clearly had no intention of wasting their time observing the rookies tidying up popcorn. After exchanging greetings with a few old friends, they prepared to leave. However, Wade paused for a moment after glancing at Jiang Hao, perhaps due to the fact that he had signed with a Chinese sports brand. He exchanged a few words with the young lad, who had a dual contract with the brand. "The popcorn wasn't team I doing. The defense was decent today. Keep up the good work." "Thank you." Jiang Hao and Wade exchanged a gaze, neither submissive nor arrogant, and politely waved their hands. He mused to himself, "Do you really intend to personally distribute popcorn?" The images broadcasted in the news of cars filled to the brim with popcorn are merely orchestrated by the stars directing second-year players and their agents. It was only after Mario exited the locker room that the remaining players collectively exhaled, casually picking up the popcorn strewn across the floor and engaging in spirited discussions about recent events. Wade, James, and Bosch were their icons. Many players had joined the Heat inspired by them. Who wouldn't be moved upon seeing their idols? Their demeanor was palpably more relaxed than moments before. In contrast to the trepidation exhibited by others in the presence of superstars, Jiang Hao, seasoned by experience, maintained a calm composure. To put it plainly, his mental age surpassed theirs, so there was no reason for him to feel intimidated. After all, the king was merely a nickname, not an emperor in truth. They were all human, and no hierarchy existed among them. He even called upon Boyan to assist in clearing the popcorn, not expecting help from others, but hoping for no mockery or trouble. Clearly, no one in the locker room would dare to laugh at this seemingly affable yet resolute player from China. Everyone knew he had earned the respect of James Jones, and he possessed an undeniable inner fire. The player who tied Wade's shoelaces also willingly helped Jiang Hao tidy up. After all, Jiang Hao was among the few in the Summer League who had secured a contract with the main team, and his performance on the court was evident. As for Boyan, who had recently secured a more lucrative 3-year rookie contract, why did he silently heed Jiang Hao's words? This was because Boyan had trained privately with Jiang Hao several times and had never managed to best him. Through their interactions, they had grown familiar and developed a friendship. Players invariably respect the strong, and Jiang Hao's mature and seasoned demeanor resonated with Boyan, who, feeling equally out of place in America, found himself following Jiang Hao's lead in many matters. Frustration bubbled within Boyan as he thought, where on earth did they procure so much popcorn? Will I be next? He envisioned his newly purchased car in Miami, undoubtedly stuffed with popcorn. Yet, there was little to be annoyed about. It was a commonplace occurrence. Although the greasy popcorn had soiled Jiang Hao's change of clothes, there was no real cause for anger. Boyan perhaps remained unaware of this due to the relatively underdeveloped state of the internet at the moment. Although today was the first encounter for Jiang Hao, it evoked a sensation of numbness within him. He felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of similar experiences. Each year, the NBA's tradition of pranking newcomers unfolds, as seasoned players often play tricks on the fresh faces entering the league. With the advancement of NBA promotions and the rapid dissemination of information online, fans have come to learn about antics from decades past. From Jiang Hao's perspective, countless star athletes have been subjected to such playful torment during their rookie years, solidifying this practice as a ritual within the NBA. A recent example is the incident involving Kyrie Irving, who was seen carrying a pink backpack, a staple performance that recurs annually. With numerous players having donned such whimsical items, the Dusty Trio once collectively teased Paul by making him carry an assortment of bags during their time on the Dream Team. While now the Dusty Duo in Miami continues this tradition, and Jiang Hao could easily guess the orchestrators of such pranks. Players like Damian Lillard, Blake Griffin, and Stephen Curry have all been spotted carrying diminutive pink bags for Media Day. Beyond the pink backpacks, some rookies have even been seen pushing around fake baby strollers. A tactic that, while not physically harmful, carries a significant level of humiliation. The sight of robust athletes toting cute pink bags and pushing strollers aims to undermine the newcomer's masculinity, as the term effeminate is indeed considered a derogatory taunt within the league. Moreover, the popcorn pranks are numerous. Who doesn't recall Bojan Bogdanovic discovering popcorn stuffed in his car? Jeremy Lin once filled Trae Young's vehicle with popcorn during his time with the Hawks, and Devin Booker and Giannis Antetokounmpo have similarly contributed to this tradition, passing it down to their successors. One of the most notorious popcorn incidents involved the Kings' Rudy Gay and DeMarcus Cousins, who dumped large bags of popcorn into a rookie's apartment, leaving no corner untouched by the snack. The shoelace tying incidents are plentiful, with none other than LeBron James during his rookie year, having to tie the laces for veteran Ricky Davis. Yao Ming also found himself in a similar position, assisting veteran player Chris Webber. The most common, yet burdensome, prank involves running errands. The legendary Kobe Bryant has his own tale of a 2 a.m. errand. As a high school player stepping directly into the league, he was fortunate enough to escape much of the bullying from the Lakers veterans. Yet he was still tasked with fetching beer from a convenience store after a night out, and coffee and donuts in the early hours for his elders. After achieving success, even Shaquille O'Neal demanded similar favors, leading to a physical altercation between the two. As Kobe ascended to leadership within the Lakers, he too began to impose on rookies. A few years ago, Sun Yu faced similar treatment. Following a loss, Kobe placed the blame squarely on Sun Yu, and when the team, hungry, sent him out for fast food, his delayed return caused the flight to be postponed, disrupting the entire team's rest. Sun Yu, only daring to voice his grievances to the Chinese media, lamented the monumental order: 33 hamburgers, 20 milkshakes, and 20 bags of fries. How many trips must I make? The aforementioned instances represent only the typical pranks. There are many more unique stories. During his rookie season, Nick Young encountered the prankster Gilbert Arenas, who absconded with Young's car keys and drove away with his vehicle. Young, struggling financially, was nearly brought to tears, yet days later, Arenas returned the car, now painted a garish pink. Once Young became a star himself, he sought his revenge by demanding that rookies refer to him as Daddy Swag, a playful nod to his own nickname, Swaggy P. Of course, Arenas, the king of pranks, could fill a tome with tales of rookie antics, culminating in a particularly infamous rivalry with Andre Blatch, where he infamously placed a rather unsavory surprise in Blatch's shoe, ensuring his place in history as one of the most notorious pranksters in the league. What lingers most vividly in Jiang Hao's memory is the ordeal of Curry, which he finds even more nauseating than mere unpleasantness. It was only after winning the championship that Curry mustered the courage to recount an incident from his rookie days when he was bullied by a senior. This was genuine bullying. A senior locked away his phone just before he was to meet his girlfriend, repeatedly feigning ignorance. In a state of desperation, Curry had no choice but to purchase a new phone at the airport to contact her. Furthermore, this senior made him run errands, sending him on a 2-hour drive to procure video games and snacks. Although Curry did not name the perpetrator, it is widely speculated who it might be. And it was indeed a rather excessive prank. Of course, there are rookies who relish being pranked. For instance, veterans might compel newcomers to sing and dance in the locker room, which for many is akin to paradise rather than a prank. If Jiang Hao were in such a position, he might not mind performing for a crowd of ladies, but among a bunch of men, he would likely be less inclined to sing. Compared to the experiences of these players, Jiang Hao's locker being stuffed with popcorn seems rather mundane, akin to what Bosch described as a welcoming ride into the NBA. As long as they don't provoke me, I shall not provoke them. Just avoid being overly harsh. Like what Curry faced, he mused. Bro, will you bully rookies in the future? Boyan inquired as he tipped popcorn into the trash bin. I will stand up to anyone who dares to bully me, Jiang Hao replied with a sage demeanor. As he tossed the popcorn, he remarked, wherever there are people, there exists a realm of rivalry. Being a rookie is not an easy task, yet it does not mean one should endure bullying. Later, when they returned, Chalmers and Mario gifted Boyan a small pink backpack as a token of victory, insisting he carry it onto the bus. Boyan, with a rebellious air, reluctantly donned the backpack. Realizing that, being the only rookie for the Heat this year, he could not escape this fate. However, it was slightly better than being doused in popcorn, and, fortunately, it was not during the regular season, so not many witnessed it. Nonetheless, seeing this 2-meter-tall white guy sporting a kindergarten backpack was quite a sight, prompting Jiang Hao to stifle a laugh. Pranking rookies is, after all, somewhat expected, provided it does not go too far. In time, the novice will become the veteran. And when that day comes, he may very well return the favor to the rookies. Jiang Hao remarked that he had a unique talent for offering comfort. After boarding the bus, Boyan, without a word, promptly removed his backpack and replied, "You truly understand how to console others. Your mindset is entirely unlike that of a typical 19-year-old. I aspire to learn from you." Learn what? Should I discover who arranged the popcorn for me? I shall undoubtedly fill their locker to the brim, he retorted. All right, you said it. Don't be timid. Xiaohei interjected. Jiang, I shall record that. It was all in jest, and laughter erupted within the confines of the bus. The recently retired assistant coach, Juwan Howard, prohibited Boyan from discarding his fan backpack, saying, "If you throw it away, I will inform the veterans. Prepare for some reprimanding." Such playful pranks serve to help rookies acclimate to the team atmosphere more swiftly. As long as they do not overstep boundaries, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Moreover, years later, reminiscing about this time will evoke fond and amusing memories. 5 days later, the Summer League window came to a close. Jiang Hao returned to Miami with the team. After 5 games, the Heat achieved a record of 3 wins and 2 losses. A performance that is quite satisfactory. In his final game against the Pistons, Jiang Hao experienced a noteworthy breakout. He played for 26 minutes, scoring 20 points, including a remarkable 5 out of 8 from the three-point line. Notably, he faced off against the Golden Bomber, Singler, whom the Heat had considered during tryouts, and effectively neutralized him. Thus, Jiang Hao delivered his best performances in both the opening game against the Spurs and the concluding game against the Pistons. Well done on seizing the opportunity in the final game, remarked Jalen Williams, who sat beside Jiang Hao on the plane. In the last Summer League match, 3 players from the Heat rested, allowing Jiang Hao extended playing time. He also contributed significantly with 4 assists and rebounds, alongside 3 steals, showcasing a well-rounded performance. This final game served as a testament to Jiang Hao's development throughout the Summer League. His most significant achievement was not merely causing Leonard to falter or forcing Singler into 5 turnovers, but rather the invaluable guidance he received from fitness mentors Farid and Biyombo. By the last game, he had regained his shooting touch following physical changes, and the muscle soreness had begun to dissipate. It was essential for him to maintain communication with these 2 mentors. Thus, prior to parting ways, Jiang Hao ensured they followed each other on Instagram and Twitter, enabling him to seek fitness advice in the future. The coaching staff will surely recognize your potential, Jalen Williams reassured him. Having been with the Heat for 5 years, he understood that if a player did not stand out in the Summer League, the team would not invest their attention in him. Especially with a championship-contending team like the Heat, The coaching staff divided their focus between the 8 or 9-star players and tactical preparation against opponents, leaving little time to develop rookies. Strong teams possess neither the patience nor the opportunities to nurture new talent, offering only a general direction. While the player's progress ultimately depends on their performance during the limited regular season minutes available, unless a rookie is drafted in the top 10, they often serve as mere role players. In summary, rookies on strong teams are expected to play supportive roles in the pursuit of a championship in their early years. Jalen Williams recognized that the internal expectation was for Jiang Hao to function as a training partner, embodying the role of a utility player. However, in his view, remaining with the team was paramount. Whether as a shield or a mere player, being part of the team meant opportunities for financial gain and personal growth. Of course, such internal decisions are kept confidential from all rookies. For instance, Boyan might only see limited playing time in garbage time next season, yet following the summer league. Averaging 24 points, he eagerly anticipates shining in the regular season. The team would not undermine his expectations at this stage and would likely reinforce them. What if he truly progresses to a level where he can contribute to the rotation or generate trade value? The team may not focus on rookies, but they certainly hope that the drafted players are hidden gems, as no organization wishes for their newly signed talents to falter. Jalen Williams was correct. During the Heat Summer League wrap-up meeting, Coach SPO indeed mentioned Jiang Hao. Jiang, you performed admirably in 2 Summer League games, and your training has been diligent. We will cultivate you as a 3D player. You have the potential to become a defensive powerhouse. Keep up the good work. Understood, Coach SPO. Thank you. Even though Jiang Hao recognized this as mere encouragement, it was difficult not to feel exhilarated. The head coach had provided him with a directed developmental path within the main team, and who wouldn't be eager to showcase their abilities to the coaching staff. This bolstered expectation was shared among just 4 players from the 12, while others faced direct criticism or were cut from the roster altogether, with harsh remarks such as, "You can't play in the NBA, go home and take care of the kids." In contrast, although Jiang Hao was only mentioned by SPO once, it was still a significant acknowledgement. He now had 2 months to refine his skills before the next training camp, where the remaining players would train alongside the main team. It would soon become evident who was truly valuable and who was not. With a signature smile, SPO concluded the meeting, leaving players with mixed feelings, some disheartened and eager to leave, while others were impatiently picking up basketballs to practice the skills SPO had identified for improvement. The training camp, held about a month before the NBA regular season, serves as the only opportunity for all participating players to bond and rehearse strategies before the season begins. And it is a time when superstars return, signaling a phase for them to refocus while newcomers strive to make their mark. Jiang Hao first returned to his dust-laden apartment to sun his comforter and tend to his bedding, having left it untouched for 2 months. There was no rush. He aimed to eliminate dust mites and moisture, ensuring a comfortable night's sleep. As for honing his 3-point shooting skills, he was well aware of the type of player he needed to become and what aspects required emphasis. From a brief remark by Coach Spoelstra, he discerned the coach's perspective on him. Whether or not he could shoot 3-pointers seemed secondary. Strengthening defense was paramount. Numerous players had dazzled during the summer league with their 3-point shooting, yet many were seasoned veterans who struggled in the NBA, rendering them unsuitable as examples. Nonetheless, it was evident that a defensive specialist was essential, especially since Jiang Hao was currently capable of guarding perimeter players effectively. However, he believed that if he truly wanted the Miami Heat to perform well in the upcoming season, his 3-point shooting abilities would be invaluable. Having watched numerous Heat games in his past life, Jiang Hao was acutely aware that the more 3 and D players surrounding the big 3, the better. Thus, he committed to practicing both his 3-point shooting and defense daily. Regardless, he aimed to elevate his game during the off-season, preparing to showcase his skills before the entire starting lineup in 2 months. Chapter 30. Let us get together for some basketball. Ignite the youth. Heard about how to train for 3 and D? I've sent you Badier's training regimen. While Jiang Hao was busy with his bedding, he received a call from Jalen Williams. Don't worry, I know. Thanks, brother. I'm heading to Europe to scout players. See you at training camp. Goodbye. 3 and D, as the name suggests, refers to players whose primary tasks are 3-point shooting and defense. Notable examples include Klay Thompson, Danny Green, Trevor Ariza, Patrick Beverley, and Avery Bradley. This concept was first fully realized by the Spurs coaching staff, with Danny Green serving as a prime example of this development. During his college days, the North Carolina captain was known for his athleticism and dunking prowess, Yet within the Spurs, he focused solely on shooting threes and playing defense. Skills such as organizing plays, assisting, rebounding, stealing, and blocking were not necessary unless one aspired to be a superstar like Paul George. To aid the Big Three in their championship pursuits, or to be part of any title-winning team, having a player like this was crucial. Currently, Sean Battier on the Heat epitomizes the 3 and D role, as does Ray Allen, who played pivotal roles in the Heat's 2 championships in his previous life. Battier's flawless performance, hitting 7 three-pointers in a crucial game, remains etched in Jiang Hao's memory, while Ray Allen's corner 3 in 2013 was worth billions. Other players like James Jones could be classified as elite shooters. Yet they also played significant roles in the Heat's championship runs. The veteran sharpshooter Mike Miller, who joined the Heat from the Grizzlies, was another example. Did they possess defensive skills? Not particularly. With the Big Three already excelling defensively, pure three-point shooters sufficed. Therefore, if Jiang Hao were to remain with the Heat, he would undoubtedly prioritize refining his shooting skills. LeBron, Wade, and Bosh, all capable defenders, meant that he would not need to create defensive schemes for them. The 27-game winning streak was built on defense rather than offense. Why would this newcomer be responsible for setting defensive strategies? While Spoelstra's words held weight, Jiang Hao was astute enough to recognize that players with overlapping skills would find limited playing time. However, if Jiang Hao could shoot accurately, opportunities would undoubtedly arise. The responsibility now lay solely on him. After organizing his small apartment, Jiang Hao reclined on the sofa, charging his phone while idly playing with it for the afternoon. Although the Heat coaching staff was on vacation and no training sessions were scheduled, he had no intention of returning to his home country. Achieving success and fame only to return home seemed meaningless. Mingling with CBA big shots held no appeal. He planned to maintain his form by engaging in high-level pickup games while continuing his training. Basketball, after all, cannot be mastered in isolation. Competitive play is essential to cultivate various aspects of one's game. Each summer, cities like New York, Los Angeles, and San Francisco hosted pickup leagues organized by businesses and celebrities, inviting players from various leagues, including stars who often participated in these games. These were the opportunities Jiang Hao sought. Carmelo Anthony, for instance, frequently organized 5-on-5 games during the off-season, inviting talented friends to join him in honing their skills. Typically, those invited were either exceptionally gifted newcomers or superstars like LeBron and Wade, ensuring the games were of high quality and garnering attention even surpassing that of the Summer League. Kobe Bryant, while rarely organizing games, would assemble all-star caliber players when he did, drawing current and future all-stars eager to train with the Black Mamba. Known for his intense approach to the game, however, Jiang Hao knew he could not join such elite gatherings. Instead, he would attempt to participate in games organized by rookies, those who had not spent many years in the NBA. These gatherings often included players from the Development League and college prospects preparing for the draft, as well as international players from European leagues and the CBA, providing a substantial level of competition. Thus, Jiang Hao reached out to friends he had met during the Summer League, including Farid, the imposing African player Biyombo, and James Jones. They likely had their regular games. It was merely a matter of whether he could join. Call me if you're short on players. I can come anytime. The more he participated in these informal games, the easier it would become to integrate into the circle. As long as he played well and frequently bought drinks for the group, he could establish himself as a regular. This principle applied universally. In basketball, no brotherhood means no game. Regardless of familiarity, players would bond through the game, and during the initial gatherings, he made sure to pass the ball to the organizer to build rapport. After a few games, he could expect to be invited again. Understanding this dynamic, Jiang Hao refrained from reaching out to stars like Wade and Bosh for this very reason. In such elite games, one often finds oneself marginalized, lacking ball control during play, and even more so afterward, facing the risk of being the butt of jokes if one attempted to ingratiate oneself. Jiang Hao also signed up for the historic Drew League, describing himself as a rookie for the Heat and an NBA signee. This should secure him a spot. The Drew League, held in Los Angeles, is a mixed professional-amateur basketball league featuring both professional and non-professional players. In recent years, its popularity surged after stars like Kobe, DeRozan, and Harden participated. Following various events such as lockouts, it has evolved into the most prominent mixed professional-amateur basketball league in America, attracting more stars to compete. If Jiang Hao were to compete in the Drew League, he would likely encounter NBA players. The urgency he feels is palpable. He truly needs the presence of NBA players. The caliber of NBA opponents could significantly enhance his skills and potentially unlock achievement rewards. During the subsequent games and training after Summer League, Jiang Hao did not manage to activate any system rewards, leaving him somewhat disappointed that he did not face teams like the Cavaliers or Timberwolves, known for their rookie talent. Otherwise, he would eagerly have sought the opportunity to defend against the likes of Irving and Rubio. The thrill of facing such formidable players would undoubtedly facilitate his pursuit of basketball achievements. He has realized that the rewards for these accomplishments often drop from such star players, and the system is likely to bestow valuable bonuses for NBA superstars. Initially, Jiang Hao would not have felt such urgency, but the limited duration of a single-season contract leaves him with little time to improve or achieve his basketball goals. With only one season at stake, he fears that he may never have the chance to compete against NBA players again. His ability to maintain a career in the NBA hinges on this season, particularly before the regular season begins, as postseason would be filled with aimless activities tied to the team, leaving little time for personal development. Solely relying on diligent training or CBA opponents would not suffice. As he is also part of the CBA, the competition would not significantly alter the dynamics on the court. He noticed that after acquiring the three-point shooting package from James Jones, he suddenly appeared more formidable than his opponents, turning what was initially a competitive duel with Jones into a match deemed by the Heat as the most mundane one-on-one in history. The natural progression of a player's development can only be accelerated through the rewards mechanism of the system. Thus, when Boyan messaged inviting Jiang Hao to the red light district to celebrate the start of the holiday, and James Jones suggested a party at his home for the next day, Jiang Hao resolutely declined both invitations. He views hard work as a belief system, allowing life to flourish. At this golden age of 19, he is determined to strive forward. Let youth burn brightly. After a simple dinner of fried rice, Jiang Hao called his parents to reassure them of his well-being, informing them that he would not be returning home soon and advising them to take care of themselves while awaiting his good news. From the conversation, he gathered that there was little reaction domestically regarding his participation in 5 Summer League games. His parents only followed news through sports publications, and it was apparent that relatives and friends were similarly uninformed. The excitement surrounding his signing with the Heat was far greater. Although his phone was buzzing with messages from friends within the industry, the fans' reactions to his Summer League performances were muted, largely due to the attention being diverted towards the Men's Basketball World Cup in China. The combination of Yi Jianlian and Wang Zhizhi in the center might be their final performance, and Guo Ailuan's debut as a starter in the international arena has captured the spotlight. Consequently, Jiang Hao, not being a member of the national team, is perceived merely as a player on a two-way NBA contract who failed to make the national team. In the eyes of many, his skills do not compare to those currently representing the national team, which is regarded as the pinnacle of basketball talent in China. Hence, Jiang Hao is still viewed as a vehicle for the Heat to capitalize on the Chinese market and sell broadcasting rights. Jiang Hao stumbled upon a rather striking piece of news. The commentator, exuberant during the live broadcast of the group stage, candidly asserted that the national team's primary small forward, Zhai Xiaochuan, and Zhou Peng undoubtedly possessed the caliber worthy of an NBA rotation. He suggested that if they sought to pursue their careers in the NBA, securing a two-way contract would be effortlessly within their reach. This remark was subsequently highlighted by a Hoopu editor, adorned with an eye-catching headline. Renowned commentator claims Zhai Xiaochuan and Zhou Peng possess NBA potential. Although the commentator made no direct mention of Jiang Hao, the implication of the statement subtly hinted at Jiang Hao's mediocrity. Jiang Hao felt a sense of relief when he perused the comments beneath the news, which were filled with vitriolic remarks typical of the onmyoji trolls. They unleashed a torrent of disdain, and such statements are easily countered. If they truly had the opportunity to play in the NBA, why do they not seize it? Particularly, one must question Zhou Peng, who has amassed a plethora of domestic accolades. Why not venture abroad to hone his skills? The discerning eyes of the Hoopu JRS community are astute, and they shall not allow Jiang Hao's reputation to tarnish that of their collective, beyond the implications of the World Championships. Another reason lies in the fact that our country did not acquire the broadcasting rights for the Summer League. Consequently, online platforms such as Tieba, Hoopu, and Weibo have failed to disseminate any match footage, leaving Jiang Hao's presence limited to mere images in the news. It is worth noting that a decade later, players like Zhou Qi and Zhang Jinling, with just a single steal or block in the Summer League, have their highlights transformed into GIFs and short videos that proliferate, leading many to believe they are exceptional talents. If a highlight reel showcasing Jiang Hao's performances in this year's Summer League were to be crafted, it would undoubtedly provide fans with several exhilarating minutes of viewing pleasure. Jiang Hao feels that he must be extolled as a top-tier player, and surely, Yang Yi would never utter such foolish words. However, it matters little, as long as Jiang Hao maintains performances akin to those in the Summer League during the regular season. The central media will undoubtedly compile a highlight reel for him. The attention garnered during the regular season is unparalleled within the realm of domestic sports events. Of course, there exists a rather astute comment regarding him. The main post is merely an attempt to praise. Jiang Hao averaged double digits in scoring during the Summer League. The future is promising. The heated comments below read, competing against Leonard is not the same as facing Ginobili. Let's not go overboard with the praise. The future may be deceiving. The editor should not indulge in self-deception. Now is not the time for excessive praise. Such criticisms are indeed warranted. This is the reality. As Jiang Hao laughed heartily, he replied with his small trumpet, "You speak truthfully." If someone were to criticize him in person, he would politely respond, "Indeed. I have never directly challenged an NBA star, CJB." 10 minutes later, upon receiving Jiang Hao's text message, Hu Weidong called him directly, echoing the same sentiment. In a Summer League, one cannot even score 30 points in a single game. Pathetic. Coach Hu, what brings you to concern yourself with me? Jiang Hao awkwardly scratched his head. Old Hu's manner of speaking was rather harsh, yet it possessed the potential for remarkable efficacy. Some players might genuinely believe they have the capability to score 30 points. Their confidence perhaps ignited as a result. What is the matter? Can't I just give you a call to wake you up? You're not off in America chasing after some foreign girl, are you? If I find out, I'll break your legs. Upon hearing Jiang Hao divert the conversation, Hu Weidong immediately grew alert. No, I'm just getting ready to sleep. Well, make sure to rest early. Your captain, Ili, is also concerned about your game. Remember to give him a call. All right. By the way, regarding girlfriends, once you play well and return home, our cheerleading squad has several single girls from my wife's workplace. Feel free to choose as you wish, understand? Huh. Let it sink in. Got it. Jiang Hao helplessly distanced his phone, for Old Hu's voice was exceedingly loud. On the other end, Hu Weidong hung up, clearly apprehensive that the newly adult Jiang Hao might lose his ambition. Fearing he would succumb to the temptations of the decadent world of American imperialism and neglect his dedication to basketball. Indeed, such cases abound. The deteriorating reputation of international students and the preference of foreign practitioners for conducting business with individuals from the Middle Kingdom can be attributed to this natural phenomenon. It mirrors the experience of high school students who, after 3 years of rigorous study to gain admission to university, find themselves adrift in a more relaxed environment, often leading to academic struggles and late-night escapades filled with romance and gaming. Transitioning from a strictly disciplined atmosphere to one of greater freedom necessitates a period of indulgence for adaptation. Those lacking self-discipline may ultimately become derelict, while those with sufficient willpower may, after a phase of folly, attain enlightenment and moderation. Had Jiang Hao retained the mindset of his past life, he would undoubtedly have succumbed to Old Hu's concerns. It would not be an exaggeration to say that tonight, guided by Boyong, he would indulge without reservation. At the age of 19, he was akin to a blank canvas, untouched by romantic experiences or online relationships, and brimming with the vigor of a professional athlete. When confronted with temptation, succumbing to release would be a natural progression. Of course, Jiang Hao's current physique was equally robust, encountering a blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty would not be easily resisted, regardless of his psychological maturity. However, since his arrival in this new life, he had channeled all his energies into the basketball court and gym, where exhaustion rendered any other pursuits unappealing. Jiang Hao was acutely aware of his most pressing priorities and had gained considerable wisdom. He found nightclubs and bars distasteful. Once he achieved fame, leveraging memories from his previous life to pursue relationships with aspiring actresses or yet-to-be famous stars would be a straightforward endeavor. By that time, given his stature, physique, and looks, it was reasonable to anticipate that renowned figures like Liu Tianxin and Gao Yuanyu would gravitate toward him. Having demonstrated commendable performance in the NBA Summer League, Jiang Hao remained committed to his efforts during the off-season, eagerly awaiting the regular season's commencement. After perusing the comments beneath Yi Li's latest Weibo post, Jiang Hao comprehended why Hu Weidong had chosen not to follow the World Championships. The comments, devoid of mentions of Jiang Hao, were instead expressing discontent on behalf of Yi Li. Within the entirety of the CBA community, only Hu Weidong and Yi Li were attentive to his Summer League endeavors. a fact not merely attributable to Jiang Hao's status as a member of the Suzhou youth training team. Rather, it stemmed from Li being unexpectedly excluded from the national team during the final stages of training, despite being the captain of the second-ranked CBA team. Consequently, Hu Weidong, in a fit of indignation, declined the assistant coaching invitation from the national team. Speculation ran rampant in the comments, suggesting that a certain influential figure from the Beijing circle had usurped Li's position. After all, the rib god Li was a celebrated hero of the Asian Championships. How could he possibly be overlooked? Jiang Hao, increasingly agitated, could no longer contain himself. He boldly commented beneath the topic regarding Li's exclusion from the national team roster. Captain Li deserves a spot. His absence from this national team is a loss for the team, not for him. Chapter 32. Scoring a single point on the basketball court is no simple feat. This topic had garnered merely a few thousand views, but following Jiang Hao's remarks, it surged to tens of thousands. Goodness, Jiang Hao, what are you doing? Brother Hao, don't act rashly. You aspire to join the national team too, don't you? Are you implying you no longer wish to be part of it? Is this a public provocation against the selection of players for the national team? Can one flaunt such bravado while playing abroad? Hurry and delete that. It's unwise to leap into controversy without any achievements to back it up. Come on, Jiang Hao merely voiced his support for brother Su Jiang. He didn't truly confront anyone. Let's not exaggerate. I rather admire players who value loyalty. Indeed, while others remain silent to protect themselves and refrain from speaking up for Li. Jiang Hao articulates the sentiments of all Su Jiang fans. Brother Hao, I am your fan. I wish to see you play for the national team as well. The responses to Jiang Hao's comments were mixed, albeit predominantly supportive, and not all were Li's fans. Who doesn't appreciate a public figure who expresses genuine sentiment on social media? Jiang Hao's fanbase saw a notable increase. After posting, Jiang Hao felt quite exhilarated, having subtly challenged the decision-making of the Blue Shoes, confronting them head-on. In his past life, 2 years later, he had also clashed with them. He had volunteered, believing he could play for the first team, yet the Blue Shoes opted to field a group of seasoned veterans, despite their lackluster performance, merely to maintain their records. Subsequently, he vented his frustration in a social media post, the specifics of which Jiang Hao could no longer recall, but the essence was a scathing critique of those who, in his view, had no understanding yet felt entitled to criticize. The dark era of the men's basketball team was not the fault of the players, but rather the result of the Blue Shoes' decisions. This post, unfortunately, was captured and disseminated on Weibo by some fool, leading to Jiang Hao being subtly blacklisted by the Blue Shoes, rendering him ineligible for any further national team training camps. Coupled with his infamous remark upon retirement that the CBA was akin to a primary school league, he had effectively alienated himself from the two most lucrative entities in the basketball industry, leaving him with no choice but to pursue a career in the unrelated field of education. Hey, Jiang Hao, have you lost your mind? Are you hoping to return to the national team after this? You need to delete that post. Shortly after Jiang Hao's message, Li called him directly. Rest assured, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. They have no authority over me. I am not a registered player with the Blue Shoes, so they cannot control me, and I will never return to compete in any league in our country. What took Li by surprise was Jiang Hao's defiant tone, as if he had long since endured the Blue Shoes' antics. Covering the phone ID, Li nearly mistook him for Wang Zhizhi from years past. Had Jiang Hao really declared that he would never return to play in the National League? Was that for real? However, he was undeniably unlike other young players. He possessed a fierce spirit. With that attitude, I believe you have the makings of an NBA player, Li remarked. I won't concern myself with your affairs, so do not meddle in mine. Li refrained from persuading Jiang Hao to erase his post, chuckling in resignation. Indeed, we young people express ourselves freely, so forgive my reckless pursuit of liberty. You little brat, do you make me sound ancient? At just 27. In the prime of his life, Li felt a deep appreciation for Jiang Hao. It was hard to believe that this young man, whom he had only recently met, could exhibit such loyalty. The underlying message of Jiang Hao's post was not merely a reflection of their bond, but a declaration that the athletes from Sujiang were formidable. In essence, he was asserting that losing him would be a significant loss for them. Don't come crying to me about wanting to join the national team in the future. Want? They won't need to ask. They will beg for my return, Jiang Hao replied nonchalantly, as though he were not boasting. I can hardly wait for 2 months from now. After you visit the States, let Kobe and Shaquille set you straight, Li joked. Sure, D. Come to the States for a visit. If the national team doesn't want you, join me. We can play some street ball. Absolutely, I will make it happen. 2 hours later, the Chinese men's basketball team suffered a 52-58 defeat against CTE d'Ivoire, resulting in their early exit from the group stage of the World Championship. This unfortunate outcome thrust Jiang Hao's remarks back into the spotlight. Young player in the U.S. publicly questions the selection of players for the World Championship. This news rapidly circulated on platforms like Hoopu, NBA forums, and One Piece forums, earning him a considerable number of devoted fans. They rally behind his statement, declaring their support from the States. Wang Zhixi's path is the right one. Do not return. Indeed, everyone loses at the World Championship, so why not infuse some fresh talent? Ili had performed admirably. Why replace him? Let those who want to win take the court. Honestly, I think they should have called Jiang Hao back for a trial. Guai Luan's performance was abysmal, 1 point and 5 fouls. Scoring a point in basketball is no easy feat. Come on, are they going to pin the blame on Jiang Hao? Those forwards from Dongguan and the capital won't give him any time to shine. Even Ili was pushed out. The CBA has long been divided into factions. And Jiang Hao, now fully aware of the dynamics, turned off his phone and ceased engaging with external news. The entangled rivalries of the World Championship were none of his concern. Today marked the official commencement of his off-season training. In the capital, at the Blue Management Center, a middle-aged man with a rotund figure, dressed in a white shirt with his belt casually unfastened, paced in his office while examining a document. Before him stood an attractive female secretary. Jiang Hao? I've never heard that name before. Indeed, Director Xian. A month ago, he gained public attention after being signed by the NBA's Miami Heat. Humph, just an arrogant fool. Our national team talent pool does not require such a brash young man. Understood, Director Xian. He will not be included in the national team talent pool. Note, the national team talent pool refers to the comprehensive list provided by the Blue Shoes for the selection of players in both 3-on-3 and 5-on-5 basketball. All coaches must select players from this pool. Players in the 3-on-3 pool cannot be chosen for 5-on-5 teams. This regulation was implemented to prevent favoritism and the inclusion of personal players by coaches. 2 months later, with his skin darkened and muscles bulked, Jiang Hao returned to the familiar shores of Miami Beach, diving into the ocean for a refreshing swim until exhaustion set in, marking the end of his bittersweet summer. Life, after all, requires a sense of ritual. This summer has concluded, and the off-season is officially over. The new season is about to commence. After swimming, Jiang Hao donned a sleeveless shirt and sunglasses, finding his usual spot on the beach to relax, gazing at the crashing waves while tallying his achievements, following his intense workouts. Pickup games, and participation in various street ball leagues, the system finally rewarded him with 2 achievement bonuses. Chapter 33, Jianlian clings to Jiang Hao's leg, dominating McGee and Harris. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. First dunk over an NBA-caliber athlete. Reward, Joachim Noah's knee durability attribute enhancement. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. First score against a Chinese NBA player. Reward, Jianlian's vertical jump attribute enhancement. As Jiang Hao contemplated these 2 rewards, he found them amusing, both unexpected accomplishments. However, they were indeed quite practical. Far superior to the Summer League S. Leonard's healthy eating techniques. The first reward was particularly amusing, arising from an unexpected moment during a Drew League match, when an opposing player provocatively claimed that Asian guards could not dunk, belittling them as weaklings. Jiang Hao turned around, pressed the accelerator to its limits, and delivered a stunning dunk to his opponent. Had the system not brought it up, he would have completely forgotten about this individual, let alone recall their name. Could this be an NBA-caliber player? Quite intriguing. He vaguely remembered that this little-known player resembled a slender, white man akin to Stockton. Perhaps, because of this resemblance, his knees were also quite resilient? Is it possible that similar physiques inherit the same tenacity? Regardless, even though Jiang Hao may never acquire Stockton's legendary durability, possessing the knee strength akin to this mini Stockton would be a commendable advantage. Any enhancement is better than none. Previously, he had already gained Leonard's ankle power boost, and just like the ankles, the knees are equally fragile, if not more so. The strength of the knees cannot merely be developed through practice. Some are inherently prone to knee injuries, while others possess knees as tough as titanium alloy. Basketball players may forego ankle guards, but those with a history of knee injuries seldom part with their knee braces. This explains why Jiang Hao rarely attempts dunks or blocks during street ball. It puts unnecessary strain on his knees. In less significant matches, he prefers to avoid risky maneuvers, as the knees are the most vulnerable area for athletes. If he were truly to receive Stockton's knee strength enhancement today, It would not merely be a matter of attempting a dunk or grabbing a rebound. He could walk on sand using just his knees. After all, this is Stockton we are talking about. The legendary Jazz player maintained an almost flawless attendance record throughout his 19-year career, playing 16 seasons with a height of merely 185 meters, yet boasting exceptional physical conditioning and resilience against injuries. His lean physique is said to be made of steel and iron, marking him as a renowned iron-willed superstar. To injure me would be a greater challenge than winning a championship. Such is my steadfastness. Could it be that this John Doubler is somehow related to Stockton? Perhaps even a brother by blood? Jiang Hao took out his phone and conducted a Google search for that name. Well, it had no connection to Stockton. This fellow was merely a second-round draft pick for the Trailblazers this year and lacked notoriety. Jiang Hao had never heard of him, which typically indicated a player who would be eliminated from the NBA after just 1 or 2 years. As an old fan, Jiang Hao would have some recollection of any player who managed to fulfill 4 years or more on their rookie contract in the 21st century. Moreover, the mention of Yi Jianlian's contribution to his leaping ability was even more absurd. In early September, during a few pickup games in New York, with McGee, Biyombo, and Farid forming a formidable frontcourt, they needed an outside shooter and called Jiang Hao to join. Coincidentally, he was also training with the Knicks, which some claimed was merely training but was likely a tryout. Upon learning that Jiang Hao was in New York, Yi, as a senior, personally came to evaluate the young talent from China, or perhaps to put him through a trial by fire. Little Jiang, don't let the domestic fans inflate your ego. Let me see your true capabilities. Before the game commenced, Yi and Jiang exchanged curt greetings, a reflection of the tension stemming from Jiang's previous criticisms of the national team selection process. As the captain of the national team, he was understandably displeased, especially after the team had failed to win a single match in the World Championships. What level are you at to be questioning the national team? Securing a two-way contract was not the same as landing a max contract. What was there to boast about? Jiang had been advised to cherish this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yet before seizing his NBA chance, he had already jeopardized his national team prospects. Even Yi Jianlian, known for his good nature, felt frustration at this lack of ambition. Thus, he wished to personally impart a lesson to the younger generation, urging them not to be overly arrogant. What do these Summer League statistics even mean? Back in 2009, when he led the national team in the Summer League, his numbers were double those of Jiang, and he even hit a game winner. With his stature and skill, Yi's participation in such games was effortless. After all, who in the basketball circle did not recognize the name Yi Jianlian? Initially, Farid suggested that the two Chinese players team up, but he firmly insisted on separating from Jiang. Jiang understood Yi's intention. It wasn't a matter of doubting his skills, but rather a desire to educate him. Let me see my prowess then. The result was an astounding performance in a pickup game where Jiang scored 32 points with 8 out of 9 three-pointers and 4 out of 6 mid-range shots, effectively leading his team alongside McGee and Farid. The game was a delightful experience for him, as the two non-shooting big men crowded the paint, allowing him ample opportunities as a shooter. Notably, many of his points came while Yi Jianlian was actively switching on defense. The anticipated scenario where Yi would dominate Jiang never materialized. Due to the informal nature of the pickup games and lack of strategies, Yi frequently took the initiative to handle the ball and look for Jiang, but Jiang ended up forcing Yi into 5 turnovers and even thwarted an easy dunk attempt. Both offensively and defensively, Jiang's performance surpassed that of this talented Chinese power forward. After the victory, Farid celebrated with Jiang, acknowledging how comfortable it was to play alongside such a sharpshooter. They were adversaries on the court, but in this instance, camaraderie prevailed. Yi Jianlian, whose English was somewhat awkward, approached Jiang with a beaming smile, having transformed from a frown to a grin after the game. This 19-year-old from Sujiang was indeed impressive. The revelation that such talent was hidden away by Hu Weidong was astonishing. He now held a newfound respect for the Sujiang team and felt compelled to speak up for Yi. If a player like Jiang Hao were to be overlooked by the national team, it would truly be a loss for the nation. He even thought to himself, if only you were here during the World Championships, I wouldn't have had to struggle for every point inside. Hence, Yi Jianlian chose to withhold everything he had originally intended to say to Jiang. Having spent several years in the NBA, he recognized that Jiang's exceptional performance in such a game clearly demonstrated his capability to compete at that level. He pondered the selection prowess of Riley, realizing that the Heat would not draft an unworthy player. The future of Chinese basketball indeed appeared promising with Jiang at the helm. In this context, Jiang merely needed to participate in a few more regular season games, and without he needing to say much, domestic fans would undoubtedly elevate him to stardom. Playing for the national team would be akin to coordinating schedules with the Blue Shoes, much like Yi's experience. Where he had been approached for small games he wished to skip, but the Blue Shoes insisted on his participation, sending someone all the way to Milwaukee to negotiate with his agent. The Blue Shoes were notably humble in the presence of top-tier talent. Now, he was eager to recruit Jiang for the national team, undoubtedly driven by self-interest. After all, how many players could match Jiang's caliber? With Jiang on board, he anticipated a much easier time when representing the national team. Let us give it a try. Thus, in the subsequent game, he proactively chose to team up with Jiang once again, eager to experience the thrill of supporting a young talent. The combination of Jiang's outside shooting and Yi's inside game proved formidable. Understanding Yi's skill set, Jiang executed a screen and roll that dismantled the opposing duo of Tobias Harris and McGee. Aware of Yi's shooting and cutting abilities, Jiang would either pop out for a shot or set up an alley-oop. He was visibly exhilarated, raising his arms in triumph. As for Jiang, the need for constant defensive pressure on him was palpable. If the defense failed to contest, he would shoot freely, relishing the ease of play when opponents did not apply relentless pressure. Another victory. With Jiang in the lineup, winning felt almost assured. Farid, who could clearly perceive Jiang's rapid improvement, found it surreal that this was a player who had gone undrafted. Tobias Harris, also a first-round pick and a 3D forward, had initially been unfamiliar with Jiang, but after the game, he couldn't help but question the integrity of the NBA draft process. How could such a stable and promising talent have gone undrafted? Notably, during the game, he had raised his intensity to match Jiang, realizing just how seasoned and composed Jiang played, exuding a pressure that hinted at imminent mistakes from him. Jianlian chuckled, and after the game, they exchanged contact information, even offering to introduce Jiang to his agent. Jiang politely declined, feeling hesitant about accepting an agent associated with E. Let us have another match, McGee. It's your turn for revenge. Playing alongside Jiang was a joy for E, who cherished this rare opportunity and urged their opponents to hasten the next game. Chapter 34. Stockton, Jianlian. I am the jumping man. Jiang Hao's presence extended Alien's stay in New York by 3 days. He has developed a profound admiration for this diligent and humble junior. He is entirely unlike the reckless youth often portrayed on Weibo. Initially, Alien intended to impart all his NBA experiences to Jiang Hao, considering the latter's unfamiliarity with the environment and the numerous unwritten rules and cultural nuances of the league. He aimed to share the pitfalls he had encountered, hoping to assist this young talent. For further inquiries, Alien encouraged Jiang Hao to consult Yu Ming, who surely has a plethora of insights to share. Alien eagerly provided Jiang Hao with Yao's WeChat contact, emphasizing the camaraderie among those who play in the NBA. Mutual support is essential. Ironically, Alien found himself learning Jiang Hao's fitness techniques and dietary habits, while also witnessing the latter's remarkable self-discipline and professional ethos, traits that are seldom seen among players in the NBA. Observing Jiang Hao interact jovially with players like McGee, Biyombo, and Farid made Alien reflect on his own 5 years in the league, wondering how this young man had become so familiar with the environment in just 2 months. While feeling a sense of admiration, he also wished to schedule more games with Jiang Hao, which would not only help him maintain his own form but also allow him to assess the young man's potential. Why, you are truly giving it your all, he remarked, noting how Biyombo was visibly rattled by a shot from Jianlian during a break, urging him to relax a bit. However, they all understood the reality of their circumstances. Improvement was essential for securing future opportunities. Alien tossed a bottle of mineral water to Jiang Hao, having taken on the responsibility of providing water at the gym over the past few days. Brother Lin, did you pass the Knicks tryout? Jiang Hao inquired politely, even though he already knew the outcome. No, they do not require a player like me, Alien replied candidly, having come to regard Jiang Hao as a genuine friend. Don't worry, there are other teams that may present opportunities. Jiang Hao reflects on the current landscape of the league, lamenting that a player of Jianlian's caliber struggles to find a position. With the presence of the formidable Amare Stoudemire, the Knicks do not require an interior player like E. Rather, they seek a robust, defensive presence in line with contemporary trends. Players such as Kenneth Farid, JaVale McGee, and Bismack Biyombo exemplify this need. Tasked primarily with defense and securing rebounds, their shooting ability is of little concern. Most importantly, these sturdy interior players are less prone to injuries, a category in which he does not excel. In recent days, Yi's performances in street basketball have showcased his offensive prowess overshadowed by defensive frailties. Without a coach to guide him, he often opted for long-range shots, demonstrating notable accuracy. Had a coach been present, they would have compelled him to drive to the basket after a few missed attempts, even if it meant drawing fouls for free throws. Yi's physique makes him susceptible to injury when challenging bulkier defenders, a predicament that is difficult to navigate. Little did he know. The dynamics of the league would undergo a complete transformation in 3 years, favoring small ball strategies. The once derided soft interior players, like Yi, have become the trend. If only he were a few years younger, would his shooting ability not rival that of Brook Lopez? Would his ability to drive past defenders not be swifter than that of Draymond Green? He need not contend with those bulky interior players, potentially extending his professional career. Once he establishes himself, the league would surely embrace him. He possesses a subtle sense of humor, though his low voice and slow speech, particularly when translated into English, may hinder his communication. Jiang Hao can easily envision him feeling out of place in an NBA locker room, surrounded by boisterous personalities, with few willing to listen attentively to his words. Observing the World Championship, it is evident that the gap between our team and the international competition is widening. Personally, I hope to see more talented players from our homeland venture into the NBA. Yi's recent trip to the United States in search of employment was also an attempt to bolster his own capabilities, but after the tryouts, he realized he may have reached his peak. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, he expressed a desire for talented players from various positions in China to explore opportunities in foreign leagues, as they are distinctly different from those nurtured in the CBA, often yielding immediate results. Jiang Hao stands out as the only player among his peers who has yet to solidify his style, having entered the NBA training environment before turning 20, unlike Yao Ming, Sun Yu, and others who flourished in the CBA before making their way to the NBA. Witnessing Jiang Hao's progress, he wonders if he too had trained abroad at 17 or 18, whether his accomplishments would have surpassed those he has achieved today. Jiang Hao truly wished to inquire, "Brother Lian, do you also harbor disdain for the CBA? If not, what brings you to America for a friendly basketball match? Surely, back home, you could command a multitude of professional players." Yet, he ultimately refrained from asking. After all, Yi Jianlian relies on the CBA for his livelihood, and his emotional connection to the league runs deeper than that of any other player. To speak ill of the CBA in his presence would be inappropriate, as Yi's professionalism has consistently been of international caliber. This implies that if the CBA were populated solely by players of Yi's caliber, then Jiang Hao's system would be rendered obsolete. Until his retirement, Yi Jianlian possessed the capability to compete in the NBA. Jiang Hao could only respond with a vague remark, "Take your time. It is genuinely difficult for us here. Now, you are the only one left. Play your role as the locomotive well, and if you can perform, I believe more young individuals will be eager to explore foreign leagues. I will do my best. I'm leaving now. When you return to the country, come find me at Dongguan and give our youth training a good talk, so they can open their eyes to the world." Alien gazed at the muscular Jiang Hao with admiration, reflecting on the rookies in his own team. Mater, they should see what a player like Jiang Hao, at the same age, has achieved abroad. Haha, what about Ren Junfei and Zheng Fanri? Do you know them? I've heard of them. Let them watch me on television. Great. I truly admire your spirit. These recent matches with Alien brought Jiang Hao rewards. The achievement noted that his first encounter with an NBA-level player from the motherland occurred on such a makeshift court, indicating that Alien had given his all in these games. Jiang Hao lay on the beach, gazing at the azure sky and fluffy white clouds, feeling a sense of wistfulness. Jiang Hao extended an invitation to Yi Li, who did not attend. Otherwise, Jiang Hao might have had the opportunity to assess whether Yi Li possessed NBA-caliber skills. Jiang Hao heard the phrase, "if there's a chance, I will definitely come," and immediately knew that he would not come. The relationship simply did not reach that level, and as a pure CBA player, he was deeply rooted in that culture. He had never contemplated coming to the NBA in his lifetime. Earning $1 million in the CBA and receiving bonuses was rather comfortable. Wasn't he it? Even if Jiang Hao bought him a plane ticket, he would not come here just for a few high-level street basketball games. As the captain, Yi Li could not extricate himself from Su Jiang and Steel. However, Jiang Hao genuinely wanted to tell him that once you experience it, you will understand the gap. It becomes addictive, and you will no longer regard the games organized by CBA players with any esteem. This is also why Yi Jianlian never played with domestic players during the off-season. Returning to the matter at hand, the two attribute bonuses awarded by the system complemented each other beautifully. Previously, Jiang Hao had to bend his knees more and exert significant effort to dunk, but now he could do so effortlessly while jogging. As for Yi Jianlian's leaping ability, it goes without saying. Just earlier, while swimming at the seaside, Jiang Hao tested it out. Even under the pressure of the seawater, he could easily jump a meter in place. That sensation was a feeling of soaring that Jiang Hao had never experienced before. His knees and ankles required only a gentle exertion, with no strain whatsoever. Given another opportunity, he might just be able to dunk over that diminutive player from the Drew League, the man who could jump the highest in Chinese basketball, who once dunked over Gasol and Anthony, was not without merit. Yi Jianlian was not merely a name. While other players reached their limits, he soared into the heavens. Furthermore, that man who resembled Stockton provided him with a knee enhancement, allowing Jiang Hao to consider himself a jumper now as well. Hello, one sugar-free cola. As the beach waiter passed by, Jiang Hao treated himself to a cup of soda, marking a memorable conclusion to the first off-season of his career. After finishing, he rose to report to the team. Just moments ago, Jalen Williams, who had just returned from Europe, sent a message. This afternoon was media day, and the Heat required all players to gather at the American Airlines Arena for poster shoots and jersey number selections. Tomorrow, the Heat training camp would commence. A strictly closed training for 2 weeks, officially preparing for the 2012 season. Chapter 35, choosing a number, dunking over Jordan by 5 centimeters. At the American Airlines Arena. Even before entering, Jiang Hao distinctly sensed a change in atmosphere. It was neither the ease of a relaxed environment nor the excitement of an impending match, nor the tension of a new school year. Rather, it was a heavy ambience. Unlike his previous visit when there were only a handful of people, this time the court, meeting rooms, and locker rooms were filled with individuals reminiscent of a parent-teacher conference. Not only were all 15 players from the Heat gathered, but the management led by Riley, the coaching staff headed by Spoelstra, and the entire Heat organization were all on high alert. There were also numerous staff members responsible for the poster shoots, jersey selections, and shoe management, with tables and small tents set up throughout the basketball court. Of course, one could not overlook the swarm of reporters covering the Heat training camp opening ceremony. The incessant clicking of long-focus cameras aimed at the stars created an overwhelming spectacle. It was quite noisy. Jiang Hao and Boyan huddled in a corner, shivering as they awaited instructions from the staff. Surrounded by the sounds of reporters engaging in verbal duels with the Heat's key players in various languages. The spotlight on the Big Three, especially LeBron James, was immense. No one paid attention to Jiang Hao, the undrafted player. Even Boyan, a second-round pick, attracted little interest from reporters. Even ordinary Heat fans were aware that the second-round picks from recent years had little chance of getting playing time. What are you two doing standing there? Go sit at the media day station and wait for the reporters to come for interviews. Okay. In an amusing turn of events, Jiang Hao's media day interview spot was arranged right next to LeBron, effectively forming a queue for reporters. Otherwise, it would have been a crush if both James and Wade were together. Compared to the bustling scene over there, Jiang Hao's area was deserted, prompting him to recall a saying, that year at 19, during training camp media day, I sat like a mere pawn. At that time, I silently vowed to ensure everyone would see me. While he was lost in thought, a few media outlets noticed Jiang Hao and hurried over. First, a reporter from Tingshuan Sports, Duan Ran, instinctively began in English but quickly switched to Chinese. Hey, Jiang Hao, I'd like to ask you. As you arrive in the NBA for the first time and will be playing alongside 3 superstars, what are your expectations for the upcoming season? Jiang Hao, I strive to play diligently, hoping to contribute positively to the team. Seen as sports reporter, do you believe you can surpass Boyan? Recently, Yi Jianlian expressed high praise for you during an interview in the country. Jiang Hao chuckled and shook his head, saying, there is no distinction between us. We are equally matched, and we will inevitably compete for playing time. It was then that Su Kun, the editor-in-chief of Basketball Pioneer, posed a practical question. This season marks the commencement of your professional career. Have you decided on a jersey number? Jiang Hao pondered for a moment, realizing that his options within the team were rather limited. I'll choose number 8, he declared. Why number 8? As everyone might surmise, he simply wished to bring himself good fortune, believing that luck would follow him. His articulate response left several reporters from the Celestial Empire quite astonished. This 19-year-old lad was likely facing such a multitude of cameras for the first time, yet he remained remarkably composed. Well then, we wish you the best of luck in the NBA, they exclaimed. Thank you. After the cameras were turned off, Duan Ran and others engaged in casual conversation with Jiang Hao, primarily discussing his status as the first forward from the Celestial Empire to enter the NBA. Although his name may not yet be widely recognized, they encouraged him to remain at ease. If he seized the opportunity, the media would undoubtedly support him. Next season, he would be the sole representative from the Celestial Empire in the NBA, and they expressed their fervent hope for his success, as it would certainly generate compelling stories. Absolutely. No problem at all. Jiang Hao added the WeChat accounts of these three media outlets, recognized as the triumvirate of NBA China, serving as the voice for fans in the Celestial Empire. Fostering good relations with them is undoubtedly prudent. Subsequently, only the local Miami media approached Jiang Hao with inquiries, predominantly concerning the trio of superstars and the coaching staff. Jiang Hao found himself somewhat bewildered, as they seemed eager to extract intriguing topics from him. Questions arose regarding his assessment of LeBron James's current skills, and there were inquiries about who he believed held the leadership role within the team atmosphere. Who would dare to respond? To answer is to invite peril. Jiang Hao, astute as ever, remarked that we are a united collective, quite an elderly sentiment. Nevertheless, he gleaned from the inquiries posed by the local media the reasons behind the prevailing somber atmosphere as the new season approaches. This mood is closely tied to the perpetually serious demeanor of the Big Three since their arrival at the arena, alongside the disappointment of the previous season. Following their defeat in the 2010 to 2011 NBA Finals, the Heat's triumvirate faced scathing scrutiny in the media. Their mocking of Dirk Nowitzki's illness during the finals becoming a source of derision, repeatedly criticized. King James, in particular, endured relentless questioning, with many speculating that, during several finals games, he deliberately withheld the ball from the effortlessly skilled Dwayne Wade in pursuit of the finals MVP. Such external mockery and skepticism have lingered to this day, as evidenced by the jubilant expressions of the reporters from the Cleveland Plain Dealer and the Texas Daily. Thus, this year, the entire Heat team is bracing themselves with fortitude and resilience. Jiang Hao and Boyong, the two newcomers who did not experience the previous season, are unaware of such sentiments. However, Jiang Hao understands that this year, the Heat have indeed triumphed over adversity to claim the championship and silence their critics. Consequently, when responding to inquiries, he exudes confidence in his team. The subsequent selection of jersey numbers and the photo shoot for their debut images proceeded swiftly. Jiang Hao opted for the number 8 and posed for a single photograph, which he shared solely with Boyong. These rookies are not deemed worthy of sharing a photo shoot with the Big Three, who had their images captured in a plethora of shots, destined to grace the screens and posters in the home arena throughout the upcoming season. They are the true protagonists. Now, it is time to depart for training. Jiang Hao and his companion were the first to return to the locker room, preparing to head to the training facility. The locker room had been recently revamped. Lacking a signature sneaker contract, Jiang Hao's locker, situated at the far end, was filled with a complete set of mainstream Adidas gear. After changing into his training attire and his McGrady Adidas sneakers, he joined Boyan to make their way to the training hall. Half an hour later, following the media day, James Jones, Norris Cole, Sean Battier, Mario Chalmers, Udonis Haslem, Ronnie Turieff, and Joel Anthony arrived at the training facility seeking to regain their rhythm. Unlike Jiang Hao, who had been diligently preparing, these players had spent the past 2 months in leisure. Battier had even traveled to China to film a variety show. They were in dire need of re-establishing their form. With the training camp commencing tomorrow, it was imperative to get their bodies in sync today. The absence of even one player could disrupt the entire session. As James Jones called for Jiang Hao and Boyan, both drenched in sweat, to split into teams, he realized they only had 9 players. Add me to the count, came a voice, and they beheld a man with bulging cheeks. Clad in a black sleeveless Ning shirt, Dwayne Wade had also arrived for practice. Let's begin. We need to find our rhythm. Otherwise, the brutal training tomorrow will be overwhelming. Udonis Haslem directly joined Wade and the others. To their surprise, Jiang Hao found himself matched up against Wade right from the outset. Boyan, sensing the situation, promptly assisted Wade with the ball. Under Jiang Hao's defense, Wade executed a smooth turnaround jumper. Come on, apply some pressure, Wade remarked, clicking his tongue. Clearly feeling the intensity was lacking. Indeed, don't hold back. Dwayne despises complacent defense. James Jones repeatedly signaled to Jiang Hao, thinking to himself that he couldn't afford to treat Wade as though he were merely another player. All right. Jiang Hao, possessing a certain understanding of social nuances, was cautious not to crowd Dwayne Wade too closely, fearing an awkward moment should he inadvertently disrupt Wade's dribbling or cause him to lose his shot. Thus, he instinctively took a step back, uncertain whether the system had activated, yet the ball gracefully found its way into the basket. However, on the offensive end, Jiang Hao showed no mercy. He recognized that any struggle Wade faced in scoring might provoke his ire. Yet, if Jiang excelled in his own offensive efforts, Wade, as a defender, would likely appreciate the endeavor, given Jiang was a teammate. In the presence of this historic shot-blocking guard, Jiang was eager to assess the fruits of his off-season training. With Norris Cole merely facilitating the ball's transition, Jiang seized it, executing a sudden, explosive drive towards the basket. Wade, caught off guard, found himself a half-step behind. Sneaking a victory? Absolutely out of the question. In the presence of the Flash, a mere half-step was insignificant. Wade immediately pressed on the gas to keep pace. Jiang Hao, undeterred by Wade's imminent pursuit from behind, leapt forward with fervor. May the blessings of brotherly be upon him. He yearned to measure his strength against Tian Wei. With a decisive third step, he ascended directly. Jiang Hao propelled himself into the air as if his feet were equipped with springs, while Wade soared up from behind, only to be astonished to find that his palm barely reached the base of Jiang Hao's forearm, rendering him incapable of blocking the ball. Instead, his body collided with Jiang Hao. Before losing his balance, Jiang Hao effortlessly slammed the ball into the hoop with one hand, subsequently landing gracefully alongside Wade, even offering support to the unsteady Wade. What? Am I seeing this correctly? Did this lad just execute a dunk over the rim? A rim-rattling dunk over Dwayne Wade. On the sidelines, Haslam watched in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out. This is disastrous. James Jones covered his face in shock. The inner thoughts of Badier and others echoed. Brother, you've crossed the line. You can't dunk on the team's leader. Wade is the true king of the Heat, my friend. Good luck to you. You won't be stepping onto the court next season. Chapter 36. James, do I have a grudge against you? Last season's second-team all-defensive selection, ranked first in blocked shots among guards, despite losing a meniscus. He became the guard with the most dunks last season, featuring prominently in the top 5 plays as a shooting guard. He was hailed as the 5 centimeters shorter Michael Jordan, the leader of the Heat. Yet, in this impromptu scrimmage, he was dunked on by an undrafted two-way contract player. Silence enveloped the court. No player dared utter a word. Anyone dunked on by such a rookie would find it humiliating, and thankfully, it wasn't a live-stream training camp match. Otherwise, this moment would surely have been relished by Wade's critics. There were no assistant coaches filming the event, which spared everyone from further embarrassment. If it weren't for the limited number of players, Jiang Hao would never have had the chance to participate in the team's scrimmage. Should Riley catch wind of this incident, Wade would undoubtedly face additional practice sessions. Such explosive athleticism. After landing, Wade chuckled and playfully patted Jiang Hao's backside to mask his embarrassment, inwardly cursing the audacity of today's youth. You caught me off guard. I hadn't even warmed up yet. However, had Jiang Hao truly stolen a dunk on Wade, the latter would have surely erupted in anger. The reason for Wade's calmness lay in the fact that he had genuinely leaped with full force, intending to deliver an earth-shattering block to the rookie. Instead, he watched in astonishment as Jiang Hao soared and effortlessly dunked over him, a feat that only James could achieve against him. Thus, a flicker of surprise crossed his mind. This young man from the East possesses talent. It was merely luck, sheer luck. Although Jiang Hao yearned to shout out extravagantly, he refrained from doing so in the presence of Wade. If he were to provoke the core of the Heat from the very beginning, he would jeopardize any chance of future playtime. Moreover, he realized that he had indeed acted impulsively. With no one around the sidelines, scoring 50 points would be futile, as players have no power over his playing time. Even if he were to embarrass Wade by deflating his ego, it wouldn't guarantee him a single minute on the court. Alas, he was caught up in the moment. Therefore, as Badier advised, he decided to play relaxed, prioritizing helping his veteran teammates regain their form. He resolved to embrace his role as the younger brother. Yet, as he played, his mind was consumed by the exhilarating moment of dunking over Wade. Just thinking about it brought him immense joy. This was a superstar that one could only witness on television, and here he was, effortlessly leaping to dunk over him. Such elation was only natural. Though he had traversed time, he was not an elderly man, but rather a 31-year-old still at the tail end of his prime in basketball terms, brimming with ambition and dreams. Having spent much time among elementary school children in his previous life, his mindset remained youthful. Encountering Wade ignited a fierce desire for challenge within him. If one day I aspire to great heights, might I still be granted the spirit of youth? Who among players does not wish to compete with the stars they see on screen? During the off-season, Jiang Hao had not encountered an opponent of Dwayne Wade's caliber. Consequently, he managed to block Wade's elusive layup. No more. I need to rest, as I have training tomorrow. Haslam, showing wisdom, halted the game just as Wade was on the verge of a fierce burst, indicating that his aging body required respite. Without him, no team could form, and everyone dispersed. Wade tossed aside his towel and departed with his agent. His performance during the scrimmage was rather lackluster, as he feigned a nonchalant demeanor, exhibiting a rather pretentious attitude. He seemed to look down upon the game, but he missed several shots and was thwarted by Jiang Hao on multiple fruitless attempts, draining his motivation to play seriously. He resorted to casually shooting three-pointers to find his rhythm. In contrast, Jiang Hao demonstrated remarkable accuracy from beyond the arc. Although he had no opportunities to initiate plays against these players, he capitalized on the few open looks he received, primarily because Wade did not defend him at all, merely offering token resistance. To Jiang Hao, it seemed that Wade's subsequent demeanor was merely a facade to disguise his initial humiliation from being dunked on. That was a solid performance, wasn't he it, Jones? Jiang Hao chuckled during his grooming routine after receiving Jones's earlier criticism. You should toughen up your defense. Your offensive responses are too swift. Look, Wade isn't even taking it seriously anymore. That's not my concern. I will certainly put in the effort. Indeed. His words held truth. The less one dares to defend, the more contempt one invites. Perhaps Battier, having earned several hundred W during the off-season in China, received advice from Yao Ming, urging Jiang Hao to relax, suggesting that dunking on Wade was inconsequential. Young players must challenge authority to gain its respect. Such heartfelt counsel is rarely shared among colleagues on the court, as they hardly have time for pranks, let alone imparting life lessons. This is indeed true. Navigating the complexities of schoolyard bullying often requires adopting a defiant stance to avoid being victimized. This Jiang is indeed your signing, right? There is noticeable progress. In the training facility below, Jalen Williams arrived to clean, while Heat shooting coach Eric Glass prepared for the upcoming training camp by setting up shooting cones on an adjacent court. Yes, I brought him. Progress is what matters. Jalen Williams replied with pride, likely having learned a great deal from James Jones regarding shooting technique. After observing Jiang Hao shooting during the latter part of the scrimmage, Eric Glass genuinely remarked that his form was significantly more stable than during the summer league, although he shot primarily from open positions. The ability to convert those opportunities is a fundamental skill for a shooter. As a top shooting coach with a decade of experience, Eric could immediately discern Jiang Hao's rigorous practice. Every aspect of his shooting motion, from hand positioning and finger pressure to release speed and post-shot muscle dynamics, was executed with the precision of a top-tier shooter. Indeed, Jiang Hao had spent the last 2 months achieving peak physical condition through rigorous training, which had honed his shooting touch and accuracy. Each three-pointer represented the culmination of countless hours of painful practice following intense workouts. Strangely enough, during full-court play, this young man appeared less mediocre. Perhaps he could indeed evolve into a 3D player. Jalen Williams, though not particularly knowledgeable about player development, remained haunted by memories of Jiang Hao's grueling one-on-one matchup with James Jones. It's possible such players may not become stars, but they can serve as valuable role players. Eric Glass found the situation puzzling, especially since neither of them had witnessed the initial dunk. Otherwise, the oddity of it all would have been even more pronounced. However, during the off-season, Jiang Hao gained some notoriety on several outdoor courts in New York and Los Angeles, showcasing his formidable prowess. In half-court 3v3, 2v2, or 1v1 games, he appeared as an unremarkable player, but once he transitioned to full-court play, he transformed entirely. Thus, he later chose to focus solely on full-court games where he never appeared lacking. Others struggled to contain his seasoned jump shot, and he was capable of defending effectively. The disparity was evident. Moreover, with 10 players on the court, attention gravitated toward him during moments of defense or offense. Unlike in 2v2 or one-on-one scenarios where he was the sole focus, leading to unfounded assumptions about his ball handling skills, finishing ability, and defensive prowess. The following day marked the commencement of the Heat's training camp. With a heart brimming with confidence, Jiang Hao arrived at the training facility, knowing that today marked the beginning of full-court games against a cadre of pure NBA players. This opportunity was exceedingly favorable for him. Not only was it a full-court setting, but he was also pitted against NBA talent, ensuring a high caliber of competition. He firmly believed that after this training camp, he would undoubtedly earn the trust of the Miami Heat's front office. As he entered the locker room, a cacophony of laughter greeted him. And there stood the muscular LeBron James, shirtless and preparing to tape his ankles. Nearby, Dwayne Wade, busy securing his knee pads, chuckled and remarked, "First round dumped on." These young folks today have no respect for the game. Glancing up, he caught sight of the newly arrived Jiang Hao, who, feeling somewhat awkward yet polite, waved a greeting, pondering whether Americans openly spoke ill of others in their presence. LeBron, disregarding Jiang Hao's gesture, continued, "You ought to retaliate. Bring your son's stroller to work." Jiang Hao halted in his tracks, bewildered. "Wait, LeBron James, do I have a vendetta against you? Mr. James, have we crossed paths before?" Chapter 37, Sparring Partner? Had LeBron James previously been involved with him in some manner? Had he inadvertently offended him? Jiang Hao could no longer contain his frustration upon hearing LeBron's provocative suggestion to Wade. The notion of pushing a stroller was trivial, just a prank. However, inciting Wade against him was another matter entirely. Were they not even pretending anymore? If his memory served him right. This was the first time he had encountered LeBron James during this summer league, where he had been bombarded with popcorn by the veterans. And he had remained silent about it. As for any past grievances, he had never crossed paths with this individual in his former life. Jiang Hao could discern from James's unmistakable expression that the latter harbored some discontent towards him. What on earth? Are you no longer interested in the affection of the Chinese basketball fans? If Jiang Hao wished to stir controversy, he could effortlessly compose a scathing critique of the so-called perfect star players, and one might wonder if the Chinese fans would buy into it. At worst, it would be a case of mutual destruction. However, it was all in good fun. After all, one might even enjoy the color of Dwayne's son's toy stroller. James, with an air of indifference, shrugged his shoulders, inadvertently casting a subtle jab at Wade. This was particularly poignant as Wade's younger son had developed a penchant for pink items, which had led doctors to speculate about a tendency towards femininity, much to Wade's chagrin. Thus, upon hearing James's remark, Wade instinctively frowned, but in the next breath, transformed into a peacemaker. All right, let us not pick on the rookies. We didn't come to the training facility this early to harass them. Just as Jiang Hao was about to set his bag down and head to his locker, Wade called out to him, "Hey Jiang, why don't you grab a little pink stroller later and push it around the locker room? Maybe LeBron, the Twitter king, could share a humorous tweet about it? We mean no harm. It's just a light-hearted rookie initiation tradition, a simple photo opportunity." Wade's suggestion effectively silenced James, who had been poised to scold the rookie. It seemed he rather enjoyed the title of Twitter king. Jiang Hao's mind was flooded with expletives, feeling as though this situation was never-ending. Was he truly at the mercy of others? He understood that Wade was attempting to provide an exit for both parties, hoping to conclude the matter with a gentle nudge, without resorting to the public spectacle that LeBron had suggested. However, the manner in which it was executed today left Jiang Hao feeling quite displeased. He neither sought conflict nor feared it, and thus stated plainly, "I apologize, gentlemen, but a single prank on a rookie suffices. Let us focus on playing the game." Without waiting for their response, he offered a slight smile and a gesture of apology before making his way to his locker, leaving LeBron and Wade no time to react. This tactic was one Jiang Hao had employed in his previous life when dealing with superiors. When asked to undertake responsibilities beyond his purview, he would politely express his inability, subsequently redirecting the conversation towards his primary objectives, leaving no room for further discussion. Just like now, having mentioned the importance of focusing on the game, there was nothing more to be said, effectively elevating the discourse from frivolity to seriousness. Pressing further would only serve to diminish his love for basketball. LeBron and Wade exchanged glances, dismissing the incident as trivial. It was merely an unfortunate coincidence that Jiang Hao overheard their intentions for mischief. Moreover, to Wade, Jiang Hao was just a fleeting presence, likely to vanish after a season, rendering any lingering entanglements inconsequential. Having spent years with the Heat, Wade had encountered far more ostentatious rookies than Jiang Hao, but only a handful remained. The current generation of young players possessed distinct personalities, likely embodying a bit of that Kobe spirit. He mused with a chuckle. LeBron remarked with a mischievous smile, "Perhaps this kid is unaware of what training lies ahead." This comment left Wade, donned in protective gear, visibly perplexed. He found himself wanting to inquire, "Do you have a past grievance with Jiang Hao? Something more intense than the dunk over me? Otherwise, why target this young man from the East?" Observing Wade's expression, LeBron waved dismissively, "Oh, it's nothing really. Rich Paul mentioned that he tends to overthink. But never mind that. Let us proceed with our training." It appeared that the popcorn incident had indeed been orchestrated by these two. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao had already retrieved his shoes and headed towards the medical room to change, feeling exasperated in their presence, opting for silence instead. It seemed these two had not fully grasped Jiang Hao's words, his statement that one prank was sufficient when unchallenged. indicating that the first prank was indeed their doing. Jiang Hao learned just yesterday that, thus far, he is the only one who has been targeted by the popcorn incident. Boyan's backpack is trivial in comparison, and he has never called anyone to bring him a meal, indicating that the three superstars have little leisure to concern themselves with the rookies, aside from Jiang Hao. Darn it, for now, I can only endure this. Once I rise, I will retaliate against you. No, at that time, do not harbor any thoughts of clinging to my success. Jiang Hao, for a fleeting moment, contemplated calling James down for a one-on-one showdown, thinking it would be a spectacle on the court. If you have any grievances, feel free to slam dunk on me. However, upon further reflection, he realized the futility of such an endeavor. What would it prove if he triumphed? Does a two-time MVP need to validate his prowess through a mere street challenge? He had already secured his contract, and regardless of the outcome, it would ultimately be his defeat. Unless he intended to sever ties with the team, such an impulsive act would only lead to his own professional ruin within the Heat. In the future, when he leads his own team, he would unleash his full force against James's squad. Jiang Hao warmed up on the treadmill for an hour before being summoned by the staff to gather downstairs. The entire coaching team, comprising a roster of 15, assembled together. The minor incident involving the stroller seemed to have no bearing on the team, as only 3 individuals appeared to be aware of it. LeBron stood at the forefront, not casting a glance at Jiang Hao, who waited on the sidelines for Spoelstra's instructions. The session commenced with the grueling ritual of running laps, a testament to the prowess of the home team players, all of whom met the standards after 2 groups. At the age of 26, LeBron James claimed first place, followed closely by Dwayne Wade in second, and Chris Bosh securing 5th. Jiang Hao has also witnessed the discipline of the 3 giants, regardless of their character. It is evident that both the Little Emperor and the Flash possess a commendable level of professionalism and self-discipline. Otherwise, they would not arrive at the training facility even earlier than himself. Jiang Hao unexpectedly secured the 4th position, surpassing even the starting point guard Chalmers in speed. This personal triumph highlighted his dedication during the off-season. However, as he and Boyan eagerly anticipated the opportunity to showcase their skills before the entire starting lineup, they soon discovered that they were completely sidelined, denied any chance to play alongside the main squad. Coach Spoelstra selected 10 players for the full-court scrimmage, comprising the core from last season's playoffs along with the new acquisition Battier, resulting in a precise count of 10. It appears that this configuration will become the norm for future scrimmages, barring any injuries, as the remaining 5 players were not afforded even the opportunity to participate in practice games. Aside from this year's rookie Boyan and Jiang Hao, the other 3 were the hefty Eddie Curry, veteran Joel Anthony, and last year's second-round pick Dexter Pittman. It is evident how fierce the competition is when even a seasoned player like Joel Anthony has been cast aside, and last year's second-round selection has not been able to secure a spot in the practice games. Jiang Hao, having observed the Heat's performance in this season during his previous life, noted that even among those 10 players, several could only hope to play during garbage time of regular season games. Only 8 truly belonged to the rotation. The NBA is not only challenging in terms of game participation, but also in securing a place in practice matches. The intra-squad scrimmage was conducted under the watchful eye of Coach Spoelstra, while the remaining 5 were taken aside by assistant coaches for targeted training, akin to a reserve status, indicating they had not yet reached the requisite level for play. Eddie Curry was sent to the gym for running and weight loss, while Boyan focused on shooting drills in a smaller setting. Jiang Hao was directly escorted to the video room by Coach Zhu Wan. Coach Zhu, aren't the substitutes needed for the scrimmage? Jiang Hao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He was eager to showcase his abilities during the practice match, perhaps even unlocking a reward akin to Wade's elusive moves. His value lay in competing against NBA players. Coach Zhu chuckled. As you mentioned, it is merely a practice match. Enhancing everyone's stamina and physicality is also a vital aspect of training. After all, they will be the rotation players for the upcoming season, and they need ample time to familiarize themselves with one another. Very well, Jiang Hao acquiesced. Jiang Hao discerned the underlying message, cautioning the inexperienced newcomers to refrain from overreaching and to obediently adhere to the team's arrangements. Juwan Howard presented several pre-prepared videotapes to Jiang Hao, imparting a few instructions before preparing to depart. For now, immerse yourself in these tapes, and once they conclude their training match, you may join for practice. Accompanying practice? Chapter 38, Simulating Kid and Beria? The Heat is utterly relentless. Accompanying practice, indeed. Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the news. Just as he was about to inquire further, Juwan Howard had already closed the door and departed. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Hao inserted the videotape into the old computer on the desk. Reviewing tapes is a commonplace practice in the NBA after every regular season and playoff game. Editors compile highlight reels for teams to analyze each player's skills and the reasons behind their defeats, occasionally following significant losses. Teams would even convene to watch these tapes as a form of public reprimand. Numerous legends have emerged from the practice of reviewing tapes. Who among the shooting guards has spent late nights poring over recordings of Jordan and Kobe? Leonard, having participated in the Summer League, honed his skills by incessantly watching Jordan's offensive tapes. Furthermore, some role players enter the NBA and learn by studying their own template tapes. Akin to the saying, to read 10,000 books. The more one immerses themselves in these tapes, the more instinctual their gameplay becomes. However, it is rare for teams to allow players to watch tapes during work hours. Isn't that akin to being paid for trivial pursuits? The first tape began with footage from the NBA Finals featuring the Mavericks versus the Heat. Initially, Jiang Hao thought the focus was on the offensive prowess of LeBron James, but soon realized the editor had centered the footage on the defense executed by Jason Kidd. Jiang Hao pondered why James had missed several shots. As he continued watching, it became evident that the clips predominantly showcased Kidd's defense against James and Wade, or even his switches to guard Bosh. Had the wrong tape been selected? In Jiang Hao's view, the 38-year-old Kidd's style was entirely different from his own. Was he supposed to learn defensive techniques? Jiang Hao had hardly employed Kidd's defensive prowess in his own game. Spoelstra had indicated he would be developed as a 3D player, surely. He didn't intend for him to learn from Kidd? Contemplating this, Jiang Hao switched to another tape. If he were to learn defensive strategies, he would find it quite tedious. He hoped the next tape would feature players like Nowitzki or Ray Allen. He had previously considered that mastering shooting could provide him with opportunities on the court, while focusing on defense seemed futile. He was neither James's rival nor tasked with guarding Wade. In crucial moments of a game, if the opposing team's primary offensive threats fell to him, he would have already secured ample playing time. Conversely, if his offensive skills faltered, he would undoubtedly be substituted within a minute. The second tape began to play, still showcasing the familiar finals matchup. The opening scene was iconic, the 182-meter tall Beria defending LeBron James in the post, the visual proportions exaggerated. Yet, the diminutive Puerto Rican held his ground and even drew an offensive foul, a gif that continues to circulate across forums. Immortalized in the annals of basketball lore as the tale of the 180 centimeters veteran holding a dominant James to merely 8 points in a key finals game. So, why was this being shown to him? Both veterans from the Mavericks played as point guards, their heights bearing no resemblance to Jiang Hao's. Was he to learn their defensive methods? That seemed implausible. Analyzing their defensive styles to uncover vulnerabilities? Even less likely, one would need James to observe that. Jiang Hao, who was struggling to make it onto the practice squad, couldn't he possibly have the opportunity to face them anytime soon? Was it truly necessary to watch so many tapes merely to prepare for 2 regular season encounters? If it were for the playoffs, both teams would need to reach the finals. Was the coaching staff being overly prescient? Unless Spoelstra possessed foresight that he would replace James and Wade in due time. If he was to learn defense, he ought to study the likes of Marion or Carter. In Jiang Hao's estimation, Marion's ability to guard positions 1 through 5 was what he needed to emulate. Carter, with a physique similar to his own, had also been recently recruited by Cuban. It would make far more sense to study their defensive tapes. Jiang Hao found himself perplexed by the focus on Kidd and Beria, compared to their defensive skills. He yearned to learn their abilities in orchestrating and passing the ball. Had the team truly considered him as an analyst? If so, his analyst's salary seemed rather inflated. While in the video room, he couldn't directly inquire. Outside, everyone was engrossed in practice, and if the coaching staff saw him loitering after receiving his assignment, they would undoubtedly frown upon it. Thus, as he watched the tapes, he discreetly took out his phone to message Jalen Williams, inquiring if he had any insights regarding the coaching staff's intentions. He found himself rather perplexed. In the office, Jalen Williams, understanding the situation, feigned ignorance. They likely want you to emulate Kidd and Beria, learning their defensive techniques. But I play forward. I should be simulating forwards, shouldn't I? There are no forwards in the tapes. Who says there are no forwards? Just keep watching, Jalen thought, silently hinting. After sending the message, Jiang Hao fast-forwarded through the remaining tapes and was astonished to discover one featuring Nowitzki. Nowitzki had defense. Learning his defensive positioning would equate to learning how to be easily bypassed. Wait a moment, Jiang Hao began to sense something amiss. The Miami Heat's intentions were clear. They were merely practice partners. The 3 players were Caucasian, seemingly lacking in defensive prowess. Yet, in reality, they possessed considerable strength. Subsequently, Jiang Hao comprehended the true reason behind the Heat's decision to sign him. Were they truly intending to utilize me as if I were a player for the Mavericks? Jiang Hao gazed skyward in exasperation, convinced that the NBA was rife with deceit. The Miami Heat had shown him no regard, treating him as anything but a member of their esteemed roster, let alone nurturing him as a cornerstone of the team's future. The management, devoid of sentiment, seemed solely focused on the pursuit of championships. Were it not for the binding contract, Jiang Hao would have promptly deserted, certain that with his current prowess, he could not possibly endure such humiliation with any weak team. An hour later, Juwan Howard summoned Jiang Hao for training. The regimen, predictably, involved alternating confrontations with the likes of LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh, honing the one-on-one skills of the trio. Jiang Hao found himself relegated to the role of a mere training tool, tasked with defense alone. Throughout the session, Zhu incessantly barked instructions, urging him to adopt kids' defensive strategies, chastising Jiang for not paying attention, and admonishing him not to entertain thoughts of blocking. It was no wonder that LeBron, having engaged in a verbal spat with Jiang earlier that morning, wore a sly grin instead of pressing the matter further. He had likely anticipated the training's nature, knowing that a defensively oriented Jiang would merely serve as a human shield for LeBron's relentless assaults. Was this not an opportunity for LeBron to vent his frustrations? LeBron charged at Jiang with relentless fervor, eschewing finesse for brute force, embodying a bulldozer on the court. Is there no technique? Jiang thought. Basketball is not solely a battle of brawn. Yet, Jiang did not falter. Instead, he met the challenge head-on, bracing himself against the league's premier forward with unwavering resolve. If he could not withstand this level of impact, what would he do when faced with the likes of Shaquille O'Neal? The intensity was precisely what he craved. He was determined to experience LeBron's explosive drives firsthand. Every trial was a stepping stone on his path to success. Nearby players occasionally glanced over, the sound of muscle colliding resonating alongside LeBron's thunderous shouts. The most remarkable aspect was that his opponent was an Asian rookie without any protective gear. Typically, during such scrimmages, an assistant coach would don pads to absorb the player's hits. Yet Jiang braved the encounters unprotected, enduring the onslaught of the league's most formidable small forward. Even Wade was taken aback, exclaiming, "Hey, do you intend to squash him?" It was apparent from the outset that LeBron was genuinely exerting himself. Their aim in challenging Jiang was to refine their offensive prowess, while LeBron was intent on bulldozing his way to the basket. Originally, Spoelstra had instructed LeBron to focus more on jump shots or to employ a step-back move for layups. However, it seemed that even LeBron's preferred attacking style was yielding lackluster results. Wade and Bosh, meanwhile, executed their techniques with ease, maintaining commendable shooting percentages in Jiang's presence. In contrast, LeBron's explosive drives were proving increasingly ineffective. Whether attempting a layup or a dunk, he often misfired, and in moments of reckless aggression, Jiang would deftly snatch the ball away, thwarting his efforts. This led LeBron to grow increasingly frustrated, as his once invincible moves were consistently failing against Jiang. Who among the forwards could truly counter such a relentless force? Jiang Hao was unable to defend adequately. When confronted, he was easily pushed aside, losing several steps under a straightforward thrust. Yet, somehow, LeBron felt inexplicably uncomfortable in his defense, resulting in numerous errors. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to an elbow strike, which Jiang Hao deftly avoided, completing a clean steal. With fervor, he exclaimed, "LeBron, if you can't even get past me, how do you expect to score against Beria? Shrimp? Still want more? Pork heart?" Chapter 39. Bring it on. I'll defend with distinction. I'm determined to thwart you, little emperor. Allow me to emulate Kid and Beria? I assure you, I could limit you to a mere 8 points. This is not the school of his past. Here, there is no camaraderie, no social niceties. It is the survival of the fittest. The more you defer, the less chance you have of thriving in the NBA. You wanted me to simulate the Mavericks' defense against LeBron, didn't you? Very well, I shall give it my all and see how far Jiang can truly defend. Regardless, he will undoubtedly demonstrate his formidable prowess. The outcome? Despite LeBron's fierce appearance, his shooting percentage against Jiang Hao fell below 50%. Fuck. LeBron was visibly rattled by Jiang Hao's taunt, and Rich Paul, watching from the sidelines, displayed a change in demeanor. If he could not surpass this challenge, how could he hope to face Beria? This kid speaks boldly. Even Rich Paul would not dare to utter such words in front of the king. Beria has become a taboo topic for LeBron. Let us continue. With so many eyes upon him, LeBron could not afford to lose his composure. Feigning calmness as Jiang Hao continued to apply pressure. Just refrain from using that elbow again. It lacks flavor. Jiang Hao remained focused on the content, emulating Barry's aggressive approach by applying pressure to James' waist, wagering that he would refrain from shooting. Yet, in the very next moment, an elbow strike emerged. It appeared to be an instinctive reaction. When he sought to exert force but couldn't find his footing, he unleashed an elbow that cleared the space. Who could have anticipated that nearly 2 meters tall, Jiang Hao could lower his center of gravity so profoundly that James' shoulder could barely make contact? Subsequently, Jiang Hao employed the same tactic, swiftly pulling the chair away before the elbow strike, seizing the opportunity for a steal. Jiang Hao contemplated that he was not someone to be easily subdued. The opponent's elbow had been raised far too soon, relying on the defensive experience gleaned from the future. He prepared to seize the opportunity for a steal. This moment truly left him wanting to exclaim, "Is this all there is?" Though he had never successfully intercepted a ball from James Jones, he found himself capable of stealing from LeBron James. The comments from the fans were not without merit. It appeared that James's offensive skills were somewhat lacking. If he were to employ a lower center of gravity in his defense, a simple pivot while releasing the ball could easily grant him half a step advantage. Allowing Wade and Bosch to take the shots would undoubtedly result in a direct jump shot. Having previously practiced alongside Wade and Bosch, although his shooting percentage was somewhat diminished due to system constraints, his technical movements were indeed masterful. With his current defensive techniques, Jiang Hao found it nearly impossible to touch the ball, and he could only wait for Wade to make an error. "Bring the ball here." James's visible frustration grew as he was repeatedly stripped of the ball. Meanwhile, Riley had also caught wind of the situation and stood nearby observing. While he was not afraid of Spoelstra, he certainly feared Riley. Although James suppressed a torrent of expletives, he resorted to wielding his veteran authority to direct the rookies, venting his impotent fury. However, he soon realized that Jiang Hao was unfazed by such tactics, responding defiantly, "So what if you take it? You can't score. Keep crashing into me." In the NBA, he was the little emperor, but in the CBA, he aspired to be the emperor. The Qing dynasty had long fallen. These instances of one-on-one defensive matchups sparked a thought in Jiang Hao's mind, not so much of revenge, as he currently lacked the capability for that. His intention was clear. Since he could only serve as the defensive sparring partner for the trio, he would focus on neutralizing James first and foremost, aiming to reduce James's shooting percentage to below 20%. Today it hovered around 50%. And he would see if he could ultimately achieve the feat of locking down James in one-on-one defense. Jiang Hao has set his sights on a goal. Since defense is all he can do, he aims to make it remarkable. He remains unfazed by the fierce glare of LeBron James. What can you do about it? If you possess the skill, go ahead and dunk on me in front of Riley. The greater the intensity, the better. Hey, LeBron. It's time for you to hit the gym. Observers can clearly see Rich Paul, James's agent, intervening from the audience to halt the situation. As James struggles with his shooting, yet maintains a level above mediocrity within the league. His repeated attempts at a bulldozer layup resemble a rookie football player just learning the game. Furthermore, Chris Bosh, the Dragon King, is indeed a good-natured individual with exceptional perceptiveness. When Jiang Hao stole the ball, it fortuitously landed in Bosch's vicinity, prompting him to declare his intent to practice next, under the watchful eye of Rich Paul. LeBron's personal trainer promptly ushered James off to the gym, thus concluding Jiang Hao's defensive practice against him prematurely. This left many trainers and players nearby with a sense of quiet regret. For witnessing James being frustrated by an undrafted rookie would have been far more entertaining than a Christmas Day showdown. It is well known that LeBron rarely exhibits emotional fluctuations in public, always striving for the image of a perfect idol. Initially, he aimed to showcase his dominance over the rookie but was taken aback by the tenacity of this young man, who showed no deference to the king, a rare occurrence indeed. "Rookie, you should get an MRI on your chest tonight." Bosch signaled to Jiang Hao that he need not apply pressure in defense, merely focusing on guarding the shot, thus avoiding any physical contact. "Why? I fear you may have fractured your rib from that collision. Being so resilient must be painful for weeks." Chris Bosch then effortlessly released a three-pointer, his left hand guiding the shot flawlessly into the basket, leaving Jiang Hao to watch as this true giant of the Heat scored. "Thank you for your concern, but I am perfectly fine." Jiang Hao's gaze was imbued with a profound message. Never underestimate the fervent obsession of a middle-aged man reborn through his aspirations for the NBA. "Any obstacle in my path shall merely serve as a stepping stone." Of course, from Bosch's perspective, this young talent from the East seemed to embody a fearless warrior, a testament to the indomitable spirit of the East. The power of belief is indeed extraordinary. Had he been tasked with defending against LeBron's recent plays, he would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed in the paint. The world is well aware that no one can single-handedly contain LeBron James. Even seasoned NBA players understand the necessity of double teaming, which psychologically places them at a disadvantage. Jiang, unburdened by the constraints of footwear, surprisingly found an edge. Wade, brushing his nose, approached to challenge Jiang Hao's defense, contemplating in his mind the young man's offensive talent and the legitimacy of his defensive prowess. Rather than relying solely on brute strength, he employed his signature back-to-the-basket technique and subtle physicality. Upon noticing Jiang's shift in weight, Wade deftly used his arm to sidestep Jiang's back, executing a smooth layup. One could only marvel at the prowess of a true superstar. In the absence of LeBron, Jiang's confidence diminished significantly while defending against these two players. Bosh towered over him, effortlessly scoring with a high-arcing shot, representing an insurmountable challenge in a one-on-one scenario. Defending against Wade was marginally easier, yet the seasoned athlete was not one to exhaust his knees unnecessarily, capitalizing instead on his physicality and weight advantage, rendering Jiang unable to exert his full strength, let alone attempt to block. In this moment, Jiang truly felt akin to a superstar's practice partner, nurturing the offensive confidence of elite players while employing the very defensive techniques of the opponents. However, his inability to contain them may stem from the limited footage available in training sessions, which seldom featured players like Kidd defending against them. He had scarcely scratched the surface of their strategies. Riley observed for 10 minutes before turning to Juwan Howard. His expression impassive, the training regimen remains unchanged. This is non-negotiable, understood? Understood, Juwan replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, sensing the weight of responsibility. The unaltered training schedule implied that Jiang would continue to simulate Mavericks players, and LeBron James would invariably remain on the practice roster. The implication of unchanged meant that the duration would persist as required. LeBron's premature exit from individual drills to hit the gym would certainly be deemed a violation, and any recurrence would place the onus squarely on Juwan's shoulders. The thought of overseeing such training left Juwan feeling overwhelmed, rolling his eyes at Jiang, whose unwavering seriousness seemed to demand heightened intensity from him as a coach, all for the sake of this rookie. Chapter 40. Embracing defeat to achieve championship glory. Before his retirement, Juwan Howard had served as a defensive practice partner during the twilight of his career with the Heat, embodying the roles of Duncan and Garnett to refine the offensive choices and habits of the starters against such players. Naturally, he was far from pleased. For who desires to become a mere imitation of another? Even in his prime, as a star with his own defensive capabilities, he questioned why he should adopt their methods. Little did he anticipate that post-retirement, as an assistant coach, he would still grapple with this training regimen, and that he might soon find himself instructing LeBron on how best to employ a rational offensive strategy against this unconventional Jiang. The mere thought induced a headache. For Jiang was indeed an enigma, exhibiting a bewildering array of defensive maneuvers. The term peculiar was employed out of disbelief that a 19-year-old rookie could adapt his defense in response to the opponent's offensive strategies in an instant. If his counsel proved ineffective, the wrath of LeBron could easily be redirected toward him, jeopardizing his very position. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, frustration mounted as the training camp concluded. He beckoned Jiang to the video room for extra work. You will meticulously analyze these tapes, mastering their movements without embellishing them. Understood? Understood. Jiang Hao chuckled inwardly. Urgency had set in. It seemed that his performance today had indeed captured the attention of the Heat's coaching staff. That alone was sufficient. For the most disheartening experience in the NBA is to fade into obscurity, devoid of presence. As for meticulously reviewing the game tapes, that was precisely his intention. Judging by the results of defending against Wade and Bosh, relying solely on the system to contain superstars proved inadequate. These seasoned veterans could easily dismantle him with the simplest of tactics, employing moves that required no extraordinary effort, much like Bosch's left-handed probing step-jump shot. Reminiscent of Wang Ziji's approach in previous encounters with Jiang Hao, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. Since I have the opportunity to observe, I shall do so with utmost seriousness. I aim to study how Kidd and Barrium managed to confine James. Furthermore, this is a training session, not a playground brawl. What purpose does trash-talking serve? Such behavior shall be prohibited henceforth. Juwan Howard posed this inquiry, only to be rendered speechless by Jiang Hao's retort. Not speak? Am I the team's assistant coach? We are all players. Why should we refrain? You, forget it. Do as you please, Juwan Howard conceded, aware of his own shortcomings, and with a huff. He exited the video room. Indeed, As a rookie, Jiang Hao found himself relegated to the role of a practice partner, yet he was not permitted to voice his thoughts. Was he to be treated as a personal trainer? Observing this year's first-round picks, who among them did not exude sharpness and bravado? Zhu Wan, having shared similar experiences, understood Jiang Hao's sentiments and opted for silence. Did this young man truly believe he could contain James? When James returned to practice tomorrow, fully recovered and ready to comply with the requirements, wouldn't he dominate with ease? One might argue that James had an off day today. Yet no one genuinely questions the prowess of a two-time MVP. Oh, he.s. leaving already? Jiang Hao was somewhat taken aback to witness the temperamental Zhu Wan Howard depart quietly. He had thought he would go down swinging. Otherwise, in his past life, he would never have been so defiant towards authority. At this moment, as James's defenses faltered, Jiang Hao had already realized that he would not have the opportunity to play in the Miami Heat. The prospect of merely entering during garbage time was nothing but a fleeting fantasy. In his past life, he was not one to criticize LeBron James, and he understood that offending James was tantamount to antagonizing his entire team. Throughout James's illustrious career, there had been numerous instances of this nature. Opposing him often led to the only option of departing from the team, unless, of course, James himself faltered. Yet, prior to Jiang Hao's crossing over, James remained one of the top 3 superstars in the league. What would be most exhilarating was to become his brother and a player under the guidance of the same agent, Rich Paul, thus allowing him to engage in camaraderie on the court alongside his leader. Hence, Jiang Hao's wisest course of action was not to dutifully watch the game tapes, but rather to visit Rich Paul with a fine Mount Iron cigarettes, hoping to secure a place within his agency. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had mentally detached himself from the notion of serving such a leader and team. His primary focus was to learn and grow. Not to mention, the training provided by the Heat was genuinely valuable, and what he had currently experienced was merely a drop in the ocean. With his capabilities, he would have no trouble finding employment once his contract concluded. Jiang Hao, after procuring a sandwich and a milkshake from the cafeteria, prepared to spend the night at the training facility reviewing game tapes. He decided to begin with the footage of Nowitzki, as he perceived the German forward to possess minimal defensive prowess, especially against the formidable trio. He hoped to glean some insights from his performance. Indeed, the footage revealed that a determined Nowitzki, playing through injury and fever, resorted to a defensive stance primarily characterized by a vertical positioning of his feet, focusing on strong side defense. When defending Dwayne Wade, LeBron James merely positioned himself on the right side, compelling the latter to drive left, while maintaining a left-handed defense against Chris Bosh. This vertical stance allowed Nowitzki to better match the opponent's driving steps, compensating for his sluggish lateral movement, while his height posed a challenge to the shooters, effectively forcing them to drive towards their weaker side. However, this strong side defensive approach had its drawbacks, as it inadvertently granted the opponent easier access to the paint, akin to providing a wide avenue for entry. In basketball, the cardinal sin of defense is allowing the opponent to penetrate too close to the basket, where the scoring threat amplifies significantly. This defensive philosophy resembled a gamble. The footage showcased Wade capitalizing on this defensive strategy, facilitating numerous scoring opportunities for his teammates under pressure. Wade, possessing ambidextrous skills, found his elusive drives particularly effective against Nowitzki's defensive style. Moreover, the Mavericks' collective defensive strategy compelled their center, Chandler, to focus on providing support for Nowitzki's side. Failure to pass out of this situation could result in a formidable rejection, embodying a trap-style defense. It was likely that the Heat aimed to encourage Jiang Hao to occasionally adopt Nowitzki's rare defensive techniques, honing the team's ability to handle weak side drives and finishing skills. With Nowitzki's analysis concluded, Jiang Hao faced the more significant challenge presented by the next 2 players. Although LeBron James is revered as a modern basketball superstar, it does not guarantee effortless scoring against every opponent. The veteran defenders from last year's finals exemplified this reality. Jiang Hao had scrutinized numerous plays, recognizing that it was not merely the individual prowess of Kidd and Beria that stood out, but rather the Mavericks' cohesive defensive structure that was pivotal. The Mavericks employed a multi-layered defensive scheme, with Kidd as the primary defender on the perimeter, supported by Beria and Stevenson in a disruptive role, while Marion's long reach provided crucial assistance in mid-range defense, and Chandler along with Haywood formed an impenetrable barrier in the paint. Upon hearing the commentators acknowledge Kidd's contributions, Jiang Hao's perspective shifted. Effective team defense must prioritize neutralizing the opposing superstar. Indeed, these 2 players were essential. Defense was the key to championship success. Kidd's performance last season, From facing the Black Mamba Kobe Bryant in the first round to the Real Mamba in the semifinals, and finally encountering Durant in the Western Conference Finals, showcased his ability to defend elite talents. At 38, Kidd primarily guarded Kobe, allowing him a mere 36 points in the first game, but limiting him to only 23, 17, and 17 in the subsequent matches, thereby aiding the Mavericks in sweeping the Lakers. The disparity in Kobe's free throw attempts across the 4 games underscored Kidd's defensive excellence. Despite his historical scoring prowess, Kobe's trips to the line were severely restricted. When matched against the youngest scoring champion, Durant, Kidd, standing at 193 meters, employed an unyielding approach to restrict Durant's jump shots, resulting in a mere 43 shooting percentage and a dismal 23 from beyond the arc. One can only imagine the extent of Kidd's defensive acumen. Thus, it seemed reasonable that James scored only 8 points in a game against such formidable defense. Now, Jiang Hao resolved to adopt a new mindset, envisioning himself as a rookie with the Mavericks, thus alleviating any discomfort. Alternatively, he could consider LeBron James as his defensive sparring partner. Chapter 41. A mountain in Puerto Rico due to Kidd's stellar performance at 38. Jiang Hao meticulously analyzed his game footage in slow motion. While Kidd was not the primary defender against James, who was mainly guarded by Marion, Spoelstra often utilized Mario for screens, leading to numerous mismatches that required Kidd to switch onto James. Kidd's defensive strategy against James was characterized by one-on-one coverage without double teaming, making his approach more memorable to fans. He adopted a force the jumper, deny the drive tactic, leveraging his experience to constrain James's driving lanes and compel him into situations where he was less comfortable, taking contested shots. Jiang Hao was aware that during the 2010-11 season, James had limited post-up skills and a lack of proficiency in fadeaway jumpers, preferring to dominate the rim in fast breaks. The veteran defenders led by Kidd did not afford him many such opportunities, effectively obstructing his offensive routes and forcing offensive fouls or disrupting his fast break chances. Jiang Hao later observed a similar strategy employed by the Heat against Giannis Antetokounmpo in the 2023 season, led by Butler, which proved remarkably effective. Alone in the video room, Jiang Hao stood up to meticulously emulate Kidd's defensive maneuvers, utilizing body positioning to counter post-ups, deliberately retreating to entice James into jump shots, and lowering his center of gravity to thwart drives. Although defending seems instantaneous, the wealth of experience embodied in Kidd's movements was profound. Thus, what appeared to be simple actions proved challenging in execution, underscoring the significance of having a training partner, as suggested by Zhu Wan, to accompany him through the footage. By the time Jiang Hao completed his review of Kidd's defensive footage, it was already 2 a.m., leaving him with a throbbing headache. Jiang Hao initially believed that the video footage of the 6 playoff games would be limited in scope. However, the editor incorporated several regular season encounters between the Heat and the Mavericks over the past few years. Seemingly fearful of overlooking any tactical nuances employed by Rick Carlisle against the trio of stars, many sequences featuring the 3 stars overlapped, with multiple replays, including instances where Kidd defended both Wade and James, each time magnified into separate segments for Jiang Hao to scrutinize. The Heat's meticulousness was evident, and Jiang Hao recognized that such dedication made the video editor's task particularly arduous. It appeared that the demands of working for the Heat extended beyond the players. The staff were equally burdened, providing a sense of psychological balance for him. Yet, the source of his headache stemmed from the awkwardness of fixating on the Mavericks players. Despite donning a Heat jersey daily, he found himself intensely analyzing the white and blue uniforms as if he were preparing to inherit their legacy. There was an unsettling sense of being an insider, learning from the Heat with the prospect of returning to Dallas as the new king. Even Kidd's subtle actions, such as licking his fingers after touching his shoes, were captured by Jiang Hao, reminiscent of studying his lifelong rival, Nash. Glancing at the clock, Jiang Hao instinctively felt the need to ease up, his mind clouded by prolonged focus on the Mavericks. He was beginning to feel as though he were one of them. Nevertheless, he resolved that it would be more prudent to stay up late and complete his first viewing of the footage, especially since he would need to serve as a practice partner for the trio of stars the following day. Thus, he committed to reviewing all the recordings to instill in his mind a robust impression of countering the 3 stars. Indeed, he had to finish watching. Tomorrow, he would be facing James. The defense of Puerto Rico's mountainous terrain could not be overlooked. It was even more critical than Kidd's. With this thought, Jiang Hao continued to insert a tape featuring Beria. How could the 1.8-meter-tall point guard Beria frequently manage to defend against James? This feat seemed even more astonishing than Kidd's defensive efforts. Particularly noteworthy was Beria's ability to thwart James's post-up plays. Jiang Hao, having experienced it firsthand, was perplexed as to how someone of Beria's stature could create such iconic moments. Wasn't James's post-up prowess comparable to that of Jordan and Kobe? Beria was an exceptional defender, ranking among the top 50 in the league for defensive statistics among point guards. The video made it apparent that Beria possessed remarkable physical attributes and defensive skills. He exhibited excellent explosiveness and agility, enabling him to keep pace with James and restrict his drives, while Kidd focused on allowing shots rather than drives. Beria adopted a more aggressive approach, sticking closely to his opponent throughout the game. This defensive style appeared uncomfortable not only for James, but also for the entire trio. Due to its rapidity and intensity, it was difficult to penetrate, and attempting to rely on speed was futile against him. To Jiang Hao, Beria's defense resembled that of Beverly, albeit with a hint more tenacity. Moreover, Jiang Hao observed that Beria understood how to leverage his physical advantages and positional awareness to disrupt James's shooting and passing lanes. He adeptly employed his arms and body to interfere with his opponent's actions, making it challenging for James to find optimal shooting opportunities. Additionally, Beria demonstrated exceptional awareness and experience on the defensive end. He possessed a clear understanding of his opponent's habitual movements and tactical approaches, allowing him to anticipate James's actions and adjust his defense accordingly, utilizing positioning and angles to constrict James's offensive space and limit his scoring opportunities. He seamlessly transitioned between the defensive styles of Nowitzki, Kidd, and Marion. For instance, when observing Wade's dribbling patterns suggesting a drive, he would momentarily concede space, only to tighten his defense when he sensed a potential shot, leaving Wade bewildered. Basketball is a game of psychological warfare. Beria played a pivotal role within the Mavericks' collective defense, showcasing remarkable intelligence. Throughout the footage, his voice remained a constant presence. Astonishingly, the Heat even managed to capture the on-court audio, allowing Jiang Hao to clearly hear Beria's commands. "Hey Tyson, help me out. I've got LeBron locked down. Don't bring anyone over here. Rookie, watch your man. Motherfucker, keep up with Mario. Watch behind you. Go for the steal. Go. Fast break." On the court, he collaborated closely with his teammates to establish an effective defensive system, collectively limiting James's performance through their verbal communication. Beria's fervent shouts facilitated effective teamwork and execution of defensive strategies. His voice showed no signs of fatigue, possibly only to be expected in the finals. Upon hearing those exhilarating words of defense, Jiang Hao felt a profound sense of admiration. The sheer authority of the command and the unrestrained expletives created an atmosphere that was simply electrifying. The confidence radiated from Juan Beria was palpable, truly. He is a towering figure from Puerto Rico. The grand finale is set to unleash the full force of LeBron. Chapter 42. Who's more unfortunate? The Golden Scales are not mere creatures of the pond. When faced with the tempest, they transform into dragons. Just look at these so-called strong team players. We are the champions. As Jiang Hao concluded watching the final segment of the videotape, dawn was gently breaking. This last tape was undoubtedly intended for the entire Heat roster to view. The final remark was a resounding taunt from Beria in the last possession of Game 6 against the Heat. The impending thrill of clinching the championship was palpable even through the screen. As a newcomer, Jiang Hao was not particularly affected by these words. Having just joined for a little over 2 months, he had yet to develop a profound sense of belonging. However, those who had experienced the previous season likely found themselves stirred with fervor and indignation upon witnessing such scenes and hearing those voices. The sensation of defeat before the championship loomed like a haunting nightmare, and should they be shown a replay, the haunting memories would ensnare them. It is precisely for this reason that Riley would undoubtedly ensure that the players are shown these moments repeatedly, imprinting the feeling of loss upon them, transforming it into motivation for a vigorous pursuit in the upcoming season. Jiang Hao calmly ejected the videotape from the recorder, realizing that he must refrain from speaking carelessly on the court, as everything was recorded with such clarity. After reviewing the footage, he stretched and laid down on the sweltering gym floor, contemplating the evening's revelations. How did the Heat succumb to the seemingly frail Mavericks? Firstly, Carlisle's defensive system is indeed commendable. Secondly, the trio has yet to harmonize effectively, resulting in excessive isolation plays. Moreover, LeBron has not yet transformed into the sharpshooter he aspires to be. However, judging by his training regimen from yesterday, a significant evolution in his shooting is anticipated this season. After all, the transformed LeBron led his previous team to back-to-back championships. Jiang personally believes that Beria possesses superior defensive capabilities compared to Kid. His physical attributes, skills, awareness, and experience render him an exceptional defensive player. A closer examination of Beria reveals a robust physique and remarkable strength, enabling him to better withstand LeBron's offensive onslaught. He can provide sufficient resistance during post-up situations, thereby diminishing LeBron's scoring opportunities. Regardless of which member of the trio he faces, as long as Beria remains focused and diligent, he will undoubtedly showcase commendable defensive prowess. Furthermore, Jiang perceives Beria's mental fortitude as an asset. In the face of a superstar like LeBron, Beria must maintain confidence and concentration. He must trust in his defensive capabilities and not be intimidated by LeBron's stature and skills. Beria exhibits remarkable psychological resilience during his confrontations with LeBron, maintaining composure and making sound defensive decisions. It is noteworthy that this year's rookie, Little K, has taken 3 years to develop such fearlessness against LeBron. Gradually, I am learning. At the very least, I no longer feel intimidated. After this brief analysis, Jiang retrieved a basketball from the sidelines and turned on half the court's lights to practice his shooting. He hadn't attempted a single shot during yesterday's extensive training and seized the opportunity to shoot a few dozen shots in solitude. By the end of the night, Jiang found himself engrossed in the computer screen, so much so that had he not been wearing the deep crimson Heat training uniform, he might have mistaken himself for a teammate in the white jerseys that frequently appeared on screen. It felt as though he was absorbing defensive techniques from his teammates, Kid and Beria, in order to inherit the Mavericks' defensive legacy. From a different perspective, it could be viewed more positively. LeBron is merely an offensive sparring partner, honing the defensive skills of the Mavericks players. With this thought, after sinking 30 consecutive three-pointers, Jiang mimicked Kid and Beria's defensive movements on the spot. It is undeniable that at 19, his physical condition is excellent. Even after an all-nighter, his mental acuity remains sharp. He's already contemplating how to defend against LeBron during today's practice. He must strike a balance, initially. He should avoid the subtle tactics displayed by Kid and Beria in the videos, opting for clean and straightforward defense before escalating his intensity. After all, what if LeBron decides not to engage with him? From this moment onward, LeBron James will serve as his defensive training partner. This season shall be one of growth for me. At 8:30 a.m., the second day of the team's training camp commenced as scheduled. No one noticed or paid attention to how late Jiang worked. The Heat only focused on whether everyone met training standards. As expected, Jiang still had no opportunities for scrimmages or gym time, relegated once again to watching footage. Unaware that he had already completed one viewing and was now in the refinement phase. As he meticulously reviewed the tape, he began formulating a defensive strategy for the trio over the coming days. However, in the following days, LeBron returned to normalcy, practicing offensive techniques, predominantly utilizing post-jump shots. At times, he would spend half an hour perfecting his turnaround jump shots, showcasing an unyielding accuracy. This posed a considerable challenge for Jiang. Was this the adjustment capability of a superstar? Perfecting his training to the point of becoming an emotionless master. Except during official games, LeBron seemed devoid of any emotional fluctuations. It was nearly impossible to discern his thoughts, and his demeanor towards the rookies reflected the expected attitude of a seasoned superstar, engaging with the team's lesser figures in a calm, routine manner devoid of emotional turbulence. During practice, he adhered strictly to the requirements set forth by Zhu Wan, arriving punctually and executing his tasks diligently. Both his training and daily conduct epitomized the ideal image of a basketball superstar, unfaltering in the eyes of fans. He had not once exhibited the reckless aggression from the first day or resorted to any pranks. Moreover, the recent training sessions revealed Jiang Hao indeed serves merely as an imitation of an opponent. Although he appears to be a player for the Heat, he is, in fact, a player for the Mavericks. Ironically, I have inadvertently honed his shooting skills. Jiang Hao was astounded by the commercialization of LeBron, who revealed not a hint of his true nature, demonstrating remarkable strength. A week later, during the day of free training, Jiang Hao and Boyong, two contemporaneous rookies, convened at a fast food establishment for a casual meal, exchanging grievances regarding the tribulations of the past week. I am indeed your rival, destined never to be your teammate. How tragic is that? Jiang remarked. You have it better. At least you can practice alongside LeBron. I have been training with Mario and James Jones, particularly with Mario, whose temper is notoriously volatile. I find myself hesitant to score consecutively in his presence. Let me clarify. Boyang interjected. You are engaged in cooperative practice, whereas I am merely a sparring partner. Understood? Ah. It seems you are indeed the more unfortunate one. Indeed, I have overheard your practice routine, which involves catching and shooting three-pointers directly. Such opportunities for playtime await you. Jiang Hao provided a psychological analysis to Boyan, his younger companion. As previously stated, the current roster of the Miami Heat does not necessitate perimeter players skilled in defense. Instead, they require a sharpshooter like Boyan, whose exceptional three-point shooting during tryouts earned him a 4-year rookie contract. Boyan reassured Jiang Hao, saying, "Look on the bright side. You have the opportunity to face players like LeBron James and Dwayne Wade every day. That is a blessing, isn't it? If you can manage to defend against LeBron, every team will want you. As long as he doesn't retire, your job will be secure." He chuckled, adding, "You should secretly record it, a year from now. That footage might help me land a job." They both raised their glasses of orange juice and toasted to each other's success. However, Boyan was aware that Jiang Hao was even more on the periphery of the Heat than he was. During meals, he refrained from wishing Jiang Hao good luck for the preseason or regular season opportunities. It became evident from the first day that the draft process was not going as it should. Typically, teams either select rookies for immediate impact or nurture them through dedicated training. However, Jiang Hao's situation was markedly different. While the other rookies were training, Jiang Hao was watching game footage in the video room. Is this what a player should be doing during work hours? Moreover, every NBA player, even those who specialize in defense, must engage in daily free throw, shooting, and defensive drills. Yet, the Heat had not arranged any such training for Jiang Hao. Aside from his personal practice time, he spent the rest of his hours assisting the star player with his studies. If Jiang Hao had not possessed an optimistic disposition, Boyan would have felt compelled to express his outrage on behalf of his friend. It was truly pitiful. In contrast, Boyan, despite lacking opportunities in scrimmages, participated in offensive drills and 4v4 practices alongside the main team, having even practiced tactics with the starters. The more Boyan contemplated, the more frustrated he became. As an international player, he had not anticipated the harsh realities of the NBA, which differed significantly from his expectations. He exclaimed, "The Miami Heat is a soulless machine, a demon that crushes the confidence of newcomers." Jiang Hao, who appeared to have shed his frustrations over the past week, smiled and patted Boyan's shoulder, saying, "Why get so worked up? No need to feel sorry for me. Just wait and see. Once I step onto the regular season court, I will make the Heat regret it and astonish the entire league." "Are you out of your mind? Should I call an ambulance?" Boyan joked. "No need to worry." At that moment, it seemed the system could no longer bear to watch and granted him a significant reward. With this reward, Jiang Hao felt a newfound confidence. A golden fish is not merely a pond creature. When it encounters a storm, it transforms into a dragon. Previously, Jiang Hao and Boyan had concluded that perhaps the one-year contract was a strategic move for the season's revenge against the Mavericks. Boyan genuinely expressed his thoughts, sharing that he had heard Juwan Howard tell Chris Bosh during practice, "Treat Jiang like Kid or Beria, just get a feel for his intensity." Bosh then remarked that Jiang Hao's defensive intensity surpassed that of another rookie, which infuriated Boyan. Thus, he continually encouraged Jiang Hao to be more proactive and request participation in scrimmages, fully aware that Jiang Hao's capabilities extended beyond being a mere defensive practice player. Jiang Hao had already realized that the Heat needed players with physical attributes akin to those of the Mavericks' international players to serve as shields, much like how the Spurs signed Botter to train against Shaquille O'Neal. However, the Spurs coaching staff had directly informed Botter of his role, while the Heat's head coach preferred a more manipulative approach. Initially, he had promised Jiang Hao a development path as a 3D player, but had since ceased all communication, leaving Jiang Hao initially elated but ultimately disillusioned. With only one day of free training in a week-long training camp, it was no wonder that after Dwayne Wade, no new talents had emerged. The team seemed to have no intention of giving anyone a chance. During the summer league, Jiang Hao had perhaps overestimated his prospects, believing that only when the team lacked available players or superstars would they resort to utilizing rookies as they had in later years. For now, with a robust roster, his presence was neither a surplus nor a deficit. Suddenly, a notification appeared. "Congratulations, host. You have achieved the milestone of defending against an NBA superstar, forcing them to exert their full effort. Reward: boost to LeBron James' driving power attribute." Jiang Hao's driving strength had been permanently enhanced, granting him a level of physical confrontation beyond his current limits. The visuals that flooded his mind made him feel as though the system could no longer tolerate the situation. bestowing upon him a remarkable reward. The boost to LeBron James' driving power attribute? This granted him a bulldozer-like strength. How could the system claim he would possess a confrontational intensity beyond his current physical capabilities? After this off-season training, he had only gained 2 kilograms, bringing him to 95 kilograms. At his current weight, it was impossible for him to match the confrontational power of LeBron, who weighed 113 kilograms. The system had effectively given Jiang Hao a cybernetic elevation. It must be the power he received from facing full-strength LeBron on the first day of training. Thank you. I'll use your techniques against you, Jiang Hao mused. Despite his waning enthusiasm for LeBron, he graciously accepted this reward as it marked his first significant enhancement from a superstar. One might argue that LeBron lacked basketball skills, but his talent was undeniable. From high school, he had relied on his physical gifts to dominate, and that continued in the NBA as he soared through the air, his weight only enhancing his unstoppable drives. The strategy devised by Coach K for the 2008 Olympic Dream Team was not intended for Kobe, Wade, Paul, or Anthony, but for LeBron. Jiang Hao was all too familiar with the intensity of full-strength LeBron. Even after a week, he still felt a twinge of pain in his chest. The system's reward of LeBron's driving power attribute directly addressed the common issue of Asian players' weakness in physical confrontation. This superstar reward was indeed formidable, and Jiang Hao reveled in the overwhelming power that surged through his muscles following the system's grant. Jiang Hao could vividly envision the explosive impact of his efforts. The embodiment of a rugged warrior, a paragon of strength. This is the label Jiang Hao has relentlessly pursued. Hence, he sought guidance from the half-orc and devoted himself to rigorous physical training, determined to avoid being sent sprawling with a mere collision in the NBA. However, it was only during practice that he realized that when Wade and James truly exert themselves, they would effortlessly retreat if necessary, rendering the desperate defensive strategy of bracing with one's chest an exercise in futility, much like Barry's desperate defense during the finals. Relying solely on such tactics throughout an entire season would undoubtedly lead to ruin. Talent reaches a threshold that mere practice cannot transform. Now, however, the situation has changed. The system has elevated his capabilities to their zenith. It is upon him to shatter the entrenched perceptions of Asian backcourt players in the NBA. Thus, while Bojan frets on his behalf, Jiang Hao remains unfazed, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. He even suggested, "Shall we train at the gym later? I wish to challenge you one-on-one." Get lost. Despite the unpleasantness of training camp, Jiang Hao now possesses a newfound confidence. As Bojan remarked, if the other 29 teams were to discover that he could effectively guard James, it would imply that as long as James continues to play, Jiang Hao would never consider retirement. Given the Heat's current training regimen, with continued diligent practice, he could carve out a niche in the league solely through his defensive prowess. Moreover, his offensive skills have also been enhanced, equipping him with essential tools to dominate the wing and exploit guards, significantly improving his ability to power through defenses. This would indeed allow him to thrive in the NBA. With a versatile skill set that includes three-point shooting, strong drives, and solid defense, he embodies the quintessential 3D player. The Heat might be on the verge of orchestrating a remarkable display of strength disguised as humility. Jiang, have you been using performance-enhancing substances today? Your physique is as rigid as a steel plate. Are you seeking to have me undergo a drug test? Forget it. It all tastes like Red Bull. Later that evening, after merely 20 minutes of one-on-one with Bojan, the latter raised his hands in surrender. The defensive attempts left red imprints upon Bojan's fair skin, while Jiang Hao appeared utterly unaffected. Quite absurd. Enough of this. You're not even attempting any shots today. It's rather dull. From the outset of training camp, it became evident that Bojan was struggling to contend with Jiang Hao. This was apparent even in their physical appearances. Bojan's arms lacked muscle, portraying him as a smooth shooting, non-physical type. In stark contrast, Jiang Hao was a mass of muscularity with a chiseled physique. Today was even more telling. With a sudden burst of strength, he could push Bojan back to the free throw line, nearly causing Bojan to regurgitate his dinner from earlier. You, at 98 kilograms, are being pushed back by me? You ought to train harder. Jiang Hao chuckled as he exchanged banter, feeling an undeniable thrill within. The tremendous reward bonus was indeed remarkably effective. Bojan remained oblivious to the fact that all his previous exertions were merely tentative, a prelude to restraint. Jiang Hao sensed an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, a vigor that could easily conquer the most arduous of challenges. What was the point of practice? After all, this season, we are all bound by our misfortunes. You may truly suffer, but I am unburdened. I shan't engage in a contest of woes. Jiang Hao is already contemplating whether he should offer guidance to his only peer in the heat, who shares the same draft class. Chapter 44. Understanding the critics of James, becoming one of them. In terms of misfortune, Jiang Hao's previous life was devoid of any NBA connection, and his subsequent experience in the CBA was but a fleeting moment of glory. This life is far from tragic. However, Boyan is the true embodiment of unrecognized talent. At 23, an older rookie, Boyan was seemingly traded to the Timberwolves and then to the Nets shortly after the regular season commenced in his former life. Subsequently, he was cast adrift by the Nets to the Turkish League, only to return in 2014 after years of wandering, finally reaching the pinnacle of his professional career. Just remain in your own world, Jiang. In contrast, Boyan stormed out of the training facility, visibly frustrated that Jiang Hao was not competing fiercely enough. Rest assured, tomorrow I shall request to face LeBron. Boyan instantly turned back. Let us take it one step at a time. You might want to start by asking to play against Mario. James is a formidable defender. That would be quite challenging. The following day, much to the surprise of the two novices, the final week of the training camp had altered its training regimen. All their previous discussions seemed futile. The grueling full-court runs were no more. Instead, they engaged in longer, more monotonous tactical positioning drills. These drills involved listening to the assistant coach explain the specifics of how a particular tactic should be executed in the required positioning. The subsequent half-hour was devoted to repetitively practicing this positioning until it became second nature, so that a mere gesture from the point guard could elicit an immediate response on the court. Both offensive and defensive tactics were included. Yet the five-man group seemed to be practicing relatively uncomplicated strategies. Jiang Hao and Boyan, of course, could not engage in positional training alongside the main players. Thus, they practiced the most elementary offensive formations, such as the horn formation, and defensive structures like the arc positioning. Eventually, they made slight adjustments, transforming the horn formation into a diamond shape and shifting from man-to-man defense to a 3-2 zone defense. For international players like Jiang Hao and Boyan, these tactical drills were exceedingly rudimentary. Boyan, having emerged from the European training system, exemplifies the tactical expertise that European players typically possess. Jiang Hao, seemingly a mere 19 years old and lacking formal training, had in reality endured rigorous practice in his previous life, where he had honed his skills to the point of exhaustion. The tactical maneuvers of the CBA were nothing more than a reflection of what the NBA had employed a decade prior. In fact, one might argue that running freely across the court was far more enjoyable. As they observed the assistant coach berating the seasoned veteran Eddie Curry, both Jiang Hao and his companion found themselves at a loss for words. The three imposing players alongside them appeared to be singularly focused, struggling to grasp the simplicity of the tactical positioning, which led to numerous errors and rendered the training exceedingly monotonous, particularly with Eddie Curry, who had grown accustomed to his whims during his tenure with the Knicks. His reluctance to run and engage his mind was evident. It seemed that the prospect of mastering the intricate tactical movements alongside them was a distant dream. Jiang Hao was acutely aware of the Heat's nature. Unless they practiced until every gesture seamlessly connected, they would not progress to the next training segment. They could only continue practicing until everyone was thoroughly acquainted with the movements. In contrast, the two five-man squads on the other courts had completed their training early. Spoelstra's tactical system retained a distinct personal flair, and it was unlikely to undergo significant changes this season. Several players had already undergone practical drills over the past few seasons, capable of digesting even the most intricate strategies. How enviable it was, Boyan observed as James and Wade engaged in their signature connection, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Who wouldn't yearn to practice such a stylish offense that dominates the NBA courts? They were genuinely preparing for the regular season now. From Jiang Hao's remarks about canceling the long-distance training, it is evident that the intention is to prepare for the physical demands of the regular season. The main players cannot continue with the intense training indefinitely, or they will find themselves lacking energy when the regular season begins. Tactical training, on the other hand, serves primarily to assist the new players in familiarizing themselves with the strategies required for the upcoming season, allowing for a more structured and regulated performance in the afternoon scrimmage. Jiang Hao had secretly observed the Miami Heat scrimmage, noting that Coach Spoelstra's directives during practice starkly contrasted with those in actual games. While the Big Three might frequently resort to individual plays in competitive matches, during scrimmages, the emphasis was on facilitating tactical spacing before taking shots. Players like Battier, Miller, and James Jones were afforded ample opportunities to score, embodying the role of supportive teammates. It becomes evident that assembling a team of superstars alone does not guarantee a championship. Spoelstra possesses genuine acumen. Reflecting on this, during a brief intermission, Jiang Hao sees the opportunity to inquire of the passing Juwan Howard, "Mr. Howard, will there be defensive practice today?" To which Howard replied, "Oh, today's session has been cancelled. The big three are heading to the beach to enhance their physical endurance. With the impending cold weather, outdoor training will become unfeasible. You all should continue practicing until you have thoroughly assimilated the tactics." "Very well," Jiang Hao responded. "What's the matter? Are you still craving the challenge?" Howard continued, "Do not underestimate tactical training. What you have practiced is merely the tip of the iceberg. To earn a spot on our team, mastering the team's strategies to perfection is imperative." "Understood," Jiang Hao affirmed. Jiang Hao pondered to himself that of course he was aware. However, he had originally intended to challenge James today with a bold remark. "Why not try to defend me as I attempt a driving layup?" After all, there was nothing to lose in such an endeavor. If he were to be thwarted, it would be of no shame. Conversely, should he succeed in scoring against James, it would signify that he was truly performing at his peak. Ideally, he would provoke James into exerting himself fully in defense, perhaps even compelling him to confront others as well. If he could hold his own against James, surely he could also stand up to Kobe and Arteist. Jiang Hao truly regards James as the touchstone upon which he prepares himself for the regular season. "Jiang, do not slack off. Finish your water and swiftly return to your position for the fast break." The Heat's assistant coach, noticing Jiang's delay in drinking, has unleashed a roar, "Better late than never." "He has arrived. Practice makes perfect." Jiang Hao exclaimed, a motivational phrase frequently uttered by the Heat's coaching staff, eagerly joining the training session. However, the exercises proved to be exceedingly simplistic, allowing his mind to wander. He couldn't help but think about how adept the coaching team was at psychological manipulation. Just moments ago, Juwan had effortlessly employed a few words to influence himself, which explained how the franchise managed to extract such latent potential from numerous undrafted players. His fondness for the Heat began to wane. In his previous life, Jiang Hao was subjected to manipulation by the school authorities. Must he endure such treatment again in the NBA? Can he not simply focus on playing basketball? Contemplating this, Jiang Hao truly harbored no desire to remain with the Heat. Moreover, through the interactions during this training camp, he found himself increasingly disenchanted with the team leader, who regarded himself as superior and treated Jiang and Boyan as inferiors. It was challenging to avoid becoming a critic of LeBron. One must experience it personally to understand the disdain. The situation felt overwhelmingly disheartening, especially at the age of merely 26, when he should be thriving. Instead, he found himself surrounded only by sycophantic players like Mario and Norris Cole, with no expectation of hospitality from them. What was the meaning behind them turning away at the cafeteria upon seeing him? Jiang Hao increasingly suspects that this individual has harbored disdain for him from the very beginning. Yet, why remain silent? If you choose not to speak, does that imply the emperor is reluctant to dine with his subjects? How utterly absurd. Logically, as the captain of the team, one should at least feign concern for the rookies, even if one harbors ulterior motives or wields a metaphorical dagger behind their backs. As a leader, what purpose does it serve to act so arrogantly before your own fledgling teammates? What if, one day, the crow transforms into a phoenix? How would you address them then? In Jiang Hao's perspective, steeped in traditional thinking, LeBron's every action towards the novices appears to be a lack of foresight. Of course, it is possible that his unparalleled strength has shielded him from such considerations until now. However, in the annals of history, players like Boyan have consistently exhibited fortitude, never once aligning with LeBron's teams, and each time they faced him, they led the charge, burning with fervor. Jiang Hao harbored a similar sentiment, contemplating that they now regarded him as inconsequential. Yet, he resolved to prove them wrong in the future. Nevertheless, all of this seemed trivial. What mattered to him was the opportunity to showcase his skills under the spotlight of the NBA. With the prospect of the upcoming season, he understood that even if the Heat sought to extend his contract, he had to depart. Before he left, he was determined to take with him all the valuable assets of the Heat. The finest blades are forged through rigorous trials, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. Let the practice commence. Chapter 45, The Miami Heat Playbook, Positionless Basketball. Jiang Hao continued to immerse himself in the relentless training of tactical positioning. Observing Wade and the later Jimmy Butler, he realized that enduring with the Heat could indeed fortify one's skills. Jiang Hao understood that his initial stable development was of paramount importance. While the Heat may not be a team characterized by camaraderie, it undeniably serves as a commendable platform. Thus, he resolved to endure throughout the duration of his contract, granting himself a year-long commitment, intending to seek new opportunities upon the expiration of his two-way contract. This was the fervent obsession of a disillusioned middle-aged man with the NBA, an unwavering desire to grow stronger. He would no longer sulk like a Navi youth, threatening to resign or switch careers at the slightest inconvenience. Leaving, to be honest, was relatively simple. One could easily become a disruptive element. It was akin to being expelled from school for poor performance. Some players falter on the court, while others falter off it, by instigating conflicts with the trio of superstars. Occasionally venting on social media about workplace grievances, he could become a dissenting voice within the Heat, inciting jubilation among the critics of LeBron, thereby ensuring his own departure. The team would swiftly negotiate a parting, as he was not a player they needed. However, Jiang Hao was determined not to tarnish his career with baseless blemishes. Should he leave, it would be in a dignified and honorable manner, not through the shameful act of being forced out. Typically, one is cut only when unable to perform. He could simply wait for his contract to conclude. Unlike the youthful indignation of others, Jiang Hao possessed a serene demeanor befitting a man in his 30s. He would bide his time, nurturing his skills, waiting for the day he could surpass them. His approach to relationships was contrary to that of James. He believed in leaving room for negotiation, avoiding unnecessary conflict for the benefit of both parties. Being dismissed for poor performance on the court was commonplace. The NBA does not accommodate idlers, where the capable rise and the weak fall, without much public discourse. Conversely, failing off the court could incite public scrutiny, which he was keen to avoid. Moreover, history tends to revisit past events. Should he achieve fame, fans would unearth his tenure with the Heat, questioning why he struggled while others thrived. The dynamic between those two exceptional players might even normalize the situation. Indeed, Jiang Hao noted that Wade often exhibited a tendency to defer to James, while Bosh was frequently scapegoated by fans following a lackluster performance. Of course, the media would not entertain his justifications without evidence. Hence, the best course of action was to refrain from impulsive decisions. Thus, both in the present and future, Jiang Hao was resolute in avoiding any missteps that could be exploited by the media or fans. He was aware that he represented the pinnacle of basketball from his homeland, symbolizing a vibrant banner. He would not fade into obscurity within the NBA. However, Jiang Hao could not afford to wait as long as players like Duncan Robinson, Strauss, or Vincent. Regardless of whether the Heat would extend his contract, he was acutely aware that he could not afford such delays. The trio would remain united for at least 3 more years, and Wade would not retire early. His initial hope of competing for championships alongside the superstars had been dashed, and now he found himself sidelined, with his relationship with LeBron deteriorating. Aware of the prolonged presence of the trio, he lacked the patience to endure. Therefore, in the final week of training camp, despite limited opportunities to practice with the superstars, Jiang Hao eagerly absorbed Spoelstra's coaching philosophies and tactical insights. His skills needed to evolve. His physique required transformation, and his understanding of basketball theory had to advance as well. Over the course of a few days, during collective positioning drills, Jiang Hao consistently completed tactical assignments ahead of his peers, demonstrating a superior basketball IQ and efficiency. Several assistant coaches even remarked on how it seemed he was leading the players in their drills. His execution was impeccable. At just 19, "How have you mastered this so quickly?" they would jest. "You're too slow." During subsequent tactical switches, Boyan struggled, yet Jiang Hao, with years of professional experience from his past life, navigated the drills with ease, as Asian basketball often favored such structured, deliberate play. His previous coach had implemented similar strategies, with offensive plays focused on the interior. Defensive schemes shifted from a 3-2 formation to a 2-3 zone, employing tight man-to-man coverage tailored for the CBA's foreign players. When foreign players were on the court, a solid defensive scheme was employed, but once they exited, the strategy would transition seamlessly to man-to-man defense. Most CBA teams excelled at this approach, but Jiang Hao was more eager to practice the intricate movements the current starters were mastering. Of course, the NBA possessed its nuances, with tactical details and signals that differed. Nevertheless, Jiang Hao exhibited a remarkable aptitude for basketball, swiftly familiarizing himself with the universally accepted tactics employed by NBA teams. He also cultivated a positive rapport with the young assistant coach overseeing their tactical training, successfully acquiring the Heat's tactical manual, which outlined the strategies the players would utilize throughout the season. Eventually, Jiang Hao found himself vocally directing movements and substituting for the point guard, alleviating some of the assistant coach's burden. Jiang Hao, whenever time permits at the training facility, diligently reviews the materials, striving to imprint the entirety of the season's training content in his mind within a few days. This endeavor has granted him access to the authentic essence of the Miami Heat. The pages are filled with handwritten tactical insights from Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra. These strategies were crafted for the top players over the past few years, and it is evident that the coaching staff did not anticipate rookies delving into these materials. Positionless basketball, such an advanced concept. Upon seeing this terminology, Jiang Hao immediately recognized the value of this tactical manual, as it embodies the system the Heat have revered for over a decade, representing the zeitgeist of modern basketball, truly Spoelstra's signature expertise. With LeBron James' decision last year, the basketball fervor in this coastal eastern city was reignited, allowing Riley and Spoelstra's philosophy of positionless basketball to take root. Positionless basketball. The key lies in the versatility of players ranging from 195 to 205 centimeters and a dynamic interior presence. LeBron James' arrival significantly lowered the barriers to the concept of positionless basketball. In his inaugural year in Miami, James averaged 26, 7 points, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists per game, with an assist rate of 34.9. The offensive threat he posed, combined with astute passing choices, empowered Miami to execute more intricate tactics. Given that both Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh possess formidable one-on-one skills, James' passes do not always directly translate into assists. However, the strategy of James driving to the basket, drawing defenders, and then dishing the ball to Wade for a mismatch exploitation became the Heat's hallmark skill. Nevertheless, due to the robust interior setups of contemporary powerhouse teams, Spoelstra's positionless basketball cannot yet completely disregard the interior game. In the future, when the entire league lacks formidable interior defenders, the Heat utilized a smaller, mobile center, Hassan Whiteside, to maximize this theoretical approach. With this tactical framework, a modest roster reached the NBA Finals, only to falter against the Nuggets, a team boasting an elite interior presence in Nikola Jokic. Jiang Hao meticulously noted that this tactic is formidable against a dominant interior presence. The philosophy of positionless basketball, Part 2 defense and fast breaks combined with transitional offense, serve as the cornerstone. On the offensive front, the Miami Heat exhibit considerable strength. Yet they are not without flaws. Due to a deficiency in overall interior prowess, Bosh has evolved into a more space-oriented big. They lack the capacity to dominate in the low post, unable to overpower opponents through sheer force. With rebounding proving elusive, the team must rely on the high efficiency of LeBron James and Dwayne Wade. The offensive potency of the Heat is predicated on the formidable individual scoring threats posed by James and Wade. In the absence of a robust defensive bastion in the paint, the Heat strategically focus on the perimeter, employing partial double teams to create pressure and induce turnovers from ball handlers. This tactic, which led to wide ball movement by opponents, often culminated in James or Wade seizing an opportunity for a fast break following a steal. This maneuver became popularly known among fans as the guillotine, a term that emerged later as the trio was still honing their chemistry. It seemed that such synergy had rarely been witnessed in the previous season, with its peak around 2013, when the Heat's defense was exceptionally formidable, frequently resulting in turnovers that were swiftly converted into James-Wade connections. It is no wonder this strategy was underutilized last season. For James and Wade, the dual burden of offense and defense was too taxing. After reviewing numerous finals tapes, Jiang Hao nodded in understanding. It is likely that the three superstars initially held a sense of entitlement. However, following their defeat, they adopted a more humble approach, which allowed for the flourishing of this integrated offensive and defensive system. If the framework of positionless basketball were to be constructed solely around stars like James and Wade, one would question Spoelstra's coaching prowess, considering that such a potent perimeter combination is a rarity, capable of achieving success under most coaches. Last season, the trio likely believed, as superstars, it was beneath them to engage in the scrappy tasks of double-teaming and stealing. Those responsibilities should fall to the role players. While they focused their energies on offense, the outcome revealed that the role players simply lacked the requisite ability, with the trio commanding nearly the entire salary cap. Defensive responsibilities inevitably fell upon them. Thus, in the second season of the trio's era, the Miami Heat under Spoelstra embarked on a bold inaugural endeavor towards positionless basketball. With a formidable roster, James and Wade relentlessly attacked the interior, while perimeter shooters stood ready to receive passes. Spoelstra implemented a strategy of partial double teams on defense, generating turnovers for swift counterattacks. yielding immediate and remarkable results in games. Jiang Hao was aware that his strategy had succeeded, and history had demonstrated that he could thrive without relying on the trio of superstars. Butler, Hero, and Lowry were more than capable of achieving greatness. Regardless of whether he could evolve into the pivotal position within this basketball hierarchy, Jiang Hao was fervently committed to meticulously recording various tactical formations. He even took the initiative to instruct Boyan, contemplating the possibility that Boyan might one day find himself in a shooting position. Recently, Boyan gifted Jiang Hao a bicycle as a token of goodwill before the onset of the preseason, and Jiang Hao, in turn, endeavored to assist him, hoping to steer him away from the tumultuous path of his past life. Chapter 46. The preseason commences, rewards from unknown players in the Development League in early October. The NBA preseason commenced. Due to well-known reasons, the Heat were poised for action without participating in any overseas preseason games. Otherwise, given the NBA's tendencies, they would surely have arranged for a team with the Heat star power to partake in exhibitions in China or London. Events such as star meet and greets, media days for the new season, fan appreciation days, and community outreach days were entirely irrelevant to Jiang Hao. He and Boyan had been assigned to the Development League while simultaneously preparing for its competitions, cycling daily between the Development League team and the main team's training facility. On the eve of the preseason, in the Heat's conference room, the coaching staff convened to review the training camp results of the 15 players. When it came time to discuss Jiang's name, only 2 staff members provided reports. Scout Jalen Williams briefed Pat Riley, stating, "This Jiang has been undergoing a transformation. His training performance has been exemplary, and his physical condition has significantly improved since his arrival." "Good, he is a Heat player," Riley nodded in acknowledgement. The young assistant coach responsible for the newcomers' tactical formations also offered his input. "His basketball IQ is quite high, and he possesses a solid understanding of tactics. He is likely to be an immediately useful player for us, potentially our X factor." Eric Spoelstra, who had been focused on training the primary players, lifted his gaze upon hearing the commendation regarding Jiang's tactical understanding. This was considered a high accolade in the context of their discussions, as such definitive language was rarely employed. Otherwise, a player's subsequent performance could lead to Riley's ire. Spoelstra, who held a profound regard for tactical acumen, felt invigorated by this remark about Jiang Hao. Rubbing his dark circles, he remarked, "Indeed, he will be an excellent reserve. I will personally evaluate his training progress when time permits." Jalen Williams exhaled in relief. He had much more to convey regarding Jiang Hao's attitude, dedication, dietary habits, and healthy personal life. However, such details were not suitable for the general meeting. It would be more appropriate for Spoelstra and other higher-ups to discreetly discuss Jiang Hao, potentially granting him a valuable opportunity. Despite being the youngest member of the team, Jiang Hao possesses an inexplicable aura that leads Jalen Williams to believe that this perpetually composed young man will prove to be remarkably effective when he takes the court. Jiang Hao was oblivious to the discussions held by the uniformed team during the reporting conference, and he was disinclined to inquire, as other players did, about the allocation of playing time. Regardless, he found himself utterly occupied during the preseason window following the conference. As a two-way contract player, he was obliged to attend whenever the Development League required his presence, while during the preseason, he was relegated to the sidelines, merely spectating. Thus, he often found himself participating in games with the Skyforce, the Heat's Development League team, by day and then, by night, accompanying the team to the preseason, where he would sit on the sidelines, tossing towels and fetching water. The matches in the Development League were unlike any he had previously experienced in either of his lifetimes. They were truly eye-opening. The intensity was moderate, yet the fouls were abundant and seldom called, while the pace of the game was rapid and chaotic. Most crucially, it was a veritable showcase of individual prowess. From positions 1 through 5, every player seized the ball for solo plays, devoid of any screens. There was not a single player willing to pass to an open teammate. It was all about stat padding. Moreover, even the coaching staff in the Development League seemed more focused on enabling players to inflate their statistics rather than employing any coherent tactics. Each timeout was marked by declarations such as, "Now, who shall we give the ball to for the crucial plays?" Jiang Hao and Boyan reached a conclusion. The Development League merely serves to fulfill the main team's objectives, much like the recent matches they played, where explicit directives were given beforehand. Pass the ball to Eddie Curry and allow him to take on one-on-one situations. This approach artificially inflated Eddie Curry's statistics to an impressive average of 20 points and 10 rebounds in the Development League. Although he struggles in the NBA, his physicality allows him to dominate in the development league effortlessly. There was even a game where he recorded 40 points, 13 rebounds, and 4 blocks, garnering attention from the NBA and the Knicks. The motive behind this is quite transparent, enhancing his trade value, essentially to secure a lucrative deal. Otherwise, having an aging veteran like Eddie Curry, who holds no utility for the Heat, would be a waste. The allure of trading him for a second-round pick is undeniably appealing. Thus, Jong Hao and Boyong are merely assisting in fulfilling the tasks assigned by the main team. To the outside observer, they are seen as players groomed by the main team, while the development league is merely a platform for them to regain their competitive edge. In contrast to other players in the development league without NBA contracts, their statistics hold little significance. Consequently, other team members, envious and resentful, sometimes intentionally restrict their opportunities, insisting that since Jong Hao and Boyong have NBA contracts, they should afford more chances to those of us wandering in the development league. As a result, the initially high-performing Boyong and Jong Hao, who consistently ranked among the top 3 in plus-minus, find their enthusiasm thoroughly diminished. This is primarily due to the numerous open shots they create, which their guards often neglect to pass to, severely impacting their morale in the game. Jong Hao pondered why Jeremy Lin could shine brilliantly in the development league, while he and Boyan could only manage an average of a mere dozen points. Surely, the ball must be distributed, right? The distribution would naturally favor the point guards. In the development league, point guards possess an innate advantage. The ball reaches their hands first, allowing them to dictate the game as they please, thus facilitating the accumulation of impressive statistics. There are always a few main teams that do not impose tasks on their development league players. For instance, the Golden State Warriors are preoccupied with honing a plethora of rookies, leaving them little time to oversee the development league athletes. This circumstance provided Jeremy Lin with the fortuitous combination of timing, location, and opportunity to showcase his talents. On the other hand, both Jong Hao and Boyan occupy forward positions. Although they eventually received the ball and made their plays, their opportunities remain limited. Moreover, the individuals in the development league often act irrationally, perhaps aware that passing is scarce. Thus, during drives, the interior defense frequently collapses thoughtlessly. The perimeter defense is also overly aggressive. Many times, as Jong Hao barreled into the paint, he found himself confronted by 2 or 3 defenders, leading to what should have been a straightforward layup being thwarted by fouls. It felt akin to playing basketball in the unregulated streets of America, where 3-second violations go uncalled. Jong Hao found himself in a predicament where his passes were either thwarted by fouls or met with an absence of teammates in prime assist positions, leaving everyone merely spectators in the corners. In such circumstances, players like Jeremy Lin, endowed with rapid ball handling and shooting prowess, thrive in the development league, where one-on-one confrontations yield results. The tactics of driving and passing that might have worked in the NCAA are rendered ineffective here, unless one is capable of soaring for a dunk from the free throw line. After several matches, Jong Hao bore the marks of his struggle, a multitude of nail imprints on his arm, alongside an unexpected accolade bestowed by an obscure development league player. Congratulations, host, on your first victory in the development league. Reward, XXX enhancement to physical flexibility. The player, scarcely mentioned in any search results aside from a name and team affiliation, exemplified the rarity of talent that has somehow reached NBA caliber performance within the development league. Jong Hao was too indifferent to concern himself with the identity of this unknown player. After all, receiving rewards was undoubtedly favorable. The enhancement of physical flexibility was commendable, particularly as he had increasingly relied on LeBron's bulldozer-like maneuvers, rarely employing skillful techniques. Such techniques necessitated a high degree of bodily flexibility. Regrettably, from the training camp through to the conclusion of the preseason, aside from the accolades received alongside LeBron and this obscure player from the development league, Jong Hao had not acquired any further star enhancements. It is essential to recognize that the development league harbors numerous NBA luminaries, including disheartened veterans seeking employment and superstars returning from injury to regain their form. Naturally, it is plausible that they were not fully exerting themselves during play, which is why Jong Hao's attempts to engage with these stars did not result in any rewards. It was evident that only the summer league was genuinely competitive. As the regular season commenced, the preseason had been a far cry from an opportunity for peripheral players like Jong Hao. This year, he had been granted no playing time whatsoever. The trio of stars averaged 29 minutes on the court during the preseason, a serious commitment indeed. Even the fourth quarter, typically recognized as practice time, was allocated to new team members in the third-string lineup, revealing the Miami Heat's earnest approach this preseason. Consequently, Jiang Hao and his fellow rookies found themselves devoid of any grounds for complaint. It appeared that only the main players could thrive under such pressure. During the preseason, they truly witnessed the formidable presence of the Big Three and the immense popularity of the Heat. Their debut against the Celtics drew a full house, with the fervent support of Heat fans resonating from start to finish. Meanwhile, countless eyes were fixated on the scrutinized LeBron, Wade's knee, and the rumored discord between Bosh and LeBron, pondering whether it would manifest on the court. The Big Three played under the intense scrutiny of the media, while ticket-holding fans were unabashedly critical, especially on the road, booing and mocking the Heat for missed shots and errors, as if the team had become the league's notorious villain. The only means to mitigate such public sentiment was through dazzling displays of offense and defense, coupled with a series of victories to showcase their prowess. Thus, the Heat could not afford to lose during the preseason. Their perfect record served as the most effective rebuttal to external skepticism. In a post-game interview, Wade candidly asserted, "We have no discord, no injuries. We are solely focused on the championship. We are back." Bosh even thundered at the press conference, declaring, "The league will tremble because of us. We aim for the championship." Perhaps fueled by the formidable nature of their opponents, teams like the Celtics, Mavericks, and Bulls, the Big Three were eager to hone their skills. Jiang Hao observed from the bench that several times Coach Spoelstra had intended to substitute them, yet they insisted on continuing to play. As long as Nowitzki remained on the court, they would certainly not leave. The flames of vengeance burned bright. This season, victory was imperative for the team. Bojan's palms were drenched in sweat. Previously, he had naively perceived the preseason as mere warm-up games while watching on television. However, now, seated at the sidelines, he felt as if there were no distinction from the regular season. Jiang Hao also noticed the presence of the media from the Celestial Empire. Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia from CCTV's sports channel were present at the event, providing live commentary, which attests to the immense popularity of the Heat. Indeed, David Stern orchestrated this splendid arrangement, ensuring that even the preseason was filled with captivating highlights. Jiang Hao could not help but admire the league's operations, as they had managed to capture attention even during the preseason. The domestic preseason was rife with past grievances and rivalries, while the international games were merely commercial endeavors aimed at expanding influence, such as the Rockets visiting China and the Suns heading to Canada. Both profit and popularity were pursued with equal fervor. Regrettably, this had little to do with him. Such high-stakes matchups meant that his playing time was drastically diminished. Had they faced a weaker team that could easily be outscored by 30 points by the Heat, players like Bojan would undoubtedly have had their chance to shine. Even post-game locker room interviews seemed to exclude him. Jiang Hao initially believed that the central media would surely seek him out, or at the very least, Sukun from the Basketball Pioneer would come to discuss his reflections from the off-season. However, it seemed his popularity had waned. It was worth noting that after Yi Jianlian returned to the country, he had publicly praised Jiang Hao in front of the Eastern media. Of course, it could also be as Ely suggested. Having offended the Basketball Association meant he could forget about gaining any media advantage from them. To establish himself in the NBA, he would have to rely solely on his own performance. Otherwise, some players from China might leverage the support of their fanbase and media to force their way into the NBA, with such propaganda being so compelling that even NBA teams might be persuaded to give them a chance. The only ones who seemed to genuinely care about his presence were his father and Hu Weidong, who occasionally sent text messages to inquire about his progress. They were truly invested in whether he could make a name for himself in the NBA. As for his mother, she only wished for him to return to Sujiang, continue his studies, and secure a stable job. It seemed likely that he would not see any playing time in the first few months of the regular season. After the final preseason game, during the locker room address, Spoelstra stood among the starters and emphasized the importance of a strong start to the regular season, insisting they must maintain focus and only rest once they secured the top spot in the Eastern Conference. It appeared that he too had been affected by the external pressures of recent days, creating an atmosphere of intense competition this season. There was indeed a palpable sense of resilience and determination. Jiang Hao comprehended the significance of these words. They implied that they were to exert their utmost efforts in the upcoming season, while the cultivation of rookies was to be set aside. The plight of the promising newcomers on a formidable team remained disheartening, as their presence was deemed unnecessary. Although the Miami Heat's performance in the preseason was not particularly dazzling, lacking in resounding victories, the team's cohesion had evidently improved. The Little Emperor, LeBron James, made personal sacrifices in his statistics, while Dwayne Wade ceded some of his standings. And Chris Bosh embraced his role within the team's interior. Consequently, the sacrifices made by these three superstars forged a powerful team. Furthermore, the addition of a strong external reinforcement like Shane Battier rendered the situation even more challenging for rookies like Bojan and Jiang Hao, who found themselves in a lengthy queue for playing time. With Wade, LeBron James, James Jones, Mike Miller, Shane Battier, and Terry Harris ahead of them, the team currently had 6 players in the rotation before them, out of a total roster of 15. This meant that, barring an injury crisis where 4 or more of these 6 players were sidelined, opportunities for this year's rookies during the regular season would be virtually non-existent. Moreover, Bojan's agent was already apprehensive that the team might use him as a bargaining chip to acquire a center, given that everyone acknowledged the Heat's most significant weakness lay in that position. There was no point in overthinking. They needed to focus on their responsibilities. Throughout the preseason, Jiang Hao diligently observed the Heat's tactics from the sidelines, reaping substantial benefits. While appearing to be lost in thought from a VIP viewing spot, his mind was actually busy rehearsing tactical diagrams. The visual representation of players executing strategies was far more intuitive than merely perusing a tactics manual. True knowledge is birthed from practice. Coupled with Coach Spoelstra's tactical terminology during timeouts, Jiang Hao nearly memorized the frequent strategies employed by the starters. These experiences would serve as stepping stones for his future endeavors in the NBA. Hey, Jiang. The final window period has concluded. The lengthy regular season is upon us. The day before the commencement of the regular season, Jalen Williams treated Jiang Hao to a late-night snack and even bought a small cake to commemorate the official start of his professional career, wishing him a splendid season. Thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have made it here. Following the preseason, Jiang Hao emerged renewed and enlightened, having witnessed the highest level of competition up close. He gained a deeper understanding of the NBA's tactical framework. He was merely waiting for an opportunity. Haha, although we initially deceived each other, the outcome is quite favorable now. Isn't it? Jalen Williams clinked his beer with Jiang Hao's coconut juice as the beautiful summer in Miami began to wane. Endure, you're only 19. The NBA demands perseverance. Chapter 48. Coach, may I play against LeBron? The 2012 regular season commenced, and 1 month later, Jiang Hao endured the admonitions of President Riley, the grand visions painted by his boss, the benefits promised by shareholders, the demands from the coaching staff, the rallying cries of the triumvirate, and the fans blocking the team bus. Yet, he remained the same inconspicuous figure holding a two-way contract. He was still acclimating to the intricacies of the NBA. And it was only when the broadcast camera occasionally caught him that fans would remember there existed a player from the Celestial Empire in the NBA. Moreover, he was the sole representative from his homeland playing in the league. Thus, every moment of visibility for him was merely a coincidence when the camera happened to focus on him. Every time the last Weibo post from 3 months ago resurfaced, it was inundated with comments, such as, "What happened to becoming a legend? Dude, just get on the court. Handsome. Saw you today, still as charming as ever. Hey, don't just be a pretty face." This lad certainly elevated the team's aesthetic, yet sitting on the Miami Heat's bench seemed out of place for him. Little Emperor, meow meow meow? Bro, give me a straight answer. Will you get playing time in the regular season? If not, I won't follow the Heat games anymore. Regardless, he had already become Asia's premier small forward, pushing forward with resilience. Yes, believing in the journey. If all else fails, perhaps return to the CBA. Sujiang needs you. His Twitter account reflected a similar sentiment, though this time he lacked the towering figure of Yao Ming to apply pressure. It was well understood that in the regular season, one's fate was often beyond their control, and mere effort would not guarantee playing time. Yi Jianlian had sent him a WeChat message at the start of the regular season, urging him to stay prepared. As opportunities favored the prepared, a dose of motivational wisdom for Jiang Hao. Yao had also retweeted news of Jiang Hao's impressive 28-7-4 performance in the Development League, clearly keeping a watchful eye on him. In truth, Jiang Hao had little time to dwell on these matters over the past month. He was often preoccupied with his rigorous training schedule. His days were consumed by travel, with scarcely a moment to engage in personal training or review tapes. During home games, he and Bojan had to participate in development league matches, and upon traveling for away games, they were often tasked with various team duties, such as signing autographs and taking photos, usually relegated to the rookies. Their sole contribution to the team seemed to be fetching late-night snacks. After several exhilarating victories, Wade, Bosh, and Haslam would summon Boyan in the middle of the night for donuts and pizza. Perhaps due to the incident where Jiang Hao had clashed with James in the locker room, he was seldom called upon. Everyone knew that the quiet, unassuming lad from the far corner of the locker room appeared easy to bully, yet he was a volatile spark waiting to ignite. Only the hot-headed starting point guard Mario would occasionally include Jiang Hao and Boyan in late-night snack runs. However, whenever Boyan went, Jiang Hao would follow. Much like Sun Yu had once lamented years ago, how could he manage to carry dozens of burgers and shakes alone? Regardless, he had always trained late on his own. And after every practice session on non-game days, he would add extra drills. He maintained contact with Farid, training his physicality according to his regimen, ensuring his body remained in shape despite the absence of high-intensity games. Meanwhile, Boyan returned to the apartment early, while seasoned veterans would often call him at midnight, requesting snacks from 20 kilometers away. Boyan would be furious, and upon finding Jiang Hao still training at the gym, he would unleash a torrent of curses at the veterans, nearly spitting out his shake in exasperation. Jiang Hao found great pleasure in sitting inside Boyan's newly purchased Toyota, enjoying the gentle evening breeze, a rare moment of respite for him. However, he could only indulge in his grievances. The fiery temperament of Europeans was quelled in the face of opportunities in the NBA. When Boyan surged forward, he wore a different expression. He yearned to cultivate a rapport with the starters, akin to Chalmers and Mario, in hopes of joining them on the court. Yet, there was no alternative. Without purchasing a ticket to play, one would find themselves sidelined. Now that he had reached the NBA, who wouldn't he wish to step onto the court? Particularly for international players like them, who represented their nations, the desire to bring pride to their hometowns was undeniable. However, the Miami Heat's start was simply extraordinary. Boasting a record of 12 wins and 1 loss, they dominated the league. It was splendid enough to render any new recruits unnecessary. As the first pick in the second round, Boyan had only spent 3 minutes on the court over the past month, having only entered a game when they were leading by 27 points, yet he had not made a single play before the game concluded, having accrued 2 fouls due to his inability to adapt to the pace of the game. Thus, every day of the regular season was rather uneventful for Jiang Hao. Today was no different. After completing a back-to-back, the team enjoyed a 3-day break, with the starters hastily leaving to spend time with their families. In the gym, discovering the court empty, Jiang Hao took a ball downstairs to practice his shooting, a day of mundane yet diligent training. The security guard had grown accustomed to this Asian fellow's dedication, often turning off the lights only after ensuring Jiang Hao had finished for the evening. Just as he was getting into his rhythm, he noticed Coach Spolstra emerging from his temporary office, making his way toward him. "Hello, Coach SPO." Jiang Hao habitually greeted him. To his surprise, Sporskala stood firmly beside the three-point line, hands clasped behind his back, inquiring, "Hello, I would like to observe your training." "Sure. What would you like to see?" Jiang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he was unsure how Sporskala had managed to find him alone, he recognized this as a rare opportunity. "Anything is fine. You were practicing your three-pointers earlier, so let us focus on that." "All right." Jiang Hao took a deep breath. Standing beyond the arc at the three-point line, executing 30 self-shot three-pointers, successfully sinking 26 of them. His speed was commendable, and his shooting accuracy was quite satisfactory. As Jiang Hao prepared to move towards the next right-side 45-degree angle, Spolstra gestured for a brief pause. "Understood, Coach." Jiang Hao stood beside Spolstra, wiping the sweat from his brow with his jersey. His method for three-point shooting practice mirrored that of a three-point contest, comprising 5 spots with 30 attempts at each. Should he fail to meet the mark at any spot, he would add another 30 attempts without concern for the pace of retrieving the balls or the time taken to complete the drill. The sole requirement was to achieve a minimum of 25 successful shots at each location to deem the training complete. This technique was specifically tailored to counter the Heat's strategies. As shooters alongside the trio of superstars typically do not force rapid shots, they enjoy ample time and space for their three-point attempts, thus prioritizing accuracy above all else. Having just netted 26 shots was commendable. Had he retrieved the balls at a slightly quicker pace, he could have added 2 more successful attempts. "Is this training regimen one you devised yourself?" Spolstra, with his Asian features framed by his arms, inquired with a smile, clearly buoyed by the victory from the previous night's back-to-back game. "Indeed, as of now, the coaching staff has not yet conducted offensive training with me." Jiang Hao's eloquence is truly remarkable. What appears to be straightforward responses are laden with intricate meanings. Firstly, he conveys that although this training method may lack scientific rigor, it is nonetheless unavoidable as my teaching assistant has not instructed me. Secondly, he subtly expresses a desire to engage in offensive training, sharing a hint of his frustrations while implying that I am still undergoing basic training. To my surprise, Sibo directly remarked, "I heard that you once dunked on Wade and managed to stifle James?" Well, it seems there may be some truth to that. Jiang Hao gently scratched his head, feeling perplexed by the sudden shift in conversation, leaving him uncertain of what Spo meant. However, it was quite reassuring to realize that the head coach was fully aware of everything, after all. He bore the heritage of Asia and evidently took an interest in his players. Rest assured, the entire team recognizes your dedication. Spo's words conveyed that your extra training, your performance, and your late nights spent reviewing tapes have not gone unnoticed. Jiang Hao immediately responded, "I will continue to strive to meet the standards for playing time. However, many have told me that you have reservations regarding my arrangements for the team. Are your objections directed at my not granting you the opportunity to play?" Spolstra's gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating intently on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao chuckled, "What are you talking about? Which player wouldn't want to step onto the court? No. There can be no baseless rumors within our team. Speak your mind. There are no outsiders here." Spolstra, observing Jiang Hao's cunning demeanor, couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself how this young lad, despite his age, was quite adept at maintaining secrecy. An opportunity. At that moment, Jiang Hao realized that Spolstra intended to assist him. This was precisely what a veteran should do for newcomers, nurturing the mental well-being of the rookies. Thus, he decided to be forthright and said, "Well, Mr. Spolstra, it's not that I think the team's arrangements are inadequate. I simply feel that I am always relegated to the role of a defensive practice partner. I yearn for the chance to engage in offense even just once, to gauge how my skills measure up against all-star players." "You mean you wish to challenge LeBron James?" Spolstra inquired. "Yes, coach. Is it possible for me to play against James?" Chapter 49. A moment alone with Spolstra. What's this? Are you upset because that rookie played a prank on you? You mustn't resort to violence. Spolstra found Jiang Hao's earnestness amusing. What could have caused such a serious demeanor? "Come on, Coach Spolstra. You understand my intentions. I simply wish to hone my skills. After months of practice, I'm eager to see if my offensive game has improved." Jiang Hao comprehended that Sibo recognized the distinction between one type of fight and another. However, he harbored a desire to engage in both. Whether it be a game of basketball or a brawl, he was open to either. In recent months, he had indeed encountered instances of mixed martial arts training at the gym. Yet, one must admit, if LeBron were on par with him, when Dwayne provoked him that day, Jiang Hao would have responded with a direct hook, a crosslock, or a rear naked choke. After all, as men, is there not an occasion where matters can be resolved through a good fight? Ah, I see your point now. Jiang Hao's remarks resonate with the grievances one might expect from a youthful 19-year-old before his coach. Indeed, it is as he says, "I am constantly urged to defend. Yet why not allow me a chance to attack?" If only Jiang Hao could have a single opportunity to engage in offensive practice alongside the trio of stars, he would undoubtedly showcase the full extent of his arsenal. Jiang Hao did not directly demand a practice match, as the current lineup for such games is not easily altered. His sudden inclusion would disrupt the chemistry among the key players, and even if he were to join, he would be akin to a headless fly, with no one willing to grant him an opportunity. It would be far more prudent to seek an opportunity to challenge a superstar in a one-on-one duel. The intensity of the Miami Heat's practice matches post-regular season is not as high as it was during training camp, and they may not even employ NBA-level standards. Conversely, a one-on-one challenge would more readily expose the vulnerabilities of the superstars. After all, should he lose, it would be deemed normal, but if a superstar were to falter, they would undoubtedly retaliate with full force. The concern lies in the possibility that the superstar might not exert their full effort. The more they hold back, the greater the chance of blunders. If you wish to attack LeBron James head-on, rest assured, an opportunity will be arranged for you. I, too, am eager to witness it. However, as your head coach, I must clarify that assigning you to a defensive practice role does not signify a lack of investment in your development. You are well aware that the team is currently abundant with players in your position, all possessing notable offensive skills. Hence, you know. Jiang Hao nodded, his left ear absorbing the words while the right ear let them slip away. The subsequent remark was evidently another attempt at manipulation, a tactic he had long since grown impervious to. There is an old saying in the Celestial Empire, an explanation is merely a guise. However, the preceding statement held some merit. A recent arrangement had been made, and surely the head coach would not retract his promise. Yet, Spolstra then turned and remarked, "However, if you believe your three-point shooting ability surpasses that of the primary shooters, then I can certainly include you in the shooting drills moving forward." Jiang Hao confidently patted his chest, exuding the audacity of youth. Rest assured, I possess this confidence. If you do not value my three-point shot, then trade me. Truly, I do not wish to squander time. It is indeed a good thing for the young to appreciate humor. Thus, let us proceed and recognize our own worth. CBA erupted into hearty laughter before turning to retrieve the triangular cones from the sidelines. Come, let it be. Jiang Hao was deliberately pushing Spolstra to coach him. Regardless of whether he could complete the tasks assigned by the head coach later, he would not let the opportunity to receive individual coaching from Spolstra slip away. As Spolstra set up cones around the three-point line, he remarked, "How about this? Since LeBron is not here, I observed your three-point shooting earlier. Now, let's try the three-point shooting drills that our team as shooters practice. What do you say?" Jiang Hao shifted his weight slightly, responding earnestly, "No problem. I assure you I'll complete the training." Spolstra, suppressing his smile, issued the first command to Jiang Hao, 100 three-point shots, 10 attempts from each spot. A total of 70 successful shots is the minimum requirement. All right. With confidence stemming from possessing the shooting skills of James Jones, Jiang Hao felt assured. Despite not having focused on three-point training in recent months, he had performed admirably in the development league. However, to his dismay, he only made 57 shots on his first attempt. Clearly, the benchmark of 70 was a standard achievable even by the Heat shooters, leaving Jiang Hao drenched in sweat. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. What a blunder. I overestimated my abilities. There was still quite a distance to reach the target, and he felt somewhat inept. While nerves were not a significant factor, he had not anticipated the training would prove so challenging, far more difficult than he had imagined. With 10 shooting spots compared to the 5 he practiced on his own, the rhythm became chaotic, and while retrieving the balls, he worried about tripping over the cones, even experiencing a streak of 6 consecutive misses. Although Spolstra did not impose strict time limits, he certainly couldn't take his time aiming with the head coach watching from the sidelines. Yet, a sense of defiance stirred within him, a desire to continue challenging himself. Though he was uncertain if Spolstra would grant him that opportunity, Spolstra did grant it. Suicides, 5 times. Since he had failed to meet the target, Spolstra instructed him to run back and forth 5 times on the court. After completing the exhausting sprints, Jiang Hao resumed his shooting challenge. This time, his shooting felt significantly improved. He managed to make 63 or 64 shots, though it was still below the required standard. Run 5 more, Spolstra commanded. At this point, Jiang Hao felt a pang of discomfort. It would have been ideal to capitalize on the momentum, as he was certain he could succeed if given another chance. However, Spolstra made him run again, disrupting his rhythm. His body was in motion, but his mind was clouded. After finishing the run, he picked up the ball for his first shot and dribbled it heavily, almost slamming it to the ground in a frantic attempt to find his rhythm, growing increasingly anxious. What is happening to me? How could I possibly fail such a simple, non-contact shooting drill, especially when Spolstra is here to train with me tonight? After having already run 10 laps, shooting under such physical strain would surely worsen his accuracy. Yet, none of these were valid excuses. And he could never dare to complain to Spolstra. He could only resent his own poor performance. This was not merely a fleeting opportunity, but surely a chance to earn the trust of the head coach. He had always dreamed of making a remarkable impact, yet when the opportunity presented itself, he found himself unable to seize it. Surprisingly, Spolstra seemed to relish this challenge, exclaiming excitedly, "That's the spirit. Compete with yourself, that's the way." Jiang Hao glanced sideways at CBA and noticed that there was not a trace of reproach on his face, nor any hint of disappointment for the delay in his progress. Instead, he was fervently applauding, urging, "Come on, continue, let your frustrations out. Do you still wish to challenge James in this manner? Unleash your potential." Jiang Hao, utterly fatigued and gasping for breath, uttered a grunt and embarked on his third challenge. This time, he managed to complete a total of 69. After Jiang Hao completed his shot, he nearly collapsed onto the ground beyond the three-point line, having reached his limits, his heart racing uncontrollably. SPO raised his right hand, extending his index finger, signaling him to run 5 more times. What? Jiang Hao had initially believed that there would be no more laps to run. Yet SPO's unmistakable gesture made it clear that this was indeed the reality. His mental state was in shambles, particularly as he was merely 1 point away from success and his performance had been improving steadily. "Come on, are you not the self-proclaimed pitcher? Can't you even meet the standard?" SPO showed no concern for time, casually sitting in a chair while signaling Jiang Hao to hurry. "No need to rush. This time, you shall meet the standard." Jiang Hao, without uttering a single complaint, lifted his leg, and dashed forward. Chapter 50. Gaining the trust of the head coach. In this fourth round of shuttle runs, Zhang Hao experienced a transformation distinct from the previous three. He began to feel a sense of, enveloped in a fervent focus. It was as if he were determined to conquer this challenge at all costs. When it came time to attempt three-point shots, he was unaware of the mechanics of his release, relying solely on instinct as he raised his arm to shoot. Remarkably, he scored 70 baskets before completing 100 attempts. Upon sinking the 70th shot, Coach Spolstra signaled for him to stop. In that moment of completion, Zhang Hao did not celebrate. He exhibited no overt emotion. Instead, he observed as Spolstra approached, fully prepared to respond. Spolstra emphatically patted his chest, exclaiming, "You did it! You did it! Coming here is not just about shooting. It's more than that. You must compete. You must push yourself. From now on, you must practice like this every day." Well, Zhang Hao was indeed so exhausted that he could scarcely utter a word, yet he still feigned resilience before the head coach. A man remains resolute until his last breath. This was the first time he genuinely experienced the grueling offensive training of the Miami Heat, personally conducted by the head coach himself. What a delightful surprise. This was precisely the nurturing approach Zhang Hao had envisioned from Spolstra towards his rookies, the coach who, before his ascension, orchestrated a remarkable underdog run to the finals with a cadre of undrafted players, dominating the Eastern Conference. The very same coach who transformed the unemployed Caleb Martin into a premier guard and a star slayer. Moreover, only after partaking in this training did Zhang Hao comprehend the truth of Spolstra's words. Shooting drills are not merely about the ability to shoot. They demand relentless effort. His previous attempts had proven insufficient, entirely inadequate. Following the shooting session, Zhang Hao resolved that he would never allow the intensity of his shooting drills to fall below the standards set by Spolstra. He had always practiced the shooting techniques imparted by Hu Weidong, one of the many dedicated shooting practitioners of the 1990s in China, whose expectations were naturally high. However, it was evident that the standards of the Heat soared even higher. Times have truly changed. His once esteemed idol, Hu Weidong, appeared merely to be gazing into a well when confronted with the pinnacle of global basketball training. They practiced shooting with such dedication daily. It had become a habitual routine, maintaining that drive and pressure, enabling them to shoot so effortlessly during games. Spolstra tossed a bottle of water to Zhang Hao, gesturing for him to take a seat beside him. Zhang Hao now possessed an immense resilience, struggling to rise, his hands trembling slightly as he settled beside SPO, striving to steady his breath. "Good heavens," SPO remarked, gently patting his shoulder, somewhat astonished. In truth, it was SPO who was truly taken aback today, for he had never anticipated that Zhang Hao would succeed during such rigorous training. What on earth? Did he just express a desire to compete against LeBron James? Initially, SPO had approached Zhang Hao merely to assess his recent training progress, but given Zhang Hao's audacious demeanor, SPO decided to alter his plans on the spur of the moment. He intended to instill a sense of humility in the rookie. It can be said that this method of training was unprecedented. No one could pass on their first attempt, as no newcomer could achieve the required standards in a single evening, or even over the course of a day. It typically required several days of adaptation, akin to physical conditioning, before one could succeed. Unless one were a premier shooter like Ray Allen, success on the first try was virtually unattainable. Even if the Miami Heat's leading shooter, Mike Miller, were to attempt it, he would need 2 to 3 opportunities to succeed. Zhang Hao accomplished the feat in merely 4 attempts, a milestone that even James and Wade have yet to achieve. Naturally, this is not their forte, as they rarely engage in three-point shooting during games and consequently practice it infrequently, often failing to meet the required standards. Wade typically makes around 60 shots, while James manages about 50. Among the trio, only Bosch successfully meets the criteria for this three-point shooting drill. However, for shooters, the goal is to attain success at least once within a half-day or even an entire day of practice. James Jones and Battier often need 3 to 5 attempts to reach the benchmark. This suggests that the young man possesses remarkable mental fortitude and physical capability. Moreover, his shooting accuracy is commendable. With continued practice, his potential could far exceed 70 successful shots. Shall we continue practicing? If you ask me to train, I shall comply. However, time is of the essence, and I cannot linger. Spolstra glanced at his watch. Those brief shooting sessions had consumed nearly 2 hours. Quite an impressive effort for a novice. Gratitude is owed to the head coach. Indeed, in the contemporary league, a wing player without shooting prowess cannot thrive. Tomorrow, Eric Glass will arrive to refine your shooting technique, Ensure you arrive at the gym punctually. It's here. Finally, it has arrived. After hearing those words, Jiang Hao felt an overwhelming urge to cry. This was the culmination of his training. He gazed at Spolstra, his eyes shimmering with hope. Although Spolstra offered neither criticism nor praise and did not explicitly demand any responses from him, the fact that he assigned the most capable shooting coach, Eric Glass, to work with him in private spoke volumes. It is noteworthy that during the past month of the regular season, Eric Glass had not left LeBron's side, tirelessly training the latter's shooting skills. Renowned for his expertise in shooting instruction, Eric Glass is often compared to Chip Engelland of the Spurs. With his guidance, Jiang Hao's shooting technique is bound to become more refined and tailored to his individual style. After all, he has been learning shooting techniques from James Jones, and Eric Glass will undoubtedly adapt them to suit Jiang Hao's unique shooting form. There is no doubt he will succeed. While you may be merely a player added to the roster by Mr. Riley, I hope you can contribute meaningfully in games. Focus on honing your shooting attributes, young man. After finishing his remarks, Spolstra stood up, preparing to leave, clearly satisfied with the assessment of the evening. It seems that Jalen Williams and the young tactical assistant were not merely boasting during the conference. With the presence of a promising reserve, Spolstra walked with a spring in his step. If the team can cultivate such a hidden sharpshooter from the bench, Jiang could potentially step up should Jones or Miller face any setbacks. However, little did he know that this was merely one of Jiang Hao's many skills. Besides his three-point shooting, his ability to drive to the basket was flourishing in the G League. Unfortunately, today, he had focused solely on practicing his three-point shot, missing the opportunity to showcase his explosive drives. As Jiang Hao saw off his head coach, he subtly hinted, "All right, Coach Spolstra. I will surely improve my speed in the next training session. Just make sure to maintain harmony in the locker room," Spolstra advised. "You should be aware that the entire team is under significant pressure this season. Take care." The implication was clear. It was normal for the Big Three to use the younger players as scapegoats for their frustrations, and Jiang should avoid isolating himself in the locker room. Spolstra had been observant. During his speeches, Jiang had remained silent in the far corner, unnoticed by others. Coupled with reports from the staff, it was evident that Jiang's relationships with his Heat teammates were not particularly strong. Seeing Jiang's relentless effort tonight, Spolstra, as a fellow Asian, was indirectly guiding him. As a rookie, it is crucial to build rapport with the veterans if he wishes to carve out a place within the team. Although being isolated in the locker room might not drastically affect playing time, it would undoubtedly impact his teammates' willingness to pass him the ball or assist him in accumulating stats during the regular season. Thank you, Coach, for your insights. The lights are out now. You have a long career ahead of you, so do not dwell on this moment. Chapter 51. Adjusting shooting technique. His words were an acknowledgement of Jiang Hao's potential. Take it slow, for gold will always shine in due time. This final statement truly resonated with Jiang. Once Spolstra departed, Jiang hurried to freshen up, feeling invigorated. Reflecting on the arduous yet rewarding training experience, he felt a glimmer of hope for the future. This encounter had fulfilled all his fantasies about Coach Spolstra from the perspective of a fan in his past life. Commanding yet humorous, personable yet cunning in his speech, he exuded the charisma revered by many undrafted players, truly deserving of his future Hall of Fame status. Following this experience, Jiang felt the weight of his journey ahead. If shooting practice was this daunting, one could only imagine the intensity of training endured by the Big Three. It seemed rash of him to assert he could compete against LeBron, as he remained unaware of the number of attempts other shooters had to make to master their skills. He instinctively believed that sharpshooters nailed their shots on the first try, which would be terrifying. This was merely the easiest form of shooting practice, devoid of any defensive pressure. How intense must the combative drills be? Would the coaches truly wield shields against the players? Jiang Hao is acutely aware that the most ineffectual type of player for his system includes individuals like Farid and James, those who rely predominantly on physical prowess. Their style of play, characterized by sheer athleticism, renders them less dependent on technical skills, making it arduous to activate the system. Conversely, players with a more technical approach can be severely constrained by his tactics. This explains his fervent desire to encounter Irving during the Summer League. Just imagine the media frenzy surrounding Irving after a series of blunders against undrafted players. Jiang Hao believes that such an experience could significantly streamline his own development. Nevertheless, he decides to focus on honing his skills without further delay. Jiang Hao understood that when facing superstars like James, his advantage lay in his fearless determination. Akin to a barefoot warrior unafraid of those in shoes. Since SPO had assured him that there would be a session dedicated to training him to attack James, he was ready to proceed. Today's three-point shooting practice was one of the weapons he intended to wield in his quest to overcome James. The following day, Jiang Hao and Jalen Williams shared their experiences from the previous day. Jalen Williams, unfazed, remarked, "SPO is someone who is meticulously involved in every detail. He works with unparalleled dedication. Everyone knows that the Heat has a distinct culture, but he truly embodies it. From the very first day I joined, I was told that SPO is perpetually striving for excellence. I've come to realize that his commitment borders on obsession. In my previous experiences, no head coach would personally conduct individual training sessions, yet SPO does. He is remarkably approachable. Chalmers and Cole are both gyms he discovered, and last year, he even surpassed Bibby. Thus, I have always believed he would come to check on you, and indeed, during these quieter days, he has come to train you." Enough about that. I must go find Eric Glass. Jalen Williams widened his eyes in disbelief. What? Eric Glass is going to train with you? Goodness, you must be receiving royal treatment. Is that a problem? Don't you realize how prestigious this is? Jiang Hao inquired with a chuckle. All right, that is quite impressive. This is a sign that you are being groomed. Cherish this opportunity. If your performance falters, such privileges may never return. Understood. Jiang Hao glanced at the other side of the office where everyone was diligently preparing for the upcoming Halloween festivities. Unbeknownst to him, Halloween was fast approaching, and both the NBA and the Miami Heat had requested that players don costumes of various ghouls and monsters while traversing the player tunnel. Jiang Hao chose not to engage in discussion for the time being and instead went alone to the training facility to practice shooting with Eric Glass. What should I cosplay as then? A zombie? Coach Jiang. The shooting instruction from assistant coach Glass is rather monotonous. He lacks the emotional engagement of Spoelstra and does not possess the scolding prowess of Ju and Howard. Instead, he resembles a university professor, patiently guiding Jiang Hao on how to shoot effectively. The earlier session in the conference room was purely theoretical analysis, making Jiang Hao feel as though he was attending a class. If not for Glass's presence, many players might have drifted off to sleep. Glass, akin to how he guided a young LeBron James upon his arrival at the Heat, meticulously dissects footage with Jiang Hao, analyzing his shooting issues. Jiang Hao tends to exhibit a pause after receiving the ball, and today's objective is to hasten or even eliminate the pause entirely. Glass emphasizes the necessity for him to catch and shoot in one fluid motion. Jiang Hao suddenly comprehended his intention. So it was. Glass urged him to adopt a shooting posture slightly higher than that of Curry, ensuring a smoother and swifter release. Naturally, the subsequent shooting accuracy would rely on practice. Indeed, it felt more comfortable. After completing the theoretical training, he held a 20 kilograms weighted basketball under Glass's guidance, enduring 10 minutes to cultivate muscle memory. Having just completed hundreds of three-point shots the previous night, his arm muscles felt as if they were melting. However, the moment he set down the weighted ball to shoot, what a delight! His release was undoubtedly quicker, and akin to Curry's technique, this shooting form also facilitated a rapid release during fast breaks. A trait absent in James Jones' game. James Jones' shooting form, being excessively standard, rendered him invincible in stationary shooting. Yet, his three-point shooting percentage while on the move paled in comparison to that of Mike Miller during his prime with the Grizzlies. As the leading player, Miller had to develop a three-point shot while handling the ball, resulting in a shooting style that was unapologetically rapid. This unapologetic style refers to the ability to achieve a standard shooting form even while in motion. Glass, recognizing Jiang Hao's relatively slender physique and agile playing style, guided him to adopt a lower and faster three-point shooting technique. From now on, every training session would involve Glass inspecting Jiang Hao's shooting form. The regimen was straightforward. Upon arriving at the gym, he would begin with half an hour of fixed shooting with the weighted basketball. Following that, he would execute 100 three-point shots in slow motion, then sprint back and forth across the court for another 100 three-point attempts. After that, he would relentlessly lift the weighted basketball to practice his shooting form for 30 minutes, even while fatigued. Finally, he would challenge himself to execute 100 quick shots from his preferred position, ensuring proper technique. At this stage, there were no accuracy requirements. The primary goal was to establish muscle memory for the correct shooting form, fundamentally transforming his shooting technique. However, during the next shooting lesson, Glass would implement accuracy standards, and the preferred shooting positions would become randomized. When they next convened, it would be time to assess his shooting accuracy. Should his performance fall short, it was likely that Glass would cease to invest time in him until he could meet the requisite standards. The assistant coaches of the Heat were indeed formidable. After a half day of rigorous training, Jiang Hao's biceps and triceps felt utterly exhausted, to the point where he could hardly lift his cutlery during lunch. Yet, neither Boyan nor the other players, including the European big man, mockingly gazed upon him. Instead, they looked on with envy in their eyes. Jiang Hao is indeed the first among his Summer League peers to receive individual shooting adjustments from glass. Does this not signify that he may carve out a place for himself within the Heat's roster in the future? They remain unaware that Spoelstra has been personally training Jiang Hao. Had they known, they would undoubtedly insist that Jiang Hao treat them to a meal. A few days later, Jiang Hao serendipitously found himself making his regular season debut with the Heat, marking his first appearance on an NBA regular season court. Chapter 52. His fans are perpetually gazing towards the future, while I am anchored in the present. After receiving hands-on guidance from glass, Jiang Hao entered a state of complete immersion, adjusting his shooting form through monotonous yet repetitive training, even dreaming of his shooting posture. The vicissitudes of the world are of no concern to me. During this period, the solitary iron basketball became exclusively his domain. Jiang Hao placed great importance on Spoelstra's adjustments to his shooting technique, not merely because it was a directive from the coach, but due to the significance it held for the nascent stage of his professional career. From his recollections, he understood that successfully adapting his shooting form would be immensely beneficial. While Asian coaches have traditionally advocated for a standard three-point shooting technique characterized by right angles, which ensures a minimum shooting percentage, the pursuit of an athlete's maximum potential necessitates discovering a style that best suits the individual. In other words, if all competitors in high-level matches adopted the same shooting posture, it would become exceedingly easy to defend against them. Varied techniques compel opponents to study and adapt to one's unique release. Take, for instance, Sean Marion's notoriously unconventional shooting form. What truly matters is accuracy, and if one believes their method is the most effective, that is what counts. Therefore, after Glass made adjustments to his shooting posture, Jiang Hao eagerly absorbed every word, intent on swiftly assimilating this tailored technique. He found himself drawn to this method, favoring the rapid shooting style exemplified by later players such as Curry, Nikita, and Trae Young, who execute quick, low-release three-pointers. Although his height precluded him from mimicking their low release, his technique became notably smoother, shedding rigidity. This fluidity resonated with his personality, a calm exterior concealing a restless spirit. Now is the perfect moment for transformation. Many NBA players are required to alter their shooting forms upon entering the league, and those who succeed experience a profound metamorphosis. For instance, Parker, whose driving ability waned in recent years, diligently reworked his shooting form after more than a decade, resulting in a remarkable improvement in his mid-range accuracy. Similarly, Leonard, during his college years, possessed no fixed shooting style and was not primarily a scoring player. However, after the Spurs encouraged him to study Jordan's footage, his form gradually evolved to resemble that of the iconic player, culminating in a picturesque shooting technique that captivated numerous fans. Both James and Curry underwent transformations as well. Their prior shooting styles, while aesthetically pleasing, had their flaws. Curry had to abandon his forward-leaning jump shot, which was unstable and prone to injury, at Jackson's insistence, ultimately leading to his emergence as an exceptional shooter. James, on the other hand, had to modify his once McGrady-like jump shot due to significant weight gain. And although his new style appeared less graceful, it undeniably enhanced his shooting accuracy and stability. The annals of basketball history also recount the transformative journeys of players like Lonzo Ball, who altered his shooting form, and Markelle Fultz, whose shooting amnesia due to illness was remedied by a shooting coach, restoring his shooting percentage through a consistent technique. Such changes invariably lead to qualitative progress, with regression being an exception rather than the rule, though such setbacks may occur in the CBA. Jiang Hao found himself quite distressed upon reflecting on this matter. The quintessential example that infuriated him was that of the young aristocrat. Initially, Zhang Zhengling, who had planned to study in America, exhibited an impressive shooting rate before returning to China. However, upon joining the CBA, his height offered him a significant advantage as a forward, allowing him to shoot without needing to leap much, facing minimal interference. Consequently, with little defensive pressure, Zhang ceased to pursue the speed of his shots, instead adopting a style reminiscent of Duquan and Zhao Rui's jump shots. This method required meticulous preparation prior to shooting, ensuring a stable shooting percentage, which ultimately yielded favorable statistics. Such short-sightedness, however, resulted in repercussions on the international stage. During the Asian Games, his jump shot was blocked by a provincial team's guard. And at the World Cup, his shooting form deteriorated under pressure, leading to abysmal accuracy. His lack of effort and inclination to take shortcuts drew the ire of fans, who deemed his fate deserved. It is worth noting that his predecessor, Wang Qijuba, resolutely chose an opposite path. While Zhang Zhenling was fixated on accumulating impressive statistics in the CBA, he regressed instead. Initially, Wang Qijuba dominated the CBA with his jump shots. Under the coaching of Jonas, they observed that top European players employed a quick, unprepared jump shot technique. This shooting form was minimally affected by defensive intensity. As long as one mastered it and maintained their rhythm, the shots could be remarkably consistent throughout matches. Thus, these two elite national team sharpshooters eagerly contemplated altering their shooting techniques, later discovering this style was termed a jump shot. During international competitions, Zhu Fengyu and Wang Shipeng experienced firsthand the elegance of advanced global shooting forms, realizing that witnessing such techniques was far more persuasive than mere discussions. They eagerly heeded Jonas' advice to elevate their shooting points and hasten their release. Subsequently, they dedicated substantial private practice time to refine their skills, leading to the breathtaking moments of Wang Shipeng's game-winning shot against Slovenia and Zhu Fengyu's phenomenal performance during the Dream 8. After the World Cup, many fans from Liaoning lamented that Zhang Zhenling might have fared better had he maintained his initial high shooting rate, perhaps even securing an Olympic berth. It's essential to recognize that his talent far surpassed that of Wang Qijuba before competing internationally. Everyone held high hopes for this future star of Asian basketball. Alas, one grows weary of such trivial matters. His fans eternally gaze toward the future. While I remain anchored in the present, one may question the NBA's medical staff, but the coaching staff is beyond reproach. Wang Qijuba gained only a few words of guidance from Jonas, yet they still became the most formidable shooting duo in the history of the national team. In contrast, Jiang Hao enjoys the meticulous mentorship of the Miami Heat coaching staff. How formidable might he become? However, during this period, it was challenging for him to remain focused solely on refining his shooting form. As the regular season progressed, numerous incidents transpired in the locker room. As Spoelstra remarked, one ought to understand that during this time, they were under immense pressure. The burden fell primarily on the rookies. Following a 3-day break, the team faced a disheartening 2-game losing streak against weaker opponents. This turn of events heightened the tension within the locker room. The previously cheerful Mario and his companions began to reveal their true selves, resorting to teasing the rookies as a means of alleviating the stress stemming from their losses. Jiang Hao is a tough nut to crack, and the seasoned players have turned their attention towards Boyan and the newly promoted Xiaohe. In Chapter 53, during the regular season debut, the question arises, will Xiaohe be unfairly blamed for a pass? In a match against the Rockets, Heat's backup point guard Norris Cole sustained a left knee injury and will be sidelined for 3 weeks. Consequently, the Heat hastily summoned the impressive Summer League point guard Xiaohe from the developmental league. Even before he had the chance to play, fellow point guard Mario was already up to mischief. This playful trickery naturally involved the seemingly easy-to-bully Boyan, who was made to carry a pink backpack to and from work every day. Boyan's Toyota was stuffed with popcorn, a belated prank orchestrated by the veterans, while Wade had the staff place his stinky sneakers right in front of Boyan's locker for him to clean, filled with socks that also needed washing. Xiaohe was tasked with cleaning the entire team's smelly laundry, except for Boyan and Jiang Hao, the 2 rookies. Upon returning to Miami, Boyan trained alongside Jiang Hao, practicing three-pointers while lamenting aloud, "Carrying a pink backpack is no big deal. It's cute and can be left for my future daughter. But washing socks is excessive, don't you think?" Boyan, still without the prowess to dominate the court, could only endure the humiliation, his expression one of reluctant acceptance. Yes, indeed. Jiang Hao, engrossed in his flawless training, casually gestured for Bo Yang to join him in the practice. Finding it rather uninteresting, Bo Yang left the training hall and indulged in a drunken revelry at a bar. After finishing his training, Jiang Hao received a late-night call and hurried to the bar's entrance, where he found Bo Yang sprawled on the ground, reeking of alcohol. He placed a pair of sunglasses on him and dragged him back to his apartment. "Brother, if the team discovers you like this, it will be the end." Jiang Hao remained unfazed by the grueling scrutiny of the coaching staff, yet Boyan's current predicament sent him into a cold sweat. He could not bear the thought of his friend facing dismissal. The provisions in the Miami Heat contract regarding such reckless behavior in the regular season were unequivocal. While superstars might evade such repercussions, newcomers crossing this line would find themselves in dire straits. If the local Miami media caught wind of this, it would spell disaster for the team. The Heat may turn a blind eye to indulgences such as drinking, smoking, or flamboyant hairstyles, but they would not tolerate such antics before a player has proven themselves. Have you noticed? The team no longer cherishes me, Boyan, tormented over the past few days, revealed a vulnerable side as he wept inconsolably in Jiang Hao's apartment. Despite being a grown man and a paragon in his homeland, he found himself subjected to such humiliation. Come on, brother. You are the one and only Boyan. Rise above this. After preparing a cup of tea for brother Boyan, Jiang Hao reclined on the sofa and drifted off to sleep. Little did he anticipate that he would still be holding on, while Boyan succumbed first. The brutal intensity of their training, compounded by the immense pressure from both the seasoned veterans and the competitions, inflicted unimaginable dual torment upon the rookies, both physically and mentally. Reflecting on it now, he was grateful that he had taken a firmer stance from the outset, thereby sidestepping numerous trivial nuisances. He had also achieved the most favorable condition within the unwritten rules of the locker room, to not provoke others, lest one be provoked in return. One day later, on Halloween night, Jiang Hao hurriedly rushed to the Chinese market, preparing for his cosplay. He intended to dress as a zombie, but ended up purchasing only a Taoist robe similar to that of Lin Zhengying, the makeup artist. Whether due to misunderstanding or intentional mischief, transformed him into a vampire instead, specifically, a delicate, Western-style vampire reminiscent of the one in Twilight. Draped in the robe, he inadvertently resembled a true Taoist master. Upon returning to the American Airlines arena and comparing his attire with others, he appeared rather lackadaisical. LeBron James had donned the guise of the infamous killer Freddy Krueger, while Dwayne Wade opted for a muscular Hulk costume. Chalmers splurged on a Batman ensemble, and Little Black, intending to ride a red children's tricycle, chose to embody the doll from Saw. However, Jiang Hao's eclectic blend of Eastern and Western attire captured the attention of reporters in the Player S tunnel, sparking numerous discussions on Reddit due to his enigmatic and alluring image. This lad, a Taoist from Lausanne, undeniably possessed charm. One could speculate that he could grace the pages of a fashion magazine if he were to cosplay a more fitting character. Nonetheless, the main event of the evening was the game itself. The Miami Heat, nursing 2 consecutive losses, were set to face the Detroit Pistons at home. Prior to the match, several key forwards from the Pistons expressed their intent to dominate the King, aiming to hand the Heat a 3rd straight defeat. In recent games, James's statistics had dipped, and the MVP rankings were shifting towards the Thunder, who were currently soaring in the West. This prompted Jiang Hao to recall that the Heat's regular season performance this year had not been particularly outstanding. In 2012, the Heat had secured the 4th best record in the league, aside from the notorious Coughing Gate. The only other blemish on James's legacy was the MVPs won during their peak as a super team, largely criticized by fans of the Western Thunder. It seemed that Coach Spoelstra's extensive implementation of new tactics and emphasis on chemistry, while reducing reliance on individual ball handling, had indeed inflicted some damage on their record. Nonetheless, the 3 stars were developing a profound synergy, gradually leading the Heat towards the championship realm. Tonight was no different. Wade ruthlessly intercepted Prince, launching the ball skyward without a glance, setting up a perfect alley-oop for James. Bosch, who thrived on spacing, connected with James for 5 out of 5 three-pointers in the first half. James himself devoured Prince, who had boasted prior to the game, despite Prince's long wingspan. He appeared more like a slender monkey next to James, who resembled a silverback gorilla, dominating with sheer power. The team that had dared to provoke the King faced dire consequences, being thoroughly outclassed by a score of 90-57 by the end of the 3rd quarter. The 4th quarter devolved into garbage time, and with just 2.5 minutes remaining, Spoelstra waved his hand towards the end of the bench, beckoning Jiang Hao. Jiang, you're up, replaced Terrell Harris. What? So sudden? Jiang Hao exchanged a glance with Boyan, who had been nervously bouncing his leg beside him. In the next moment, he swiftly shed his training attire and dashed to the sidelines. Although the coaching staff had provided no prior indication, the opportunity had arisen. And seizing it was imperative. This was the wisdom that Chi had imparted to Jiang Hao. It appeared that the Miami Heat had somehow become aware of Boyan's escapades at the bar. For what should have been a moment of garbage time for Boyan had unexpectedly been granted to Jiang Hao. Truly, it was a twist of fate. Jiang Hao's inaugural appearance in the regular season remarkably coincided with the enchanting night of Halloween, a fact that he himself found rather astonishing. On the sidelines, he hurriedly adjusted his sneakers, believing he would only have the opportunity to take the court after meeting the standards set by Eric Glass. However, he was unfazed. He had been training rigorously in recent days, ensuring that he would not falter in his shooting form due to any alterations in technique. On this Halloween night, Jiang unexpectedly took the stage. Hey, folks, am I seeing this right? The debut of a Chinese forward is upon us. The anticipation was palpable. Even a benchwarmer deserved a moment to shine, and laughter ensued. Indeed, During garbage time, we should be given a glimpse of the Chinese forward. I have never witnessed a Chinese backcourt player in action live. Me neither. I've only seen Yao play. I hope this new Chinese talent can emulate Yao's precision and steadiness. Looking at his physique, I'm not so sure. I believe he has the potential. Just look at that star-like visage. A season ticket holder's wife. Seated in the front row, was already starry-eyed upon catching a glimpse of Jiang's handsome face. Among the audience of over 10,000, many had noticed Jiang Hao, engaging in lively discussions. However, the television broadcast barely acknowledged him until he substituted in during a dead ball situation. In fact, the commentators at CBA Sports, engrossed in the excitement of garbage time, completely overlooked Jiang's entry in the final 2 minutes. That was until he scored his first career point. Upon entering the game, Jiang played as a small forward. After a quick transition run, he encountered the ball during a defensive play. The imposing player he was guarding attempted to pass to a teammate, but Jiang, displaying keen awareness, deftly intercepted the ball, sending it out of bounds. As the opposing team prepared for a sideline inbound, the player fumbled the pass, allowing Jiang to leap and steal the ball, which he then swiftly passed to Mike Miller, who completed a fast break for a score. With 1 steal and 1 assist upon his entry, Jiang's aggressive defense stood in stark contrast to the more relaxed approach of his teammates, who opted for a conservative style. His enthusiasm on the court was unmistakable, clearly distinguishing him as the rookie. He was utterly hungry for the game. The commentators described Jiang's ferocious defense as that of a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. On the sidelines, Coach Spoelstra and Boyan cheered him on, while the rest of the team remained preoccupied, chatting and joking under their towels about what their girlfriends might wear that evening. During the offensive possession, Jiang's eagerness was somewhat futile, as the player he was assisting, known for his ball-hogging tendencies, maneuvered through defenders like a dribbling prodigy. As the shot clock dwindled to 18 seconds, he attempted a drive but was thwarted by the Pistons' formidable defense. Standing in the right corner, Jiang raised his hands, signaling for the ball. Yet, the player continued to pivot and prepare for a jump shot. Just as Jiang's defender leaped to contest, the player, unwilling to face a block, altered his strategy mid-air and passed the ball to the wide-open Jiang Hao. As Jiang Hao received the ball, the display indicated 1.8 seconds remaining. He effortlessly elevated his hand to execute a newly practiced shooting motion, omitting the customary high-aiming phase, and it appeared as if he had casually launched a three-point shot. Swish. The crisp sound of the net echoed. The three-pointer was successful. Meanwhile, commentators Yu Jia and Zhang Weiping were engaged in a discussion regarding the coexistence of the 3 superstars while glancing at the screen. Another three-pointer from the Heat. Wait. Is that number 8? A Caucasian athlete? Zhang Weiping rubbed his aging eyes. It was Jiang Hao. The Chinese basketball player had just scored his first career three-pointer, marking his inaugural points in the NBA. Chapter 54, Can he play against the Thunder again? Goodness. To perform so impressively during garbage time is truly a testament to his eagerness. Spoelstra exchanged a knowing smile with Eric Glass upon witnessing Jiang Hao's successful debut shot. Things were indeed progressing positively. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Hao showcased his defensive prowess, managing to block a shot from the opposing European point guard during a one-on-one situation. It is noteworthy that this was a clever European player, and recognizing when he would attempt a shot was already a challenge, yet Jiang Hao managed to leap so high. Jiang Hao, in full view of the Miami Heat's bench, leapt gracefully into the air. Wade, noticing this, nodded slightly, contemplating. I always said that his ability to dunk over me isn't due to my lack of height. His vertical leap is indeed impressive. However, there was no time left to showcase his own skills. Jiang Hao subsequently demonstrated a pinpoint three-pointer, and that was that. It remains unclear whether the Pistons players were looking down on this novice in a deliberate manner. Jiang Hao has long yearned to showcase his prowess in overcoming challenges through sheer effort. He wished to witness the outcome of competing against fully dedicated regular season players. Yet he often found himself sidelined or even left unmarked. Coupled with the fact that his fellow teammates were also vying for opportunities to shoot, he ultimately did not receive this chance until the final whistle. In his inaugural game, he impressively made both of his attempts, accumulating 6 points, 1 assist, 1 block, and 1 steal, thereby filling the stat sheet. Not too shabby for a newcomer. After the conclusion of the match, Jalen Williams was the first to approach the sidelines, embracing Jiang Hao warmly. Within the team's internal statistics, Jiang Hao is credited with causing 3 turnovers for the opposing side, a commendable demonstration of his 3D capabilities. This brief appearance of 2 minutes clearly indicates that Jiang Hao is indeed progressing in the direction that Coach Spoelstra envisioned. This affirms that the developmental strategy employed by the Heat is sound, and Jiang Hao's rapid advancement is remarkable. However, due to the final score margin of 35 points, few took notice of Jiang Hao's performance during garbage time. Aside from Jalen, Boyan also celebrated with Jiang Hao, linking arms in camaraderie, a display of efficiency that could warrant consideration from the coaching staff. Yet, the starters hardly paid attention to Jiang Hao, merely exchanging handshakes before retreating to the locker room, viewing it as a routine victory in the regular season. The home crowd mirrored this sentiment. They offered scattered applause in appreciation of Jiang Hao's precise three-point shooting. But their memories would be dominated by the three exhilarating alley-oops between LeBron James and Dwayne Wade, as well as Chris Bosh's impressive 27-point performance, which reinstated him among the league's elite in the fans' eyes. If Jiang Hao had secured these 6 points during a decisive moment, he would have undoubtedly gained fame and attracted a multitude of fans. However, this can merely be considered a modest display of his abilities. The reactions from the audience left him, upon returning to the locker room with a change of clothes for his post-match shower, feeling a twinge of regret, pondering whether he should have been more audacious. Had he known, he might have attempted to drive the ball into the net on those 2 shots for a more visually striking effect. Although we recognize that those 2 3-point attempts were indeed the optimal choices, the first being a visually appealing, buzzer-beater shot, and the second a wide-open 3-pointer, which would be deemed standard if successful, yet would elicit sighs if missed, it's clear that to achieve notoriety, one must adopt a bolder approach. Ordinary baskets simply do not suffice. He shall strive for greater ambition next time. In Jiang Hao's mind, the review concluded, and he decided not to dwell on it. The season was still long, and more opportunities would undoubtedly arise. Beside him, Battier, who was playfully rubbing his body, noticed Jiang Hao's silence as he stood under the spray. He took on the role of the big brother, advising, "Don't just pass the ball, take it and make your move. Unless you continuously make mistakes. Scoring in a contest truly demonstrates your worth." Haha. Chalmers, covered in soap suds, laughed heartily. "Don't mislead the rookie. If you don't score when you have the ball, it will be tough for you next time on the court." Ha ha ha. Compared to the stagnant atmosphere in the U.S., Jiang Hao's performance here sparked immediate hope among fans across the nation. From commentators to netizens, reactions poured in after they watched highlights and analyzed the statistics. Yujia remarked, "In this brief time on the court, our player showcased 3-pointers, assists, and steals. He is a versatile talent worthy of attention." Zhang Weiping added, "He played exceptionally well. In the NBA, he should seek guidance, particularly from Kobe. Steady, precise, and fierce, he dominates both offense and defense. A superstar in the making. 6 points in 2 minutes, imagine what he could do in 48. LeBron overshadowed Jiang Hao's playing time, and fans clamored for the Heat to trade him. Can they not give Jiang Hao some ball control? They exclaimed in frustration. Others suggested he should join the Knicks, noting their chaotic play style. What kind of pseudo-fan are you? The Knicks have Anthony. Do you think they can just play recklessly? Only he can. The negativity was palpable, yet there was a consensus that Jiang Hao possessed genuine talent. He might soon surpass Sun Yu's entire NBA career points. They joked. At this height, he resembled a sharpshooter, which was acceptable. After all, high arc shots were LeBron's favorites. Join the Cavaliers and team up with Irving. He's been struggling, and the Cavaliers are at the bottom of the East. How are we LeBron fans supposed to survive? Trending on Weibo at number 12 was Jiang Hao, who had scored his first points in the NBA. Posts on Hoopu gained more traction than statistics, showcasing Kobe's 24 shots for 25 points. This is the fervent support of Chinese fans, regardless of any criticism or praise. When a Chinese player performs in the NBA, even a single point or just 1 minute on the court sparks immense anticipation and encouragement. Moreover, Jiang Hao stood out as a beacon of hope, having previously been unknown to the fans. His low-profile nature meant he had not engaged in promotional videos to showcase his skills, leaving fans without evidence to support their claims. Now, having taken the court, he had truly captured the attention of Chinese NBA enthusiasts. Highlights of his 2 3-pointers, blocks, and steals circulated in forums, and the post-game fervor was undeniably different. Weibo fan clubs emerged, each convinced that Jiang Hao would continue to perform admirably. Some fans on Hoopu were already fantasizing about Jiang Hao's next game against the Thunder, envisioning him lighting up the scoreboard against the Big Three. He had become the X-factor for the Heat, a formidable weapon. However, such enthusiasm could lead to unrealistic expectations. Nonetheless, the excitement resonated throughout the NBA post-game discussions. During a half-hour press conference following the Heat's game, a reporter from the Chinese Sports Weekly, stationed in Miami, rushed to ask Coach Spoelstra, "Mr. SPO, tonight, Jiang Hao, dressed as the world's most handsome zombie for Halloween, delivered an impressive performance. How do you evaluate his play? Zombie? The most handsome? Spoelstra and Bosch exchanged glances, initially perplexed by the term, instinctively interpreting it as an insult to their player. It wasn't until their operations manager reminded them of Jiang Hao's Halloween costume that they understood. Spoelstra smiled and replied, I know Jiang has prepared for this for 3 months. He's a proud individual who dislikes being disrespected or underestimated. Tonight, he had his chance. And he performed admirably. I think that's wonderful. The reporter hurriedly followed up. Will he play again in the next game? The assembled journalists regarded her as unprofessional for daring to ask such a question, but they were eager to hear Spoelstra's response. Such amateur questions often held more news value. Given the upcoming game against the top-seeded Thunder, the score differential would certainly not be the same, making Spoelstra's response all the more intriguing. Spoelstra's enigmatic expression spoke volumes. What was he thinking? However, being an international journalist, he maintained professionalism and offered an official response. We will decide based on the player's conditions on that day. Thank you. The editor of the Sports Weekly was infuriated upon hearing this audio clip, pondering how the reporter could be so careless with such a hard-won interview opportunity. Unsurprisingly, future press conferences at the Heat's home games would likely exclude questions from that publication. Was that question even necessary? Yang Yi, a peer in the industry, was mocked via WeChat for the blunder. Several fans on Hupu had already pinned analyses, questioning why she would ask Spoelstra such an irrelevant query. Jiang Hao's current situation bears a striking resemblance to that of Sun Yu when he joined the illustrious Lakers. Both find themselves playing for championship-contending teams, each under the guidance of a superstar. While there may be sporadic opportunities for playing time, it is improbable that he will feature in every game. Moreover, Jiang's circumstances are considerably more favorable than those of Sun, who managed only 6 points throughout his entire NBA career, a feat Jiang easily surpasses in a single game. However, due to Jiang's absence from the CBA and national team competitions, expectations surrounding him are not as elevated as those once held for Sun Yu. Back in 2009, Sun was anticipated to be a formidable force in the NBA, whereas Jiang's current notoriety pales in comparison to that of the legendary Sun. Consequently, the public sentiment regarding him remains relatively mild, devoid of any accusations from fans claiming the Heat are blind to his talent. It is important to note that during Sun's time, fans believed he could dominate the NBA, with some critics attributing his limited playing time to Kobe's individualistic style. The central media outlet even posed a pertinent question to Bosch, inquiring about his thoughts on this young player and his aspirations for the future. Today, after scoring the highest points for his team, Bosch was in high spirits. Defense, enthusiasm, and diligence are the hallmarks of Jiang. He is the kind of unique player who can ignite greater energy within the team. All he needs to do now is continue to work hard and prepare for his opportunities. This statement suffices. The basketball editors can then weave their narratives around it. After all, in the realm of sports journalism, a single point can be spun into a 3-point tale, and thus a captivating story awaits to unfold. Much like the Basketball Pioneer report that will surely conjure narratives from this very sentiment, providing ample content for tomorrow's publication. Upon joining the Miami Heat, Jiang Hao initially established his position through his defensive prowess. Coach Spoelstra's primary directive was for him to become a reliable 3 and D player, thoroughly understanding the team's defensive framework. He was expected to contend with players ranging from Chalmers to Bosch, from guards standing at 1.9 meters to power forwards towering at 2.11 meters. Little did he realize that the reality was he had not participated in any practice games, even during garbage time. Eddie Curry dominated the paint without having played in any scrimmages. The resounding victory on Halloween night granted the Heat access to locker room interviews. Once Jiang Hao and his teammates concluded their post-game rituals, the doors to the locker room swung open, allowing all reporters to enter for interviews. In stark contrast to the previous month's silence, a few journalists had gathered before Jiang's locker this time, predominantly of Asian descent, with reporters from South Korea and Japan appearing particularly anxious. The emergence of another prodigious talent could significantly impact the future of basketball in China, raising concerns for other Asian teams. Thus, they were eager to extract as much information as possible about the sudden rise of this small forward. Despite having made only 2 3-pointers, they had been closely monitoring Ding Yuhang, who had yet to even touch the doors of the NBA. Good evening, Mr. Jiang. When did you begin playing basketball and realize your talent? Mr. Jiang, you made both of your attempts tonight. Do you consider yourself a clutch player? Jiang Hao observed that the questions posed were rather mundane and sparse, likely a result of the idle time and the fact that it was his debut. Not a single professional inquiry was made. Moreover, no one seemed to notice his altered shooting technique, which is quite understandable, as he had never showcased his skills before the public, and the footage from the high school league was of poor quality. Thus, this locker room interview serves as the international basketball community's initial introduction to him. How do you perceive this debut in your career? Do you believe you will have more opportunities? After spending considerable time with the Heat, do you feel suited to play alongside the Big Three? Your contract is the least valuable on the team. What are your thoughts on this? Jiang Hao, whose eloquence had already reached a refined level, adeptly navigated all inquiries, regardless. Tonight represents an opportunity. There is a distinction between the amount of money and the time spent on the court, however. I genuinely have a chance to alter my circumstances and aspire to break into the rotation. The external praise for the Heat is abundant. They boast numerous stars, a winning culture, and a commitment to player development. They have an excellent plan in place to nurture each individual and in terms of playing style. I find myself well suited to the Heat. Jiang Hao's impeccably crafted responses left the 4 or 5 journalists before him in a state of utter astonishment. Was this fair-skinned youth truly just 19 years of age? His replies mirrored those of seasoned veterans, leaving them with no opportunity to fabricate a sensational news story. It is well known that interviewing such rookie talents often yields explosive revelations, even a mere mention of a fondness for playing League of Legends to unwind, or anecdotes about gifts from elder peers could serve as the foundation for an engaging article. Yet, Jiang Hao's answers provided them with no entry point whatsoever. Nevertheless, one question remained unavoidable, pertaining to the occasion of the day. A female journalist from the Sports Weekly inquired, "We noticed that prior to the match, you donned a robe, yet adorned yourself with a vampire's makeup. May I ask what you were cosplaying?" Jiang Hao's expression became awkwardly frozen, as if he wished to refrain from inquiries. "Zombies. Haha," he remarked, while netizens jokingly referred to him as a dashing Taoist priest. They claimed that the priest descended from the mountains, foreseeing his own appearance today. And indeed, he successfully made the shot. The young reporter, evidently aware that her job was at stake following the press conference, let her curiosity run wild with her questions. Jiang Hao chuckled, expressing his hope that domestic fans would regard him as Jiang Shi, with Jiang representing his surname and Shi denoting master. He lamented that he had forgotten to draw a talisman, humorously stating that one cannot celebrate Halloween without ghostly symbols, attributing the oversight to his inexperience, promising to improve next time. His light-hearted response elicited laughter from several reporters, showcasing the charm of youth. Unbeknownst to the female reporter, her inquiry in the locker room inadvertently sparked the spread of Jiang Hao's first nickname among domestic fans, Jiang Shi. Fans who viewed the interview video spontaneously christened him with this moniker. Zombie. No, he is Master Jiang, having elevated his shooting accuracy to an impressive 100. The first player from the Celestial Empire to achieve a perfect shooting percentage in the NBA. Ha ha ha, Jiang Shi is remarkable. A tribute to Lin Zhangying. Yet, the makeup was overly Western. It seems this young man lacks a dedicated team. He hasn't even posted on Weibo. His sister has taken it upon herself to provide him with free makeup. It's truly commendable, considering he is in unfamiliar territory, yet feels compelled to have every player don costumes for Halloween. What a challenge for the young fellow. He still looks handsome, and I hope that by this time next year, he will portray Ning Kaichen. How about Yin Qixia? Then I shall take on the role of Nie Xiaoqian. Tell me, by this time next year, will Jiang Shi truly have grown to the level where celestial beings might vie for his attention? Hu Weidong left a message for Jiang Hao. Focus on playing well. Forget about zombies. Thank you for granting the interview. On behalf of all fans from the Celestial Empire, I celebrate your debut. Kamsahamnida. Arigato. Jiang Hao is undoubtedly the most amiable player during the locker room interviews, while others like Boyan tend to answer a few questions before departing. Jiang Hao engages with every inquiry, thereby establishing a commendable impression among the reporters. Hey Jiang, with your regular season debut, shall we celebrate? I happen to be feeling a bit restless. Perhaps indulge in some revelry? Chapter 56. Is Spolstra on the chopping block? A confrontation with Wade unfolds. Upon returning to his apartment, Jiang Hao received a message from Boyan and promptly replied, "Celebrate? No way, I have no intention of joining you at a nightclub. Potentially squandering my opportunities during garbage time." Boyan had invited Jiang Hao for a seafood feast during his debut a fortnight prior, a meal Jiang Hao intends to reciprocate in the future. Recently, however, Boyan's performance has been somewhat erratic, and he cannot afford to make any more mistakes. I scored 8 points in my debut, while you managed 6. Surely that warrants a celebration. At this moment, Boyan was multitasking, holding a mop in one hand and his phone in the other, as he tidied up the locker room. Jiang Hao was correct. Boyan's indulgence in drink had been discovered by the Heat quite early on. The punishment he faced was not merely being sidelined during garbage time, but also being relegated by Zhu Howard to the locker room for cleaning duties. Although Zhu Howard did not articulate the reasons for this decision, Boyan was well aware of the underlying implications. It seemed that the veteran players were not enough of a burden, and now the coaching staff had joined in. One would expect some concern for his mental well-being. Yet he found himself subjected to further punishment. Thus, he felt an even greater urge to indulge that evening. Jiang Hao, embodying the spirit of his mentor, recognized that the child, having been under close supervision, was likely struggling with his emotions and seeking an outlet. To preempt any irrational behavior, Jiang Hao replied, "How about this? We haven't indulged in desserts for quite some time. I shall procure a cake. Let's gather at the training facility. Even on competition day, you insist on additional practice. Very well, let's convene at the training center." Jiang Hao and his companion indulged in a minor transgression this evening. Savoring the Longjing tea brewed by Jiang Hao and relishing an 8-inch cake. Happiness is indeed that simple. Following the commencement of the regular season, the team's nutritionist has prohibited the players from consuming any desserts. Yet this occasional indulgence has truly uplifted Jiang Hao's spirit. Regardless of whether these 2 minutes were devoid of regrets or not, he has finally realized his dream. The once cynical middle-aged man from his past life has transformed into the first Chinese small forward to grace the NBA regular season court in this life. His name shall be etched in history. Standing amidst the throngs of spectators, he couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement. At this moment, Jiang Hao pondered and queried the system in his mind. By the way, system, having made my debut in the regular season and scored, is there not a reward? Although Jiang Hao faced no notable adversaries today, a reward is always a welcome prospect. Apologies, host. Your first game in the Summer League already qualifies as your inaugural NBA match. Alas, it appears that achievements are becoming increasingly elusive. 2 days later, the Heat faced off against the Western Conference leaders, the Thunder, marking their first encounter of the season. Throughout the match, both teams exchanged leads, creating a tense and exhilarating scoreline broadcasted nationwide. In the final moments, the Heat trailed by a single point. LeBron James, driving past Kevin Durant, passed the ball to Dwayne Wade, who executed a feint to elude James Harden before sinking a mid-range jumper for a near game winner. Ultimately, they triumphed 120-119. Concluding this offensive spectacle, having played in the previous match, Jiang Hao found himself somewhat overlooked in this game. However, from his VIP viewing position, he witnessed what has been the most thrilling game of the season thus far, observing the strategic duel between the coaches, the depletion of timeouts, and the superstars' intense exchanges. The final 2 minutes featured an extraordinary display of high-stakes basketball, with Oklahoma City fans creating a playoff-like atmosphere. He was undeniably captivated by the ambience on the court, standing in rapt attention, as this game encapsulated the very essence of basketball's passion, a fervor that could be savored for days post-match. I truly wish to experience such a game myself, he mused. Would my hands remain steady in the final moments? The physicality of the exchanges between Westbrook and James made the floor tremble. This is the intensity of the playoffs. There is much to observe and learn. In the locker room, Dwight Howard expressed his astonishment at the rookie players, exuberantly shouting about their potential. However, in their second game of the season, the Heat were not as fortunate, facing off against their finals adversaries, the Mavericks. The 3 superstars were eagerly awaiting this clash. Jiang Hao is also eagerly anticipating this match. Unfortunately, it seems highly unlikely that he will have the opportunity to prove himself before Carlisle and Cuban. He can only embrace the moment briefly before the game begins. For an NBA player, nothing compares to the exhilaration of triumphing over a former team. Although Jiang Hao's encounter with the Mavericks cannot be deemed as a reunion with an old master, it certainly marks his inaugural trial ground. And he undoubtedly aims to instill a sense of regret in them. Prior to the match, Zhu Howard consistently emphasized that this was a rare opportunity for on-site instruction. After having reviewed numerous videotapes, he would now witness Kidd, Beria, and Nowitzki defend right before his eyes, allowing him to closely observe their defensive strategies and discern any changes from the previous season. The coaching staff also bore new responsibilities, as the addition of Carter to the Mavericks had significantly altered their lineup, necessitating meticulous study. However, the unfolding of the match was far from promising. Perhaps the trio of stars was overly eager to showcase their prowess. As a result, during the second and third quarters, they repeatedly succumbed to individual plays while trailing in the first quarter. They even fell victim to 3 offensive fouls caused by the defensively frail Dirk Nowitzki. The Heat found themselves trailing by 14 points after 3 quarters. It is worth noting that the Mavericks, who had dismantled their championship roster this year, currently ranked 6th in the Western Conference, was the Heat truly being stifled? As if the situation could not worsen, just before the beginning of the third quarter, a heated exchange erupted between the young coach Spoelstra and the Heat's leader, Dwayne Wade, during a nationally televised broadcast. The ensuing confrontation alarmed Jiang Hao and others, prompting them to intervene and separate the two. Goodness, even the authority of the head coach was being called into question. Jiang Hao was utterly astonished. Is this even possible? However, this was something that the fans had anticipated, for the Heat boast a triumvirate of stars. What, then, is Spoelstra? His credentials pale in comparison to those of the three giants. Indeed, the Spoelstra that Jiang Hao finds impressive is merely a figure of ridicule in Wade's eyes, who likely thinks, while I led the Heat to a championship, you were merely filming my every move. Currently, Spoelstra's only support comes from Riley, and only Jiang Hao believes in his capabilities. Yet, in truth, he possesses no accolades, and the team's performance is attributed solely to the prowess of the trio. Fans often invoke Shaquille O'Neal's classic remark that even his grandmother could lead the Heat to the top of the league, and any losses inevitably result in Spoelstra bearing the blame. The root of the conflict is rather simple. Spoelstra admonished Wade to cease his fixation on shooting and instead focus on driving to the basket. Perhaps influenced by his recent mid-range game winner, Wade opted to shoot multiple times during this game, and his shooting percentage plummeted to a mere 18.6, demonstrating a lack of efficiency, while his signature driving plays were scarcely utilized. Feeling humiliated by Spoelstra's outburst, Wade ignored the strategy and displayed his displeasure, leading to a brief physical altercation when Spoelstra threw down the game plan. One must acknowledge Spoelstra's audacity as a relatively new coach. To publicly chastise the Heat's esteemed core player on live television is a bold move. Following this altercation, the Heat's morale crumbled in the fourth quarter, resembling a disorganized ensemble. Wade, eschewing tactical play, was benched after just 5 minutes of lackluster performance, while Spoelstra remained unperturbed by the discord, maintaining his strict demeanor and disregarding the established star's whims. Jiang Hao observed from the sidelines that James, after Wade's departure, appeared to be coasting rather than exerting himself fully, embodying a sentiment of indifference in Wade's absence. Consequently, with just 2.5 minutes remaining and an 18-point deficit, Spoelstra decisively opted to utilize this opportunity for training. Jiang Hao Shohei and the European great white miraculously made their appearance in the match against the Little Bulls. Their trio performed quite commendably, ultimately narrowing the score gap to 13 points, rendering the final tally less disheartening. Jiang Hao recorded 3 points, 2 assists, and 1 steal, a performance that was rather unremarkable. This time, it was not the Heat leading by over 20 points, but rather the Mavericks who held the advantage. The Mavericks bench, composed entirely of seasoned veterans, focused solely on consuming time and controlling the pace of the game, which resulted in the Heat's inexperienced players struggling to find the rhythm. Jiang Hao also wished to exert himself, yet Barria held the ball tightly in his embrace for a full 20 seconds. In the final moments, the away fans of the Heat collectively chanted for Spoelstra's dismissal. The scene of discord was truly unseemly. The most riveting aspect of this match transpired in the aftermath. Spoelstra and Wade clashed on the bench, leaving everyone curious about the cause of their altercation. All media outlets awaited interviews with Spoelstra, Riley, and Wade. While the Mavericks' victory garnered little attention, this incident undoubtedly represents the most significant controversy in Spoelstra's coaching career. Should he mishandle the situation? It could lead to a choice between retaining the coach or preserving the team. It is well known who holds the true authority within the Heat, and even the team owner dares not provoke the fervent fans of LeBron. The pressure also fell upon Pat Riley, who was present at the press conference. Boyan and others nervously watched the live broadcast, wondering if this would signify the end of the head coach's tenure. The young players still held great respect for the young coach, as none wished to witness the discord that could lead to someone's departure. Jiang Hao calmly removed his bindings and gestured to Boyan to stop shaking his legs. Rest assured, the head coach is asserting his authority. If he lacks this determination, how can he be a head coach? In Chapter 57, the substitutions took place as Du Hong was sent flying while attempting a layup. The 3 stars were absent, and the coaching staff had gone to the press conference. Consequently, the Heat players in the visitors' locker room were in a state of anxiety. Losing to the Mavericks by such a margin was already disheartening, and now with this embarrassing incident garnering worldwide attention, how could the atmosphere not plummet to freezing point? Only Jiang Hao remained unperturbed. Recalling Spoelstra's coaching career, he had clashed with several tough players from the Heat, yet he still held firmly to his position as head coach, indicating his undeniable capability. Of course, he wouldn't mind the speculation surrounding Wade taking a few days off, as this could potentially elevate him to the second unit. Indeed, at the press conference, Spoelstra directly stated that Wade had misunderstood his intentions as head coach, asserting that players must grasp the coach-South meaning on the court. A direct confrontation. Many NBA teams tend to avoid internal conflicts, yet Spoelstra chose to confront it head-on, even expressing enjoyment over the situation. He believed that such experiences would fortify individuals, making them more exceptional. This left everyone astonished, especially with Wade sitting right next to him. Upon hearing this, Wade did not react impulsively as he had during the game. Instead, he shook his head in dissatisfaction. He left the scene, refusing all interviews, not wishing to quarrel with the head coach in front of Riley at the press conference. However, Spoelstra remained steadfast, showing no regard for the superstar's feelings. Currently, Spoelstra's confidence was bolstered by his mentor Riley's support. Upon seeing Riley's statements, Jiang Hao and the others felt reassured, as long as Riley stood by Spoelstra. Wade's grievances would soon be soothed. Spoelstra understood the principle that true gold is not afraid of the fire's test, and through trials, he created opportunities for himself by laying everything bare. This philosophy somewhat resembles a marital principle. Allowing gaps to widen only deteriorates the relationship. It is better to confront issues directly, as this opens the possibility for reconciliation. Riley, with his authoritative presence, underscored Spoelstra's coaching strength. He never compromised on fundamental principles and would not permit stars to prioritize themselves over the team. For some, this creates irreconcilable conflicts. Yet Spoelstra's aim was never to be a pleaser. He cared not for popularity but sought to guide players through their trials, a journey inevitably fraught with difficulties. Some players might label him a bastard, but he was not. He simply maintained a firm stance. When it comes to crucial matters, he would never relent. To claim the championship, players must heed the coach's directives. Riley's remarks may have been directed at Wade, but seemed to resonate with all the stars of the Heat, reminding them that Spoelstra, backed by the Heat's front office, was not to be trifled with simply because of his youth. Interestingly, Mavericks owner Mark Cuban commented on Riley's support for Spoelstra during an interview next door, stating, "This is Spoelstra's magic. He always manages to earn players' trust, convincing them of his system and their potential for improvement. Wade would understand this, and I believe their team will continue to harmonize." However, Cuban's statements were laden with irony, considering he was the owner of the Heat's most despised rival and made these comments after defeating the Heat. The sweeter his words, the more fans would feel he was kicking them while they were down. As soon as he finished speaking, the Heat fanbase erupted once more, believing that a shrewd individual like Cuban would never wish for the Heat's resurgence. He likely hoped for the opposite, for the Heat to remain in turmoil, thereby removing an obstacle. Thus, he must have been speaking in reverse. He wanted Spoelstra to continue coaching the Heat because with him at the helm, the Heat's big three would not reach their potential. Spoelstra was deemed incompetent. He wished for the Heat to stagnate as long as Spoelstra remained, making a championship run impossible. This head coach lacked experience. Spoelstra should be dismissed. The Heat's ownership was rife with nepotism. It would be prudent for Riley to conduct a thorough investigation as well. I believe Stan Van Gundy, currently jobless, could replace Spoelstra. Even powerhouse teams are not immune to turmoil, despite LeBron and Bosh remaining silent. It is impossible that they harbor no thoughts on the matter. The three are close brothers, and Rich Paul certainly has substantial opinions. When he urged LeBron to bring his talent to Miami, he initially proposed a coaching change, which was rejected by Riley. Now, with such incidents unfolding, Rich Paul would find validation in their prior decisions, reaffirming the reliability of veteran coaches. A storm is brewing, as Jiang Hao packed his belongings. He lamented that the seemingly glamorous Heat harbored a multitude of internal issues. Winning a championship cannot merely be assessed by the number of MVPs or All-Stars on paper. In hindsight, Jiang Hao recognized that Spoelstra established his authority only after confronting players directly, evident during the 2012 Eastern Conference semifinals with Wade, and again in 2023 with Butler, where tensions flared publicly before fans. These conflicts never derailed the course of the season. The altercation with Wade did not hinder the Heat's progression to the finals, where they ultimately triumphed over the Thunder. Similarly, his disagreement with Butler occurred during a timeout late in a regular season game against the Warriors. Yet the Heat still advanced to the seventh game of the Eastern Conference Finals. The following day, Wade took the opportunity to pay a visit to his former college coach, Tom Crean, while the other members of the Heat departed for their next away game. This incident seemed to be brushed aside. Ironically, their next matchup was against Jiang Hao's former team, Orlando, where he had previously conducted his second private workout. James harbored a deep-seated frustration towards this team, having faced numerous setbacks during his time with the Cavaliers. The highly publicized final showdown of 23 versus 24 was stifled by the Magic. Hence, on this day off, he had Juwan arrange a defensive training session. Jiang Hao rendered James's performance exceedingly challenging, although he seldom attempted to intercept the ball directly. James found both his drives and shots to be quite arduous. Yet, this was precisely the intensity he sought to experience during his encounters with the Magic. Each match against them left him utterly fatigued, and though he could not fathom why this rookie managed to defend against him so effectively, he recognized the necessity of employing him this time. Regrettably, neither Spoelstra nor Juwan were present to witness this. For Jiang Hao's exceptional defensive prowess would have undoubtedly captivated everyone in attendance. In the end, after Jiang Hao defended him to the point of producing an airball from beyond the arc, James stormed off the court, exclaiming, "I told you to be more aggressive. Not to foul on every play, bro." Jiang Hao shrugged his shoulders and said no more. "All right, LeBron, take care of your body. Your sharp tongue will eventually lead to your own downfall." In truth, had it not been for the previous friction between Jiang Hao and James, the latter would have acknowledged, after many days of defensive practice, that Jiang's defensive skills were exceptionally commendable. Even in the playoffs, few players could defend as proficiently as he did. Such prowess could either stem from an in-depth understanding of one's own capabilities or from being an indomitable defensive warrior. However, due to personal reasons, James refrained from sharing this insight with the Heat's coaching staff. While the coaching team observed his offensive training, he would feign nonchalance. This was a key reason why Jiang's defensive talents went unrecognized. Had James advocated for him, the outcome would have undoubtedly been different. Yet, it is evident that those with true ability will eventually shine. On the day of the away game against the Magic, following Wade's return, the initial meeting seemed to resolve any tensions with Spoelstra. During warm-ups, Wade engaged in light-hearted banter with Spoelstra, leaving the media, who thrived on the Heat's struggles, devoid of material. However, the game proved to be a formidable challenge. Howard, a center who dominated the restricted area, had always posed a challenge for slashers like James and Wade, coupled with a well-rested Turkoglu, who displayed an extraordinary performance with 11 assists in 3 quarters. The Heat's defense found itself under relentless pressure. Consequently, midway through the 4th quarter, Spoelstra decided to substitute the defensively lackluster Mike Miller, bringing in Jiang Hao, who had maintained a perfect shooting percentage in the previous 2 games. The switch from one shooter to another indicated an experiment with Jiang Hao. Boyan promptly patted Jiang Hao on the back, urging him to step onto the court. Chinese fans watching from their screens were elated. Jiang would be playing alongside Wade. What an exhilarating prospect. If he could sink a three-pointer, he might gradually replace several veteran shooters. This strategy had been discussed prior to the game among Spoelstra, Riley, and others. Jiang Hao's shooting attributes were commendable, and he had been practicing diligently. With 3 top-tier shooters aging, it was deemed prudent to give Jiang a chance to shine, even while trailing by 13 points, as it was indeed a legitimate opportunity for rotation. It was truly possible. After Jiang Hao entered the game, he immediately received a pass from Wade following a breakthrough. Having observed the Heat's tactics from the sidelines numerous times, he was well aware that James Jones, Battier, and the substituted Miller often positioned themselves to receive passes from Wade. Thus, Wade's passing felt effortless, and receiving the ball was equally comfortable for Jiang Hao. As the traditional point guard for the Magic, Duhan rushed to defend, but Jiang Hao remained composed, faking a 3-point shot that left Duhan off balance. With a swift combination of 3 steps and 2 strides, he surged toward the basket. Duhan, attempting to keep pace, was unceremoniously shoved aside by Jiang Hao, who, amidst the astonished gazes of the Heat's coaching staff, effortlessly knocked Duhan down and made a smooth layup. Magic forward Ryan Anderson stood dumbfounded beneath the basket, taken aback by the ease with which a player of Asian descent had overpowered Duhan, leading him to neglect his defensive duties. Jiang Hao had scored on his first breakthrough. How impressive! Fearless in the face of adversity. This is the strength of the Celestial Empire. He played with remarkable finesse, deceiving his defender and skillfully utilizing his body to create space. The physicality of the matchup was indeed noteworthy. What a surprise! Can an Asian player possess such physical prowess? On the defensive end, Jiang Hao clung tightly to Big Q, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball. "Brother, do not underestimate me," Jiang Hao smirked as Big Q, unable to suppress his strength, attempted to push him away. "I've studied the Mavericks' defensive tapes, and you think you can simply shake me off?" Chapter 58, The Magic's Regret. The Eye of Death. "Quentin, what are you doing?" Duhan lamented as he failed to find an outlet on the perimeter. After a botched three-point attempt influenced by Mario, he expressed his frustration. Being knocked down by a rookie was already humiliating enough. Couldn't Quentin set a screen for him to deal with this newcomer? What a mess. Initially, Quentin Richardson had indeed underestimated his opponent. Seeing a player who resembled a mild-mannered scholar defending him, he thought it would be a simple task to receive the ball. Little did he know, Jiang Hao's ability to overpower Duhan was no fluke. He was genuinely formidable. It felt as though a steel beam was wrapped around him, and his lower body was incredibly stable. Big Q, known for his strength, was astonished when a mere push failed to budge Jiang Hao, nearly drawing a warning for an offensive foul from the referee. In the next possession, James Jones missed a three-pointer, prompting Spoelstra to call a timeout and substitute in LeBron James and Chris Bosh to close the gap. Jiang Hao remained on the court. Mario, Jiang Hao, and the Big Three. This was the first time this season the Heat had deployed such a lineup. Remarkably, Jiang Hao had not even practiced with the starters in scrimmages. Battier and others on the bench watched in disbelief. Could Spoelstra be so bold as to pair Jiang Hao with the Big Three? The fans of the Celestial Empire in front of the television were electrified, while boys in various high school and college cafeterias were glued to their screens. Kevin from Cena Live remarked that we cannot predict how long this lineup will last. Being on the court indicates that he has gained the coach's support. Guanjia added, indeed, it may only be for a minute. But why is it Jiang Hao instead of the second-round draft pick Boyan or the other players? He appears to be remarkably diligent in the NBA. Let us all support him. Ironically, once paired with the Big Three, Jiang Hao found himself with little opportunity, as the tactics revolved exclusively around the trio's off-ball screens. Nonetheless, through his diligent movement, he managed to seize 2 chances for 3-point shots, converting one of them. The defensive pressure from the Magic starters was a league above what he had faced against the Pistons. The intensity was palpable, as if towering figures were blocking his path. At this moment, Van Gundy also brought in Turkoglu, who immediately set out to exploit the only rookie on the opposing team, Jiang Hao, by backing him down. Unexpectedly, after holding the position for too long, he was called for a 5-second violation. Van Gundy's expression towards Turkoglu seemed to convey, this kind of rookie mistake? I'm at my wit's end. After such a long delay, were you pondering the meaning of life? The eager Wade, chasing points, clapped for Jiang Hao while teasing his old adversary, Turkoglu. Upon resuming play, the Heat executed a quick inbound pass, with Bosh drawing Howard's attention at the free throw line. Spotting all 3 Heat players outside, Jiang Hao made a sudden back cut, evading Turkoglu. Bosh lobbed the ball to Jiang Hao, who executed a sneaky layup. Turkoglu, pulling on Jiang Hao's jersey from behind, was called for a foul. A 2-1. The free throw was made. Jiang Hao has scored 8 points. What an excellent play. The player from the Celestial Empire, Jiang Hao, continues to accumulate points, yet the deficit remains at 10. This clever player exhibits a certain finesse on the court. Indeed, he is diligent and error-free, embodying the qualities of a commendable role player, as remarked humorously by the American commentator. In a villa in the capital, Sun Yu watches the game while playing with his championship ring, filled with envy. Although it may have been a fortunate opportunity, it is still gratifying to receive a pass. No one ever passed to him during his time with the Lakers. Alas, the tension is palpable. There is still room for refinement. However, just a minute later, Jiang Hao's reckless attempt to intercept led to a 5-on-4 situation, allowing Howard to execute a thunderous alley-oop dunk. Upon returning, he was intercepted by Redick, who swiftly seized the opportunity and converted it into another 2 points. After 2 consecutive blunders, Zhu Wan shouted in frustration from the stands, and Jiang Hao was subsequently substituted for Battier, unlikely to return for the remainder of the game. Far away in Xinjiang, Battier felt regret for Jiang Hao after witnessing these unnecessary errors. If he continued to perform well, he might have gained recognition from the trio of stars, potentially paving the way for further opportunities. Youth, however, brings its own challenges. For some reason, both he and Sun Yu shared a sense of relief. This young man was not as exaggeratedly praised by the media of the Celestial Empire as they had believed. These 2 mistakes caused Jiang Hao to mutter in frustration and slap his knee upon leaving the court. Darn it, that shouldn't have happened. He realized that he simply lacked experience in such high-stakes games. His initial errant attempt to steal the ball underestimated the speed of the pass, fueled by excitement. He failed to anticipate the trajectory of the ball slipping through his fingers, an action that went against his coach's instructions. The second misstep was a result of a lackluster pass that Redick capitalized on, seizing the moment for a steal. In the NBA, there is no room for complacency, especially against the likes of the swift and formidable Redick. Had it been someone like Marion or Arteist, the interception would have been even more rapid and aggressive. Stealing and passing are not Jiang Hao's strongest attributes, and at that moment, his system did not come into play. Furthermore, the Heat had not provided him with the opportunity to hone these skills before thrusting him into such a competitive arena. Thus, these occurrences were somewhat expected. To develop these abilities, one must engage in countless real-game scenarios. The matches Jiang Hao typically played lacked such intensity in his previous life in the CBA. The pace was significantly slower, resembling the movement of old automobiles, far removed from the dynamic nature of an NBA court. Jiang Hao understood that the Heat would not concern themselves with excuses or listen to his justifications. A mistake is simply a mistake. No one would sympathize with him or offer words of comfort. They were merely waiting to see his folly while seizing any opportunity for themselves. His personal errors led to the Heat conceding 4 points in quick succession, extinguishing the momentum of the comeback. Thus, during the few minutes he spent on the court against a formidable opponent, he would return to analyze it repeatedly and commit to extra practice. He recognized that the only way to prevent such mistakes was to grow stronger, aspiring to become an NBA athlete whose performance metrics exceed the average. Jiang Hao's aspirations extend far beyond merely excelling in 3D. He aims to cultivate himself into a well-rounded player, honing every aspect of his game. In truth, Jiang Hao has performed adequately, with statistics that are commendable, and his contribution of 8 points has quenched the team's thirst for scoring. Initially, Spoelstra had only intended to allocate him a limited amount of playing time. The NBA coaching staff, possessing considerable experience, is well aware that players like Jiang Hao typically see limited minutes in rotation. Prolonged exposure could reveal vulnerabilities. It is rather unusual for a player who has never participated in regular rotation to be on the court during the fourth quarter in a critical scoring phase. This approach serves merely to allow him to gain experience, compensating for technical shortcomings with enthusiasm, but such a strategy inevitably loses its efficacy over time. Ultimately, with Howard dominating the paint and amassing an impressive 38 points, 17 rebounds, and 4 blocks, the Magic triumphed over the Heat with a score of 104-95. The Heat now faced the bitter reality of back-to-back defeats, both at the hands of teams they may encounter in the playoffs. Jiang Hao graced the court for 4 minutes, during which he made 3 out of 4 attempts, scoring 8 points, securing 2 rebounds, and providing 1 assist, albeit with 2 turnovers. Following the match, the Magic's vice president and assistant coach, who had previously interviewed him, approached Jiang with a mix of amusement and lament. The vice president expressed his regret, saying, "Oh dear, I never anticipated your prowess on the court. It is a pity we failed to seize the opportunity. We have lost a significant asset, despite having committed 2 notable blunders." Jiang's potential was undeniably evident. He exhibited a keen ability to exploit mismatches, demonstrated decisiveness in his 3-point shooting, and displayed vigorous movement and defensive effort. To be candid, the Magic are in dire need of a forward substitute like him. Their attempts to defend against LeBron James during this match were somewhat feeble. Thus, their engagement with Jiang Hao served as a subtle gesture to keep the door ajar for future possibilities. Rumors suggest that Jiang has been serving as a defensive practice partner for James while with the Heat, indicating he possesses valuable insights into defending against him. At just 19 years old, the prospects for his future are abundant. Should Jiang not renew his contract with the Heat before the next season commences, the Magic could very well sign this promising Chinese forward to fill their void in the forward position. Fortunately, victory belongs to you. Jiang Hao feigned a professional smile as he embraced them, a scene that was fortuitously witnessed by James, who was making his way towards the corridor. With a piercing gaze, the eyes of death glared at Jiang Hao. Chapter 59. The conflict in the locker room between SPO and James. The mastermind stares you down. Jiang Hao spat in confusion, wondering why Haslam and Howard were practically about to kiss while he remained uninvolved. Having known James for quite some time, Jiang had a certain understanding of him. He was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. With Rich Paul standing beside him, James exuded even more confidence. If he truly possessed the character that fans perceived, he should have stood up for his brother, Dwayne, in the previous match. It was well known that the coaches who later worked with LeBron, such as Tyronn Lue and others, often struggled to rein him in, even allowing him to dictate crucial plays. However, based on the past month of games, Jiang observed that James had not interfered with Spoelstra's tactical arrangements, indicating a degree of respect towards Spoel. Nevertheless, James could not contain his frustration today. Upon returning to the locker room, Jiang witnessed his eruption. "You guys are playing like a bunch of shit. Can we not just bully the weak?" After 2 consecutive losses, James was genuinely furious, and the atmosphere in the locker room was tense, with all players holding their breath. The 2 teams he had lost to were his most detested rivals, the Mavericks and the Magic. Just hearing those names ignited his anger. In the last game against the Mavericks, he had scored 23 points and grabbed 12 rebounds, and in this match, he had achieved 25 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists with the highest plus-minus on the court. Yet, they still suffered a significant defeat. How could he not be enraged? The entire Heat team did not bear the burden of public scrutiny like the king himself. After this game, the media would likely mock him for his failure to unite the team. Coaching staff, stop misusing players. Please, play properly. And don't experiment, just follow last year's model. In the locker room, devoid of reporters or staff, only James stood, commanding the team with the authority of a leader. He had the audacity to speak this way. The matters of the coaching staff were not for him to discuss. He played well, but the inability to secure victories required introspection. As Jiang quietly changed into his slippers, Spoelstra stepped forward, smiling as he responded. Jiang was taken aback as he witnessed a heated confrontation unfold in the locker room. Spoelstra stood chest to chest with James, unyielding. He could not help but give Spoelstra a mental thumbs up. This was a confrontation that echoed with the intensity of Wade and James. This was the first time he had witnessed such a conflict in the Heat's locker room. He had thought Mario might argue with James first, but unexpectedly, it was the head coach facing off against James. Wade and Bosch intervened, attempting to defuse the situation. Let us discuss this calmly and review our losses together. Just as the two were being separated, Rich Paul sneered from behind James. TSK, is that all you can do? I've said it before, young coaches without a track record are just superficial. This remark incensed Spoelstra, who shoved Bosch's hand aside and prepared to confront Rich Paul. Jiang, not caring about his slippers any longer, rushed forward to grasp Spoelstra's arm, joined by Bosch to restrain the seemingly diminutive but sturdy Spoelstra. What are you all doing? Rich? This is not a place for you. Agents, get out. At that moment, the locker room door swung open, and Pat Riley, donned in a suit with silver hair, entered, accompanied by the media officer, who promptly closed the door behind him. A palpable silence engulfed the room as the true authority of the Heat, Pat Riley, commanded the atmosphere with an overpowering presence. Rich Paul, accustomed to his relationship with the Heat, spoke up under James's encouragement. What is this? Can't we critique the poor coaching? Young coaches should be challenged to improve, right? Without hesitation, Riley, who had always regarded Rich Paul as a valued guest, retorted, get out. His voice was low, but his piercing gaze could kill. Rich stepped back, forcibly escorted to the locker room door by the media officer, yet he remained reluctant to leave. Intent on defending his friend LeBron, James's team had communicated with the Heat multiple times regarding Spoelstra's situation. Following last season's defeat, James had advocated for replacing Spoelstra with a more experienced coach, but the team had declined. Moreover, Spoelstra had been quietly learning and had performed admirably during the first month of the regular season. However, after consecutive losses, issues had surfaced. Winning could mask many flaws, but losing often revealed them. LeBron, are you implying the coaching staff is inadequate? Riley fixed his gaze on James. With our roster, we should not be losing to the Mavericks and the Magic, don't you think? I played 40 minutes with all my might and still couldn't secure a win. Isn't that a roster problem? LeBron was astute, so astute that Jiang felt compelled to applaud him. Clearly, the roster was not to blame, and his words hinted at his dissatisfaction with the coaching staff. But can you meet all the training standards set by the coaching staff? Riley confronted the visibly agitated James, who appeared to be seeking recognition. What are you suggesting? They can meet the standards? Let me tell you, Jiang completed the 3-point training in 4 sessions, and Boyan finished the bounce pass training in 5. Have you met those standards? Suddenly called out, both Jiang and Boyan exchanged awkward smiles, wishing Riley had singled them out at such a moment. Yet, Riley was astutely observant, as expected of a cunning old fox. That doesn't mean they all met the standards, James retorted defensively. Are you comparing yourself to them? If they can achieve what you cannot, are you not merely a bench warmer? Riley's words silenced James, while Jiang wished to implore the owner to refrain from playing favorites. James's face darkened as he cast a disdainful glance at Jiang and Boyan, who were becoming increasingly intolerable in his eyes. However, it was true that if others could meet the training standards, a superstar should also be able to, rather than find excuses. This left James speechless. Riley concluded coldly. Listen up, everyone. If you meet all the training standards set by Coach Spoelstra, then you have the right to question us. You can even demand my dismissal. Until then, Anyone who dares to challenge the Heat's management or the coaching staff will be expelled from the team. That is my decree. He emphasized this particularly towards the star players. Fully aware of the existing cliques within the Heat, but he was indifferent. Now was the time to establish his authority. After delivering his ultimatum, he waved his sleeve and walked out without sparing a glance at the diminutive Rich Paul. In the aftermath, James and Wade ceased their comments directed at Spoelstra, and everyone quietly began to pack their belongings. Impressed by the unfolding events, Jiang mentally applauded Riley. Riley is exceptional, a true protector of his own. Jiang Hao has finally come to realize that it is not merely Spoelstra who is impressive, but rather the extraordinary prowess of Riley. Riley firmly believes that Spoelstra, who embodies his coaching philosophy, is undoubtedly capable of steering the team towards success. This conviction stems from Riley's inherent confidence. One can only speculate that had he been a decade younger, he would have continued in the role of head coach himself. If someone like Spoelstra were to join teams like the Cavaliers, he would have been dismissed countless times by now. With Riley's unwavering support, it is no wonder that Spoelstra's position with the Heat remains as secure as ever. After all, he is the godfather of the Heat, the mastermind behind the scenes. Frustrated, Jiang Hao muttered to himself, just 2 points shy. A young assistant coach distributed data sheets to ease the tension in the locker room. Upon seeing his own score of 8 points, Jiang Hao let out a sigh. He believed that achieving double-digit scores during the regular season would surely yield some form of recognition. If the system were to reward him for a particular pass made by Du Hong, he might avoid making such poor passes in the future. However, a lack of rewards was inconsequential. He could improve with practice, as passing relies on technique, and with basketball intelligence, one can hone their skills. Just like Bojan, who has practiced such passing techniques since childhood in Europe, thus making the Heat's passing drills seem effortless. In the waiting area, as Jiang Hao donned his headphones to devise a training plan for his return to Miami, Rich Paul unexpectedly approached him, swiftly removing his headphones with one hand and sitting beside him, demanding, "Are you considering playing for the Mavericks or the Magic? What in the world are you doing?" Jiang Hao was utterly bewildered by his antics. He snatched back his headphones and unleashed a torrent of profanity, glaring at him. This outburst left Rich Paul somewhat dazed. What was going on? Why was this Asian lad cursing with such authenticity? Indeed, during the off-season, Jiang Hao had played street ball at New York's Rucker Park, where not a single phrase was uttered without an accompanying expletive. "I merely inquired," he retorted, his commanding presence unnerving Rich Paul to the point that he shifted his posture. "What on earth? I am a rookie for the Miami Heat." Jiang Hao donned his headphones and fell silent, while James's dog frolicked before him. Riley might have to engage with him due to the interests of the Heat, but he was unperturbed. He feared nothing, not even James himself. James, having faced setbacks within the Heat's management, should not vent his frustrations upon us. The disinterested Rich Paul rose and moved towards Bojan, who was known for having a temperament even more volatile than Jiang Hao's. Upon hearing Rich Paul question his willingness to play for the Heat, Bojan erupted in fury, prompting Rich Paul to hastily retreat. He had initially intended to gather evidence to challenge the Heat's management, arguing that they lacked oversight and that the rookies felt no sense of belonging. However, it appeared that this year's rookies were anything but ordinary. In the VIP room, upon receiving this news, James clenched his fists in anger. Are the youth of today truly this audacious? Such boldness. The following day marked the day of training. Jiang Hao and Bojan were unexpectedly notified to participate in the main team's practice match. Upon their arrival, their excitement was tempered by the realization that they were merely filling in for absent players. Today, James, Bosch, Wade, and Haslam were all unavailable, having opted to train in the weight room upstairs. For these seasoned players, no amount of wild scoring in a practice match could elevate their excitement threshold. They needed to confront heavy weights to forget the disappointments of their previous games. However, Jiang Hao and Bojan were elated, as it was their inaugural participation in an internal practice match, a far cry from the garbage time of a regular season game. The match was structured in half-hour segments, providing ample playing time. Yet, the coaching staff seemed disinterested in instructing the two rookies. They merely assigned Jiang Hao to fill James's position and Bojan to take Wade's, instructing them to defend against each other and follow the tactical movements they had practiced earlier. The expectations for this practice match were minimal, with only two assistant coaches recording the proceedings. Despite the lack of intensity from the main players, Jiang Hao's skills shone through without the aid of the system, as he fully embraced the opportunity. It had been a while since he had played such an extensive game, and he was exhilarated. While the main players were silently grappling with their recent losses, Jiang Hao was reveling in the chance to showcase his abilities. He delivered an impressive performance, soaring past Boyan, barreling through Battier, attacking Eddie Curry, executing a windmill dunk on a fast break, and effortlessly sinking three-pointers from beyond the arc. In just half an hour, he amassed 21 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 blocks, and 5 steals. Admittedly, practice match statistics tend to be inflated compared to official games. But Jiang Hao's display was nothing short of eye-opening for the young assistant coaches on the sidelines. His prowess in three-point shooting, ball handling, leaping ability, and tenacity in driving to the basket was remarkable. Even his agility while avoiding defenders during layups was impressive. He did not resemble the typical 3-and-D player. His versatility was far more pronounced. In contrast, Boyan recorded 18 points, 1 assist, 1 rebound, and 2 steals, functioning solely as a shooter. As the match progressed, Battier, Miller, and James Jones were taken aback by Jiang Hao's fluid performance, which, while clearly a product of his full effort, exhibited NBA-caliber skill. After the half-hour concluded, Battier approached Jiang Hao, stating, "It seems your performances in recent games are not merely flashes in the pan. You possess genuine talent. Keep it up." He longed to voice another thought but held it back. "Unfortunately, you're with the Heat, where opportunities are scarce. If you were with the current Rockets, surrounded by a plethora of average players, you'd undoubtedly shine." Before Jiang Hao and Boyan's impressive practice match performance could be leaked or relayed to the coaching staff by the young assistant coaches, the online community erupted with excitement. A hot thread emerged on Reddit, America's largest basketball forum. Following last night's events, the Mavericks are in need of a talented and impactful all-star forward. And there's a future vice GOAT in the East. Should we pursue a trade? The top comment read, "Request a trade, Little Emperor. Claim your throne this season, or the princes will sharpen their knives to take you down." The accompanying image featured mischievous grins from players like Durant, Rose, and Griffin, no longer able to contain themselves. James's critics reveled in the chaos following reports of discord within the Heat, mocking his reign. This only intensified as James, struggling on the stair machine in the gym, felt the heat of their ridicule. How audacious! Is everyone so bold? Initially, James dismissed these posts, often reading similar ones. His team had advised him to develop immunity to such commentary, assuring him that it would not affect him. However, one particular post irked him. "Since we're losing anyway, why not let Jiang play and develop? Boyan has such accurate three-point shooting. In crucial moments, let him take those damned shots." Fuming, James leapt off the stair machine. Upon entering the locker room, he spotted Jiang Hao and Boyan chatting cheerfully by the lockers, oblivious to the turmoil surrounding him. "While I face this scorn, you two are laughing?" In a fit of anger, he sat down, flinging his sneakers aside and tossing his foul-smelling socks at them. "Take these and wash them." The news heralded Jiang, but both socks landed on the unfortunate Boyan. An immediate wave of foot odor enveloped the space, prompting Jiang Hao to rise in disgust while Boyan instinctively discarded the socks from his body. The other rotation players in the locker room moved aside to enjoy the spectacle, with Mario's eyes gleaming at the unfolding drama. "Pick them up and wash them," James commanded Jiang Hao. "Why should I?" Jiang retorted. "Weren't you just chatting with the Magic's assistant GM? You initially wanted to play for the Mavericks, right? Those 2 turnovers yesterday were intentional, weren't they? If it weren't for them, we might have closed the gap." James thought to himself that if he could deal with Spoelstra, handling these two would be child's play. The first time he heard Jiang Hao's name was from Rich Paul, who informed him that the Mavericks had their eyes on this rookie. After securing a 2-way contract, he even auditioned for the Magic, which only fueled James's discontent. James, known for his petty and arrogant nature, found it hard to fathom that Jiang would choose to play alongside Howard when he had the chance to team up with him. "Am I inferior to Howard? Do you look down on me?" Chapter 61. Challenging the Monarchy. One Punch Man. Jiang Hao's simple words and actions often lead to his own ire. Moreover, having amassed considerable wealth from the fans of the Celestial Empire, Rich Paul advised that to avoid a destructive confrontation with someone as headstrong as Jiang, LeBron ceased his provocation. After all, who would willingly forego financial gain? Were it not for Jiang Hao's unique status as the sole representative from the Celestial Empire, LeBron would have long since dismissed him. Today, he could no longer tolerate the audacious demeanor of these rookies. And he vividly recalled the cheerful exchange between Jiang Hao and several executives from the Magic just yesterday, coupled with the media's narrative suggesting that, given their inevitable defeat, it would be better to nurture Jiang. LeBron's frustration boiled over. Why cultivate such disloyal players? The increasingly irritable LeBron was in urgent need of an outlet for his anger. And the 2 rookies before him were unfortunate enough to be the targets. But would Jiang Hao willingly accept the role of a scapegoat? Absolutely not. Was this a challenge? An invitation to a brawl? Regardless of whether he had grasped LeBron's temperament, the reborn Jiang Hao would not cower in such situations. Having been given a second chance at life, he was no longer afraid of anything. He boldly approached LeBron, standing merely 20 centimeters apart. Due to his hairstyle, Jiang Hao did not appear much shorter than Mr. LeBron. If I recall correctly, there are still 4 minutes and 20 seconds left in this game since I left the court, and I haven't seen you close the gap in points, he asserted. We all share the burden of a loss. I acknowledge my part, but I can assure you that I desire victory more than you do, you brat. The last term, laden with emotion, slipped out in Chinese, as there was no suitable English equivalent. As for his earlier statement, there was no need for a response. As he had already discussed it with Rich Paul, it was sheer folly to ponder other teams while part of the Heat. What are you implying? Are you suggesting that I am the reason for the loss? LeBron's expression darkened, and he pushed Jiang Hao's chest with both hands. In an instant, Jiang Hao retaliated, causing both to take a slight step back. Just as they were about to engage in a scuffle, they were swiftly restrained by Battier and Boyan, both of whom seemed to have anticipated the need to intervene. It appeared that LeBron did not genuinely intend to throw a punch. If he had, with his explosive power, would he have waited for Battier, 3 meters away, to intervene? Just because you score high does not mean you are without fault, does it? Jiang Hao is indeed proficient in the art of combat. After all, what true man lacks such prowess? The brawls in the CBA far exceed those in the NBA in later years. However, it is essential to wait for the opportune moment to strike, which is precisely why he had no intention of initiating the conflict. By responding only after being provoked, he could maintain a moral high ground, as evidenced by the discussions in automotive forums. Thus, when Boyan restrained Jiang Hao, he found it peculiar that Jiang Hao did not exert much force to advance. He merely shouted about LeBron bullying rookies, questioning whether the locker room culture should stoop to such repulsiveness. Yet, what left everyone in the locker room in awe was how every word from Jiang Hao was not only logical but also exceptionally articulate. Are you trying to show off in my presence? LeBron found himself both amused and infuriated by Jiang Hao, gesturing at him in anger. However, upon witnessing Boyan's attempts to console Jiang Hao, he redirected his ire. Jiang Hao is indeed a tough nut to crack, unlike Boyan, who has been subjected to their relentless teasing. Let him go. Allow him to come over. Boyan, do not presume that I am oblivious to the flirtations you engaged in with the Jazz players last week and your evening outings with them for dinner. Those are my teammates from the European League. Boyang's face flushed crimson at James's outburst, and he retorted furiously. Jiang Hao noticed that Spoelstra and Howard had also arrived. Given the escalating situation, he shouted, "You are bullying international players. Picking on rookies is no real skill." He thought to himself that had he known, he would have stopped Spoelstra yesterday and let James take a beating from him. After all, Spoelstra had Riley backing him. Treating James as a punching bag during his contract period wouldn't lead to dismissal. You are just traitors from another team, lacking even the most basic loyalty. James's speeches are nothing but empty rhetoric. All right, enough, bellowed Juwan Howard, the elder statesman of the Heat, his voice resounding like thunder. James snorted coldly. And just as several people held both sides apart, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The moment Boyan, who was holding Jiang Hao, heard the word traitor, he abruptly released Jiang Hao's arm. Before anyone could react, he landed a powerful right hook squarely on James's face. With everyone preoccupied with restraining Jiang Hao and James, no one could intervene to stop Boyan's sudden outburst. The young emperor was trapped by a throng of people, unable to evade or shield himself. He took the full force of the punch directly to his face. In an instant, blood gushed from James's nose. "Brother, are you a superhero?" The next moment, a dazed Jiang Hao instinctively grabbed the suddenly furious Boyan, who had been suppressing his frustrations for days and was now on the verge of exploding. "I'm fed up. Brainless." His words were even more authentic than Jiang Hao's. "You rubbish, bullying your own kind after a loss? What is the difference between this and domestic violence?" Croatians never back down. Unlike Jiang Hao's feigned aggression, Boyan's was genuine. Seeing the blood ignited a primal rage in him, akin to a bull enraged by a red flag. He pulled Jiang Hao forward, intent on charging again, but Jiang Hao desperately wrapped his arms around him, struggling to hold him back. Juwan intervened, locking Boyan's head to prevent him from getting closer to James. "You're asking for trouble." After seeing blood, James was even more determined to retaliate. When had he ever suffered such indignity since joining the league? His strength was terrifying. It took 4 or 5 people to restrain him. Had he been allowed to strike back, Boyan would have been in serious trouble. Spoelstra positioned himself between the two, while assistants weighed and Bosch all rushed in to separate them, pulling them far apart. James, now bloodied, was taken to the medical room. What on earth is going on? Ultimately, Haslam locked the locker room door and wiped the floor with a towel, unwilling to let the rookie clean up the blood or call for staff assistance. Fearing 100 versions of the story would circulate if it got out. This year's rookies were a mess. Who would dare to command them? Fortunately, it happened in the training facility, in a player's locker room with minimal witnesses. Had this occurred during the regular season, it would have instantly become a global trending topic. The young emperor was knocked out by a rookie. Spoelstra immediately convened a meeting, instructing everyone not to speak of the incident. The team would handle it discreetly, and anyone who dared to leak the story would find themselves out of a job. This was serious. Family scandals should not be aired publicly. If this news got out, how would the Heat manage? With ongoing conflicts between the coach and the star player, not to mention a rookie striking James. The Heat weren't at the bottom of the standings. They were first in the East. It would be a laughingstock. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao and Boyan were forcibly confined to a dark video room, watched over by the imposing Zhu Wan Howard to ensure they wouldn't stir up more trouble until management decided on their punishment. Brother, why did you throw a punch? That was between me and him. I said I would handle it, Jiang Hao remarked with a wry smile as he skillfully played a video of the Mavericks' defensive strategies. He had almost resolved the situation. If Boyan hadn't thrown that punch, James would have appeared the instigator, while he would have been seen as the provoked party. Boyan, youthful and impulsive, couldn't contain his frustration any longer. He called me a traitor, said I wanted to join another team. I couldn't take it. Jiang Hao, understanding the folly of impulsiveness, reflected on how he would have reacted differently in his past life. He knew that initiating violence would only lead to further complications. Had James struck him first, he would have certainly retaliated with military precision. Now, faced with the aftermath, Jiang Hao could only wait patiently, injecting humor into the situation. Brother, did that punch channel my anger too? That was quite a hit. Years of training, you know. Thanks for that. It felt good. He patted Boyan on the shoulder like an older brother. No, I did that for myself. What is this about? It's just basketball. James only knows how to create internal discord. No wonder he couldn't win a championship in Cleveland. Brother, did you consider the consequences of challenging the throne? Boyan pondered for a moment before realizing the implication of challenging authority, unable to suppress a laugh. That punch might just ruin your career with the Heat. Zhu Wan Howard, rubbing his temples, interjected, "You're definitely getting cut, but I fear you might never play in the NBA again. You've crossed the entire James entourage, young man." Chapter 62. Boyan gets cut. In recent years, Rich Paul, riding the coattails of the young emperor, expanded his management business, hiring assistants, scouts, therapists, analysts, and medical teams to seek employment across NBA teams, thereby broadening his basketball empire. Over 15 teams in the NBA had players represented by Rich Paul, not to mention the staff members he employed. This is why it has been so effortless for James to collaborate with any player he desired, whether through trades or signings. All accomplished with ease. Rich Paul had become a key player in this arena, embedding himself deeply within the structure of the league. He maximized James's commercial appeal and influence, skillfully leveraging his connections during peak periods and providing support during downturns. Each team James played for was never subpar. He was always surrounded by peak talent, ensuring that role players from James's faction could join at lower salaries, a luxury not afforded to other teams. This is what is known as the James faction. Although its influence was still growing, with Rich Paul recently signing players like Clarkson, Tristan Thompson, and Shumpert, who were still in their developmental stages. Jiang Hao is aware that in 10 years, offending James means one cannot thrive in any team within the league's upper echelons, as all avenues would be firmly obstructed, especially for an international player like him, who is already at a disadvantage in the locker room. The meeting in the Heat's executive conference room regarding the recent locker room incident has just concluded. Rich Paul, accompanied by his legal team, ominously awaits negotiations at Pat Riley's office door. The sudden outburst from Boyan escalated the situation, prompting Rich Paul to resolutely seek retribution for his client and close friend, James. His demand is unequivocal. Boyan must be dismissed, ideally alongside Jiang Hao, whom he perceives as a continual source of trouble for James, casting an ill omen. "What are you here for?" "We will handle this," Pat Riley said, feeling a headache at the sight of Rich Paul, who has been a constant presence in managing team conflicts lately. "I fear your age has made you too lenient." Riley shot him a glare. "You needn't concern yourself." Why the lawyer?" Rich Paul sneered. "This Boyan Bogdanovich dares to accuse a model NBA husband of domestic violence? We are preparing to sue him. Where is he? Riley, puffing on a cigar, remarked, I understand what you seek. Don't overstep your bounds. Are you satisfied with the disciplinary outcome? He gestured towards the freshly printed A4 document. It's acceptable, I suppose. Later, Boyan and his agent were summoned to the office of the Heat's president first, while Jiang Hao, after having a meal, was called in alone an hour later. The disciplinary action against Jiang Hao was evidently mild, as he was directed to the vice president's office, where he was presented with the team's decision, a 1-month salary fine and a 5-game internal suspension. Oh, that's fair, he replied. Jiang Hao obediently affixed his signature. For he and Boyang were allies. When Boyang threw a punch, he was bound to face the consequences. There could be no bargaining. You are a player of the Heat, not a partner of the organization. Enduring the blows was simply the way of it. A 5-game suspension within the team signified that only those affiliated with the Heat were privy to such matters. These 2 penalties would remain undisclosed. To the fans, it seemed that Jiang Hao would not receive any opportunities from the coaching staff in the upcoming 5 games, while in reality, he was serving an internal suspension. Just a few days prior, this would have equated to no punishment at all, as Jiang Hao was already unable to play. However, the situation had escalated significantly. Jiang Hao had been sent onto the court during garbage time, and in the last game, he had even participated during the 4th quarter's rotation. Following this trend, he was likely to receive playing time in scenarios of substantial score differences. This effectively severed Jiang Hao's momentum for 5 games. A fate more disheartening than the loss of a month's wages. Aside from his basic necessities in the United States, Jiang Hao's expenditures are minimal. His primary concern lies in his practical improvement on the court. As for the vice president's remarks about discretion being a courtesy to you, they should be taken with a grain of salt. Who is unaware that this is all to protect LeBron? The young emperor is concerned about his reputation. If word gets out that he was bested by a rookie, how would that affect his standing? Should the teams exchange players? This incident would undoubtedly be sensationalized by Rich Paul, featured prominently on the NBA's official website. LeBron's locker room 1v2, a lesson for 2 uninformed rookies. And what about Bogdanovich? What repercussions await him? After signing his disciplinary decision, Jiang Hao inquired. He was cut. Huh? Upon mentioning Boyang, the vice president sighed with regret. Yet he could say little more. After all, Boyang had offended the league's rising star. It could be asserted that offending any team's leading player would lead to a similar outcome, either a trade or a release, with no teams expressing interest in Boyang. His fate was sealed. After all, what if the star's morale was affected, subsequently impacting the team's performance? What? Is there truly no room for negotiation? He stood up for me. If one must be dismissed, let it be me. Can my punishment suffice for him? Although Jiang Hao had mentally prepared for such a possibility, hearing the vice president's words ignited a sense of urgency within him. Damn it, this reckoning by the little emperor lacks any sense of fairness. Isn't it a bit too swift? According to the practices of our revered institutions, a probationary period could have been observed before discussing a dismissal. Was there truly no opportunity afforded? Boyang was his sole ally within the team, and after months of camaraderie, it was undeniable that it was Jiang Hao's earlier provocation of James that had triggered Boyang's subsequent outburst. Thus, it would be best for him to be cut. He was confident he could find work on another team, but Boyang's prospects were far less certain. Was this a joke? Were they really entertaining notions of brotherhood? Had they watched too many films glorifying camaraderie? The vice president threw the signed agreement between Boyang and his agent in front of Jiang Hao, murmuring, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Do not utter such words again. If Mr. Riley were sitting here, you would be finished. He continued, focus on playing well. Strive for self-improvement, and that should be your priority. The longer one remained in the league, the more one understood the hardships faced by lower-tier players in the NBA. Thus, the vice president, who was a close friend of Jalen Williams, offered Jiang Hao genuine advice. Surviving in the NBA was no easy feat, and he should refrain from uttering foolish statements about loyalty and departure. However, what he was unaware of was that Jiang Hao spoke from the heart. He genuinely wished for a change. Being released would spare him the daily torment of witnessing James's demeanor. If enduring such a torturous locker room atmosphere was part of his learning experience with the Heat, then it would be wiser to depart sooner rather than later. Jiang Hao glanced at Boyan's termination letter. Boyan had reached an agreement with the team for a buyout, with the team providing no compensation whatsoever, resulting in his immediate dismissal and the invalidation of his 3-year rookie contract. Note, according to the regulations, if a team wishes to release a player under contract, negotiations must occur, and the team is obliged to pay a buyout fee. In a typical situation like Boyan's, The team would need to pay at least $1 million for a buyout. When a player and a team mutually agree to terminate a contract, the player may be dismissed but could receive a portion or the entirety of their remaining salary, contingent upon the specific terms of the contract and the outcome of negotiations between the player and the team. The Miami Heat publicly stated that the separation was amicable and mutually agreed upon, a sentiment Bojan seemed to endorse. It appears he has genuinely lost hope. Consequently, the fact that the Heat paid no buyout fee is only known internally. Outside fans might assume that the Heat are merely clearing salary space and might anticipate new acquisitions. However, Bojan's breach of contract complicates matters, making it challenging for his agent to mitigate his losses. The contract explicitly prohibits any conflict within the locker room, with severe penalties for violators. While locker room tensions are commonplace, illustrated by an incident where a Hornets player was photographed in a compromising position by teammates and subsequently exposed on social media, the line is drawn when it comes to veteran players. Once physical altercations occur in the locker room, can one still expect cooperation on the court? Such contractual stipulations undoubtedly stem from profound lessons learned in NBA history. And Bojan has become a quintessential example, leaving no room for legal ambiguity. Zhang Hao scrutinized the situation for an extended period, yet could discern no flaws. The downfall was indeed substantial. There existed no means to alter this reality. Neither of them possessed the backing of influential players, nor did they have friends endowed with the capacity for significant leverage. Most ordinary international players in the NBA rely heavily on fate, circumstance, and their own efforts. As Zhang Hao aptly noted, when faced with adversity, one must stand tall. They have indeed received their just deserts. In stark contrast, the punishment levied upon a certain king, LeBron James, is that he is prohibited from engaging in any further pranks this season. The Heat have characterized this conflict as a result of such antics, showcasing their undeniable influence on any team they encounter, the Heat included. It appears that the small black player might emerge as the ultimate beneficiary of this situation. The time is now 10 p.m. at a CAF in Miami Beach. Zhang Hao and Bojan reclined on beach chairs, gazing at the stars and engaging in conversation, each with their respective punishment books beside them, having exchanged them as a token of remembrance. What does it feel like to incur a loss of over $1 million in a single day? Indifferent, for if the worst comes to pass, I can always return to the Turkish league and earn money gradually. You truly knocked someone out with that punch. It's not too bad. LeBron has stopped bleeding and is relatively unharmed. Oh, just a nosebleed? No fractures? Not fierce enough. I was going to suggest that you take it easy, consider the lack of a buyout fee as merely covering James's medical expenses. Zhang Hao chuckled, thinking to himself that this fellow has a resilient nose. Bojan's punch was indeed formidable. Yes, this guy only had a nosebleed, and now I have to leave. I will have to rely on you afterward. Fear not, for those who bully us honest folk shall face my vengeance in double measure. With me in the anti-LeBron alliance, it shall never fall. The two shared a laugh, pondering that had they known they would be cut, they should have exchanged a few more punches. What does double the vengeance entail? Today, having advanced to the second round, Bojan genuinely relished Zhang Hao's boastful chatter, delighting in phrases like the foremost figure against LeBron. Only Zhang Hao could conceive such notions. Indeed, Zhang Hao's banter never disappointed Bojan. Although not performing well on the court, he thrived as a master of bravado. Let him never ascend to greatness. What do you think? Incredible. Chapter 63. Zhang Hao's suggestion to join the Pacers. With the situation as it stands, should he ascend? Wouldn't his tail be soaring skyward? As they sipped their juice, they burst into hearty laughter. Of course. Bojan largely perceived Zhang Hao's words as jest, comforting himself. Zhang Hao, being a Heat player, would not wish to see LeBron ascend, lest he himself also desire a championship. However, mocking LeBron is undeniably pleasurable. Yet, Zhang Hao now genuinely entertained this notion, initially believing that a Heat championship would bode well for him. It now seemed preferable that they do not win. LeBron, backed by Nike and wielding media power, desperately lacks a championship. And his greatest blemish remains his inability to secure one. Once he ascends, overturning the situation will be exceedingly difficult for Zhang Hao. He can now directly expel teammates. How terrifying must the future hold? The current LeBron, striving with all his might for a championship, is a stark contrast to the LeBron Zhang Hao had come to understand in later years. This LeBron is relentlessly training and playing for the title, exceedingly sensitive and easily provoked, willing to employ any means necessary in pursuit of victory. Zhang Hao understood that once he secured his first championship, he would fully transition into a businessman mode, disregarding the criticisms of keyboard warriors and the trivialities of alliances. His accolades would multiply, and he would undoubtedly achieve greater success, solidifying his status as a worthy contender for greatness. Thus, he pondered why it was not he who faced the axe. Upon glancing at the news on his phone, Jiang Hao felt an urge to alter Bogdan's name. The Miami Basketball Report announced the Heat released second-round pick Bogdan Bogdanović in preparation for mid-season acquisitions. The article suggested that Bogdan's dismissal was attributed to Jiang Hao, who had recently showcased commendable performance during his limited playtime, while Bogdan had found himself sidelined. The report predicted a greater focus on cultivating Jiang Hao's talents, making Bogdan's release seem quite reasonable. Even at this juncture, some still sought to incite discord between them. Bogdan grimaced at the biting remarks from assistant coach Juwan Howard regarding his capabilities. Despite his limited fanbase in North America, he enjoyed substantial support from Croatian basketball enthusiasts, compelling the Heat to address Bogdan's followers. Juwan Howard, the designated villain in this scenario, remarked, Bogdan Bogdanović is a high basketball IQ European athlete, yet he possesses average rebounding skills, modest athleticism, and lacks lateral quickness, struggling to adapt to the NBA's pace. He may require additional years of training before making his mark in the league. This sentiment bore relevance to Jiang Hao as the training facility was under constant surveillance. Videos of their numerous one-on-one encounters had caught the attention of the coaching staff, consistently depicting the seemingly robust Bogdan being outmaneuvered by Jiang Hao in the paint. Consequently, they perceived Bogdan's playing style as somewhat soft, misaligned with the Heat's competitive ethos. Even Jalen Williams contemplated suggesting that Bogdan serve as a practice opponent simulating a Dallas Mavericks player's defense. Herein lies the challenge. Acknowledge your shortcomings, strive to enhance them, and demonstrate your worth to them. Jiang Hao speaks in a manner reminiscent of Boyoung's elder brother. Very well, upon returning to Europe, I shall practice diligently and, in a few years, return to excel with the Heat. Boyoung is now eager to seek out his mentor for additional training, giving rise to yet another challenger to the formidable LeBron. What? You're not planning to venture into the NBA? I have already been waived. Who would want me? I must prove myself in other leagues before anything else. Boyoung's thought process mirrors that of CBA players. Winning a championship and accumulating stellar statistics in the domestic league will undoubtedly attract the NBA's attention. Little do they realize that this approach could squander several years. Ding Yuhang lost his prime years due to such thinking. After one summer league, the Mavericks even offered him a two-way contract. Yet he responded that he wished to secure a championship for the Shandong team before considering the NBA. No, that would be a waste of time. You possess the requisite skills to compete in the NBA right now. The season is ongoing. Who would want me? I am not an instant impact player averaging over 10 points. I should seek opportunities when teams begin to shift during the off-season. Boyoung, resigned, chuckled. Why not try out for a team? What do you think? You suggested. Boyoung's interest piqued. I recommend you explore opportunities with the Pacers in the East. Absolutely, Larry Bird is my ultimate idol. I will heed your advice. But I shall only try with the Pacers. I will not pursue other teams. Boyoung is now resorting to desperate measures. Without Jiang Hao's guidance, he would have been at a loss as to which of the other 29 teams to approach for an opportunity, his mind in a state of confusion. Success is imperative. By the way, remember to tout yourself as the Croatian Peja. Haha, indeed, one must put on a FAA day in front of the king of bluster. Yes, to gain the favor of General Manager Bird, you must become akin to him. Jiang Hao's words, while seemingly confident, are underscored by a palpable uncertainty. He has not genuinely engaged with Bird, but rather derived his conclusions from the musings of past online discussions. Nevertheless, his endorsement is far from arbitrary. The Pacers have long been a formidable opponent to LeBron in the Eastern Conference, and with Bird's rivalry with Riley, one might speculate that Bird could have signed Bogdanović to enhance the Heat's tactics. Currently, the entire NBA is scrutinizing the intricacies of the Heat's strategy, particularly the Eastern Conference powerhouses. Moreover, the Pacers' roster configuration bears a resemblance to that of the Heat. George Hill and Paul George act as a condensed version of the LeBron-Wade duo, naturally leaving them in need of a wing player like Bogdanović. It is essential to note that through training with Bogdanović, Jiang Hao has discerned that he is not merely a shooter, but a tall, robust, and versatile wing player. With remarkable shooting precision and exceptional ball handling skills, he plays the small forward position, yet possesses the speed and coordination akin to that of a shooting guard. The only constraint is the coaching strategy of the Heat, which limits his ball handling. Otherwise, he could easily outmaneuver defenders with his shooting threat. if he transitions to the Pacers. Excelling in a 3 and D role would likely secure him ample playing time. However, the primary reason for Jiang Hao's recommendation of the Pacers is that Bogdanović garnered widespread recognition during his tenure there, particularly in the 2017-18 season, where he averaged 18 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals. Although the Pacers had lost George by then, Bogdanović's defensive prowess against James kept the Pacers competitive in the Eastern Conference. Throughout his time with both the Pacers and the Jazz, Bogdanović consistently proved to be an effective defender against LeBron. If Bogdanović aspires to stand against James, joining the Pacers would be his optimal choice, especially with George covering him. This line of thought raises the probability of Bird taking notice of him. I will join the Pacers. You can venture to the west, and we shall meet at our peak, he mused. The youthful Bogdanović, already lost in daydreams, chuckled at his own audacity. How bold of you to imagine such things. Take it step by step, and I wish you success. I hope you find joy during your time with the Heat. Thank you. I too feel that my time is approaching. Chapter 64. Tempers flare. Old grudges and new resentments calculated together. At 3 a.m., Jiang Hao drove Boyang and his agent to the airport in Boyang's Toyota, assisting them with their luggage. Boyang and his agent were genuinely inclined to heed Jiang Hao's advice, embarking on a nocturnal journey to Indiana in search of new employment opportunities, both harboring a sense of determination. Observing Boyang, who had trained alongside him in the gym just the day before, now clad in a suit as he boarded the plane, Jiang Hao felt a wave of disorientation. He truly wondered when they would meet again. It was particularly surprising that Boyang had been cut before him, a stark reminder of life's unpredictability. The farewell between men was marked by nonchalance, handshakes, embraces, and waves of goodbye. The following day, early in the morning, Jiang Hao helped Boyan sell the Toyota that had been gifted to him, promptly transferring the funds to Boyan. They were all impoverished souls. Devoid of the need to feign affluence, Jiang Hao returned the money without hesitation. Next time, gift me a Ferrari with a maximum salary, he jested, before joining the team to prepare for the home game that evening. The departure of Boyan and the subsequent disciplinary actions within the team did not adversely affect the Heat. Rather, it fostered a newfound harmony. The sacrifice of Boyan stabilized the locker room atmosphere. Rich Paul's team was truly formidable. No rumors about the incident surfaced in the news, and the few posts claiming that James had been assaulted were swiftly suppressed. It is noteworthy that had the entire saga of the Heat's locker room conflict been exposed, it would have ignited fervent discussions across forums for an entire week. Before his public appearance, James had the cotton balls removed from his nose. As long as the members of the Heat remained silent, no one would be aware of the significant turmoil that had erupted within their ranks. Most discussions centered around Riley's handling of the tensions between Spoelstra and the Big Three. Meanwhile, beneath the news of Boyan's release lay a scattering of well-wishing comments. A testament to how little impact the departure of such a minor figure had, his exit barely rippled the waters of the basketball community. The absence of fans is indeed lamentable. Today was unusually quiet. When Spoelstra arrived to outline the strategy for the evening's match against the Knicks, he discovered everyone seated quietly at their respective lockers. The atmosphere in the Heat's locker room had transformed entirely, thanks to a diligent individual and a taciturn powerhouse. Respect for elders and harmony prevailed. Spoelstra mused that had he known this would be the outcome, he could have rested easy without his prior appearances, relying solely on these two rookies. Regrettably, only the stoic powerhouse remained to fight alone. Though the silent powerhouse typically kept to himself, when provoked, he proved to be tougher than anyone else. Of course, this evening's strategy was of no concern to Jiang Hao, as he was suspended for 5 games, standing alone in a corner and listening to the tactical discussions. However, after the strategies were laid out, Spoelstra openly called Jiang Hao over, instructing him to come to the meeting room for a private discussion on how to proceed in light of the adversarial relationship with the team's star player. Essentially, you must grow stronger. When everyone requires your contribution, you will carve out your place. Riley needs me, hence his unwavering support. You know my nature. I never compromise on fundamental principles, nor do I allow stars to prioritize themselves over the team. For some, this creates an irreconcilable conflict. For me, it does not. Therefore, you should train diligently and do not let this matter intimidate you. In practice, dunk on whoever you need to. Understand? Understood. Jiang Hao was acutely aware of the reason behind Spoelstra's summons. On one hand, it was a gentle encouragement to lift his spirits. On the other, it served as a reminder not to let the formidable methods of the star-studded team stifle his self-expression. At its core, the NBA remains a realm where basketball speaks volumes. My life's ambition has never been to be merely agreeable. I refuse to yield on critical issues. It seems you share this sentiment, which only deepens my admiration for you. As Spoelstra noted, during the suspension, Jiang Hao's training regimen was unexpectedly enhanced. Perhaps it was due to Boyan's release. But he found himself benefiting from the guidance of an assistant coach who accompanied him in three-point shooting drills. For the first time, he enjoyed the luxury of two assistants retrieving and passing the ball for him. Moreover, he began to practice passing techniques, particularly the ground bounce passes that Boyan excelled in, pushing himself to the limit until his arms ached from the weighted balls. This was his weakest area. Yet upon realizing that these drills were previously tailored for Boyan's individual practice, he felt a twinge of distraction. He was reluctant to profit from a friend's misfortune. After all, these training schemes were designed for his close companion. Therefore, he informed the young assistant coach that he could manage these two drills independently, and there was no need for him to monitor his performance, especially if the outcome was to be deemed unsatisfactory. Following this incident, he adopted a more zen-like attitude. Although Spoelstra verbally supported him, the team's strategy revolved around LeBron James without ambiguity. In the span of 5 games, the Heat surged to a remarkable 5-game winning streak, with Spoelstra and the 3 superstars sharing camaraderie, drawing media acclaim for the revitalized dynamics of the team, an emotional narrative indeed. Ultimately, Spoelstra, too, required a protective shield, having to align himself with stars of greater renown and accolades for his own survival. Brother, I have some exhilarating news to share. I was secretly tried out by Indiana. But please, keep this under wraps. Meanwhile, Boyan's text message stirred a sense of excitement within Jiang Hao. The thrill of fighting for a team he admired was invigorating. His fondness for the Heat had waned considerably, especially after uttering words that would forever bar LeBron from reigning supreme. It felt as though no matter how well he performed, he was merely a supporting player to LeBron. While he contemplated the idea of being released, he would never resort to such extreme measures as Boyan had. This sense of being left behind was an indignity he refused to endure. It was too humiliating to be cut when one could no longer cope. He would simply wait until the season's end, remaining uncontacted by any teams, just as they would not reach out to him. Following a 5-game suspension, his visibility had regressed to its previous obscurity. By the end of January, as the season progressed, point guard Cole made his return. But veteran James Jones sustained an ankle injury, prompting Spoelstra to assign Jiang Hao to participate in the intra-team scrimmage, which featured both LeBron and Dwayne Wade. Jiang Hao felt a profound sense of melancholy on the court. The silver lining was that he had the opportunity to train alongside the main players. Yet the sorrowful news was the absence of his closest friend. Recently, during several joint training sessions with the starters, Jiang Hao's participation in practicing three-point shots with Mike Miller was not merely a testament to his own diligence, but rather a consequence of the team's dwindling numbers, leading him to fill the void left by 2 of his friends. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy and sorrow. Nevertheless, Jiang Hao's skills remained consistently impressive. Even without fully committing to the scrimmages, he garnered praise from the assistant coaches for his exceptional tactical movement, quick thinking, and defensive prowess reminiscent of a Dallas Mavericks player. After a few training matches, Juwan Howard bestowed upon Jiang Hao high accolades. Despite his outstanding defensive performance in practice games, it seemed that the Miami Heat would not require his services during the regular season. Recently, Mike Miller and Shane Battier had been on fire from beyond the arc, likely due to their increased playing time following James Jones' injury, which had allowed them to find their rhythm. In the three-point shooting contests during training, Jiang Hao found it challenging to outshine these 2 sharpshooters. Since the onset of autumn, their shooting accuracy had been nothing short of phenomenal, particularly Mike Miller, who could effortlessly sink 30 shots out of 30 attempts even barefoot. Whenever he found himself open during games, his shooting was a guaranteed success, solidifying his role as one of LeBron James' most trusted shooting options. Jiang Hao possesses considerable accuracy, yet the Heat exhibit even greater precision. Furthermore, Jiang Hao occupies a position that overlaps with LeBron James, and having been confined to the bench for an entire month, he has yet to step on the court for a single minute. Even a bull has its limits. After tirelessly running alongside the team, Jiang Hao's spirit has been worn down. He can no longer endure this. He wonders when Spoelstra will fulfill his promise of a one-on-one duel with James. Having remained on the sidelines, witnessing the unfolding drama of the game, his hands itch with anticipation. Who wouldn't he desire to emerge as the hero in the spotlight? Moreover, his system is designed to shine brightly only in the heat of competition. Now that he has absorbed all that he can learn, he feels compelled to seize the opportunity to prove himself. To linger until the end of the season would only squander his youth. During the Heat's media day, LeBron received word from reporters that Bojan had no teams interested and had returned to Europe. With a grin, LeBron expressed his well wishes for Bojan's enjoyment in Europe, feigning a demeanor of congeniality. However, Jiang Hao, standing nearby, seethed with indignation. He understood that LeBron's smile concealed a sense of schadenfreude. Yet, there was little he could do, apparently. Bojan's trial with the Pacers had not gone well, prompting his sudden return to Europe. Jiang Hao refrained from inquiring further, recognizing the difficulties of job hunting mid-season. "I'll shut you down later." Following media day, Jiang Hao entered the phase of practicing defense against the trio of superstars. Previously, he had merely feigned participation, but this time he committed fully to defending, employing all of Kidd's defensive maneuvers, which led to a noticeable decline in LeBron's shooting percentage. Is there any skill to your defense? Is it all just brute force? LeBron grumbled after being thwarted on a drive. Jiang Hao scoffed in response. "What's the matter? I'm just saying, your defense is riddled with fouls. Brother, have you been practicing properly?" LeBron, observing Jiang Hao's stormy expression, chuckled, realizing that as long as he remained calm and did not provoke a response, this young man would refrain from any excessive actions. An opportunity had arrived. Jiang Hao glanced around, noting that on media day, the entire Heat team was essentially present. So let it begin. Today is the day. Old grievances and new resentments will be reckoned with. Just as everyone presumed the silent and stoic Jiang Hao would remain unresponsive, he forcefully slammed the ball onto the ground, producing a resounding echo that reverberated throughout the training facility. Everyone inside was startled, instinctively turning their attention towards him. "Now, show me your defense. I wish to witness what constitutes exceptional defense." Chapter 65. Words upon release. After a lengthy hiatus, my new book is finally here. Having completed 4 rounds of recommendations, I am already quite satisfied. Missing out on the Sanjiang platform is inconsequential. We shall exert ourselves in the latter stages. As everyone is aware, my post-release vigor is unparalleled, igniting an explosive fervor. The book will be available tomorrow at noon, and I will present 5 chapters to stir excitement among readers. My heartfelt gratitude extends to every reader who has favorited, followed, or voted for this work. Your support is my greatest motivation. Those familiar with the writing style of Little Emperor know that my narratives mirror life itself. A book encapsulates the protagonist's journey, filled with basketball, brotherhood, family, love, and the essence of existence. Passion always follows the storms of life. I am grateful for your appreciation of my writing style and for the invaluable feedback from my readers. Thank you to my longtime fans for recognizing my creative endeavors. Moving forward, I will strive to enhance my craft, quicken the pace, and narrate the story well, detailing the entanglements with LeBron, the teams I will join, and the protagonist's romantic interests. The amusing antics of skilled players, such as Chu Lavin and Tang Jia, will also unfold, marking the commencement of Jiang Hao's illustrious career. Once again, I extend my sincere thanks to all readers who cherish this new book. I hope everyone will continue to subscribe and support it upon its release tomorrow. Lastly, here are the rules for additional updates. 500 subscriptions will unlock 3 extra chapters. 1,000 subscriptions will add 5 chapters. 2,000 subscriptions will grant 10 chapters. Dreams are meant to be pursued. A staggering 3,000 subscriptions will result in an additional 100 chapters, while 10,000 points and rewards will yield 1 extra chapter. Alliance leaders will receive 15 additional chapters, and 500 monthly votes will grant 1 extra chapter. Let us unleash the madness together. Thank you all for your support. Finally, I humbly implore for subscriptions. Please, I beseech you for subscriptions. Chapter 66. Jiang Hao vs. Little Emperor. The Ultimate Showdown. A request for subscriptions. The sudden commotion, coupled with Jiang Hao's booming proclamation, drew the attention of everyone practicing and even those not engaged in the drills. Even James Jones, perched on the second-floor bleachers, leaned in cautiously, curious to discern the unfolding events. What on earth is happening? Jiang Hao's sudden outburst left LeBron feeling somewhat socially anxious as he clutched the ball that had struck Jiang Hao to his chest, furrowing his brows. Beside him, Wade and Bosch inquired with puzzled expressions, "What's going on?" "You startled me." Jiang Hao would not simply wait for the coaching staff and management to gather. He boldly declared, "It's quite simple. Do you dare to challenge me to a one-on-one match right now? If SPO isn't going to assist me, then I shall take matters into my own hands." Was he out of his mind? LeBron James casually spun the ball, ignoring him. "Haha, I knew you wouldn't dare." Jiang Hao reveled in his position of power. Recently buoyed by a series of victories, Wade noticed Jiang Hao's exuberance and eagerly joined in, exclaiming, "Come on, LeBron. It's been ages since I've seen you in a one-on-one match. How about we spice things up with a little wager?" Fearless, Jiang Hao initiated the challenge. "Let us play a game. If you lose, you'll wash my socks. What do you say?" LeBron adjusted his headband, pondering the familiarity of the request. Jiang Hao seems intent on placing a wager to exact revenge on Boyong, doesn't he? But what if you lose? I shall not lose. How amusing and utterly nonsensical. Jiang Hao's fiery demeanor caused James to swallow hard. He truly embodies the fearless spirit of one unencumbered by shoes. He would not be deceived. In such a one-on-one confrontation, a loss would bring nothing but detriment, while a victory would be expected. He would only engage in duels with peers of his caliber, such as Kobe, Durant, and Anthony. Initially, James contemplated a tactical retreat, dribbling the ball, yet upon realizing the situation, Spoelstra summoned the entire coaching staff to witness the spectacle. Come, let us see you two face off. We are all eager to watch." With that, he winked at Jiang Hao, implying his support in fulfilling the promise made. Jiang Hao wore a stoic expression, contemplating that had he not taken the initiative to stir things up, this young man would have long chosen to conveniently forget. Without waiting for James to respond, Spoelstra directly called out to Zhu Wan and Eric, "Come over, let's create some atmosphere. It has been ages since we witnessed a pure one-on-one duel." The players and staff swiftly gathered around the half-court, with even the injured James Jones leaning on a crutch, limping to the baseline with the support of Jalen Williams. They had all been eager to witness the spectacle, and Spoelstra's command unleashed their pent-up excitement, though they spoke not of it. The memory of the locker room conflict from over a month ago lingered in the depths of their minds. Jiang Hao's resolute demeanor, Boyon's sudden punch, and the season's most significant penalty. It is evident to all that this animosity will not be easily resolved. Indeed, it seems today promises yet another spectacle. This time, LeBron need not agree. He is ensnared and cannot escape. Come, gather closer. The most audacious move is when Jiang Hao gestures for Chris Bosh and the others to take their seats on the court itself, with these formidable figures seated. The atmosphere reminiscent of a street ball showdown emerges. "You, sir, truly possess remarkable audacity." Bosh gives Jiang Hao a thumbs up, unaware that Jiang Hao desires a larger audience. His need for reputation will galvanize LeBron to unleash his full potential, necessitating a level of play akin to that of the NBA during their first practice session. "Zhu Wan, you shall officiate." This command from Spoelstra transforms the bystander Zhu Wan into a bewildered participant, exclaiming, "Why must I undertake such an unenviable task?" Officiating is no trivial endeavor. Unbeknownst to him, the whistle tossed from the crowd feels scalding. The rules mirror those from your previous one-on-one with Jones, a continuous play, with the veteran serving first, and a three-shot format. To everyone's astonishment, Spoelstra chooses not to let the rookie initiate play, instead allowing LeBron to commence. This, on top of the continuous play, it appears to be a sweeping momentum. Even James Jones, who participated in the previous confrontation with Jiang Hao, is left flabbergasted. "Coach, let us switch. I fear he may not get his chance." Jones, at that moment, believed Jiang Hao's challenge was rooted in disdain, typically allowing the weaker player to start. The specifics of switching are not matter little. However, as an audience member, he genuinely wishes to witness whether Jiang Hao can replicate his three-point shooting mechanics. He considers himself one of Jiang Hao's allies. Both share the name James, and this James possesses the potential to sweep everything away. Thus he endeavors to advocate for Jiang Hao. Even LeBron chuckles upon hearing the rules, lifting his chin in a feigned nonchalance. "I have no preference." Although Jiang Hao occasionally manages to defend against him, he is convinced that Jiang Hao cannot withstand the intensity of a serious three-point contest. "No matter, let us proceed." Just as Spoelstra prepares to suggest that the rookie initiate play, Jiang Hao promptly acquiesces. "With courage, let the games begin." Jiang Hao's decisive demeanor delighted Haslam, who was ready for battle. Zhu Wan passed the ball to Jiang Hao, signaling for James to position himself beyond the three-point line. Jiang Hao prepared to make his move. The competition had officially commenced. Jiang Hao versus LeBron James. A clash of old grievances and new rivalries, brimming with intrigue. LeBron, triumph over him. Young Emperor. Show him your prowess. Let your skills shine. The atmosphere on the sidelines became electrifying as Jalen Williams rallied support for Jiang Hao while Mario and others cheered for James. The assistant coaches eagerly grasped their pens, sensing that Spoelstra's decision to start James was a test of Jiang Hao's defensive abilities. If he falters in 3 consecutive possessions, all the defensive footage he has reviewed over the past months would be in vain. "Let us go." After Jiang Hao delivered the ball to James, he swiftly retreated to the vicinity of the free throw line. He resorted to his old tactics against the king, allowing him to shoot while preventing him from driving. If he manages to score 3 consecutive shots, so be it. Let him shoot if he possesses the skill. Indeed, without a moment's hesitation, James opted for his most proficient offensive strategy. With the ball in hand, he executed a crab dribble, backing up against Jiang Hao, relentlessly pushing his way into the paint. How fierce! James was serious, employing a robust post-up technique. In the face of James's imposing back, Jiang Hao utilized every ounce of his training to defend. His first step aimed to establish a barrier against James's lower body, while his second step was focused on contesting the right hand, forcing James to dribble with his left. However, he was unprepared for the sheer force James exhibited so early on in the play, resulting in his defensive efforts being overwhelmed. As he was dragged into the paint prematurely, the absolute disparity in weight and strength was evident. When he attempted to exert his own force, he discovered that James was already perilously close to the basket. This was untenable. A change in defense was imperative. Initially, Jiang Hao's third step was to emulate Jason Kidd's technique, deliberately leaving the right side open to encourage a right-side fadeaway jump shot. Having defended against James on numerous occasions, he believed that as long as he prevented him from driving to the basket and allowed him to shoot instead, he would have succeeded in his defensive mission. Yet, at this distance, James could easily pivot and score. He had to gamble that James would not attempt to drive from the left. In an instant, all the images flashed through Jiang Hao's mind. In this position, with James dribbling with his left hand, a left-handed layup would be the fastest option. However, Jiang Hao was positioned to defend against his right hand. James was also more accustomed to executing layups with his right hand. Thus, it was prudent to allow him to attempt a right-handed layup. As James pivoted and explosively drove into the paint, Jiang Hao relinquished his defense on the right hand and swiftly retreated to the left side, effectively neutralizing the threat. This caused James, in a moment of instinct, to transition from his left hand to his right, turning to face the basket. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he found himself devoid of any resistance. This was due to Jiang Hao having completely withdrawn to beneath the hoop, initially prepared to exert all his strength to leap and block the shot. However, with his focus solely on the play, James lost his balance and fell to the ground, hastily releasing the ball before his fall, only to have it thwarted by the rim. No basket. Jiang successfully defended the play. What an impressive retreat. My goodness, what exceptional defense. The young man is remarkably astute. Jiang Hao held the ball tightly, gazing at the slumped figure of James on the ground, and chuckled. Is there a foul now? It's my turn. Meanwhile, James, still sitting on the floor, was surprisingly appealing for a foul. Where did I grab? Zhu Wan inquired awkwardly, genuinely unaware of the situation. I tugged your shorts. James's remark left Jiang Hao both amused and exasperated. You really know how to shift blame. If I had truly pulled your pants, would you have been able to stand up? No, I didn't pull anything. The referee won't call that, brother. No foul. Jiang Hao has the ball. Wade and the others chimed in, playfully pulling James to his feet. Initially, Jiang Hao felt he had successfully defended, yet this scene felt oddly familiar. This moment of stubbornness reminded him of an old acquaintance from the CBA, the legendary Su Wei. It mattered not who it resembled. Regardless of whether the system could function effectively, everything Jiang Hao had learned during his time with the Heat was aimed at defending against you. After James rose, Jiang Hao powerfully bounced the ball to him, his gaze resolute. This bullfight was the ultimate battle for Jiang Hao. It was a do-or-die situation. Either he would lose and willingly become a supporting player for the Heat, or he would win the respect he craved, or perhaps even manage to push James aside. Regardless, he was determined to seize this singular opportunity. James forcefully returned the ball to Jiang Hao. The onlookers were captivated. Jiang Hao was granted an offensive opportunity. They had seldom witnessed Jiang Hao's independent offense, as he had never controlled the game during practice matches. Having spent every day defending alongside the 3 superstars without any offensive chances, Jiang Hao was about to embark on his inaugural offensive possession. The mere thought was exhilarating. Interestingly, some staff members at the training facility had genuinely perceived Jiang Hao as James's defensive assistant. Now, witnessing Jiang Hao in an offensive position, they couldn't resist pulling out their phones to capture the moment. However, just as Jiang Hao prepared for his first shot, James, with his long arms and powerful reach, intercepted him before he could even step beyond the three-point line. After completing the steal, he immediately turned and charged towards the basket. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Hao pursued him. In American bullfighting, the rules dictated that blocks and steals did not require a reset, allowing for immediate offense once the ball crossed the three-point lines, enhancing the fluidity and excitement of the game. Yet, James's unrestrained speed and his unguarded drive left Jiang Hao trailing far behind. As he observed Jiang Hao closing in, James maintained his pace, executing a powerful dunk that struck the rim and ricocheted away. "What a shame," gasped the crowd. "Why didn't he slow down?" Dunking without deceleration makes it easy to hit the back rim, as one can end up behind the basket while airborne. "Jiang, you narrowly escaped," shouted Battier from the sidelines. Indeed, Jiang Hao wiped the sweat from his pants, preparing to steady himself for the next play. Opposite him stood a player who had been selected to the All-NBA First Team 5 times. He needed to maintain composure with every shot. Just moments ago, he had failed to secure the ball properly, resulting in a swift steal by LeBron James, a defense maneuver that took Jiang Hao completely by surprise. However, this sequence was likely a manifestation of the system's prowess. The play bore a striking resemblance to Klay Thompson's signature style, showcasing an exquisite steal followed by a rapid transition. Although the shot may not have gone in, Thompson's speed was undeniably impressive. Yet, his mind seemed to falter, as he often forgot what to do next in the midst of such haste, leading to his trademark fast breaks without deceleration. Clearly, this was not the level of play one would expect from James during a game, as he typically slowed down during transitions, creating ample space to contemplate multiple dunking maneuvers while evading defenders. "Consider yourself fortunate, young man. Do not let me get the ball again." However, this steal had emboldened James, who casually tossed the ball to Jiang Hao, convinced that defending against him would be a trivial task. "All right, you want to get another chance." Despite his bravado, 3 minutes later, the contest would be resolved. Before James could finish his taunt, Jiang Hao protected the ball with his body and executed a reverse behind-the-back dribble, appearing to pass to the right, but with a flick of the wrist. He directed it to the left, performing an in-and-out maneuver as he accelerated past James on the left. The heavier James was a beat behind, yet he pushed his ankles to the limit, refusing to slow down. Was this kid really attempting a layup? Was he not afraid of being blocked? Yet, Jiang Hao seized the opportunity, using that half-step advantage to charge into the paint. Unlike James, who would charge without hesitation, Jiang Hao deliberately paused, aware of James's full-speed pursuit. To engage in contact, he pressed his right shoulder firmly against James, ensuring he restricted his vertical leap. It was no joke. No player dared to attempt a layup against a jumping James, whose defensive reputation was built on his ability to swat shots from behind. With that proactive engagement, James's speed diminished, leaving him with no jumping space, while Jiang Hao took a decisive step and executed a right-handed layup with finesse. In one fluid motion, he scored. Astonishingly, he had evaded the block. How could that shot have gone in? He had deliberately braked to create contact. Had it been me, I would have been sent flying. Battier, stroking his bald head, remarked that had he been in that situation, he would have simply fallen to draw a defensive foul, as it was a classic case of being rear-ended. Yet, Jiang Hao had remarkably withstood James's close-quarters pressure while simultaneously preparing for his layup. What a clever young man. Haslam, observing from the sidelines, applauded, thinking that had it been him, he would have charged ahead for a dunk to challenge James outright. It was truly uncommon for Jiang Hao, this young lad, to keep his cool and not recklessly confront James's towering block. The coaching staff was buzzing with anticipation for the next play. 1-0. The rookie has taken the lead against Ho. A few veterans nearby cheered, knowing full well that James could not see who was making the remarks. "Let us go." Jiang Hao stood calmly beyond the three-point line, signaling to James to initiate the play. He had truly applied his lifelong basketball knowledge, drawing from his past experiences. The augmented strength of Leonard's ankles, the physical prowess of LeBron, and the agility of lesser-known players from the development league all contributed to the challenge of competing against athletes of such caliber. Only by engaging in direct confrontation could one truly grasp the terrifying nature of James's defensive pressure. It felt as though even a point guard could not completely shake him off, let alone attempt a shot in his presence. At 26, James was at the pinnacle of his career, excelling in every position. His vertical leap surpassed that of shooting guards, his speed outmatched that of point guards, and his dunks were more ferocious than those of centers. However, Jiang Hao had dedicated himself to studying James. While he might falter against others, he had meticulously analyzed James's defense and offense, watching game footage countless times and practicing against numerous sparring partners. Thus, for the second play, Jiang Hao executed a top-tier feint. After receiving the ball, he did not rush to shoot. Instead, he employed a series of crossover dribbles, simulated shooting threats, and faked a sudden drive. He maximized the 3 threats, deliberately consuming 16 seconds beyond the three-point line, causing Zhu Wan, who had forgotten to time the play, to resort to mental calculations as he shouted from the sidelines. This unexpected deceleration in pace gradually compelled James, who had initially been closely guarding him, to adjust his defensive positioning, creating a slight separation. As Zhu Wan called out the seconds, LeBron appeared more anxious than Jiang Hao, with the clock ticking down. James felt the urgency to either block the shot or intercept the ball. If he doesn't shoot soon, it will be my possession. 22 seconds, Zhu Wan exclaimed, his tone betraying his impatience. Are you going to shoot or not? Are you trying to toy with everyone? At this moment, Jiang Hao abruptly increased his pace, executing a right-handed layup motion while stepping forward with his right foot. Sensing the shift, James instinctively moved laterally to Jiang Hao's right, anticipating a drive and jump shot. Yet, in the next instant, Jiang Hao firmly planted his left foot behind the three-point line. With James completely drawn out of position, he pulled the ball back and, in one fluid motion, rose on his toes for a quick three-point shot. At that moment, James, unable to regain his balance, relinquished his defense, instinctively turning to watch Jiang Hao release the shot comfortably. Swish! The ball sailed through the air, perfectly finding the net. Smooth. Eric Glass, who had corrected Jiang Hao's shooting form, sighed in admiration from the sidelines. 2-0. Jiang Hao nodded at the stationary James, maintaining his stylish shooting posture, strategizing with finesse, truly asserting dominance. You think my skills are lacking? Watch me shut you down. Jiang Hao tantalized James's nerves, fully committed to the challenge. You're looking for trouble. James tugged at his headband, veins prominent on his forehead. Chapter 68. Confrontational basketball, an explosive dunk. Seeking initial subscriptions. After that shot, the atmosphere shifted. The onlookers, once amused, now wore expressions of concern. What was happening? The rookie was leading by 2 points. Moreover, he was doing so with sheer skill and had even begun taunting. This was, to be frank, somewhat mocking. Standing beyond the three-point line for 24 seconds before shooting? This young man truly dares. You'd think he was a 90-year-old man, remarked a bald boy, unable to contain his words. Big guts. You can't use terms like monkey here. An older janitor quickly covered his mouth. I feel like he's playing like a seasoned veteran. Truly adept. I've never lasted 10 seconds in a one-on-one. The European big man looked on in disbelief. Of course, if you play 3 dribbling games a day, it loses its charm. This is what's interesting. Spoelstra nodded, observing that this 24-second challenge seemed more aligned with real gameplay. Now, everyone's eyes were glued to James's expression. Since joining the team, Jiang Hao had already unsettled James several times. Could it be that in this direct confrontation, James would truly be defeated? Unthinkable. He had to defend this next shot at all costs. Compared to placing faith in Jiang Hao, most believed in James. Even if it appeared that James had been toyed with during those 2 shots, his illustrious accolades ensured that no one would underestimate this basketball titan. Spoelstra and the other coaches anticipated James's retaliation. Losing in such a one-on-one scenario would be utterly embarrassing. Fortunately, after expressing his frustration, James managed to maintain his composure, no longer feigning ease, but rather contemplating how to counter Jiang Hao in the next round. Calm, composed James. He was genuinely treating Jiang Hao as a rival. His agent, Rich Paul, upon hearing about the one-on-one, rushed to the scene, barely able to pull up his pants, squeezing in next to James Jones to catch a glimpse. Hearing the name Jiang made him anxious, fearing that Jiang Hao would stir up trouble for LeBron. After all, one could not expect to fleece a sheep without consequence. There was no choice. Jiang Hao also wished to engage with Wade and Bosch, but it was evident that James presented the most assurance. Just like that last shot. It was the result of Jiang Hao's diligent study. As Jiang Hao watched the game from the sidelines, he frequently observed LeBron becoming impatient when matched against certain traditional point guards, such as Du Hong and Jason Kidd from the Mavericks. These classic floor generals preferred to orchestrate the game from the perimeter, seeking opportunities at the top of the arc. In these moments, the eager LeBron would focus on assisting with defensive cover and intercepting passes during breakaway plays. This scenario often allowed for open three-point shots from these guards, who typically attempted only 4 or 5 threes per game, and LeBron would not rush to contest them. Currently, this remains true, and even in 10 years, the elder LeBron exhibits similar tendencies. His three-point defense often appears merely performative, particularly against guards, as he favors defending against drives. Consequently, he rarely blocks three-point attempts, as he seldom jumps to contest them. His habitual response is to turn and secure the rebound after the opponent's shot, prioritizing defensive board protection. In one-on-one situations, however, he cannot afford to facilitate passing or defer responsibility in crucial moments. Aware that Jiang Hao is likely to shoot, LeBron positions himself much closer than he would during regular play. Yet, such habits are difficult to alter. The goal of wearing down LeBron's patience is to prevent him from sticking closely to his opponent. When the young emperor applies tight defense, no shooter on earth can get a shot off, which is why Jiang Hao frequently hinted at drives to engage in psychological warfare. Moreover, Jiang Hao initiated the game with a drive, completely deceiving LeBron after establishing his rhythm. With Jiang Hao's current shooting speed, he could complete a shooting motion before LeBron could close in, and indeed, LeBron did not rush in. It was all about finesse rather than brute strength. On the sidelines, another LeBron, Jones, recalled the first time he faced Jiang Hao, who had previously demonstrated explosive drives and direct pull-up shots. However, Jiang Hao's game against LeBron was marked by an unwavering steadiness. He would not take a shot unless it was open. This was not merely a case of someone being out of practice. It might have been that Jiang Hao had honed his skills during his extensive training with the Heat, and perhaps he had meticulously studied this matchup for some time. As Miller remarked, this game was already lost for his opponent. After an exchange of trash talk, LeBron inbounded the ball, and Jiang Hao swiftly dribbled, deliberately positioning himself to charge into the paint against LeBron. The sudden change in pace caught everyone off guard, including Zhu Wan, who had not anticipated such an acceleration following a 24-second stall on the previous play. To the spectators' astonishment, Jiang Hao executed a rapid drive that LeBron had not foreseen. LeBron had been preoccupied with the prospect of Jiang Hao employing his skills, but this time, Jiang Hao launched an aggressive approach that forced LeBron to match his pace, disrupting his initial strategy of close marking. As Jiang Hao received the ball and took his first step, he surged forward, with LeBron slightly slower to react, yielding an opening for a drive. Once again, Jiang Hao established a half-body lead, this time utilizing his strong right hand, generating a cacophony of muscle collisions. Yet, LeBron, accustomed to defending against right-hand drives, had thwarted many attempts from players like the youngest MVP, Derrick Rose. Remarkably, Jiang Hao held his ground in the confrontation, refusing to yield an inch. As the coaching staff watched intently, Jiang Hao had already reached the paint. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his left shoulder's full might against LeBron, unafraid of the confrontation. Leading 2-0, Jiang Hao sought to test LeBron's strength against his own, committing fully to the challenge. Caught off guard, LeBron found himself pushed back a step by Jiang Hao's force. In that moment, LeBron could have jumped to contest the shot, but he hesitated, fearing Jiang Hao's deceptive moves. In this zone, Jiang Hao's technical prowess often fooled defenders, prompting LeBron to take small steps to stay close and force Jiang Hao into a difficult position. However, Jiang Hao did not waver. He did not stop dribbling or hesitate. Instead, he barreled through, pushing LeBron back an additional step. Before launching himself off the ground in a thunderous leap, raising the ball with his right hand and swiftly slamming it down over the stationary LeBron. In that instant, he transformed from a caterpillar into a butterfly, defying gravity and expectations. The crowd erupted in stunned silence. Chapter 69, Annihilating the Gorilla, the Young Emperor's Triumph. Could it be real? Oh my goodness. Chalmers on the sidelines buried his head in disbelief as Jiang Hao, seemingly smaller than LeBron, executed an astonishing right-handed dunk, overpowering LeBron with a ferocious slam. This breathtaking display quelled the arena into silence, not for a lack of appreciation for the rookie's prowess, but because it was LeBron, the epitome of basketball greatness, who had been dunked on. Wade, however, reveled in delight, recalling the day Jiang Hao had unexpectedly dunked on him during training camp, a moment he had been teased about by LeBron and Bosh. Now, the tables had turned, and LeBron found himself on the receiving end of an emphatic dunk. It was important to note that while LeBron was merely providing help defense, Jiang Hao had driven hard from beyond the arc, executing a dunk that was not only a display of skill, but also an act of humiliation. Bosh instinctively mimicked a dunking motion, while Haslam and Battier exchanged incredulous glances. My goodness, to confront LeBron in such a manner was unfathomable. Jiang Hao landed triumphantly before LeBron, patting his chest and declaring, 3-0. Where's your defense now? A resounding victory. The crowd was left in awe. It turned out that Jiang Hao had been biding his time in the development league, waiting for this moment. He had dominated LeBron 3 times in succession, showcasing an unparalleled skill set. He had achieved the impossible, shutting down the young emperor. Imagine the elation of his fans back in China witnessing this spectacle. They had pinned their hopes on him, and he had delivered, single-handedly dismantling the competition in the Heat's ranks. To dunk on LeBron James is no small feat. How many players in the league dare to attempt it? This season, no one had successfully dunked in LeBron's presence, let alone over him. Jiang Hao's verbal prowess was equally striking. You said my defense was all fouls and sheer force? Yet here I am, scoring 3 against you, and you couldn't stop my relentless drive. The expression on the face of the 5-time champion darkened visibly. He was known for holding grudges, yet the game had concluded, leaving him without recourse for retaliation. Rich Paul on the sidelines seethed with indignation, his fists clenched tightly. Juwan hesitated to declare the game over at 3-0, while Jalen Williams and James Jones exchanged knowing smiles. They had witnessed Jiang Hao's prowess firsthand. It was evident that the real LeBron had been outclassed by Jiang Hao in a manner even more humiliating than anticipated. Jones was eager to approach and exchange a high-five with Jiang Hao, having narrowly succumbed to a 2-3 defeat. The little emperor, observing Jiang Hao's triumphant demeanor, could no longer contain his frustration and retorted, sneaking layups, such underhanded tactics. My friend, isn't this your usual approach? Jiang Hao mused that he was employing your own tactics against you, wondering what you were even talking about. As the tension in the air began to rise, Juwan and Howard interposed themselves between the two, vociferously signaling the end of the confrontation. Was there a desire for a rematch? However, the humiliated James, who had just been dunked over, was clearly incensed. He was accustomed to being the one to dunk on others. It was an affront to find himself on the receiving end. He shrugged off Juwan's hand and shouted defiantly. During this showdown, he had managed to touch the ball in the initial 2 rounds, but thereafter it was Jiang Hao who showcased his skills, leaving James feeling quite aggrieved. Upon hearing James's outburst, Mario and Cole, along with a few sycophants, rallied nearby, clamoring for another round, eager to witness James reclaim his pride. Jiang Hao, observing their expressions, felt an urge to chuckle, yet he denied the young emperor any opportunity for amusement. He tossed the ball aside and fixed his gaze on James, who was still hurling insults at him. Now you understand my feelings, don't you? I've been relegated to merely serving as your defensive sparring partner. This statement carried an unmistakable provocation towards the entire Heat team. Clearly, I possess offensive skills, yet you lot insist on confining me to defense? Relying on heaven or earth is futile. One must create their own opportunities for dignity. Moreover, the game was far from over, and he was well aware that there was still a matter left unresolved. As everyone assumed this one-on-one encounter would conclude with Jiang Hao merely venting his frustrations as a defensive partner, and that he would shy away from further confrontation. He delivered a decisive blow. In front of all, he swiftly discarded both shoes and, with fluid grace, bent down to remove his 2 towel socks, which he hurled directly at James's face. Take these to wash. However, unlike the previous incident with Boyan, where James was restrained, this time he was free to react, and he angrily swatted away the 2 flying white socks. Just touching them is sufficient. Jiang Hao did not truly expect to throw the sock at his face. After all, a sock is hardly a fist. However, the intention to humiliate was successfully achieved. Moreover, the white attire he donned today was particularly fitting, as it needed to be strikingly vibrant to further provoke. Indeed, this act of hurling a foul sock in front of everyone served as the ultimate spark that ignited James' fury. He instantly lost his composure and charged towards Jiang Hao, shouting, "Mother of Kerr! Shit! Are you out of your mind? You worthless piece of trash! Do you dare to act so brazenly before the boss?" At that moment, James was swiftly restrained by the prepared Juwan Howard, while Spoelstra had already anticipated the impending conflict and positioned himself between the two. From the very onset of this confrontation, he sensed that a clash was inevitable. Regardless of who would emerge victorious, a scuffle was destined to ensue. To his surprise, it was Jiang Hao who triumphed, as he initially appeared brooding, leading others to believe he would strike first. Yet, it was James who, in a fit of rage, required the intervention of 3 individuals to hold him back. You dare to impersonate the boss? You are merely here to play support. Jiang Hao today exhibited an audacity that bordered on recklessness, fanning the flames of conflict as he nearly declared it to be Wade's team. LeBron, now incensed, unleashed his fury upon Juwan Howard, sending him sprawling. Yet, Jiang Hao remained steadfast, calmly slipping on his shoes, a picture of unnerving composure. Stay calm, brother. There is no need for this. We shall educate him shortly. It was only with the intervention of Wade and Bosch that LeBron refrained from further escalation, as they reassured him of his status as the leader. However, Rich Paul was unrestrained. Humiliated by Jiang Hao's actions, he charged forward, intent on delivering a kick. Jiang Hao, ever vigilant, noticed Paul's advance and, as he raised his leg, swiftly retaliated with a well-placed kick to his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. What is this nonsense, you little runt? Jiang Hao thought, needing no defensive tactics. His legs were simply longer. Rich Paul, in this instance, could hardly reach Jiang Hao's knees, while Jiang Hao was able to strike him first. How dare you attempt to ambush me? Jiang Hao had just bested a gorilla, and now this little monkey dared to act defiantly before him. Ouch. You actually kicked me. Though he was barefoot, Jiang Hao's strike was enough to send Rich Paul reeling, groaning on the ground. An athlete's strength was beyond what a perpetually inebriated agent could withstand. This incident prompted those gathered to pull Jiang Hao away from the chaos, bewildered by his actions. Have you lost your mind today? Badier firmly squeezed Jiang Hao's shoulder, urging him to regain his senses. In the eyes of the onlookers, Jiang Hao's confrontation with LeBron was a cathartic release, a moment of triumph against the team's leader that would surely bolster his reputation. They believed he had achieved enough, a resounding victory in the internal showdown, with witnesses aplenty to attest to his prowess. Furthermore, this display would inevitably draw the attention of the coaching staff. However, Jiang Hao's subsequent teasing of James and his reckless kicking of Rich Paul seemed utterly irrational, while competitive spirit was expected. Tossing socks and launching an agent across the floor crossed a line. He appeared far from the stoic figure he usually embodied, raising questions about his self-control. Yet, surprisingly, there was a sense of satisfaction among those who had long endured Rich Paul's arrogance in Miami. James was dedicated to his game, but his agent's unscrupulous tactics had earned the ire of the entire staff. Jiang Hao's seemingly simple kick has provided a sense of relief for many. While Rich Paul sat on the ground like a clown, shouting in disarray, LeBron James was led off the court by Wade, Bosch, and others at Spoelstra's behest. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao was escorted to the familiar video room by Badier and Eric Glass for some psychological fortification. Spoelstra's decision was undoubtedly the wisest. Clearing the scene swiftly was essential. Treating the situation as a minor skirmish post-bullfight, avoiding escalation to management. It was best for everyone to act as though nothing had transpired. However, he was perplexed by Jiang Hao's apparent desire to amplify the incident, which contradicted his usual demeanor. Hence, he dispatched two individuals to inquire about his intentions. Was he seeking revenge for Boyan? That seemed implausible. Who could possibly dismiss LeBron? Did he aspire to become a bitter adversary of LeBron? Such a notion was far-fetched, especially as a teammate in Miami, where the idea of a dual authority with LeBron was unattainable. Was he expressing a desire to leave the Heat? Was this an emotional outburst? Or had he completely given up on the NBA, yearning to return to the CBA and the comforting embrace of his homeland? Nevertheless, the coaching staff's hope to downplay the incident was futile. Numerous assistants and staff had begun recording this spectacle with their phones and cameras. Subsequently, Jiang Hao openly confronted the league's rising star. If LeBron could endure Rich Paul's antics, he surely could not tolerate this. Thus, upon noticing that both players had been separated, he rushed to Pat Riley's office to file a report. You play remarkably well, young man. But why engage in a confrontation with LeBron? It seems unnecessary, one voice remarked. Indeed, if there is something troubling you, feel free to share it with us. Meanwhile, Badier, James Jones, and others encircled the taciturn Jiang Hao, eager to understand the motivation behind his audacious behavior that day. Jones, with a youthful visage, felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Hao. They had finally triumphed over LeBron, a moment worthy of celebration, yet here they were, caught in turmoil. As a mutual friend, he found himself in a difficult position. It's nothing. I'm quite happy, actually. You all should keep your distance. Otherwise, the little emperor's retribution might affect you. Jiang Hao replied with a calm smile. What do we have to fear? We are indispensable sharpshooters for the team. It's all fine. You should explain why you chose to challenge him, they urged. Well, let us review the footage, Jiang Hao suggested. Jiang Hao's heart was already brimming with anticipation for the impending verdict. He had come to understand both James and Rich Paul quite well, especially after the incident involving Boyan's release. It was evident that James would not permit him to remain with the Heat indefinitely. It could be the end of the season or perhaps even next month. However, Jiang Hao believed that it was better to endure a brief pain than to suffer a prolonged one, just as he had thought when Boyan departed. Even if he were to leave, he would do so with dignity and transparency, leaving no opportunity for the young emperor to tarnish his reputation. Since the moment he announced his intention to challenge James, he had mentally prepared himself for departure. Therefore, his objective was to engage in a fierce battle, aiming to break through James's defenses as thoroughly as possible. Fortunately, he managed to decisively defeat James 3-0 on the court today, transforming him into a spectacle of humiliation. The months of diligent study had certainly paid off. Furthermore, the arrival of Rich Paul only exacerbated the existing tensions. Jiang Hao was already aware that from the very beginning, James had looked down upon him during the magic trials. Hence, he decided to stand in complete opposition to James. Initially, Jiang Hao had no intention of offending this formidable figure, the vice-goat, but since James persisted in his disdain, Jiang Hao was not one to be trifled with. Let destruction reign, let chaos ensue. From this day forward, he and James would undoubtedly become lifelong adversaries, each existing solely in the other's absence. All that remained was to await James's attempt to expel him. Why was it so noisy at the entrance? Just as Badier and the others observed Jiang Hao skillfully reviewing the Mavericks game tape, several security personnel and Vice President Rich Paul rushed in, conducting a thorough search. Is there any footage from the event? All of today's recordings have been deleted. Rich Paul, upon spotting Jiang Hao, gritted his teeth and spoke menacingly. There is none, the others replied. The vice president symbolically glanced at the phones of those present. No one dared to approach Jiang Hao, who was actively engaged in the game. Jiang Hao, you enjoy yourself for a while. Just wait for me, Rich Paul said, hastily departing to locate others who had been present at the scene. Jiang Hao regarded Rich Paul with the same disdain one might reserve for a mere jester. Do as you wish. The players, including Badier, shared a palpable aversion to such intrusive scrutiny of their personal devices. After all, they were all stars, and the day's events hardly divulged any confidential team matters. It was absurd. However, the individuals in the video room were astute enough to comprehend Rich Paul's motives for wielding Riley's authority to obliterate the recordings. This was a strategy to eliminate all evidence. The impact of this confrontation was beyond any verbal expression. The footage captured Jiang Hao's prowess on both offense and defense, resembling a deity of war. If one merely recounted the tale, fans might dismiss him as a rookie overshadowing the little emperor, but once they beheld the replay, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment at Jiang Hao's brilliance. In the absence of footage, who could discern the authenticity of Jiang Hao's 3-0 victory over LeBron? Who could validate Jiang Hao's audacious 24-second display of skill against the king, complete with a stunning dunk? The intentions behind such actions were twofold. One was to preserve the little emperor's invincible reputation on the court, while the other, presumably the primary aim of Rich Paul's team, was to hinder Jiang Hao from securing an opportunity with other teams. Jiang Hao was acutely aware that Rich Paul was laying the groundwork for his dismissal. The act of terminating him was a simple matter, akin to what had transpired with Boyan. However, ensuring that he would be permanently barred from the NBA would require more insidious tactics. Regardless of their machinations, the other players on the Heat were fully cognizant of the situation. The wager involving socks was proposed by Wade, with James in agreement. And it was James who first faltered and lost in their one-on-one confrontation, while Rich Paul had also volunteered his involvement. Furthermore, it was Rich Paul who facilitated the deletion of the recordings along with members of the management. Jiang Hao is indeed without fault. As Rich Paul scoured the training facilities footage, Jalen Williams hurriedly swung open the door to the video room. Why are you still here? Everyone disperse. Jiang, you and I must pay a visit to the president's office. Mr. Riley has something he wishes to discuss with you. Chapter 71. The Soothing of Riley. Inciting the Oracle's demand for the initial subscription, Jalen Williams led Jiang Hao towards the president's office but suddenly halted in front of the restroom. After ensuring no one was around, he swiftly pulled Jiang Hao inside. What is going on? You don't need to bring me along to the restroom. Shoo. Jalen Williams gestured for silence, deftly removing a small pinhole camera from his suit button and discreetly placing it into Jiang Hao's pocket. He then pretended to wash his hands, nonchalantly guiding Jiang Hao onward. Though the training facility was under constant surveillance, there were no cameras outside the restroom. After handing the button to Jiang Hao, he confidently strode ahead, stating, I'm not sure if anyone else has clearer footage, but this is the recording of your one-on-one with James. Be sure to keep it safe. Truly a top-tier scout, always equipped with a pinhole camera. Jiang Hao nodded appreciatively, feeling reassured that goodness still prevailed in the world. Indeed, an essential tool for scouts, and rather expensive too. Consider it a gift. Jalen Williams sighed after his remark, his characteristic chuckle absent. Then I shall return it to you. I have no need for it. Jiang Hao chuckled, asserting that his decision to challenge was not a mere whim. He possessed confidence in his abilities should he choose to approach other teams. True gold fears not the test of fire. It is through tempering that one is reborn. Be obedient. Hold on to it. It may prove useful. Jalen Williams spoke to Jiang Hao with an unprecedented gravity. In response, Jiang Hao refrained from further commentary, solemnly replying, "Thank you." In the president's office, the slick-haired Riley lounged in his executive chair, crossing his legs. Upon noticing Jiang Hao's arrival, he took a puff from his cigar and gestured for Jiang Hao to take a seat, nodding to offer him a cigar as well. "I do not smoke, thank you, Mr. President." Jiang Hao's refined demeanor before others left Jalen in a state of bewilderment, as he recalled the man who had just moments ago unleashed his temper, sending Rich Paul flying with a single kick. "Jalen, you may step out." "Very well." Before departing, Jalen Williams cast a significant glance at Jiang Hao, conveying the importance of maintaining composure in front of the president and the necessity of offering a sincere apology. "This is our first time sitting here to converse, isn't it?" Pat Riley's hawk-like gaze bore into Jiang Hao, his sunken eyes reminiscent of a formidable character from an American drama. "Indeed, sir." Yet, Jiang Hao did not flinch under his piercing scrutiny, standing tall with unwavering posture. "Haha, has LeBron washed those socks of yours yet?" Just as Jiang Hao anticipated an inquiry of reprimand from Riley, the latter instead inquired about the socks. "He probably hasn't washed them. Should I go remind him?" Jiang Hao's humor caused Riley to chuckle with her fingers crossed. "Forget it. He wouldn't dare to face you, the novice from the Celestial Empire, or rather, the irate little bird." Jiang Hao could not deny that he shrugged his shoulders, as Riley indeed spoke with an oiliness akin to his hair. Among the heat, only he could look down upon James and speak so unabashedly. "Let us discuss today's events. I did not anticipate that you would be so headstrong." Which starkly contrasts my perception of players from the Celestial Empire. "Very well, sir. First and foremost, I am not headstrong. They provoked me first. In Chinese culture, we adhere to the principle of not offending others if we are not offended. I understand. However, are you certain you did not intend to defend Boyan from a month ago?" When Riley first learned about this from Rich Paul, his immediate reaction was disbelief that Jiang Hao is still advocating for Boyan. After all, Jiang Hao's response to the punishment they both received was quite unusual. Logically, one would expect him to confront the issue, especially since he had done nothing wrong in that instance. Yet he simply accepted the penalty without protest. Jiang Hao did not provide a direct answer. In our China, one must never bully honest individuals. However, the oracle remarked that despite all his calculations, he could not foresee that a player from the Celestial Empire would instigate the two most significant conflicts of this season for the Heat. Additionally, Jiang Hao's current demeanor indeed poses a challenge. He neither lies nor boasts, maintaining an unwavering stance. His straightforward narrative aligns closely with what Riley had already discerned. Before Jiang Hao's arrival, Riley had scrutinized the training facility's surveillance footage and clearly observed that it was James who first advanced towards Jiang Hao, and it was Rich Paul who initiated the confrontation. Thus, it would be against his conscience to penalize Jiang Hao. Yet, this is James we are discussing. If James is upset, the blame naturally falls on this rookie. Otherwise, the chain reactions from his entourage could create further complications for the Heat. In the event of a conflict, American media would undoubtedly side with James. A player from the Celestial Empire lacks any platform to voice his perspective. Whatever is stated holds true. The Heat's management has no personal ties to Jiang Hao and would not extend assistance to an undrafted player. The pressing issue now is how to placate our team's star player, would you not agree? Riley is contemplating the possibility of severing ties with this troublesome undrafted player to achieve a final resolution. Observing Jiang Hao's body language, it appears he might also desire this outcome. One could continue to adopt an attitude of indifference towards James, and the Heat could potentially evade his pressures, benefiting both parties. However, you must also consider the financial implications for the owners. He aims to avoid incurring buyout expenses like those involved in the Boyan situation. One must not underestimate the significance of a few $100,000. The larger the owner, the more they value whether their general managers can save even the smallest sums. Should he proceed to pay off a player's salary to terminate their contract, he would likely face accountability from the board regarding the selection made during this year's draft. With the season only halfway through, cutting both rookies would seem absurd. Thus, Riley hopes to prompt Jiang Hao to voluntarily suggest, "Cut me," thereby easing the management's burden. However, fully aware that there could be recordings in the office, Jiang Hao refrains from stating his desire to leave the Heat, wary of leaving behind incriminating evidence. Instead, He tosses the proverbial bomb back to Riley. That decision rests with Mr. Riley. I am still young and somewhat naive. After all, he is merely 19. Attributing his impulsiveness to youthful exuberance. Oh, why do you young people have such tempers? I recall you do not even have an agent yet. How dare you offend Rich Paul, a representative so kind to his clients? I happen to have a case of whiskey here. Perhaps you should take it to him as an apology? Riley found Jiang Hao's obstinate demeanor rather exasperating, and he shed his lofty airs to engage in a low-voiced discussion. Ultimately, the crux of today's incident lies in Rich Paul's ire. James and Jiang Hao had not truly clashed nor exchanged blows. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be for Jiang Hao to apologize to Rich Paul and mend their relationship, allowing Riley to adopt a stance of benign ignorance. Much like Spolstra, as long as Rich Paul, who reported the incident, does not pursue further action, Riley would naturally refrain from doing so as well. Having reviewed the footage, deep down, Riley is reluctant to trade or cut Jiang immediately. Spolstra has also sent him several messages urging him not to act impulsively. It is evident to Riley how significantly Jiang Hao has progressed. Few players could challenge James with such ease. However, the trade value of Jiang Hao remains unknown to other teams, and cutting him would not align with Riley's principle of prioritizing interests. Thus, he must seek to appease both parties. Subsequently, Spolstra should allow Jiang Hao to demonstrate some trade value, and in a scenario where either Jiang Hao or James must depart. It is clear that Jiang Hao would become the sacrificial lamb, but certainly not today. His aim is to maximize the benefits. What a cunning individual. Jiang Hao realized that Riley had no intention of dealing with him today, and he couldn't help but think that the man was indeed a master strategist, exceptionally cunning. In his ideal scenario, Riley would have been incited by Rich Paul to impulsively cast blame upon him, the occasional troublemaker, hurling insults before expelling him from the heat. He would walk away with his money, free from the obligation to serve the king. However, to his surprise, the astute Riley seemed to recognize his value and opted for a more tempered approach to handle the situation, not even mentioning his detrimental impact on the team's interests. Was it his intent to prolong the matter? Naturally, he would not allow the tension to dissipate easily. He needed to provoke Riley further. If I am not at fault, why should I apologize? You certainly are amusing, President. Are you suggesting that this is my doing? How unfair. Jiang Hao stood up with fervor, his voice resonating with righteous indignation, embodying the spirit of a passionate youth. At this, Riley's composure faltered noticeably, witnessing Jiang Hao's resistance and heated retort. He waved his hand dismissively and spoke coldly. Very well, since that is the case, I have a general understanding of the situation. Focus on your training in the coming days. We will convene to decide upon your punishment. You may leave now. Before leaving, Jiang Hao incessantly muttered, why should I be punished when I have done nothing wrong? The Heat are truly a team that cannot distinguish right from wrong. Jalen, take him away. Chapter 72. Jiang Hao is cut. Upon exiting the president's office, Jiang Hao's expression instantly returned to normal, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. You little chameleon, Jalen Williams remarked, observing how the previously flushed Jiang Hao had transformed into a figure of icy composure. It was indeed impressive how he maintained such calmness after his emotional outburst in the president's office. This lad was not only toying with the young emperor, but also seemed audacious enough to tease the president. You are in for a rough time. I can hardly imagine how you'll fare when you encounter LeBron in the locker room. Riley mentioned that until the results of their discussion are revealed, I won't be traveling with the team. Jalen chuckled. Ah, the young emperor is indeed more significant. You are truly unfortunate. However, I fear you might provoke him into action. Jalen patted the shoulder of this unfortunate soul beside him. The Asian lad had barely entered the rotation before being suspended for 5 games. After finally showcasing his skills in recent practice matches and even triumphing in a one-on-one against LeBron, it seemed he might finally get another chance to play. Yet, he was once again cast aside by the Heat's management, relegated to the sidelines. There was no one else as unfortunate as this two-way contract player. Rest assured, I shall never be the first to strike. The following day, game day arrived. The Heat effortlessly defeated the Spurs 129-112, entirely unaffected by the previous day's turmoil. The entire team delivered a flawless performance against the formidable Spurs. LeBron James, exploiting the Spurs' frail front line, amassed an impressive 39 points, 13 rebounds, and 6 assists. His sudden dash to the camera in celebration seemed to convey a message to Jiang Hao, who had criticized him the day before. I am the true leader of the Heat. It also appeared to be a warning to the Heat's management and his teammates. Wake up. One-on-one encounters mean nothing. Winning relies on me. Those who irritate me and the matters at hand must be swiftly dealt with. Expedite Jiang Hao's removal. Jiang Hao was not seated on the sidelines for this match. Instead, he was assigned to observe the game from the training facility. Leonard's dismal performance prompted a shake of the head from Jiang Hao, leaving one to ponder the whereabouts of their once formidable tenacity. Meanwhile, Steven Jackson seemed unable to find his place within the Spurs framework. The media also noted Jiang Hao's absence from both the sidelines and the development league, and intriguingly, this very issue was raised during the post-game interview with James. Truly, it is said that fate brings together those who are destined to cross paths. Jiang Hao glanced at Spoelstra, whose expression seemed to convey a sentiment akin to the words unspoken. Indeed, the question ought to have been directed towards Coach Spoelstra, yet by a twist of fate, it landed upon James. After a brief furrow of his brow, James dismissed the inquiry with indifference, stating, however, I seemed to play more freely in his absence. The media momentarily paused, sensing the hostility in James's words. Could it be that the rumors of discord in the locker room bore some truth? Recently, numerous whispers regarding the previous incidents involving Boyan and the Heat's training session had circulated, suggesting that Jiang Hao was the catalyst for the discord among the Heat's locker room and the discontent among the trio of stars. Consequently, they hastily probed further. Is it true that the two new rookies this year possess character issues that hinder locker room unity? Observing the situation, Spoelstra swiftly seized the microphone to interject. Well, Jiang was simply unwell and took a leave of absence. Now, regarding questions about the game, thank you. He feared that if James continued, the decision would be made before the president had a chance to intervene, and the king himself might dismiss Jiang from the Heat. Nevertheless, after the game, LeBron did mention in the locker room to Spoelstra that his mood had significantly improved in the absence of a certain someone's presence, which contributed to his stellar performance. Spoelstra felt a pang of frustration, reflecting on the absurdity of witnessing an elite player in a heated rivalry with an undrafted rookie. Little did he expect that such sentiments would surface during the interview. Was this truly the onset of madness? Would it spell disaster for Jiang Hao? Jiang Hao promptly switched off the television, for this fellow truly possesses a petty demeanor, yet he still dares to speak during the interview. Just going out for a meal. However, shortly thereafter, Jalen Williams sent him a message. All right. Jiang Hao arrived at the familiar beachfront barbecue restaurant, where not only Jalen was present, but also Jones, who leaned on a cane. Concerned that Jiang Hao might retreat into solitude after watching the game tonight, Jones and Jalen invited him to indulge in a late-night snack. Despite the victory, the sight of LeBron James celebrating and dancing in the locker room had become unbearable for many within the team. Jalen Williams vividly described the scene of James, having secured impressive statistics and a win, dancing while directing expletives at Jiang Hao in the locker room. After hearing this, Jiang Hao laughed heartily. That's great. It indicates that I have gained his attention. If he could perform better without me, he would surely get rid of me. Haha. You truly are an optimist. Jalen Williams thought to himself, I certainly do not wish for your departure. At your current level, remaining with the Heat ensures I can earn a substantial commission. Meanwhile, Jones opened a bottle of beer and took a swig, dissatisfied with Rich Paul's attempts to conceal the truth and suppress public opinion. As a prominent star, is it really necessary to delete all videos for a single one-on-one duel? Jones remarked, when I lost to you, I certainly didn't ponder such matters. After the game tonight, numerous members of the Heat were visibly upset. While it appeared they were treating Jiang Hao to a late-night snack, in reality, many felt discomfort. You are indeed impressive. But is it appropriate to trample on a rookie like this? Just as Jiang Hao stated, what of LeBron James? Does that grant him the license to act recklessly? Moreover, LeBron indeed lost the one-on-one match. He cannot afford to lose gracefully. Adding to this, Battier, Miller, Haslam, and even Bosch all appreciated this diligent rookie. Recently, Jiang Hao has become exceptionally remarkable, not only excelling in basketball, but also demonstrating rapid improvement, as well as exhibiting patience and a commanding presence. Since Boyan's departure, he has continued to learn, dismissing matters unrelated to basketball with a smile, unless they cross his bottom line. Retaining such young players truly signifies the future of the Heat. LeBron's remarks during practice were indeed excessive. Jiang Hao's challenge for a one-on-one was entirely reasonable. However, the actions taken by LeBron's entourage thereafter felt somewhat oppressive towards the rookie. Were it not for LeBron's overwhelming strength, the tough members of the Heat would undoubtedly have stood up for Jiang Hao. One represents the present, the other the future. Several seasoned coaching staff members believe that the Heat had already secured a championship before LeBron's arrival. As coaches, They naturally prefer to cultivate their own players step by step to contend for titles rather than simply benefiting from the arrival of a superstar. Thank you all on my behalf. After hearing this, Jiang Hao sincerely expressed his gratitude to Jalen Williams. Clearly, there remain many sensible individuals within the Heat. Yet they cannot assist Jiang Hao openly. As Jones finished his drink, he and Jiang Hao stood by the sea, feeling the breeze. In this lifetime, one must strive fiercely for oneself. I genuinely fear that you may falter from here on. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and said, "Rest assured. Having finally reached this stage, how could I possibly bring it to a swift conclusion? Very well then, you may share that bullfighting video with other teams for consideration." Jalen Williams had alluded to much in his words. It seemed that the majority within the Heat were not optimistic about Jiang Hao's prospects of remaining with the team. Thus, it would be prudent for Jiang Hao to seek a new opportunity rather than await the so-called outcome of Riley's meeting. However, before Jiang Hao could send the video to other teams, LeBron's camp had already sidelined him. Rich Paul had indeed exerted considerable influence with that decisive move. Jiang Hao not only failed to appear on the sidelines for the upcoming matches, but he was also unable to participate in the training game attended by James, effectively rendering him a DNP in James' presence. Riley informed the players that the reason for this was to allow Jiang Hao to cool down and to avoid further conflicts. He believed that once Jiang Hao understood the need for an apology, James would naturally reconcile with him. It was the first time the Heat had witnessed such a significant display of player power. Wade was left astonished, as he had never experienced such treatment himself, being able to make someone disappear from sight at will. However, there was little choice. The Heat's performance relied heavily on their average of 34 points, leading the MVP rankings, with fans revering James as a player of extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao did not rely on his connections back home to confront James directly, which left him at a disadvantage in their encounters. Nevertheless, during this period, Jiang Hao was busy. Spoelstra and the coaching staff had not sidelined him, but instead treated him as a future rotational player, imparting core physical training and tactical strategies to him. He engaged in advanced training such as sprint intervals, all in preparation for his future role. Simultaneously, they continually encouraged Jiang Hao to soften his stance with the elder brother James, suggesting that it would be far more enjoyable to pursue the championship together in harmony. Aside from his refusal to apologize, Jiang Hao's performance in training was impeccable. However, the relentless intensity of the advanced training regimen left his body in constant pain. Nevertheless, he persevered, fully aware that Coach SPO was aiding him in his journey to develop into a rotation-worthy player. One day, unable to bear the discomfort any longer, he confided in the team physician, who suggested that Jiang Hao take pain relief medication and a recovery agent for swift recuperation. This was a common practice among American athletes. It fell outside the realm of performance-enhancing drugs yet effectively alleviated muscle fatigue. Ultimately, he reassured himself, "It's all right. I can manage without it." Jiang Hao simply waved his hand in resignation and swiftly exited the team doctor's office. Is this truly the manner in which the Heat maintain their rigorous training regimen? Jiang Hao always believed that Wade and his teammates, through their daily rigorous training and intense competitions, possessed bodies of steel and iron. Little did he know that they sustained themselves in such a manner. Jiang Hao was reluctant to cultivate such a habit, as it bore no distinction from depleting a pond of its fish. It seems that the rumors regarding the dual nature of Riley's grueling training methods are indeed grounded in truth, for he has experienced it firsthand. Riley's devilish training regimen has always been perceived with a blend of admiration and disdain from the outside world. Those who appreciate it regard it as the code of a mentor, while detractors deem it as a violation of humanity. In his previous life, Jiang Hao had encountered several posts suggesting that Morning's kidney ailment was linked to Riley's intense training, as the prolonged use of recovery agents to swiftly alleviate muscle fatigue precipitated the illness. At the time, when O'Neal joined the Heat, he immediately secured a championship for the team. Logically, he should have been celebrated for his contributions. Yet he frequently faced fines from within the team and reprimands from Riley for exceeding body fat limits and failing to meet training standards. Ultimately, the Big Shark could no longer endure the torturous training and proactively requested a trade, later expressing his outrage by labeling Riley as a drug aficionado, leading to a bitter parting. There are also whispers that Jimmy Butler's extraordinary performance in the 2023 playoffs was fueled by his pre- and post-game intravenous pain relief injections, with several images circulating to corroborate this claim, enabling him to excel in every playoff game en route to the finals. In retrospect, it is plausible that these may all be attributed to Riley's influence. No wonder Butler appears to coast through the regular season. It seems one cannot thrive without the aid of substances. Jiang Hao shivered. It appeared that Riley's previous training demands, forbidding players from resting on their knees with both hands, were mere child's play. This almost obsessive training regimen was beneficial for Jiang Hao at present, however, if it led to his knees becoming incapacitated, akin to James cramping up during games, he would have to reconsider. Nevertheless, Jiang Hao had not yet reached the point where Riley would force him to take painkillers to recover. Given his physical condition, the team physician would not recommend medication, which was typically reserved for veterans over 30. Moreover, Riley was now preoccupied with addressing Jiang Hao's future with the team. The meeting he had mentioned had been delayed for 2 weeks and could no longer be postponed. Calls from Nike shareholders, inquiries from the team owner, pressure from minor stakeholders, and even his own romantic interests were all asking, "Are you going to cut Jiang Hao or not?" Riley's predicament stemmed from Rich Paul, who, upon observing the Heat management's inaction, had resorted to unrelenting public pressure. Suddenly, news articles and forum posts began surfacing, claiming that Jiang Hao had rejected a Nike endorsement deal and was subsequently benched. Refusing a Nike sneaker contract? An arrogant Eastern player, they declared. Accusations of disrespect towards LeBron James and claims of Jiang Hao's disregard for his teammates proliferated, suggesting serious violations within the team and a looming departure akin to Boyan's. A plethora of absurd rumors emerged, depicting Jiang Hao as an arrogant and disrespectful player. One particularly scathing comment summarized, "Without Kobe's talent, he has inherited Kobe's troubles." When Kobe entered the NBA at 18, he faced numerous challenges, yet he excelled on the court. What about you, Jiang Hao? You do not play. You merely stir up trouble within the Heat, inciting fans to rally for your dismissal. Cut Jiang Hao for a quieter locker room. This chaos within the Heat ignited further turmoil, leading a ball boy to assert that the news was erroneous. Describing Jiang Hao as an exceptionally humble and diligent player with ample talent, undefeated in one-on-one matchups. However, he was immediately countered by a wave of internet trolls, claiming the ball boy was mistaken, suggesting that James had merely let him win, and questioning Jiang Hao's audacity to provoke James, coupled with James' post-game interview after facing the Spurs. Everything seemed alarmingly credible. A legion of James fans descended upon Jiang Hao's Twitter and Weibo, declaring, "Provoking James is a grave mistake. He is the star of the league. And who are you to disrupt the locker room atmosphere of a championship-caliber team?" Being a rookie itself was a sin. Inciting James' ire was an even greater transgression. Chinese netizens trembled, fearing to speak up for Jiang Hao, knowing that voicing support could lead to account suspensions. The online warriors of China typically only engage when the tide is favorable, though the fan base appeared vast. How many true supporters did Jiang Hao actually possess? It was disheartening. The Heat's upper management and training players could only shake their heads at the absurdity of the situation. Were these netizens truly foolish? None within the Heat had confirmed any of these rumors, not even James or Rich Paul had publicly substantiated them. How could they be taken seriously? Yet, they were unable to refute the claims, for the American media uncritically supported James. The elbow could not bend outward. Who would dare to suggest that James' team was spreading malicious rumors to oust a rookie? They had witnessed the ball boy's fate. Speaking up for Jiang Hao led to disbelief and, the following day, dismissal from the arena. Thus, unless a prominent figure like Wade or Haslam intervened on Jiang Hao's behalf, any support from others would be tantamount to career suicide. Am I unreasonable, arrogant, and dismissive? Jiang Hao thought. So be it. Isn't a hint of arrogance expected from a rookie? They could only scribble petty essays with such descriptors. The more tumultuous the situation, the more exhilarated Jiang Hao felt. 4. Just as he surmised, these posts were entirely fabricated, mere rumors, filled with phrases like "it is said" and "it seems." He had no incriminating evidence for Rich Paul to seize upon, nor did Paul possess the audacity to coerce any involved party into uttering disingenuous statements. Even James refrained from claiming on camera that Jiang Hao was causing discord in the locker room. Thus, the critique relied solely on obscure bloggers crafting these narratives, devoid of any substantial evidence. It was also juvenile. Observing these anonymous accounts and trending topics, Jiang Hao felt a sense of childishness. Yet, he needed this naivete to extricate himself from the predicament. His reluctance to clarify his stance stemmed from a desire to depart from the Heat. Had he wished to remain, he could have penned a far more compelling narrative, portraying himself as a beleaguered young man subjected to bullying within the team, complete with video evidence to exonerate himself and tarnish James' reputation. Rich Paul might control the Western media, but could he exert the same influence in the East? This was Jiang Hao's greatest advantage. If he wished to speak, the central media would relay his message. Once disseminated, what evidence could they present to counter him? Could Rich Paul silence the central media's coverage? However, such actions would be contradictory. While they could ensure his safety within the Heat, they would irreparably offend James and expose the ugly aspects of James' entourage, potentially resulting in mutual destruction, until Jiang Hao had proven himself on the court. No team would want a rookie who cried and reported grievances, much like contemporary companies feared hiring those prone to writing scathing critiques. Furthermore, how many superstars were genuinely clean? These were the flawless idols propagated by the NBA. Even James had a plethora of scandals. Teams merely required their ability to win games and generate revenue, indifferent to whether they were miscreants or basketball moguls. Fans, too, were fickle, only swayed by statistical performance. Even a mediocre player could be hailed as a positive influence. Thus, Jiang Hao's exposure would only be a fleeting breeze, incapable of impacting James' illustrious career. Only his performance on the court could truly affect it. As long as James remained with the Heat, Jiang Hao would never find his opportunity to shine. Let the chaos unfold. Let it conclude, and then I shall depart. The thought of becoming James' rival exhilarated Jiang Hao. In the Heat's executive conference room, the long-awaited meeting regarding the conflict involving Jiang Hao at the training facility finally commenced. The attendance surpassed that of the season's opening conference. "Cut him. How dare we toy with the throne? The little emperor is our treasure," exclaimed a minor Heat stakeholder employed at Nike. "I too recommend his dismissal. He is yet to bring in any sponsorship from China, and now there are all these issues. I recall he was involved in the prior punishment against Boyan. Indeed, why the hesitation? Just buy him out already. Wouldn't it be better to dismiss him and see James play happily? Is there really a need for a meeting regarding this? Pat Riley, have you lost your clarity?" "Indeed. I am quite occupied. This novice can simply be dismissed. Are we to rely on him to succeed Dwayne Wade in the future?" The shareholders are clamoring. Yet once the coaching staff makes their statement, they will understand the necessity of this gathering. After the higher-ups finished speaking, Coach Spoelstra calmly shared his perspective. "I believe we should wait. He has potential, and trading him after he showcases his abilities is not too late. I stake my coaching career on this." Subsequently, the team's analyst presented a proposal. They would allocate over 10 minutes of playing time to Jiang Hao in the upcoming regular season games to enhance his trade value. It would be a shame to cut him. The shareholders lack comprehension of his skills. Thus, the analyst refrained from showing video and instead emphasized the key point. "We hope he departs before the playoffs, but prior to that, we wish to utilize him to acquire valuable players for the team, particularly in the center and point guard positions." However, some shareholders possess basketball acumen, and Rich Paul had privately conveyed his firm stance. Jiang Hao must go immediately. A middle-aged African-American shareholder stood up to counter. "Is it truly necessary? It's merely a one-year contract. Even if he proves his worth, his trade value remains low, and other teams can afford to wait until the season's end to sign him directly. Furthermore, disrupting our existing rotation in pursuit of minor gains is unwise. The Heat are contending for the championship, not squabbling over trivial profits. Coach Spoelstra, are you still experimenting with the lineup and chemistry? It seems wasteful to have a player destined to leave practice for a few games, taking precious time away from our starters. Moreover, keeping Jiang in our locker room is akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Who knows when he might cause trouble again?" Upon hearing this, Spoelstra furrowed his brow. It was evident that someone had coached him on this, and the argument was too professional to counter. Indeed, for the sake of championship aspirations, the minor trade values pale in comparison. Maintaining a stable locker room is paramount. Thus, he exchanged glances with Riley. He could not fulfill the task Riley had assigned him. Typically, the coaching staff holds minimal sway in such shareholder meetings, especially when faced with such decisive rhetoric. However, several young assistants and Juwan Howard passionately asserted that the team genuinely lacks a point guard and interior presence. This is a waste of team assets. Observing the prolonged indecision, Riley refrained from making a decisive statement. His longevity with the Heat is attributed to his diplomatic approach. Although he is stern with players, he is gentle with shareholders. He shifted the decision-making power back to the players, summoning the Big Three along with Haslam and Joel Anthony for a player vote, as they are the ones who truly interact with Jiang Hao, and their opinions hold significant weight. If LeBron himself is not concerned, then there is little room for debate. However, when LeBron entered and saw the ongoing discussions, even contemplating allowing that kid to play in order to demonstrate his value, if Jiang Hao were to be traded, would that not afford him the opportunity to play? Absolutely not. Their goal is for Jiang Hao to become unemployed right where he stands. Therefore, he unequivocally stated, "My stance is clear. If he plays, I will not." Instantly, the topic was silenced. LeBron's refusal would undoubtedly reverberate among the higher-ups. And with that single statement, he had sealed the outcome. Consequently, the choices of the other four players became irrelevant. Wade, Bosh, and Haslam maintained neutrality, playing the innocent bystanders. While Joel Anthony, a veteran on the fringes of the Heat, simply remarked, "This doesn't concern me." Who would dare to advocate for Jiang Hao in such a scenario? The neutral sentiment held a certain disdain for LeBron's actions. Was he truly that petty? Was it really worth escalating to this extent over a single loss? Wade and Bosh exchanged glances, sensing a wave of crisis. If they too became expendable, would LeBron discard them just as decisively? "All right, you may leave now." Riley signaled to the five players that they could depart, and as they exited, LeBron shot a glare at the coaching staff. "What on earth are you all thinking?" Subsequently, during the meeting, Spoelstra made one last attempt to advocate for Jiang Hao, suggesting inviting scouts from several teams to observe Jiang's training sessions. He genuinely believes Jiang is a prodigious talent, and given his recent training performance, he is convinced that even a showcase could yield at least a second-round pick. The prospect of exchanging an undrafted player for a second-round pick enticed all present. Initially, this proposal was sufficiently moderate, and the shareholders would likely harbor no significant objections. However, a text message that Riley received at that moment extinguished any desire to invest further effort into this matter. Perhaps after LeBron departed, he had spoken with Rich Paul. The message was a direct ultimatum. "If you insist on retaining Jiang Hao for another day, we will reconsider our future contract with you in 2 years." Following that, several major sponsors sent messages. "Do you still desire a championship? Unity comes first." Reading these messages made Riley's head spin. Even the threat of the young king not renewing his contract had surfaced. He could not bear the consequences of such a fallout. What more was there to discuss? Riley abruptly interrupted everyone. "Enough. Assistant, draft a contract. We will terminate Jiang Hao, remove him from the Heat. P.S. Gratitude to the generous 2,000-point reward from the insightful reader. This marks the first reward for this book. Thank you very much." Here's a lengthy chapter of 7,000 words. Congratulations to the Lakers for winning the midseason tournament, LeBron for earning the MVP. Can this team rival Jordan? Chapter 73. Next stop, the Windy City. Boss, why not reconsider? Jalen Williams, who had been sitting on the periphery of the meeting, devoid of any voice, unable to do anything but take notes, could no longer contain himself upon hearing the final decision. He approached with an ingratiating smile to plead his case. The young assistant responsible for tactical movements, shooting coach Eric Glass, and defensive assistant Juwan Howard were all left speechless. Was it truly that resolute? Had Jiang done anything wrong? He was merely acting as any spirited 19-year-old would, standing up for justice and camaraderie. Yet they understood that once Riley made a decision, it was immutable. "No need to say more. I have deliberated long enough. You will be the one to notify him. Adjourn the meeting when the time comes." Jalen Williams was momentarily taken aback until he received the paperwork from the president's assistant, finally grasping the implications. The meeting's resolution was not as simple as immediately cutting Jiang Hao. From this moment on, Jiang Hao would be sent back, barred from ever stepping foot in the Heat's American Airlines arena or training facility, officially terminated on the first day of All-Star Weekend, with a full buyout fee of $180,000. Riley's recent decisions have faced no objections, as the All-Star Weekend is the period when the impact of cutting Jiang Hao is minimized. Fans are preoccupied with the festivities. The fact that both of the Heat's rookies have been released has garnered less attention. Moreover, the direct provision of $180,000 serves to preclude any potential disputes with Jiang Hao in the future. This amount represents the full buyout fee stipulated in Jiang Hao's two-way contract, effectively settling his forthcoming salary while also offering him a form of compensation. Riley is indeed wary of any possible disturbances that Jiang Hao might cause within the NBA Players Association. Thus, he has opted to grant Jiang Hao the maximum buyout permitted by the contractual terms. Jiang Hao has little choice but to accept, as the stipulated amount necessitates his release. Jalen Williams felt a slight improvement in his mood upon reading the contents of the termination notice. At the very least, it was not akin to the case of Boyan, who was dismissed without receiving a single cent, prompting Williams to contemplate penning a heartfelt piece on Jiang Hao's behalf. This reflects the last vestiges of humanity in Riley's actions. After all, Riley has his dignity. Dismissing rookies without just cause is indeed indefensible. Jiang Hao's role this time is merely that of a troublemaker. However, he is merely challenging the team's leader to a one-on-one match, which hardly warrants the term troublemaker. The official cuts during the All-Star Weekend are also necessitated by the closure of the free agency market following the event. Consequently, teams will utilize the respite provided during the All-Star Weekend to bolster their lineups in a final push for the playoffs. At this moment, Jiang Hao also has the opportunity to seek his next employment. Otherwise, being dismissed now would render him jobless in the United States, jeopardizing his green card and subjecting him to imminent deportation, preventing him from experiencing the All-Star Weekend. Whether he can find Riley is of little consequence to him, as he believes he has already done his utmost. Individuals of Riley's exceptional caliber often engage in ruthless self-redemption following a decisive act, navigating through cerebral ecstasy and swiftly moving on to the next endeavor.